Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 51, Kelem, a wizard from the Green Tower, and the man who had witnessed Penia, once notorious as the rogue of the Blue Tower, behave like a meek lamb in front of Count Palacio, was still processing what he'd seen the day before. Penia had even apologized to Milan, Kelem's apprentice, and a fellow wizard. But Kelem, a fifth-tier wizard, had his suspicions about Count Palacio from the beginning. Specifically, he doubted the Count's strength. Of course, Kelem hadn't yet reached the sixth tier, where the eye is opened, allowing one to fully grasp another's strength with just a glance. However, even at the fifth tier, his senses were sharp enough to detect a person's magic power. And in Kelem's eyes, Count Palacio's magical energy was too weak. Kelem knew that knowledge was essential for wizards no matter how large one's mana pool. It meant nothing without the knowledge to wield magic. However, no matter how exceptional one's knowledge was, it wouldn't be possible to use magic if their inherent magical power was too small. Naturally, this raised questions in Kelem's mind. Was it possible that the rumors surrounding the Count's strength were all exaggerated, created by the man himself to elevate his own reputation? Kelem had almost reconsidered his doubts after witnessing Penia's sudden change in behavior. But today, at the arena, his suspicions were confirmed again. There was no mistake. Count Palacio's magical power was far too meager to be the subject of such grandiose rumors. And it wasn't just Kelem who harbored these doubts. No matter how I look at it, I can't sense much strength from him. What do you think? I feel the same way. His mana pool is far too small for someone of a high tier. So it was all nonsense. Looks like he fabricated it all to build up his prestige. Pity. His reputation will be completely shattered after this friendly match reveals everything. Just as Kelem had thought, the other professor-level wizards at the fifth tier, gathered with him, expressed their doubts after sensing Count Palacio's magic. But before the arena was engulfed in the frozen wasteland, all the wizards fell silent. Even the lower-tier wizards, who had been watching with curious expressions, became quiet. On the contrary, the fifth-tier wizards who had been casting suspicious glances at Alain now stood dumbfounded with their mouths agape, watching the unfolding events. Yet the emotions the wizards felt were not all the same. The lower-tier wizards gazed at Alain's magic with awe and reverence, while the higher-tier wizards were utterly shocked. It all happened in an instant, but they knew exactly what Alain had done. Composite magic, and more than 3 spells at once. Kelem's jaw dropped. Of course, composite magic was something even he could perform, and any fifth-tier wizard present could do the same. However, to flawlessly execute 3 or more spells at once, without a single error, was something no one could guarantee. How in the world did he do it? By now, the fifth-tier wizards had already erased the thought that Count Palacio's magic was insignificant. Instead, their minds were filled with the same curiosity and respect for Alain that had driven them to rise to the fifth tier. And just as all eyes were focused on the arena, crystal, Alain quietly muttered the word, forming a seal with his hand. At that moment, crack, dozens of small spheres, each about the size of a marble, began forming across the entire arena. Rotation. The spheres, which had been hovering in midair, began to slowly rotate clockwise, just as the wizards were wondering about the purpose of these spinning spheres. Baruch, who had been startled by Alain's magic, finally snapped out of it and hurriedly began preparing his own spells. If he failed to act now, he realized that not only would he fail to expand his influence, but he could end up embarrassing himself, so he hurriedly prepared a spell. However, the other wizards either expressed confusion or frowned as they watched Baruch's spell preparation. That's key, Alain? It was understandable, as the spell Baruch was preparing to use was one of the Violet Tower's main offensive spells, a blatant killing spell not typically used in friendly matches. Yet Baruch never got to fire his spell. Crack! In the next instant, Baruch was turned into an ice statue. All the wizards stared blankly, recalling what had just happened. In the very moment when Baruch had been preparing his spell, one of the rotating small spheres suddenly burst, turning Baruch into an ice statue. And with that, the winner of this friendly match is Alain Palacio, the referee wizard announced in a bewildered voice. That was truly remarkable. By the way, what was that seal you just used? Could it be an ancient spell? He used composite magic, but how exactly did he structure that arrangement? Immediately after the friendly match ended, Alain, who had ascended to the stands leaving the dumbfounded Baruch behind, was bombarded with questions from the wizards. Of course, there were no wizards who dared to break the unwritten rule of not asking about independent magic, but the flood of questions made Alain realize something surprising. Through the conversation, he came to understand that the wizards had no knowledge of the seals or phrases he used. How curious! Alain had been aware that the seals and phrases he used were relics of a long-forgotten era. However, he hadn't expected there to be absolutely no information on them at all, which made the discovery even more intriguing. As he absorbed this newfound realization while conversing with the wizards, Alain's attention shifted. Wait, what did you say? Third tier? Did you just say third tier? There's no need for modesty, claiming to be at the third tier. That's impossible. The wizards treated Alain's admission of his tier as a joke. Leaving behind the bemused wizards, Alain exited the arena with a sigh, though the moment was brief. He began fiddling with the ring on his left index finger, an item in the psychedelia game called Memory of the Black Eye, Ho Gaftu, with a satisfied expression. As expected, it's quite useful. The ability of Memory of the Black Eye was simple. It allowed the user to store one of their spells and use it later with a slight boost in power. In short, it was like an enhanced Memory Keeper spell, storing a spell for future use with added amplification, and for Alain, it was highly efficient. Due to the restriction he faced, Alain could only cast 5 spells, and the harsh environment where he had to use one of those spells was a significant disadvantage. After using that spell, he would be left with only 2 usable spells. But by using Memory of the Black Eye, Alain could now use all 5 spells in combat situations, and the spell amplification is quite strong as well. He recalled that when he had used a spell earlier, the effect of the harsh cold felt at least twice as powerful as usual, then quickly shifted his thoughts. It seems that the glory of the snowy mountains is quite good. Reflecting on the spell he had just used, based on the phrase glory of the snowy mountains, Alain couldn't help but think once again about the mysterious thing. When it had first informed him of that phrase, Alain hadn't fully grasped the meaning. At the time, the phrases in his mind were understood only as tools to enhance his magic, without a deeper understanding. However, after using the spell based on Glory of the Snowy Mountains several times since returning from the desert, he had recently come to understand what kind of effect that phrase generally had. When the manifestation of the materialized magic ends, it freezes the surrounding air. Unlike twisting or distorting the nature of the magic itself, this effect seemed more like it was touching upon a fundamental law, and Alain had used this to implement his spell today. Is this what it was referring to? He recalled hearing that a phrase is like a key that can open certain doors to the rules designated in this world. He found this increasingly fascinating. The more Alain learned about phrases and words, the more his magic advanced at a rapid pace, fueling his growing curiosity. Glancing outside the tower, he noticed the view. The sun was just now hanging on the mountainside, casting the sky in the colors of sunset. It's about time, I suppose. As Alain watched the slowly sinking sun, he remembered the other item he needed to retrieve from the central tower today and turned to leave. The first night of the society. That count, what is it? Are you really a third-tier wizard? Yes, I am. Really? Yes. Oh, I'll keep that in mind then. Leon, who seemed utterly disbelieving of Alain's words, left with a doubtful expression. Count. Penia, I know for sure that you're a third-tier wizard. Is that so? Yes, I absolutely know that you're a third-tier wizard, absolutely, without a doubt. After Penia emphasized Alain's tier 3 times and left, Alain noticed that it was late at night and headed to the library, confirming that the moon was already in the sky. Woo-um, with a low, resonating hum, he arrived at the empty, silent library again. The eerie atmosphere was enhanced by the absence of lights, with only the blue moon in the sky casting light over the library. As he entered the library, a deep voice echoed in his ears. It seems that someone has managed to solve my riddle at just the right time. The voice's solemn resonance caused Alain to shiver involuntarily. It wasn't that he sensed anything in particular, just an instinctual trembling. Like how the weak naturally tremble before the strong, simply hearing the voice evoked a creeping fear from deep within. Yes, Alain answered, forcibly suppressing his rising fear. After all, the item he needed could only be obtained by meeting her. And then, oh, impressive. Despite hearing my voice, you didn't panic. You've held your ground. As the blue magical energy began gathering in front of Alain, slowly taking shape, he felt sweat forming on his palms. He knew exactly who was about to appear before him, the first human to reach the 8th tier after the Age of Forgotten Gods. a wizard whom every magician revered and admired during her lifetime, known as the First Chalice. And to the beings who once wreaked havoc on the world, she was known as the Eternal Terror, a slayer feared and worshipped, the Archmage Heinkel. As Alain muttered her name, the blue magical form solidified rapidly. Before him stood a woman wearing a pure white pointed hat, her blue eyes visible underneath, and a relaxed smile on her face. To the wizards, she was the First Chalice. To the beings that had once thrown the world into chaos, she was the Eternal Terror. Alain swallowed nervously behind his calm expression. While Heinkel wasn't an enemy, if he made even a slight mistake in his answers, he could trigger her infamous temper, which might result in his immediate death. Thus, Alain mentally reviewed the things he absolutely must not say or bring up in front of her. The first words the Archmage, who exuded an overwhelming aura just by appearing with her relaxed smile, spoke as she gazed at Alain were, "Wah," a sound of terror, as though she had seen something horrifying. A question formed in Alain's mind. Chapter 52, Archmage Heinkel. She was the first Archmage to appear among humanity since the Forgotten Age of the Gods and was known to players in psychedelia as the Witch of Writ. The reason she was called the Witch of Writ was simple. If you played as a mage, almost every player would inevitably meet her. Although she didn't directly influence the story, the items you could obtain from her after a certain amount of time were incredibly useful for mage players. However, the problem was her personality. Contrary to her doll-like appearance, she was extremely irritable. If you made the wrong choice during dialogue while trying to obtain an item, she'd kill you without hesitation. By the third meeting, you might be close enough that she would only insult you for a wrong choice instead of killing you. But in the first and second meetings, there was no mercy. Worse yet, if you chose to defend Milk even a little in any of her suspicious dialogue choices, she'd get highly offended and kill you on the spot. This earned her the nickname Milk Witch. Thanks to all this, Alain was very nervous. He knew the words and topics she disliked, but given her notoriously unpredictable personality, anything could happen. He had even made some preparations in case things went wrong. But this situation was entirely unforeseen. Alain stared blankly at Archmage Heinkel, who was looking at him with an expression of fear. He then realized one thing: she's really short. The white wizard's pointy hat made her seem taller, but in reality, she was much shorter than Alain. Quite a bit shorter. I want to solve your riddle since in the in-game illustrations, she was always seated, he had never noticed this fact. It wasn't really useful information, but still, it was something new. With that in mind, Alain finally spoke to Heinkel. He needed to solve her first riddle to receive an item. However, I'll give it to you, I'll just give it. Suddenly, Heinkel blurted out those words and handed Alain a jeweled box that had flown in from somewhere, even though he hadn't solved the riddle yet. Then, good enough, right? For someone who had appeared so majestic and arrogant under the moonlight, she was now acting like a frightened mouse, nervously glancing at Alain. I am leaving. With that, she quickly turned around and scurried away, disappearing in a burst of blue magic. It was an unexpectedly undignified exit compared to her entrance. Heinkel. Alain called out in confusion, but there was no response, as if she had no intention of returning. Holding the jewel box, Alain stood there with a puzzled expression and decided to cancel the spell he had prepared for potential emergencies. As soon as he undid the seal in his pocket, the magical power dissipated like dust. After standing there bewildered for a while, Alain finally regained his composure and opened the box she had given him. It's here. Inside was the very item he had intended to get by solving the riddle. What's going on? Although it was supposed to be something he had to earn through solving the riddle, she simply handed it over and disappeared in a completely unexpected way. Thinking back to the moment, he recalled that she hadn't been looking directly at him but slightly behind him. Was she looking behind me? He glanced over his shoulder, but saw nothing but the library bathed in blue moonlight. In the end, Alain had obtained the item he wanted. He was glad to have gotten it so easily, but at the same time, a small doubt began to form in his mind. For the next few days, Alain attended the magical conference, listening to various presentations and satisfying his curiosity. The theories presented at the conference were quite helpful to Alain, who had been learning magic through self-study until then. In addition, the nighttime discussions with Lania about magic were a significant help in advancing his magical abilities. Unlike Alain, who had a deep understanding of mana control, she had a talent for constructing the magical frameworks needed to manifest magic itself. This gave Alain the confidence that he might soon be ready to attempt 4th rank magic. Of course, 4th rank magic required so much mana that it was difficult to use even once properly, so he didn't plan to attempt it immediately. Then, on the 4th day of Alain's stay at the magical conference, he heard the news. A foreign entity has appeared in the labyrinth of Lartania? Yes, I've heard that it caused mutations throughout the entire labyrinth. Alain learned about the appearance of the foreign entity in Lartania's labyrinth. How much time has passed since the foreign entity was discovered? It's uncertain, but it's believed to be about 5 days now. The Information Guild suspects that it's been around a week since it first appeared. How far is it to Lartania? It's not too far from here. It should take around 5 days. After hearing Evan's estimate, Alain thought for a moment, then quickly grabbed some paper and began writing a letter. It wasn't long before he finished, and as soon as the letter was ready, he said, "Send this to Lartania, and then I am heading out immediately." Immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, he left the central magic tower and began preparations to travel to Lartania. After bidding farewell to Leon, who was disappointed he was leaving earlier than expected, and Penia, who seemed to give off a strange energy of disappointment despite her lively response when she heard he was leaving, Alain headed straight to Lartania. 5 days passed. Traveling nonstop by carriage, Alain finally arrived at the labyrinth city of Lartania. Wow, it's changed a lot since the last time I was here. It's even more fascinating now. Evan spoke with a tone of admiration, and indeed, Lartania was a much more impressive sight than any other territory Alain had passed through so far. The city walls, which defined the interior and exterior of the city, were not particularly tall-short enough that you could easily see the buildings inside. The majority of the buildings within the city were unexpectedly luxurious and unique, quite at odds with the image of a city of mercenaries and adventurers. It was as if architectural styles from all over the world had been gathered in one place. Because of that, the city didn't evoke a mystical feeling, but rather just seemed visually unusual. Wasn't the setting that people from across the continent, except the Empire, came together and built whatever buildings they wanted? Recalling Lartania's background, Alain entered the city. It feels uneasy here. Yeah, just as Alain expected, the atmosphere in the city was somewhat chaotic. Rumors of the foreign entity emerging from the labyrinth had spread, and some mercenaries were already seen leaving the city. After navigating through Lartania by carriage and reaching his destination in the southern district, Alain soon arrived at a shop called Merde, owned by Rhine. Upon arriving, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this really Merde? Yes, it seems like the right place, Evan stammered in confusion. The reason was Simpleth building was enormous. If you asked how big, well, compared to the surrounding 4- or 5-story buildings, they looked like mere toy houses in comparison. Isn't this supposed to be a shop? It should be, Evan replied. Alain, though maintaining a blank expression, was clearly taken aback as he looked at the building. It was so massive that it seemed more like a temple than a store. Seeing this, Evan spoke up. I had heard the shop was big, but honestly, I didn't expect it to be this big. Alain nodded in agreement. He had heard that the shop was doing extremely well, but he hadn't expected it to be this successful. To think a magical appraiser could hold so much power, is this why she's managed to gain influence in Lartania? Alain found himself nodding unconsciously. He knew the universal truth from both the previous world and this one. Money could solve anything. That's one of the reasons I am here to ask for a favor. Although his primary task was dealing with the foreign entity, Alain had come to see Rhine, the magical appraiser, because he needed to borrow her influence. Let's go inside, Alain said, and together with Evan, he began walking up toward the Merde building. As they reached the massive front doors, "Do you have an appointment?" asked a person, who appeared to be a receptionist, standing in front of the door. "Do we need one?" Alain asked. "If it's urgent, you can meet her right away by paying the fee." "A fee?" "Yes, if you wish to meet Lady Rhine without an appointment, it will cost 30 gold coins. 30 gold coins. The price was enough to buy a mansion in one of the nearby territories, if not the capital of the Asterian kingdom. Alain, stunned, responded with disbelief. "And if I make an appointment now, how long would the wait be?" "If you make one now, let's see, about 10 months, approximately." The staggering time frame made Alain feel dizzy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. "Could you at least deliver a message to her? Tell her that Count Palacio is here." You're so noisy. Get lost already." Before Alain could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted. a man who exuded an air of wealth. Probably a noble looked at him with disdain. Why is a penniless beggar loitering around? Behind the man were a group of mercenaries, and he spoke with such crude arrogance, it was as if he lacked any intelligence whatsoever. Alain's expression turned incredulous, but the man, paying him no mind, approached the receptionist and casually tossed a pouch of money in front of her. "Open the door," the man said. The receptionist checked the pouch, nodded respectfully, and immediately began manipulating something. With a loud rumble, the massive doors started to open. Before stepping inside, the man glanced back at Alain and smirked, clearly trying to provoke him. His sneer was blatant. "Pathetic beggar," he sneered. The man walked into the building, and as Alain watched, he also noticed the mercenaries following him, their faces filled with mockery. They were so openly showing their contempt, without even knowing who Alain was, that he couldn't help but frown. Soon, Alain realized who the man was. He's the son of the Lord of Lartania. Though he couldn't recall the name, he remembered the man's appearance from the illustrations in Psychedelia. Bloated figure with a sleazy mustache. The infamous son of the Labyrinth City's lord. In the game, he had acted like a scoundrel toward the player, but experiencing it in person was even more outrageous. Just as Alain was about to speak, no need to go inside. A voice came from the now open doorway. Rhine emerged, her green eyes glowing as she walked out. "Oh, Rhine, you came all the way here for me?" The scoundrel's face lit up with a bright smile as he approached her. "But, get lost." Without hesitation, Rhine pushed the scoundrel's shoulder aside and cursed at him. She walked right past him and his mercenaries, heading outside. Ignoring the receptionist, who had bowed her head in embarrassment, Rhine approached Alain. Unlike how she had treated the scoundrel, Rhine spoke to Alain with the utmost respect. "I've been expecting you, godfather." She bowed her head politely, and everyone present stared at Count Palacio in disbelief. Chapter 53, the owner of Merde, known for her extraordinary magic appraisal skills in the Labyrinth City, and already serving as Rhine's secretary for over a year and a half, was her Serenia. She constantly felt exhausted. Objectively speaking, her duties were limited to receiving guests and managing reservations, so there wasn't any real reason for her to feel so worn out. However, it wasn't physical fatigue. Rather, it was severe mental exhaustion. To be more precise, it was due to the numerous troublesome clients. Of course, because Merde's status was quite high, there weren't many people who caused real trouble. Yet this didn't mean there weren't those who gnawed away at her mental peace. In fact, there were times when she thought dealing with the absolute worst troublemakers might have been better in some ways. Today had been a relatively peaceful day for Serenia, and she was feeling rather good, at least until a man who looked like a noble entered with a knight. In truth, this man wasn't particularly troublesome. Like many others, he boasted about how he knew Rhine, but that was nothing she hadn't heard hundreds of times before, so it didn't even qualify as annoying anymore. The reason her mood suddenly plummeted was because of the person who entered right after him, or rather, what entered. The man, no noble, who followed him was the real reason for her mood swing. Even Serenia, with her solid capitalistic smile, couldn't help but feel her expression falter when facing him. He's back again. Laval de Greystone, the son of Lucimore Greystone, the current lord of Labyrinth City Lartania, and a well-known piece of human garbage throughout the city. Despite the fact that all of his power came from his father, he wielded it as if it were his own and acted as though no one ranked higher than him, except his father, a spoiled brat ignorant of the ways of the world. He threw money arrogantly, showing no regard for the noble who had entered before him, insulting him without hesitation. Serenia almost frowned but barely managed to hold it in. After all, she had no right to frown. No matter how troublesome the person was, he was still the Lord's only son in the Labyrinth City. Even the master of Merde, whom Serenia served, had to bow down to Lavalda, so Serenia quietly opened the door. But what happened next left her in stunned silence. Rhine, who had always maintained a smiling face despite the annoying provocations of the trashy Lord's son, suddenly said, "Get lost." It wasn't just the fact that Rhine had lightly tapped Lavalda's shoulder, as if her previous attitude toward him had been a lie, that shocked her. What shocked her even more was what followed. "I've been waiting for you, godfather." Rhine bowed her head respectfully to the man Serenia had thought was just another ordinary guest. What's going on? Serenia, confused, wondered if she was dreaming. After all, Serenia had observed Rhine for nearly 2 years and knew this. Even when the Lord of the Labyrinth City came, even when high-ranking nobles from other countries arrived, Even when the prince of the Ashtalon kingdom visited, Rhine had never bowed her head to anyone. That's why Serenia, unconsciously lowering her smile and leaving her mouth agape, soon saw the mercenaries and Lavalda doing the same. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "What did you just say to me?" Lavalda, who had been frozen as if his brain had short-circuited, finally processed Rhine's words. His once dazed expression now contorted into clear displeasure. However, Rhine responded without hesitation, "I believe I told you to get lost." Rhine spoke so naturally that Serenia's expression now turned to one of utter shock. The reason for this remark was clear to anyone watching. It was an outright declaration of hostility towards Lavalda. Lavalda let out a disbelieving scoff before his face twisted into a demonic expression. "I don't know what's so important about that penniless noble, but I'll make sure you regret turning your back on me." With those words, he turned and stormed out of Merd. Shortly after Lavalda Greystone, the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, left with a demonic look on his face-on that hinted he could do anything, Alain finally had the chance to speak properly with Rhine. "I received your letter. It must have been a hard trip, Godfather." "And you too, Uncle," Rhine said, speaking in a calm voice, in contrast to Deus, who remained silent as if silence were golden, and Sialrang, who talked too much. Alain, who had been watching her, nodded slightly and asked, "But is this really okay? What exactly are you referring to?" She replied. "Lavalda," Alain answered, bringing up the name of the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, which had only just come back to him. Alain was aware of the immense power the Lord of this Labyrinth City, Lartania, held. He also knew that the Lord often shielded his son, so he was concerned that Lavalda might cause trouble for Rhine, who had settled here in Lartania. "Oh, if that's what you're worried about, you don't need to be concerned," Rhine responded. "Really? But he's the Lord's son. It seems like he might cause trouble for you. He probably won't show up again. Besides, I didn't expect you to know that rascal." Alain paused for a moment at Rhine's words but replied naturally, "He's well known in Lartania for his looks and his attitude." "Is that so? In any case, as I said before, there's no need to worry." Although her voice was flat and emotionless, unlike the others he had met, there was a distinct sense of confidence in her words. "Well, if you're sure about that," Alain nodded briefly before engaging in a casual conversation with Rhine. Naturally, there wasn't much substance to their conversation. They exchanged pleasantries about how her work in Lartania had been going, whether she still kept in touch with the kids from the orphanage, and other simple matters. However, as they continued with this light talk, Alain couldn't help but feel unusually good. It might have seemed a bit amusing, but he felt that Rhine had grown up well. Not that Deus or Sialrang hadn't matured, but there was something about Rhine that gave him the impression of a diligent daughter, even though he hadn't paid much attention to her before. Because of this, Alain found himself feeling oddly proud of her, enjoying their conversation in good spirits. After some time passed, and their small talk came to a close, Alain brought up the main reason for his visit. "The truth is, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask. Feel free to ask. Is there by any chance a subjugation force being formed against the outer god?" At Alain's question, Rhine thought for a moment before responding, "HMIs, I believe a subjugation force is being formed right now. Would you be able to help me join that subjugation force?" The reason Alain had sought out Rhine, who held significant influence in Labyrinth City as soon as he arrived, was so that he could join the subjugation force against the outer god. It was difficult to join without being somewhat famous within Lartania. Of course, given his reputation from outside the city, he might have been able to join on his own, but he wanted to be absolutely sure, which is why he sought her out. After what happened earlier, it might be a bit difficult now. "Of course, it might be a little difficult," Alain started, recalling Lavalda's behavior and realizing that relying on Rhine's help might indeed be challenging. But then Rhine spoke up. "That should be doable." Really?" Alain asked, a bit surprised. "Yes, but didn't things get a little tense between you and the Lord's son earlier?" Alain hesitated to say that the situation seemed more than just tense, but he looked at her, waiting for her response. "Don't worry about it. It's not something I can't handle. Besides, is he really that much of a concern to you?" she asked. "Are you talking about Lavalda?" "Yes." "Well, he is the Lord's precious son, so I thought he might cause you some trouble," Alain replied. Rhine nodded slightly before responding. "In any case, you don't need to worry about that." All right, I'll leave it to you then." Despite her blunt manner of speaking, her words carried a strong sense of reassurance, which made Alain feel oddly proud again. After a bit more conversation, Alain suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, why do you call me Godfather?" "Excuse me?" "Well, Deus and Sialring refer to me as their benefactor or master, but why do you call me Godfather?" "I was just curious." Ryan paused for a moment, thinking before replying, because Godfather seemed like the most fitting word. "Is that so?" "Yes." After a brief silence, Ryan added, "For now, you should rest. You must be tired from the long journey." With that, Ryan assigned rooms for Alain and Evan within Maerd and then disappeared somewhere. As soon as she left, Evan, who had been waiting, spoke up. "Wow, she's really matured, hasn't she? Has she?" Alain asked. "Yes, she's still a bit blunt, but she's always been like that. But aside from that, out of all the kids we've met, I think she's grown up the most." Alain nodded in agreement. Indeed, she feels like she grew up in the most textbook manner. Ryan had mentioned she would inform them of further plans, and since not much time had passed since they had gone north, Alain decided it would be best to rest and review their plans. With that in mind, he headed to the room Ryan had provided. By the time he entered, it was already late in the evening. The next day, having barely rested after rushing to Lartania by carriage, Alain awoke feeling groggy, even though he had slept for quite a while. Noticing that the sun had risen, he slowly got out of bed, dressed, and left his room. He soon met Ryan, who was having lunch with Serenia, her secretary, guiding him there. And then, "I've taken care of the matter you mentioned yesterday," Ryan said. "So quickly?" "Yes. There's a regular meeting today, so you can attend it." Alain was briefly taken aback by how efficiently Ryan had handled things. But before he could dwell on it, she continued. "Oh, and about Laval de Greystone, the matter has been taken care of as well. I killed him cleanly, so you won't have to worry about him anymore." She said it so casually, as if commenting on the weather, all while taking a bite of her sausage. Her tone sounded like she was saying, "The sun is shining brightly today, despite delivering such shocking news." Alain, who had almost responded nonchalantly, suddenly stopped. "A what?" Staring at her, his mind filled with countless question marks. Chapter 54, Laval de Greystone was indeed a character whose very existence was harmful. Among the many characters you could encounter while playing Psychedelia, he was one of the most notorious scoundrels ever created. The massacre at the 30th level mercenary camp, the monster abyss absorption incident, the chimera biological experiments. Nearly every malicious side story that took place in Lartania during the game happened because of him. In other words, considering Lartania's future, it was certainly better for the city if he didn't exist rather than simply being alive. However, Laval de Greystone remained alive because he was the son of the Lord of the Labyrinth City. The position of being the Lord's son, within the city, meant he wielded virtually unlimited power. It essentially allowed him to reign like a king within the city. In short, by killing Lavalda, Ryan had, in effect, committed regicide, which made Alain, who was in disbelief, question in a daze. "Yes, you killed him, Laval de Greystone?" "Yes." Ryan answered as casually as if she were discussing what she had for breakfast, and Alain felt dizzy from the reply. "Truly, yes, Godfather. Was there an issue? Why did you kill him?" "Well, because you said he was an inconvenience." Alain and Ryan exchanged confused looks. "Still, isn't killing him a bit much? But if he were alive, wouldn't he continue to bother you, Godfather?" Talking with Ryan, Alain suddenly realized one important fact. Ah, right, she's one of the 5 great sins. Though he had momentarily forgotten, because of her image as a daughter who had grown up well without needing much care, Alain remembered that Ryan was destined to become one of the seeds of the 5 great sins in the future. Without realizing it, cold sweat trickled down his back. But before that, how on earth did she manage to kill him? Laval de Greystone himself wasn't all that strong. However, the mercenaries that followed him everywhere were, as far as Alain knew, not the kind of people that could easily be taken down. They were mercenaries of at least a rank caliber. That's why Alain found it puzzling that Ryan, who wasn't a fighter but simply someone who worked as an appraiser, managed to deal with them. As Alain wore a perplexed expression, Ryan cautiously spoke up. Was there a problem? Perhaps due to his repeated questioning, Ryan now seemed to be wondering if she had unknowingly made a mistake, her expression turning slightly dejected. "Not so much a problem, more like, is it really all right?" "Which part?" "Mostly concerning your personal safety. If it's about that, you don't need to worry, Godfather. Is that so?" "Yes, I made sure to disguise myself as someone else." Although her expression remained neutral, Ryan nodded confidently. Watching her, Alain couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd seen in an old community. So this is what they mean by having a different mindset. Clearing his throat, Alain spoke again. Anyway, thanks for your concern. Don't feel too down about it. I'm not feeling down, Godfather. She looked a bit dejected just a moment ago, though I am really not. How can she commit regicide so easily and yet be embarrassed about something like this? Alain looked at Rhine with a mixture of amazement and fascination as he continued speaking. Anyway, try to avoid putting yourself in danger if you can. Why, Godfather? Well, all sorts of problems could arise. First, you could be put in danger, and all the hard work you've put in could come crumbling down in an instant, right? Rhine made a puzzled expression at Alain's words, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Though it shouldn't have been a difficult statement, she tilted her head slightly, as if she couldn't quite grasp his meaning. After thinking seriously for a moment, she suddenly said, "Ah," as if she had realized something, and gave a small nod. "Don't worry too much, Godfather. I understand my duties well," she added, before resuming her meal. Alain was left a little dumbfounded as he watched her. Even though they were having a conversation, it felt as if something was slightly off. However, continuing the conversation didn't seem like a good option, so Alain closed his mouth. After all, regardless of everything, she had dealt with Lavalda for his sake. A bit no, actually far too excessive, but still, she had acted on his behalf, so Alain decided not to press the matter further. But no matter how much she considers me her godfather, was this really necessary? As Alain absent-mindedly ate his sausage, pondering such thoughts, Rhine suddenly spoke up. "Oh, I've been wanting to show you the Eye of the Tracker, Godfather. Would you come with me? The Eye of the Tracker?" "Yes." Alain nodded at Rhine's words, and soon, after finishing their meal, he followed her into a room. Inside, Alain saw Ita Golden Eye floating in the small room. It was surrounded by a halo of blue light, and anyone who saw it could immediately tell it was no ordinary object. As Alain stared at it, Rhine's earlier words came to mind. She had said she would show him the Eye of the Tracker. This is the Eye of the Tracker? Alain couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Originally, the Eye of the Tracker that Alain had given Rhine was just an artifact-a-round sphere with a small eye-shaped jewel embedded in it. Its effect was simply to appraise artifacts from lower levels with a bit more detail. In other words, it wasn't a particularly remarkable item. Even in the settings of the artifact itself, there was no special description, much like the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Thus, Alain had never imagined that the Eye of the Tracker could be hiding such a secret. "The engravings are gathering smoothly," Rhine said. It didn't take long for Alain to deduce that this Eye of the Tracker could enhance certain relics by engraving them, but he didn't bother to confirm it. He had already realized why Rhine had shown him such favor. Was it because of this? The reason Rhine's company, Merde, had gained widespread fame was because of her ability to create engravings. It turned out that her success was, to some extent, due to the Eye of the Tracker, so it was only natural for her to feel gratitude toward Alain. Of course, Alain had never imagined the eye had such a function. Still, given that Rhine was feeling grateful to him, it would have been awkward if Alain remained oblivious to this fact. "I see. You're using it well," Alain said, nodding as if he had known all along about the true nature of the Eye of the Tracker. "Yes, although the engravings have slowed down a bit after 400, they're still gathering. I think I'll have them all within a few years." "I see." Alain felt a growing curiosity about what exactly was being gathered, but he didn't ask, fearing it might raise suspicion in Rhine. So he just nodded slightly, and a bit of time passed once more. "Then let's head there right away, Godfather," Rhine said. Alain, along with Evan, followed Rhine to the location of the regular meeting. Alain had two reasons for wanting to participate in the extermination of the Outer God. The first was because it was clear that the current mercenaries alone would never be able to defeat the Outer God. Of course, the mercenaries gathered from the 5 major guilds to defeat the Outer God possessed superhuman strength, like Baba Yaga or the Master Knights. However, Alain knew that even that wouldn't be enough to take down the Outer God. The second reason was that, in order to exterminate the Outer God, Alain absolutely needed the strength of powerful mercenaries who would follow his commands. This was why he was determined to join the Outer God extermination squad. However, the problem was, "You're bringing this weak-looking guy along? He looks like someone who just rides on his reputation. Are you here to tag along and take credit?" The mercenaries didn't seem like they would follow Alain's orders at all. In the meeting room where Alain had entered, 4 men and women were glaring at him with extremely displeased expressions. Maverick, the guild master of the Terranomed Guild, clicked his tongue, looking irritated as he fiddled with his sword. Hymen, the guild master of the Arcadia Guild, lifted his pointed hat with a sneer and spoke with blatant disdain. Maiyan, a beastwoman and the guild master of the ancient trackers, spun a dagger on the table in front of her, letting out a derisive laugh with her slitted, feline eyes. And among them, the strongest of the mercenary guild leaders, Argonia, the guild master of the Calamadra Guild, and a half-dragon with a dragon ancestor that had disappeared long ago, simply stared at him in silence. Naturally, her gaze wasn't particularly welcoming either. I expected some hostility, but this is worse than I thought. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Alain quickly assessed the situation and noted the overt hostility and mocking glares from the guild leaders. He had somewhat anticipated this scenario. The people present were powerful enough to gauge Alain's magical abilities, and more importantly, they were all mercenaries. Mercenaries who prioritized strength above all else. Alain knew that if he wanted to have a conversation with them, let alone gain any respect, he first had to avoid being dismissed and earn their acknowledgement. "Noble lord, I've heard rumors that you've been poking your nose into places you don't belong. But seeing you in person, you don't seem like someone worth talking to. Why don't you just leave?" Without hesitation, Alain raised his left hand, which was clad in his gauntlet, and formed a seal. At that moment, crackle. With no warning, the once ordinary meeting room was filled with ice. Maiyan, who was about to rise in surprise at the sudden event, was caught off guard. Concentration. As soon as Alain spoke, the surrounding atmosphere and magical energy gathered around Maiyan. Freeze. At his next word, the air and magic that had gathered around Maiyan reacted instantly, forming frost. It quickly multiplied and crackled, encased her in ice. Maiyan, bewildered and unaware of how she had been attacked, was frozen solid inside the ice. There was no particular reason for freezing her. According to the settings Alain knew, Maiyan was the weakest in terms of combat power among the mercenaries present, unable to reach the level of a superhuman. That's why she couldn't react to the sudden attack and ended up frozen. After briefly glancing at the immobilized Maiyan, Alain calmly walked past the mercenaries who had rushed into the room, realizing something was wrong. Step, step. Not too fast, but not too slow either, he moved at a steady pace, as if nothing had happened. He soon sat down in a chair opposite Argonia, and "I think now we're at a level where we can talk." Crossed his legs. "What do you think?" A heavy silence descended upon the meeting room. Chapter 55, Silence Falls in the Meeting Room. The mercenaries who entered late all wore tense expressions, and Maverick, Hymen, and Argonia, who were seated, looked at Alain in the same way. Yet, even in that moment when everyone's gaze focused on him, Alain's expression remained calm. To be precise, only his outward appearance seemed calm. Did I miscalculate? Behind his expressionless face, Alain thought nervously as sweat beaded on his skin. Should I have used a different method? No, there wouldn't have been another impactful way. Freezing Maiyan was only possible because I caught her off guard. While staring intently at Argonia, Alain also kept Maiyan, visible from the corner of his eye, in mind. She's still frozen. He had used all of his magic power, casting ice magic 5 times with his enchanted armor, so Maiyan remained in that frozen state. He hoped the conversation would move forward before the magic broke. Knowing Maiyan's personality, Alain was certain she would go on a rampage as soon as she was freed from the magic, and with growing anxiety, he looked at Argonia. If Argonia, the strongest among those present, acknowledged Alain, there would be no further conflict. Besides, the reason Alain had confidently cast the spell was that he trusted Argonia. Through the game, Alain had seen several times that Argonia would coolly assess situations and make rational decisions rather than stubbornly holding onto unnecessary pride. Specifically, it was because a situation in a particular quest was very similar to the current one, and each time, Argonia had reacted the same way. In the silence, Alain wanted to open his mouth and prompt a response, but he held back. Since he had already cast the spell, it didn't matter what he said now. From this point, it was up to the mercenaries to make their judgment, and to earn their approval, he needed to maintain his composure. A short while later, "So, you're challenging us?" The silence was broken by Maverick's voice, his expression twisted in displeasure. Seeing Maverick almost ready to draw his sword, upset by the sudden attack, Alain thought, "I am done for." But stop. To Alain's immense relief, just as Maverick was about to draw his sword, Argonia intervened. "What? Are you telling me to just let this go after what happened? We were the ones who ignored him." "Even so. I told you to stop, didn't I?" Argonia's expression slightly darkened. Maverick glared at Argonia, clearly displeased. Eventually, Maverick clicked his tongue and sat back down as if he had no other choice. Hymen also remained silent, indicating that he had no objection to Argonia's decision. Seeing the situation settle, Alain breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up again. "When do you plan to descend into the labyrinth?" "We plan to descend in 2 days," Argonia replied politely. For a moment, Alain wondered, was Argonia always the kind of character to speak so politely to someone? But he continued, "Then let's continue the meeting tomorrow. With one person like this, we can't really hold a meeting anyway." Alain subtly shifted his gaze to Mayan. Once the freezing spell ended, the magic would be undone in an instant, and Mayan would certainly throw a tantrum. For now, Alain decided to make his exit. "Let's do that." As Argonia accepted, Alain stood up without hesitation, turned around, and passed by the mercenaries. Creak, he exited the meeting room. With that, silence filled the room. And then, "This is bad for my heart. I swear I'm never doing anything like this again." Finally outside, Alain clutched his pounding heart, let out a small breath, and hurriedly left the mansion. Shortly after Alain left the meeting room, Maverick, after sending the soldiers away, spoke with an irritated expression. I really don't like that guy, no matter how I think about it. Is it because he's a noble and never got smacked around?" It was obvious to anyone that his words were directed at Alain. However, "Shut up, would you?" "What?" I said, "Shut up. Did you just say?" Maverick, who had been glaring silently at Hymen, furrowed his brow. The two never got along. Seriously, why is this guy still acting up after being spared? What? Don't you get it? Argonia spared you, you idiot. At those words, Maverick, who seemed not to understand, made a displeased face. "Stop, Maverick. Hymen's right." "What did you say? If you had drawn your sword earlier, you might have really died." "What?" How does that even when Argonia added his words, Maverick, who had been scowling, fell silent. He had been too irritated earlier to notice his surroundings properly, but now he saw it. The beads of sweat trickling down Argonia's body. "What the hell?" Maverick cursed under his breath, startled. He had never seen Argonia sweat like that before. Even Hymen, whom Maverick grudgingly acknowledged as stronger than himself, was also sweating. Maverick couldn't help but stay quiet. "Argonia, what is it? What was that anyway?" Hymen, aware that Argonia had lived for hundreds of years, asked, hoping he might know something. Argonia remained silent. In truth, he had a vague idea. But that knowledge wasn't his own. It came from the red dragon, his mother, who had long since disappeared from this world. He recalled the warning from his mother, who had claimed there was nothing in this world to fear except one thing. Long ago, remember this. If ever a black eye appears in the night sky, avert your gaze immediately and do not look at it. If you do happen to see it, turn away. Do not acknowledge it. Do not remember it. If you grow to be a powerful mage someday, erase that memory from your mind. Remember this, my beloved child. Never, ever look directly at the one who consumes boundaries. Recalling his mother's words, Argonia thought back to the earlier moment. The blue eye that had appeared behind Count Palacio, an eye that felt endlessly ominous. Just gazing at it made one feel as if their soul was being sucked out. Creep. The black eye that had glared at him with a sly smile. Who is that man, really? Argonia swallowed his breath quietly. The next day, contrary to Alain's worries that they might still refuse to accept his plans and continue to argue, the meeting proceeded smoothly, and Alain realized 2 things. The first was that the otherworldly being was on the 12th floor. The second was that they intended to block it on the 5th floor. As soon as he heard this, Alain immediately explained his prearranged plan in detail and also briefed them on the information he had gathered about the otherworldly being. That took about 30 minutes. Alain, who had even shared the knowledge of the otherworldly being, disguised as information from an ancient book, watched the gathered mercenaries with slight tension, wondering if they would object. In the end, we'll have to compromise, right? The strategy Alain had laid out was one he was confident in, a plan to capture the otherworldly being with minimal damage. But that was only his own thinking. He knew full well that the mercenaries weren't under his command. He couldn't order them to follow the strategy, only suggest it. That's why he was so nervous. "Let's go with that." "I agree." "No objections, me neither." Without a single complaint, the plan was instantly accepted, and Alain stood there, bewildered. Really, no one had any issues? He asked again, just to make sure. "None, me neither." "Same here, me too." Hearing the 4 of them respond with no objections, Alain couldn't help but think to himself. Was yesterday's impact really that strong? Alain shook his head slightly. Even though the events of yesterday were impactful, there was no way it was enough to make Argonia and the mercenaries of the 5 great guilds this obedient, which led him to wonder. Could it be? Alain glanced over at Rhine, who had accompanied them to today's meeting. But Rhine, with her usual indifferent expression, still showed a clear hint of confusion, which made Alain even more puzzled by the situation. Something feels off. The mercenaries were much more obedient than they had been in the game, even going so far as to use polite language, and Alain tilted his head in bewilderment. Even Mayan, who should have still harbored some resentment after being frozen by Alain, remained quiet, which was strange. But it would have been odd for Alain to directly ask why there were no complaints. Then let's head down tomorrow. It'll take some time to prepare. With that, Alain wrapped up the meeting. And so, the day of the decisive battle arrived. Leaving Evan behind, Alain set off with Rhine, who insisted on accompanying him and the outer god subjugation team, heading toward the 5th floor. It's much more oppressive. Even though Alain had seen the labyrinth dozens of times in the game, the real thing was far more ominous. In the darkness where nothing could be seen without torches, monsters would leap out at any moment. The deep, abyss-like darkness that the light couldn't reach naturally stirred fear in people's hearts. Of course, because of the number of mercenaries, the area around Alain was relatively bright, but the darkness didn't completely vanish. I should never come here alone. With that thought, Alain continued descending into the labyrinth, and after some time passed, when they had gone beyond the 2nd floor, a break was given. Resting in the safe zone that the mercenaries had created inside the labyrinth, Alain heard a voice. "Hey, do you have a minute?" It was Mayan, who had approached him without him noticing. "Why?" Alain, a bit tense, thought she might be looking to pick a fight. "I just wanted to talk, that's all." But surprisingly, Mayan sat next to him with a light smile, almost making Alain feel foolish for being so cautious, and she started chatting casually. Alain, who listened in bewilderment, soon heard Mayan ask, "By the way, does the Count have any aversion to beast folk?" "No, not really. That's a relief." "Why is that a relief?" Alain, puzzled by her answer, gave her a questioning look. "Hey, Count," by any chance with a sly smile, Mayan continued. "Do you have any interest in mating with me?" She casually dropped an outrageous remark. Alain's brain momentarily shut down. Chapter 56, Alain knew quite a bit more about a character named Mayan than the other mercenaries. This was because Mayan was a companion character that could be recruited into the protagonist's party in Psychedelia after clearing a certain level of the labyrinth. In the early stages of the game, many players frequently recruited her, even at a low level, as she would join the party at a much higher level. Alain, having played through several personal events with her, couldn't help but know her well. However, despite this familiarity, Mayan's suggestion caught him completely off guard, and Alain maintained his silence. "Got something on your mind?" Mayan smiled subtly. Alain, who was staring at her face, which remained radiant despite the scars, slowly asked back, Suddenly, this is already our 3rd time meeting." Mayan, her cat-like ears twitching, continued. "By now, we've figured each other out, haven't we? I know you're strong." "Ah." Alain let out a small sigh at her words, finally breaking free from his halted thoughts. He could now guess why she was making such a proposal. He remembered that Mayan's tribe had a tradition of revering the strong. Though it was a distant memory and not entirely clear, he recalled that her tribe held a strong sense of admiration for those more powerful than themselves. Worshipping strength, they feel a profound attraction to those stronger than them. Alain looked at the numerous scars scattered across Mayan's body, almost like the marks of her tribe, and spoke, "Sorry, but I have to decline." "Huh." Mayan's expression showed slight disappointment at his words. However, it wasn't long before she let out a sigh, as if it were unbelievable that she had been showing such a face just moments before. "Well, nothing I can do about it then. I was really thrilled when I got overpowered." In one move, her tone was full of disappointment, but her expression resembled that of a saleswoman who had just failed to close a deal. Watching her, Alain thought to himself again, "I knew that the way beastfolk and humans think is clearly different, but this part is really something else." As Alain was thinking, Mayan spoke up again. "Well, still, let me know if you change your mind. I am pretty charming, you know." Like a persistent salesperson, she said her piece and left. As Alain stared blankly at her retreating figure, he suddenly heard Rhine's voice, who had been silent until now. "Shall I take care of it, sir?" "Huh, no need for that." "She spoke rudely to you," Sir Rhine, who hadn't taken her eyes off Mayan as she walked away, uttered this chilling statement. Alain pressed his lips together tightly. No, you're not thinking of killing her just because of a few words, right? Alain, realizing that there was someone even more unusual than Maidan nearby, quickly responded, there's no need for that. She didn't actually cause any harm. Yes, sir. Rhine nodded immediately and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Alain felt a strange sensation. Something feels off. He tilted his head, feeling that the way Rhine treated him was a bit too excessive compared to how others, like Deus and Sialrang, treated him. Just then breaks over. Everyone, move out. Argonia's sharp voice announced the end of their rest, and Alain, halting his thoughts, got up and started walking into the darkness once more. About a day passed. The expedition to exterminate the foreign invader had spent a night in the labyrinth, a place akin to the abyss, and continued to move forward. They had now reached the 4th layer. As expected, it's really different from the game. Alain clicked his tongue, as they had only reached the 4th layer despite traveling for more than an entire day. Considering the large group's slow pace and inability to take shortcuts, the reality of traversing the labyrinth was starkly different from the game. In the game, simply defeating certain monsters would naturally lead to the next level, but here, in the depths of the abyss, monsters appeared relentlessly, and just dealing with them had taken more than a day. Alain once again made up his mind never to enter the labyrinth again as he looked around. The mercenaries, who had ventured into the labyrinth several times before, were familiar with the abyss-like darkness, even making occasional jokes, but for Alain, this place had already become somewhere he never wanted to return to. There is a good item for wizards around the 40th floor of the labyrinth, though for a moment he recalled some information from the game, but soon shook his head, deciding to give up on the item altogether. It had taken over a day just to descend to the 5th floor, so what about reaching the 40th? It was easy to realize that it would take an incredibly long time. After some time passed, a voice came from ahead. We're almost at the 5th floor. Alain, who had been walking absent-mindedly, turned his gaze toward the mercenary's voice and saw a door in the distance, glowing as if it were the exit of the labyrinth. Not long after, they finally arrived at the 5th floor. The 5th floor, Alain muttered expressionlessly, but that was just his exterior. Inside, he was genuinely surprised. He could see the sky as if they were no longer inside the labyrinth, and it wasn't just any sky, it was a bright, clear sky. Looking at the blue grasslands and the crumbling ruins scattered below, Alain thought to himself, this is completely different from what I saw in the game. Although the scenery was similar to what he had seen in the game, the feeling upon reaching this place was somehow different. In the game, the 5th floor had been more like a save point for resting, but here, it was truly peaceful. Alain felt a brief moment of calm, as if the heavy burden on his heart was being lifted. However, it didn't last long. All right, take a short break and then start preparing immediately. Argonia's voice reminded Alain of their purpose, and he slowly began reviewing their plan. Let's hope the operation proceeds according to plan. Right after the Outer God Extermination Squad arrived at the 5th floor, the mercenaries, who had taken a brief rest, soon got up and began preparations in earnest, just as Alain had instructed. And then click. Watching their precise movements, Maverick clicked his tongue and shifted his gaze. He looked at Alain. To be honest, Maverick still didn't like him very much. No matter how he looked at it, Alain didn't seem particularly strong. What's so great about a guy who's already panting just from walking through the labyrinth? Maverick recalled the conversation Argonia and Hymen had a few days ago. No, to be more accurate, he recalled their expressions at the time. They had all been drenched in cold sweat, silently holding their breath. What on earth did they see? Maverick had looked at Alain several times but still couldn't find anything special about him, so he turned away, his face showing clear confusion. And then, at that moment, he felt something strange, something so trivial, but mixed with a sense of déjà vu. As Maverick pondered what it might be, he turned his gaze once more and realized what was causing the déjà vu. It was the noise. The bustling noise his subordinates had been making as they prepared Alain's plan of it could be heard. It was as if time had stopped. Sensing something was wrong, Maverick looked at the mercenaries and soon identified the source of his unsettling feeling. It was the mercenaries. Just moments ago, they had been chatting and joking as they carried out their tasks, but now they were all frozen. As if they were dolls, they had stopped in the exact positions they were in while preparing for the plan. Motionless, as Maverick, feeling increasingly uneasy, tried to speak, the mercenaries' bodies began to collapse, like slow motion. Starting from their legs like pillars, the mercenaries' bodies slumped diagonally to the ground. Splosh. Red bloodstains soaked the ruins and the green plains. And then, Maverick, his eyes wide open in shock at the sudden turn of events, saw it. Standing so nonchalantly before the fallen mercenaries was a goblin. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he locked eyes with the goblin, who was emotionlessly staring back at him. In that moment, he realized several things. The goblin in front of him had killed his subordinates. The goblin in front of him was the foreign entity that this expedition was supposed to exterminate, and that he needed to draw his sword immediately. However, despite being aware of all of this, he couldn't take any action. He couldn't scream out in rage. He couldn't draw his sword. He couldn't even call for reinforcements. He couldn't do anything. Even though the figure before him was a goblinon of the thousands he had slain before instinctively, he knew that this was no ordinary goblin. The gaze of the goblin, or rather, it meant Maverick's. In an instant, Maverick understood the emotion in that gaze. It was one of boundless boredom and arrogance. It was filled with ennui, as though indifferent to everything happening. And there was arrogance, as though looking down on everything from above. At the end of those emotions, who gave you permission to meet my eyes? It pronounced its judgment. A finger was raised, slowly, but surely. It pointed directly at Maverick, as if marking his approaching death with precision. And then just as Maverick, overcome with terror, closed his eyes as he saw the finger begin to move, freeze. A cold, emotionless voice echoed. Crack, 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 the earth froze over. Ice crystals, spreading like greedy fingers, surged over the grass in waves, freezing everything in their path. Crystal. Crack, crunch. A chilling sound, like something being squeezed and crushed, reverberated through the air. Get a grip. Hearing that voice, Maverick opened his eyes and saw a man standing with his back to him, wearing a black coat fluttering in the freezing wind. From his left hand, a pale gray magical energy flowed like smoke. Before him, the goblin, or rather, it was trapped within a crescent-shaped ice crystal, its eyebrows slightly twitching as it faced off against the man. It was Count Palatio. Maverick, as if entranced, could only stare blankly at that back. Chapter 57, Alain discreetly lowered his gaze, looking at something frozen in the shape of a crescent moon. Then, he turned his attention to Maverick and spoke. I told you, pull yourself together. As Alain confirmed that Maverick, who had hastily stood up, was now belatedly gathering himself. He turned his gaze toward Itno, the exile. The exile, clad in the black robes of the eastern wind, had just moments ago been staring at Alain with eyes full of indifference and arrogance. Why did things go wrong? Alain glanced at the exile, his expression tense. According to the report, the exile was supposed to reach the 5th layer not now, but 3 days later. Even that was assuming the exile moved at a rapid pace. Originally, it was thought that it would take more than 5 days for the exile to descend to this place. That was how it should have been. Yet now, the exile had reached the 5th layer. Unknowingly, Alain's hand trembled slightly. The exile standing before him had taken the form of a goblin. With ears far too large to be human, green skin, and a hooked nose, it was clear that this was indeed a goblin. However, no one, including Alain, thought of this being as merely a goblin. Those like Argonia and Hymen, who had gained eyes to see the truth of the world. Even mercenaries who did not possess such eyes. Everyone here knew that this was not something to be understood by its mere appearance. Its naturally overwhelming presence was enough to dominate the space itself. Alain was no exception to this realization, and then who it spoke. The arrogance in its eyes had not faded. However, the boredom that once filled them was now replaced by curiosity, which brought a smile to its face. You're doing something amusing, insect. Its raised index finger slowly curled in, rubbing its chin. Watching this, Alain quietly spoke. Kyla's, because it was a lowly creature, it sought knowledge. Because it was a lowly creature, it reached the end of its search and awakened to the law, ascending to the rank of a god. The king of all gluttons. When Alain called out the name of Kyla's, the curiosity in its eyes deepened. You even know my name? Impressive. Kyla's brushed back his hair, now wearing a pleasant smile unlike before. Very well. I am in a good mood right now, and it seems that the others are as well. I'll show a bit of mercy. Leave, and I'll let you live. A proposal. But Alain prepare for battle. He gave his answer by commanding the extermination squad. Tusk, I was going to let you live because you seemed like an amusing insect. Hearing this, Kyla's looked at him as if gazing upon a fool. If you insist on drinking the punishment brew, then so be it, insect. He raised his hand forward once again. Prepare for battle. Argonia's voice, shaking off the fear, signaled the start of the fight. From the moment the exile reached the fifth layer, Alain's original plan had already become utterly useless due to the unexpected twist. His plan was one that required a full day of dedication to execute. However, that didn't mean he had given up on the exile's extermination. No matter how much the plan had gone awry, he still believed that they could sufficiently take down the opponent. There were two main reasons for this. One was that Kylas, unlike Ulthaltus, had not yet fully progressed to the level of a sage god as Alain had predicted. The other reason was that, unlike during the battle with Ulthaltus, the mercenaries were now somewhat prepared for the exile. Magic shot out from Kylas' hand in an instant, directed toward Alain and the mercenaries. But crash! With a sound of something breaking, Kylas' invisible slash was blocked by the sword Argonia held. A dispel sword, is it? How amusing you've brought something interesting. In Argonia's hand was a sword that could cut through magic, one of fewer than 100 on the continent, dispel sword. Though it could not cut through people, the sword, made solely to sever magic, was enough to slice through Kylas' spells, as he had not yet fully reached the level of a sage god. Boom! With newfound confidence, Argonia kicked off the ground and charged toward Kylas, signaling the true start of the battle. Likewise, Maverick, equipped with a dispel sword based on Alain's advice, joined the fight, while Mayan quickly used the surroundings to start firing arrows. 3 versus 1. Numerically, it was a fight where they had overwhelming superiority. Thanks to Alain, the mercenaries already knew most of the types of magic Kylas would use, making them formidable opponents who put pressure on him. However, even with the cooperation of the 4 mercenaries, and the fact that all his spells had been neutralized, Kylas seemed to find the situation quite amusing, as a twisted smile crept onto his lips. Then, gathering his index and middle fingers, he formed a seal and lightly raised his hand. And with that, as if the previous piece had been a lie, monsters began to spring forth from the ground. The fifth layer quickly descended into chaos. Of course, Alain was not idle either. Alain exhaled white breath and uttered a word, ice and snow. As he formed a seal, frost began to gather in front of him. Watching this, Alain thought to himself, I need to end this as quickly as possible. Though the battle between Kylas and the mercenaries was holding steady, Alain knew it wouldn't last much longer. He could see it. The dispel swords that Argonia and Maverick wielded, though they had blocked a few spells, were slowly starting to crack. Himon's expression was growing darker by the second. Shape. As he uttered another incantation, frost rose around Alain. Then, glory of the snowy mountains. A round sphere formed before Alain's middle and ring fingers, freezing and beginning to produce snow crystals, the inevitable fate of the blind. In no time, the ice flower bloomed. The hexagonal crystal rapidly expanded, consuming the surrounding air to create a massive form, crack, crack, crack. At the center of the crystal, a beautiful spear materialized before Alain's eyes. And then, perfectly timed, Hurain, who had been standing behind Alain, pulled out a book from her chest and Esetriah Amatia muttered softly. Swish! In an instant, the magic tome spread open with a resonating hum. Clang! Suddenly, dozens of layers of black chains shot out from the air and raced toward Kylas. Caught off guard by this unexpected situation, the exile widened his eyes as he looked at the chains. However, snap. Before he could react, the ravenous chains had already bound his body. With this unanticipated assistance, Alain, having gained a quicker-than-expected opportunity, wasted no time. Ice Spear Halberd. Without hesitation, he cast his spell. And then crack, 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 the spear, born from the blooming ice flower, shot toward the exile, engulfing him in an instant. Sizzle! It froze everything around it, bringing silence to the fifth layer. The monsters stopped moving. Following suit, the mercenaries who had been frantically crawling out of the ground also halted. Soon, their gazes all turned toward one point, the ancient ruins. In the middle of those ruins stood the enormous ice flower. The mercenaries looked in awe at Count Palatio, who had created the ice flower. Similarly, the guild leaders, who had been battling the exile just moments ago, stood with their mouths agape. Even Alain let out a small sigh of relief. But crack! A strange, out-of-place sound of something breaking echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the massive ice flower. Sizzle! A sharp, clear sound followed. Rumble, rumble. The ice flower, which had garnered so much reverence, began to collapse. And then, from within the crumbling ice, the exile calmly walked out. Despair filled the eyes of the mercenaries. The guild leaders, who had been fighting him, were struck with a sense of defeat. Yet the exile, who had brought despair and defeat to all, simply smiled lightly and spoke. You got me, insect. Kylas, with a light smile as if the previous attack had amused him, left Alain in disbelief. According to his calculations, Kylas, who hadn't yet become a sage god, should have been destroyed by that direct hit. But it seems you still know nothing. Alain, staring at him in confusion, realized that the exile's body had no trace of ice, only shattered remnants around him. Did he slice through the ice spear halberd with just a slash? As Alain masked his shock behind a neutral expression at the exile's absurd feat of nullifying his attack, Kylas, still grinning, spoke again. Still, thanks to you, I am in high spirits, insect, so I'll play along with you now. Although this is still far from a perfect manifestation in my current state, it should be an entertaining game nonetheless. Then, he wrapped his right hand around the index finger of his raised left hand, forming a fist seal. Release. In that moment, a surge of magical energy spread out. Sensing the danger instinctively, Argonia and Maverick, without hesitation, leapt toward the exile, pushing off the ground. Vibration, Mayan, who had just been relaxing moments earlier, quickly knocked an arrow and fired it, while Hyman raised his staff and cast a spell to intercept the exile's magic. However, just before Argonia and Maverick's swords reached the exile's neck, Mayan's arrow pierced his heart, and Hyman's magic approached his throat. The magic that had already spread around the exile began to vibrate the air according to his incantation. Expansion, with that softly spoken word from the exile crack, Alain saw it. The bodies of Maverick and Argonia compressed and twisted in midair, as if crushed by invisible force. Along with the burst of blood, the nameless law. The exile's distorted smile accompanied his low muttering. And then flash! A blinding white light filled everyone's vision. Chapter 58, right after the eyes and ears of everyone in the area were blinded by a pure white light. When their stolen vision finally returned, what appeared before the mercenaries and Alain was a massive crater. Nothing remained there. The grass that had been growing and the ruins that had stood on it for who knows how long now vanished without a trace. Even Argonia and Maverick, who had been standing close to him, had disappeared without a sign. In the middle of that crater stood an outer god, smiling darkly, twisting the corners of his lips. The expressions of the mercenaries began to turn to despair. Mayan, who had been holding her bow, and Hyman, who had just moments ago been casting spells, both gaped in disbelief. And then, grinning, the outer god moved. Without hesitation, as if sentencing him to death, the outer god, who had appeared before the previously stunned Hyman, drew his hand from left to right. Though Hyman, knowing all too well what that action would result in, instinctively threw his body backward to dodge the invisible slash, he immediately tried to use blink. But then, how will you dodge what's coming from above? With words that seemed mocking and a hand cutting from above to below, crack. By the time Hyman's body was split in two and fell to the ground, the outer god had already approached Mayan. Gasp! As soon as Mayan witnessed Hyman being struck down, she had already drawn her bowstring and was ready to fire. But as soon as he appeared, she tried to release the string. Cock. But before she could even release the arrow, the outer god's swift kick sent her flying into the ruins in the opposite direction. Now, only you remain. Kylas spoke with a dark smile. With all 4 guild masters taken down before they could even put up a proper fight, the outcome of the battle was essentially decided. For Alain, this was the worst possible situation. His plan had failed right from the start. The ice crystal cascade, which had drained nearly all of his magic power, hadn't inflicted any damage on the opponent, and the guild masters, who were supposed to stall for time while he prepared his spells, had all been defeated. Alain glanced down briefly. 2 empty potion bottles were already rolling on the ground near his feet. Having consumed 2 mana potions, risking the danger of magic addiction, his small mana pool was refilling at a rapid pace. But despite his mana increasing, his mind couldn't come up with the next step. Facing the outer god with his plan in ruins was overwhelming. What was even more problematic was the magic. I've never seen that magic before. Alain had faced Kylas many times in Psychedelia and was well aware of his abilities and spells. The reason the guild masters had held out as long as they did against the outer god was because their knowledge gave them a decisive advantage. But the incantation-based magic that Kylas had just used was something even Alain had never seen before. In other words, Alain's informational advantage had already disappeared by this point. That wasn't the only issue. That's magic. Alain felt a sense of despair as he stared at the crater behind him, where nothing remained. Even though the essence was different, the magic must have used the same words and phrases, yet the outer god's magic was qualitatively different from the one Alain was using. In short, from skill to information to planning, everything was overwhelmingly unfavorable, and even the mercenaries had lost their will to fight, merely looking up at the outer god. In this hopeless situation, where only death awaited, Alain glanced at the outer god who seemed to mock him. He was silent for a moment, then glory of the snowy mountains. He initiated his spell, crystallize. At Alain's command, the air around them gathered once again, forming dozens of particles. Rotation. With the next phrase, the particles began to spin clockwise. Grin, Kylas with a dark smile moved his fingers at once. A simple motion from left to right. But crack, there's still hope. The invisible slash aimed at Alain struck one of the particles floating in the air, freezing on contact. Rhine, help me. The battle resumed once again. In a battle between mages, there were many factors at play, but two were of utmost importance. The first was the speed of magic casting. The second was strategy. To defeat an opponent mage, one needed to predict what magic they would cast and how they would unfold it, then act one step ahead. To gain the upper hand, one also needed a magic casting speed similar to their opponent. No matter how much one outmaneuvered the opponent, if the casting speed couldn't keep up, there would be no way to respond. In that respect, Alain's fight against the outer god seemed doomed to failure. But swish! Alain had Rhine by his side, deflecting the outer god's invisible slashes that slipped through the quickly thinning layers of magic. Crack! Even after casting defense spells more than 3 times, Rhine continued to block the invisible strikes, swiftly weaving between the remaining bits of magic. Alain could feel his hands trembling. By now, over 5 empty mana potion bottles were scattered on the ground, and his skin had taken on a bluish hue. Symptoms of mana addiction. His heart was pounding wildly, and his mana pool was recovering at a speed incomparable to normal, allowing him to cast yet another spell. Crack, but as soon as he cast it, the slash immediately blocked it. In that fleeting moment, Kylas appeared right in front of Alain as if he had been waiting. Ha-swish! With chains suddenly flying towards him, the outer god backed off, creating distance and casting another spell. It was as if a cat was toying with a mouse. With the attitude of an absolute being watching Alain's last desperate struggle, he could have ended it at any time, but he was merely playing with Alain. However, despite this humiliating situation, what filled Alain's mind wasn't anger, but a cold, rational thought. In that state, crystallize. Once again, Alain continued his defense. Defend, 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 defend. As if he had no strength left to attack. Before he knew it, the blue skin that had spread from his fingertips up to his shoulders continued to block the attacks. That desperate struggle, more like a last-ditch effort, was watched by many. Some with eyes full of despair, some with disappointment, some with emptiness and frustration. Everyone was watching. Yet, even in such a situation, Alain relentlessly blocked the strikes, as if it were his final stand. With his eyes now turned blue from mana addiction, bleeding, he simply continued to unfold the magic he was permitted to cast. And then, just as the chains wielded by Rhine, who had been defending alongside Alain, finally snapped. Grin Kylas smiled as if he had been expecting this moment. Now, with a brief thought, crystallize. Once again, Alain raised the particles to obscure Kylas' vision ice and snow, but this time he uttered different words. The mana that gathered in front of him formed a seal, and white frost began to cling to it. Form. The frost soon expanded its power, spreading around Alain, glory of the snowy mountains. The sentence, barely forced out as Alain swallowed back the blood rising in his throat, created a massive hexagonal crystal in front of him. The inevitable of the blind, the hexagonal crystal rapidly expanded, devouring the surrounding air, and formed a spear just like before. No, it was something so beautiful that it couldn't simply be called a spear. But Alain, suppressing the blood surging in his mouth, didn't utter the final words. This isn't enough. At this moment, it was the situation that presented the highest chance of victory over the outer god. He had consumed all the mana potions he'd been saving for this moment. Despite his small mana pool, he had continued a war of attrition that was nearly fatal to him. And with that, he had successfully led Kylas into complacency. His body, now close to a state of collapse, had unlocked another restriction he had placed on himself in advance. A restriction that allowed him to bend the laws of the world when using magic while on the brink of death. Now, all that remained was to prepare the final strike to kill Kylas, hidden behind the ice that had blocked the slash. But Alain knew. this alone wouldn't be enough. Even so, the reason Alain cast this magic was because of what it had said. The next step in the natural order, the manifestation of true essence. But in the end, you still know nothing. Alain recalled the outer god's words. Surely his words were referring to that. And so, Alain had to achieve it. The final, unavoidable move that could strike when the outer god was off guard. Here and now, it had to be manifested. Think. His thoughts accelerated. His head, on the verge of bursting from mana addiction, frantically conjured and erased countless ideas at once. The maddening sound of his heartbeat pounded relentlessly in his chest. It was as if his brain were melting from the pain. But even so, he didn't stop. Searching through every possible thought, Alain sought a hint that could lead him to the next step in the natural order. And at that moment, "It is the seal," a voice echoed in Alain's mind. "Delusion and enlightenment are fundamentally the same. When you reach it, you will gain the key." With those words, spoken alongside a black ripple, whatever had uttered them disappeared, as if it had said all it needed to. Before Alain could even grasp its identity, he had found the final piece to advance to the next stage of the natural order. Without hesitation, he released the seal he had been holding and formed a new one. He clasped his right hand around his left, raising only his index finger straight, bringing the two together. The completed seal, the wisdom fist Madrah, and then Alain saw it. The spear, which had just moments ago been adorned with a beautiful pattern, began to twist in a strange manner, transforming into the shape of a key. Along with it, as the ice melted away, the once relaxed expression of the outer god became visible again. His previously leisurely demeanor hardened, and before he could even blink, as if realizing it had all been a game until now, he appeared in front of Alain and reached out without hesitation. I swish. As if it had been waiting from the start, Rhine's chains swiftly moved in to block the outer god in front of Alain. And at that moment, a variable was introduced. The outer god immediately shifted his attention, turning toward Rhine, who had left herself exposed while protecting Alain, and waved his fingers. Ah, a low gasp escaped Rhine, foreseeing her own death. But Alain, who had already predicted this outcome, grabbed hold of her clothes and pulled her toward him. Swoosh! The slash narrowly missed them. In return, Alain's hand, which had drawn her to safety, burst with blood. But without hesitation, he formed the wisdom fist Madrah once again. Ice crystal spear. He uttered the final words. The key lodged itself into the giant crystal, turning, and in an instant, a glacier descended upon the plains. Chapter 59, as soon as Alain cast the frozen crystal spear, he could grasp the effects of the spell. Though the area was only about a 10-meter radius, not particularly Largeth Space's effect was the immediate conversion of a fundamental law. Just as water naturally flows downward, a law so obvious it is rarely questioned. In this space, such rules no longer applied. The law of the frozen crystal spear was simple. Everything within the space would freeze. No exceptions. The spell was an absolute law, enacted by the caster's will. However, Alain's spell barely lasted 6 seconds before vanishing. From the beginning, this magic was not something that should have been permitted to him, neither in terms of magical power nor knowledge. But even with just 6 seconds of manifestation, Alain achieved what he desired. He felt a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked ahead. There, an outer god stood. Kyla's, frozen blue and crumbling into small pieces. "How pitifully weak this body is," he muttered. His body was far from normal. His arms were already shattered, and his legs were crumbling to pieces. "Ha, you got me good." Yet, despite his condition, Kyla's was smiling. The stern expression he'd worn just moments earlier seemed like a lie as he beamed at Alain. "If I had been in my true form, able to fully manifest and use magic properly, your clumsy spell would have been no match for me." But he said it with a tinge of regret, then added, "Speculation means nothing." Just as he was about to respond to Alain's next remark, "You're a right, insignificant one," or rather with a chuckle, "magician, I admit defeat." With those final words, he completely disintegrated, leaving only his clothes behind. And then, who letting out a small breath that turned white in the lingering cold air, the mercenaries stared blankly at the Count Palacio, who had defeated the outer god with nothing but a human body. A feeling they couldn't suppress began to spread among them. Shortly after Kyla's destruction, the mercenaries, who had been looking at Alain with eyes full of awe, briefly celebrated their survival. Then they quickly got to work, organizing the situation. As for Alain, he collapsed on the spot. A day passed like that. When Alain, who had fallen unconscious as if a switch had been flipped, woke up, he received some moderately good news. It was that both Mayan and Argonia were still alive. Mayan had vomited blood, but with the help of a potion, she could move around to some extent. The bigger issue was Argonia. Though he had survived the direct hit of the outer god's magic, even with the characteristic toughness and regenerative ability of a half-dragon, he was barely clinging to life, little more than a half-dead shell. It was practically impossible to carry him out of the labyrinth in that condition. Of course, Alain wasn't in any shape to walk out of the labyrinth either. Forcing himself to calm his trembling breath, Alain looked at his left hand. His entire left arm had turned a sickly blue, as though frostbitten. From the looks of it, he wondered if it would need to be amputated. However, it wasn't just his arm. While his left arm was worse off, various parts of his body were already turning a bluish color, as though covered in bruises. Fortunately, this was not due to frostbite but a symptom of mana poisoning. No strength at all, Alain thought, letting out a small sigh as he looked at his arm, which remained completely motionless as though devoid of sensation. He soon lay back on the makeshift bed. This situation had been predictable, considering how much mana potion he had consumed. I am lucky it ended at this, he thought. Among the effects of mana poisoning, nerve paralysis due to mana overload was relatively mild. It would take some time, but it would heal naturally. However, if he had suffered permanent damage to his mana core, or if mana had flooded his heart, causing heart mana sclerosis, he could have died on the spot. Alain exhaled, grateful to be alive, just as the temporary tent opened and Rhine entered with her usual stern expression. "Are you all right, Godfather?" she asked. "It's just a little difficult because of the poisoning," Alain replied. "That's a relief," Rhine said. A brief silence followed. Alain glanced at her. She still wore her usual stern look, but Alain sensed a slight awkwardness about her. Before, even though she was blunt, we could still have a natural conversation today, however, she seemed disinclined to speak. Just as Alain considered breaking the silence himself, Rhine spoke up. "Godfather, what is it? Forgive me, but may I ask you something? Feel free to ask." After a brief moment of hesitation, she asked, "Why did you save me?" "Why?" "Yes, why did you save me? Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Back then, in that situation, I wasn't particularly useful." At her words, Alain looked at her. Despite her impassive face, her eyes clearly held the question, as if she truly didn't understand why he had acted as he did. Alain suddenly remembered that Xiaoring had asked him a similar question, and a feeling of injustice welled up inside him. How do people see me? Do I really look like a villain? Why does everyone think I saved them just to use them somehow? Although he had saved them as part of his larger goal to eliminate the 5 deadly sins, Alain had never expected anything in return. At most, he had hoped for a little good fortune or perhaps a slightly fancier birthday present. Feeling wronged, Alain forced himself to sit up on the makeshift bed and began to speak. "Rhine." "Yes, Godfather. I don't know what you think of me, but I didn't take you in to use you." "Is that so?" Rhine answered, her voice slightly wavering. Seeing her response, Alain couldn't help but feel that she had indeed thought that way. He continued, "I think of you as family." "Family?" "Yes. A family that helps each other in times of need. Our relationship isn't based on profit or necessity, so saving you doesn't hold any special meaning." I did it because he sighed and added, "It's simply the natural thing to do, just as you saved me." "Oh," Rhine murmured, her eyes widening slightly at Alain's words. Though she remained as expressionless as ever, her eyes clearly conveyed that his sincerity had gotten through to her. "Remember this, Rhine, we are not in a one-sided relationship. If you really want to do something for me, just remember my birthday or something." After adding that little bit of selfishness, Alain looked at her. Rhine, who had been staring at him blankly, finally smiled, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips for the first time. "Understood, Godfather. That's all I wanted to hear." Feeling that he had finally gotten through to her, Alain nodded slightly. After a brief conversation, Rhine left and Alain closed his eyes. He had only been awake for about an hour, but his frail body, not yet fully recovered, craved rest. 5 days later. In the 5th level, where only a blue sky existed and night and day were indistinguishable, Alain had finally recovered enough to move again. "Can you move?" he asked. To some extent, came the reply. Impressive, Alain thought, as Argonia, who had made a remarkable recovery with his monstrous resilience, got ready to leave the labyrinth. After 2 more days of climbing through the dark abyss, they finally reached the exit. "We made it," Argonia exclaimed, unusually animated. At last, they had returned to the outside of the labyrinth. 3 days had passed since they returned to the labyrinth city of Lartania. Alain couldn't leave because he was still recovering. But as rumors and praise for the task force that defeated the outer god spread throughout Lartania, the story slowly began to reach beyond the city. By the time Alain finished his much-needed rest at the building Rhine owned, Merde, he had confirmed that his mana-poisoning symptoms had greatly improved. He promptly began preparing to leave. In truth, he wanted to stay and relax a bit longer, but staying too long in Merde would surely be a burden. So, before heading back with Evan, Alain had one last meal with Rhine. "Godfather," she said. "Yes, what is it? When is your birthday?" Alain paused for a moment, then answered after some thought. "My birthday, it's September 25th. "September 25th, I see," Rhine replied. After finishing that conversation, they wrapped up their final lunch. "Well then, I suppose we'll meet again when the time comes," Alain said. "Yes, Godfather. I'll see you again," Rhine responded. "All right," Alain said, offering his final farewell before getting into the carriage to return to the Count's estate. As the carriage started moving, Evan turned to him. "Count, yes, you must be looking forward to next year. Looking forward to what?" "Ah, my birthday? Yes, I am not expecting much. After all, I get plenty already." "Oh, come on, formal gifts from well-wishers are different from what the kids will give you." "Well, I still don't expect too much," Alain replied, but contrary to his words, he was actually a little excited. In fact, he had been anticipating it since the moment Rhine asked about his birthday. "Wine, maybe?" "No, Rhine deals with artifacts, so perhaps Shell give me something useful. Though that might be a bit expensive, so maybe Shell compromise on something more reasonable." With these thoughts in mind, Alain hid his growing excitement behind a calm expression, imagining what gifts might come in a year. Meanwhile, shortly after Alain had left, Rhine sat in her office inside Merde. She gazed out at Alain's carriage as it moved off into the distance. Gift a gift for the one who acknowledged me as family, her eyes shifted to focus on one particular place. In her view stood a single building, Lartania's castle, home to Lord Lucimore Grace, the ruler of Lartania and the only one allowed to reside there. There's something there. A smile spread across Rhine's face. Chapter 60, although Yusha had repeatedly made similar statements, Rhine had long been aware that the Great Moon was fundamentally different from them. He was a friend of the Great Palion, who existed during the Forgotten Age of Gods. He freely used phrases and sentences from that forgotten era, which could only be used through understanding. When he realized she possessed a library, he bestowed upon her the Eye of the Tracker. But more than anything else, what made Rhine feel the Great Moon was different was the eye on his back. That eye, which distorted perception just by being seen, was not even recorded in the library. It was this that made Rhine clearly realize that the Great Moon was an entirely different being. For that reason, Rhine had faith in the Great Moon, and she didn't think it was strange. After all, it wasn't strange at all to offer faith to someone so fundamentally different. Because of that belief, Rhine never doubted for a moment that the Great Moon would win this battle. In her heart, he was merely wearing the guise of a human, a being who would fulfill her one and only wish. Rhine gazed out toward the Lord's castle of the labyrinth city from beyond her office, continuing her thoughts. Family, huh? In truth, the moment the outer god used magic on her, she had sensed her own death. There was no avoiding it at that moment. Outer god's magic was inescapable. She had survived thanks to the Great Moon, who had saved her by creating the conditions for the outer god's defeat, even in the face of death. However, she couldn't quite understand the Great Moon's actions. She didn't believe her life was worth risking a scenario where the Great Moon could lose. At least, her own perception of herself was that she was nothing more or less than a useful tool raised by the Great Moon to deal with the Black Ones. So she didn't understand it. Even though she hadn't yet completed the Eye of the Tracker and still had some usefulness, the Great Moon's actions seemed endlessly irrational to her. So after much contemplation on her own, Rhine finally asked him the question, and that's when she heard the word family. Family, Rhine muttered bluntly. To her, the word family didn't carry much meaning. From the beginning, she was born into this world with a library and had never had a family. Family, huh? But even so, at least right now, things were different. Not that she attached great significance to the idea of family itself, as she still didn't feel anything philosophically or emotionally from the mere word. However, the definition of family had changed for Rhine simply because the Great Moon was the one who had said it. To her, who admired and revered the Great Moon so much that she kept a respectful distance, the word family uttered by him sounded incredibly sweet. Was it because the great moon had called her family? No. Was it because she was now tied to the great moon by the title of family? That wasn't it either. The sweetness Rhine felt from the word family came from the fact that the great moon had acknowledged a rational path for her to grow closer to him. A little closer, or rather as close as possible, closer than anyone else, she thought. Thus, if the great moon, her godfather needed her more than anyone else, even more than Red Moon at some point, as she reflected on this new personal goal, Rhine shifted her gaze from the Lord's estate of the labyrinth city and looked toward something else. There, a full-length mirror reflected Rhine's image. The reflection of herself was smiling. It wasn't a shallow smile. She was smiling brightly, showing her fangs clearly, with a slight blush on her cheeks. It was a smile she had never shown even in front of the members of the Blue Moon. It was a smile even Rhine herself found unfamiliar. As she stared at it absent-mindedly, Rhine grinned even wider and murmured, "Godfather at first." It was just a hastily made-up word to address the great moon with reverence. But now, that hastily crafted word had become the most precious word to Rhine. That word had already become the very embodiment of her relationship with the great moon. Thus, after murmuring that word several times, she muttered, "I like it." Then she closed her eyes and opened them again. When Rhine's eyes opened once more, they were filled with fanatical faith. Anyone who saw her would recognize a distinct and intense fanaticism. In the forest path that must be crossed when traveling from the kingdom of Asteria to the desert city of Colony, there was a man. On his back, he carried a pair of large kama, and he was looking down at the corpse of a man. The dead man held a quill in his right hand and had died without fully understanding what had killed him. His neck had been twisted twice, leaving behind a gruesome corpse. Despite having been dead for a month, the body showed no signs of decay, perhaps due to a preservation spell. Heth, the man who was watching this scenino, the agent who was like the corpse itself, let out a dry laugh as he crouched down and touched the dead body. As soon as he did, he sensed the residual traces of magic. The agent realized that the body had indeed been enchanted with preservation magic, and he unconsciously licked his lips. There was only one real reason to cast a decay prevention spell on a corpse that had already been dead for some time: intimidation. To send a warning, he thought. It was practically a threat, saying, "Don't come looking for us, or this will be your fate." Was he trying to deal with Count Palacio, and ended up like this? The man recalled the request the dead man had received about 2 months ago and began to ponder for a while about when and how he would exact revenge. Agents didn't have much camaraderie among themselves, but the man was driven to avenge this death for the sake of the agent name. Their identity, the 100 mission success rate, had to be maintained at all costs. However, the agent wasn't planning to immediately attack Count Palacio. He must be strong then. The agent thought of the rumors surrounding Count Palacio. Over the past few years, Palacio had been wandering outside the kingdom of Asteria, building a reputation that, while sounding far-fetched, was nonetheless impressive. At first, there were rumors that he had contributed greatly to dealing with the northern outer god. Then came rumors that he had helped deal with 2 Baba Yagas in Colony. Finally, there were rumors that he had handled an outer god in the labyrinth city. So, it wasn't just idle talk after all. To be honest, the agent had thought that Count Palacio's fame was somewhat exaggerated. After all, nobles often inflated their reputations with trivial tricks. But now, seeing that one of the agents had been killed without even putting up a fight, it seemed that Palacio's strength wasn't just based on rumor. A man who can easily kill a master knight and handle an outer god from the texts, the agent considered what it would take to defeat him. At least 5 people, I'd say, but I only have 3 right now, and we don't even know his exact abilities. As he continued to weigh his options regarding Count Palacio's strength, the agent made a decision. Since I can't gather my full forces right now, I'll just find someone who knows Palacio's abilities in detail and ask them. With a wicked grin, the agent looked toward Caliban. His target was Deus Macallion, one of the Master Knights and someone who maintained a connection with Count Palacio. Besides, it'll give me a chance to show Palacio just who he's crossed. If someone had been able to read the agent's thoughts, they might have wondered if he was simply insane. But the agent smiled confidently. After all, every agent was as strong as a Master Knight. Killing one Master Knight won't be difficult. With that, the man disappeared from the scene. Just over a week later, Alain leisurely returned to the Count's manor and took an extended rest there for more than 3 months. In truth, he had wanted to resume his activities immediately after dealing with the outer god. But unfortunately, his body had yet to recover from the magic poisoning. Although he had recovered to a certain extent, enough that he could use magic, it still took him 3 months to fully regain his ability to harness magic properly. By the time the sweltering summer had passed and the chilly winds of winter had arrived, he could finally say that his body had somewhat recovered. During those long yet brief 3 months, Alain focused on 3 things. One was handling the internal affairs of the estate that had been delayed. Another was exchanging letters with Yusha, who had sent a backlog of correspondence. And the last was delving into magic. For about 3 months, he hadn't been able to use magic properly, so his approach had been mostly academic. However, for him, exploring magic wasn't so much about studying as it was about enjoyment. Especially the brief moment of self-manifestation he had achieved while dealing with the outer god had piqued his interest even more. Since I've recovered, I should probably head back to colony soon, but maybe I should activate the ring Heinkel gave me first, or should I rest a bit longer? The truth was that Alain's body hadn't fully recovered. While his magic poisoning had been significantly treated, he still wasn't completely healed. That's why he thought to himself, I need to figure out a way to increase my magic power somehow. Just as Alain was contemplating this, someone called out to him, Count, sir, what is it? A letter arrived from Duke Altia. Ah, Alain took the letter from Evan, who had snow piled high on his head. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't considered this because of his poor health. But upon receiving the letter, Alain was reminded that he was the leader of the faction Kalfa, created by those in the shadows. When he opened the letter, he found a small crystal orb inside. The moment he picked it up, buzz, magic power vibrated slightly. This allowed him to quickly realize that the crystal orb was for communication. Shortly after, the face of Duke Altia appeared through the crystal orb. It's been a while, Count. Despite being a duke, Altia bowed his head with great politeness, which left Alain briefly pondering how to respond. It's been a while, he said, nodding slightly. I'm contacting you because it's time for a report. A report? Before Alain could ask what it was about, Duke Altia started giving an earnest and literal report right in front of him. Ah, I've heard the news. The word is that you played a significant role in handling the outer god in Labyrinth City, Lartania. Before getting to the actual report, Duke Altia spent about 20 minutes praising Alain's achievements in Lartania. Realizing her mistake, Altia cleared her throat and got to the main point. There weren't any major issues in the Kalfa's current situation except for the last report. And as you requested, all matters have been handled. Yes, the underworld of Asteria is now under the complete control of our Kalfa as of yesterday. No one in Asteria's underworld can stop us now. Congratulations, Count. For a moment, Alain stared blankly in confusion at Altia's words. He had barely done anything, yet he had become the king of the underworld. Chapter 61 in Somehow, I became the head of the underworld, Alain, from I just breathed and became the king of the underworld, held onto his dizzy thoughts and pondered. Did I really give that order? When on Earth, while Duke Altia stood with her head bowed, Alain, deep in thought, finally let out a soft exclamation. Let's start by cleaning up the underworld. He realized, recalling that he had indeed said something along those lines after giving it some thought. Wait, isn't it normal to take that statement as meaning we just get rid of a few unnecessary thugs? Not this level of cleanup, but what truly shocked him was not that Duke Altia misunderstood his words, but that they actually cleared out the entire underworld of the Asteria kingdom. Is this even possible? Of course, Alain knew that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia would become major figures in the shadows of Asteria in the future. But still, for them to completely dominate Asteria's underworld like this was practically impossible. In the game, the underworld of Asteria was recognized as one of the largest dark forces alongside the kingdom of Ashtalon in the United Kingdoms. Most of the underground organizations active in the United Kingdoms were rooted in these two areas. In other words, Asteria's underworld had countless organizations. For them to have taken control would mean they must have wiped out all those organizations, which seemed unimaginable. Did they really wipe them all out? With a heart full of doubts, Alain asked cautiously. Yes, came her response, her head nodding with such strong conviction that Alain momentarily fell silent before managing to speak again. You must have gone through a lot. No, it was thanks to you, Count, for taking care of both the royalists and the nobles. The royalists and the nobles? Yes, since you detained the heads of both factions, the cleanup went much more smoothly. Alain wanted to say, wasn't it you guys who handled that, not me? But that thought only lasted a moment. So, as you ordered, we have conquered the underworld. What should we do next? Duke Altia's words left Alain speechless. In truth, he had no plan whatsoever. The only reason Alain suggested cleaning up the underworld in the first place was that it seemed the most plausible and something that would take a long time. I never imagined it would be finished this quickly. As Alain pondered what to say next to Duke Altia, the Duke spoke again. Perhaps next, the Queen? The Queen? Yes, now that our forces have grown, it's time to move. After hearing that, Alain gave his next order. For now, let's maintain the current state. With that command, the communication device was deactivated, and he quietly thought. At this point, it would indeed make sense for the Queen to start moving. Although Asteria was a kingdom where the nobles essentially controlled everything, it was still a monarchy, with a queen at the helm. Asteria's eighth monarch, Cretinia Cian. She was the eighth queen of Asteria, and despite the chaos caused by the nobles running rampant, she had held onto significant power without directly managing the kingdom's affairs or participating in political games. The reason was none other than the unique ability possessed by the royal bloodline of Asteria, and more precisely, by Cretinia Cian herself, the Golden Eye of History. Well, despite the name Golden Eye, it wasn't actually a power related to vision. The Golden Eye of History that Alain knew was simply named after the royal family's naturally striking golden eyes, but the inherited power itself was quite simple. It allowed the wielder to pass on their strength across generations. Like transferring game data, this special power could be handed down to the next generation, and while its explanation was simple, it was an incredibly potent ability. The more generations the power passed through, the stronger it became, granting the royal family enough strength to maintain the monarchy without needing to engage in political schemes. Additionally, nobles naturally became more cautious and avoided crossing the line. As far as I know, Cretinia Cian simply doesn't act because she finds it too bothersome, Alain thought, recalling the indifferent, almost emotionless expression she wore in the game's illustrations. Considering how much has happened, there could be some resistance, but based on her personality, she might just let it slide. He recalled the way she behaved in the game, where she mostly only intervened when one of the 5 great sins descended on Asteria. During those times, she briefly joined the player's party and displayed tremendous power. But aside from those rare moments, she showed little interest in the affairs of her kingdom. Her indifference was so extreme that players even had a running joke, treating her more like a guardian dragon than a monarch. With that in mind, Alain decided to relax. However, the next day SSSHHH, while continuing his magical research and pondering over a question, he hadn't been able to answer who was the being that whispered to him during the battle against the outer god. He was eating a sweet potato when Evan interrupted him. "Count, are you eating sweet potatoes again? Do you want one? If there's any left, actually, no. You've received an important letter." Evan handed him the letter, lightly brushing the snow from his head. It was sealed with the royal family's crest. This is it seems that 1 month from now at the start of the new year, the royal palace will be holding its first ball in 5 years. And there's more? Yes. The messenger who delivered the letter said the queen personally requested that Count Palacio attend. Hearing this, Alain let out a soft sigh. And exactly 1 month later, after receiving the royal family's letter and fully recovering from his 5-month-long battle with mana addiction, Alain found himself once again contemplating how to make up for his lack of mana reserves. Count, yes. He boarded the carriage heading to the royal palace to attend the ball. He'll stop by the royal family, visit the desert labyrinth, and then return. It was a long journey ahead, his first trip in quite a while. In a dark cave near Caliban, 3 figures stood. One was a man wrapped head to toe in bandages, covered with strange markings. The second was a woman with a grotesque circuit tattoo covering half her face. And the last was a man carrying 2 kama on his back. "Salgui, is everything ready for the spirit summoning?" The man asked, looking at the 2. "What's there to prepare? It's just the 3 of us." "If we're going, it's already done," replied the woman, Juryong, casually shrugging her shoulders with confidence. "I am the same. Do we really need to prepare?" The man called Salgui also responded in a relaxed tone. "Just prepare in case." "Oh wow, I didn't know you could be this cautious, boss. For someone who's killed several royals and more than 2 sword masters, aren't you being a bit too scared?" Juryong snickered. "Well, I did hear that Deus Macallion is somewhat special. It seems he defeated Reinhardt. So what? The three of us together could handle Reinhardt easily. The man sighed lightly as he listened to their conversation. If anyone else had made such a remark, he might have laughed at them. But knowing the history of these two, he didn't think they were being arrogant. Everyone present had taken down at least one master knight on their own, making them formidable in their own right. Nevertheless, he warned them against underestimating their enemy. Don't be too complacent. Defeating Reinhardt means he's stronger than that. His words made Salgui and Jurion pause, wiping away the playful smirks they had worn just moments before. Well, if you say so. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. Since it's not a frontal assault but an ambush, we can probably deal with him without even needing to fight. As Jurion and Salgui discussed their plans seriously, the man quietly infiltrated the central district of Kurdum, the capital of Caliban, where Deus was located. It wasn't long before the three agents made their way into Deus Macalion's mansion. And then, who are you? Upon entering the mansion, they immediately saw Deus Macalion standing against the backdrop of the blue moon. All three agents frowned in unison, as none of them had sensed his presence. The fact that they hadn't noticed him meant that they could have been ambushed at any moment. Yet, instead of attacking, Deus had calmly appeared before them. This suggested that, as a master knight, he had already gauged their strength and was confident enough to face them head-on. Do you really think it's wise to reveal yourself so easily? That might have been your last chance to live, Jurion asked, frowning slightly. An assassin? Deus asked indifferently. And if I am, I see. Jurion smiled fiercely as tension filled the air, but Deus remained unbothered. In that case, I'll just kill you, he declared flatly, swinging his sword with a calm, expressionless face. Exactly 5 minutes later, damn it, the three agents stood frozen, staring at Deus in shock. Despite expecting to take down a single master knight without much trouble, the battle had gone entirely differently. Even though it was 3 against 1, they had only managed to fight Deus to a draw. In fact, they were starting to be pushed back little by little. What kind of monster is he? The man looked at Deus in disbelief. Based on what he knew, Deus Macalion had become a master knight only 2 or 3 years ago, and his rank wasn't particularly high. When rumors spread recently that he had defeated Reinhardt, the man assumed luck had played a part. But now, in this moment, he realized how foolish that assumption had been. I propose we negotiate, the man offered. Negotiate. Yes, our original target wasn't you, but Count Palacio. Of course, they were well aware that Deus had a strong relationship with Count Palacio. However, given the current situation, the man decided to reveal this fact. No matter how much of a monster he is, if the 3 of us fight him to the death, even he must realize he would have to gamble with his life. The man subtly examined Dia's body. Although there were no major injuries, he could see small cuts scattered across him, indicating that Deus was not entirely unscathed and couldn't afford to remain complacent. No matter how loyal someone is, if their own life is at stake, they'll change their tune. If you give us the information we want about Count Palacio, we'll withdraw immediately. We won't come after you again. But if you refuse, the man added in a voice as low as a whisper, our comrades will come after you, day or night. It was a blatant threat, but the man said nothing more. He knew there was no need to explain further to someone who could perceive strength as clearly as Deus could. And then it happened. The man stared ahead in confusion. The scene before him hadn't changed much, yet one thing was different. Beneath the blue moonlight, he suddenly saw thin, violet threads glowing brightly, now visible in his line of sight. These threads, like a spider's web, had enveloped the entire mansioner more precisely, filled his entire field of vision. They were coiled around not only him, but also around Salgui and Jurion. At that moment, what is this? Everyone there began to move. Salgui gripped his axe, Jurion clutched the comma in her right hand, and the man raised the sword in his left hand, each one pointing their weapons toward their own necks. This is damned. Stop, stop, ag. The intruders, all with horrified expressions, desperately struggled to move their bodies, trying to resist the uncontrollable force. But it was too late. Ensnared by the violet threads, they moved like puppets, controlled by an unseen puppeteer as their weapons were slowly pressed against their own throats, regardless of their will. No, no, please no, please, please. Their terror-filled screams echoed brief liontal squelch. In the end, they each severed their own lives with their own hands. Red blood trickled down the violet threads. And the last thing the man saw, as he too drove his sword into his neck, marking the end of his life, was "Don't ever say such things in my presence again." A pair of eerie, glowing violet eyes. Chapter 62. On the 5th day since departing for the royal capital, with about 2 days remaining until they reached Turia, the capital of Asteria, Alain was inside the carriage, reviewing a list. It might be best to take care of the others if possible. The list he was looking at was one he'd created over the past few days, detailing the villains from Psychedelia. They weren't small-time criminals. These were the types that would cause real trouble if they started acting out. Thanks to Duke Altia and Count Zenonia conquering the underworld, a few of them have disappeared. Unfortunately, what Alain needed to be wary of in Psychedelia wasn't so much the main underworld organizations, but the shadowy factions rooted within that world. They wouldn't show up at first, but once the player began acting, they'd suddenly appear and start causing chaos. These hidden organizations were strong, and there were several that posed a significant threat to his safety. But it was unrealistic to deal with all of them just because they might be dangerous, so Alain decided to eliminate only the two most threatening groups, the Proxy and the Ghost Castle. In Alain's experience playing, the Proxy and Ghost Castle weren't particularly concerning when viewed from the player's perspective in Psychedelia. The Proxy, a small but elite group, was strong, but they only appeared if you followed a specific route. As for Ghost Castle, it was similar. If you didn't pursue the side quests in the Kingdom of Ashtalon, you wouldn't encounter them. However, the reason Alain considered these two groups to be the top priorities for elimination was that he was no longer a player but a noble of Asteria, and these organizations were plotting to overthrow the nation in the future. Of course, Alain had never seen their plans succeed. By the time those groups were diligently preparing their schemes, the 5 great sins would appear, obliterating the kingdom, making any plan to overthrow it irrelevant. But now, in this world where the 5 great sins had already been eradicated, who knew what could happen? Moreover, the Proxy and Ghost Castle were known to assassinate many nobles in pursuit of their goals, so Alain believed these two absolutely had to be dealt with. If you include the Empire, there's also the Bone Eater. Alain glanced eastward, toward the Empire, then shrugged. The allied kingdoms and the Empire were far apart, and most of the events happening in the Empire would be handled by the protagonist of that region. They said the in-game timeline is the same, so once the original story begins, the protagonist over in the Empire will start moving as well. While recalling faint memories from the past, Alain thought to himself unconsciously. The protagonist over there was their name Palion? The protagonist of the Empire. To be precise, at the time when the original story of Psychedelia begins, a separate game by the same developers, Calypsophobia, would be progressing in the Empire. In simple terms, Psychedelia covers the events in the allied kingdoms, while Calypsophobia focuses on the happenings in the vast neighboring empire. Having thought this far, Alain stopped pondering any further. He had only played the early part of Calypsophobia before quitting, so he didn't have much information. Besides, Alain didn't need to concern himself with the Empire. After all, the Empire and the allied kingdoms were strictly separated, and the only things they shared were a few items. All the events in the Empire would be dealt with by Palion, the protagonist of Calypsophobia, and their party. Therefore, the Proxy and Ghost Castle, how should I deal with these two? Alain sat in the carriage for a while, continuing to mull over the problem. The next day arrived, and, Count, you can see Turia in the distance. We're almost there. Did we arrive a day early? Yes, thankfully we made it with some time to spare. At Evan's words, Alain glanced out the window at the scenery of Turia. Although he had seen it before, Turia's landscape was still as grand as ever. High, sturdy walls befitting the image of a nation's capital. As he gazed at it absent-mindedly, Alain clicked his tongue. If he had come to simply tour the capital, his heart would have felt rich and expansive, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I hope nothing major happens. As Alain gradually entered the inner part of Turia, he unknowingly wished that while watching the passing street scenes. Of course, he wasn't really expecting things to go smoothly. After all, the fact that the Queen had specifically summoned Alain meant that there was something special he needed from him, and it was highly likely that it was related to Kalfa. Will things flow as I want them to? In fact, Alain had thought of a rather decent plan on his way to the capital this time. If the Queen mentions expanding my power here, I could pretend to be swayed a bit, reduce Kalfa's influence slightly, and then keep pulling strings. Maintaining a balance of power between the factions, it was merely a fantasy of his, without any advice from others or consideration of the current situation. But it was still one of the better ideas he could come up with at the moment. In the first place, no matter what, It wasn't a situation where he could openly oppose the queen, so if things went that way, there was a high chance that Alain's moderate involvement in factional maneuvering could prove useful. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh as he saw the royal palace drawing closer. Late at night. Despite it being a night where the moon hung high in the sky, Raiden had not yet gone to bed and was waiting in his office. The reason was that tonight was the regular meeting of the Blue Moon. Although the meeting was still 20 minutes away, most of the members of the Blue Moon, except for Deus, had already gathered. It wasn't because something special had happened. It was just that all members of the Blue Moon were always required to gather 30 minutes before a meeting. In fact, the fact that Deus hadn't yet shown up with only 20 minutes left until the meeting was a bit unusual, but something even more peculiar was happening. We're getting married? I told you last time no, we're getting married. I said no. Unlike the usual silent meetings, Yusha and Xiaoreng had been arguing for over 10 minutes before the meeting even started. Why not? You don't have the right to stop me. Still, the answer is no. This is unfair. Xiaoreng was adamantly insisting on getting married, while Yusha was desperately trying to stop her. Raiden, watching this, thought to himself, if she's that determined, wouldn't it be better to just secretly get married and report it afterward? But then again, that might be tough. Considering Yusha's personality and her unique fanaticism, no one could predict how she would react afterward, so Raiden remained silent. Time passed quietly as they continued to argue. Rhine. Yusha is being so unfair. With about 5 minutes remaining until the meeting, Xiaoreng, looking extremely upset, sought help. Raiden turned his gaze toward Rhine, but she appeared deep in thought, as if she hadn't even heard Xiaoreng's plea. Seeing this, Raiden shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't expected Rhine to respond to Xiaoreng's complaint anyway. However, don't take it too personally, Xiaoreng. Yusha has been assisting the Great Moon for much longer than any of us. Raiden's face showed surprise at Rhine's unexpected words. He knew well that during the previous meeting, she hadn't intervened in their argument, deeming it unworthy of her involvement. See? Just listen quietly. To be honest, Raiden didn't fully grasp how Yusha's long service to the Great Moon related to the current situation. Nevertheless, seeing Rhine show such a surprisingly fresh attitude, he relaxed a bit. Oh, now that I think of it, Yusha, I have a suggestion. Huh, what is it? Perhaps feeling good about Rhine taking her side, Yusha gave a pleasant smile, and Rhine proposed an idea. I was thinking of sending my own report soon. What do you think? Is that necessary? I've already summarized everything from your team and sent it. I know, but I wanted to report something regarding Eye of the Tracker. If it's about that, you could just tell me. Yusha maintained her smile. However, wouldn't it be better if I delivered it directly rather than going through you? As Rhine continued, Yusha's previously bright smile began to fade. I've always handled the reports well so far, haven't I? But this is about Eye of the Tracker. I'd like to speak personally on that matter, as well as give my own report. Both Raiden and Xiaoreng were shocked when they saw Rhine smile slightly as she spoke. Despite spending over 8 years together since childhood, neither of them had ever seen Rhine smile before. They were stunned for a moment. Hey? Excuse me, I just thought of something amusing. As Rhine suddenly smiled even wider, baring her fangs, everyone was left dumbfounded. Could there be some sort of hypnotic artifact from the Great Moon at work? Seeing how drastically Rhine had changed, Raiden couldn't help but think that. It was understandable since meeting the Great Moon, both Xiaoreng and Rhine had undergone significant changes, much like Deus had before them. Their reverence for the Great Moon had become almost as fervent as Yusha's, leading Raiden to seriously consider whether the Great Moon possessed some kind of hypnotic artifact. Just as everyone was still reeling from Rhine's unusual grin, sorry, I am a bit late. Deus entered, right on time for the Blue Moon's regular meeting. He briefly looked confused by the sight of the other members, who all had blank expressions on their faces, but quickly gathered his thoughts. I apologize, but I need to urgently share something before the meeting begins. As he spoke, the rest of the members, snapping out of their daze, turned their full attention to him. It seems that an organization called the Proxy is targeting the Great Moon. At his words, huh? What? What did you say? Excuse me, what? Everyone's eyes lit up with intensity, each reacting strongly to the revelation. Chapter 63, The Fifth Layer of the Labyrinth City. A place with green meadows and ancient ruins. However, even after half a year had passed, the traces of the battle that took place that day still remained. And there, it appeared. Flutter with its black cape billowing, and ominous black ornaments hanging from its waist and hands, the hooded figure began walking through the fifth layer. It walked the place where mercenaries fought an outer god half a year ago. It walked the spot where Alain once stood. And finally, standing where Alain had finished off the outer god, it tilted its head side to side, as if finding something very curious, or perhaps something it couldn't quite understand. How much time had passed? A moment ago, it had stood still, staring at the ground without the slightest movement. Then, with a smile that spread across its face, it opened its mouth, as if finding something truly amusing. I never expected to make it this far. A small murmur. In a voice so ambiguous, it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. It murmured to itself while glancing around. Then, it casually waved its right hand. View'em, the black ornament, emitted a resonant hum, and after confirming this, the figure turned its body. Interesting. I wonder how much further this will go. It's getting fun. With an innocent laugh, like a child who had just found a fascinating toy. If you manage to survive the next time, things will really get interesting. It began walking towards one side of the fifth layer, and as it walked toward the land with no exit, it suddenly vanished. Though it might seem like an obvious story, Raiden was completely loyal to the Great Moon. Without it, he wouldn't have gained the great power he had now, nor would he have been able to avenge his family. In short, Raiden's loyalty was clearly and firmly directed toward the Great Moon. However, the reason why his loyalty seemed a bit tarnished was because kill them all. Right now, that sounds like a good idea. I agree. Same here. Compared to Raiden's loyalty, the loyalty shown by the other members of the Blue Moon was overwhelmingly stronger. So where are these so-called agents? From what I've heard, they seem to be spread across the United Kingdoms. There are about 15 in total. I've taken out 3, so there are 12 left. You didn't kill them without knowing their locations, right? Of course not. While I haven't pinpointed them all, I've confirmed the location of the leader and a few others. Good. Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to kill them right now. Sounds good. Xiaorang's sinister, golden eyes gleamed as he spoke, and Rhine, who had been smirking just a moment ago, returned to her cold, expressionless face, muttering eerily. After this meeting, I plan to kill one of them. It seems there's an agent near Caliban. Even Deus, whose eyes flashed ominously, seemed ready to rush out with his sword as soon as the meeting ended, making Raiden sense the madness in the room. No, I think we should come up with a plan first. Raiden quietly assessed the situation. Even in this very moment, the conversations around him continued casually, talking about tearing and killing the agents without a second thought, a discourse he was still not entirely accustomed to. Among the original members, only Yusha had been like that, while most of the others had acted much more rationally. There's a huge difference, and honestly, I didn't expect even Rhine to turn out this way. Looking at the drastically changed members, including Rhine, Raiden finally spoke. I think we should calmly share information and come up with a plan first. A cautious, but extremely reasonable suggestion. However, are you serious? Raiden, what if while we're busy making plans, those guys manage to harm the Great Moon? Exactly. I agree. Despite it being the most rational statement, Raiden took a moment to catch his breath as Yusha, Xiaorang, and Rhine, following Deus' lead, all expressed their disagreement. Everyone calmed down, you're all too excited. Shouldn't we first share the information we have about the agents? We need to figure out how much power they have. Another rational statement. However, Raiden, what is it? Raiden, are you a traitor? At Xiaorang's ridiculous suspicion, her golden eyes gleaming, Raiden felt dizzy. Wait, hold on, how did we suddenly get to me being a traitor? But Raiden, you've been objecting to killing the agents since earlier, haven't you? It's not an objection, I am just saying we should assess the situation first. Raiden stopped speaking as he saw the disgruntled stares being directed at him. Realizing instinctively that no matter what he said now, it wouldn't make any difference, he waved the white flag. I'll prepare right away. The 4 members nodded in satisfaction, resuming their conversation. Watching them, Raiden, who had been thinking about how relatively normal the organization was 2 years ago, except for Yusha, recalled the Great Moon and concluded. There must definitely be a mind control artifact involved. About 30 minutes later, as we talk about this, I am suddenly reminded of the image the Great Moon showed us. Deus' sudden outburst of worship interrupted the conversation about the agents. Everyone, move now. We'll have a proper meeting once this is all taken care of. At Yusha's words, the Blue Moon began to move. The next day, after resting in the mansion owned by Duke Altia, Alain set off for the royal palace in the evening when the banquet was set to begin in earnest. Upon arriving at the palace, Alain said, "I'll be back soon," bidding farewell to Evan as he moved forward. "And I'll be waiting." Evan, bowing slightly, straightened up and watched. As his master walked into the banquet hall of the royal palace, a large group of nobles followed behind him. Watching the scene of all these nobles, who essentially controlled Asteria, following behind Alain, Evan once again felt the weight of Alain's position. Well, the Count's fame is already immense, plus, he's the leader of Kalfa. Although Alain himself seemed indifferent to his fame, the difference was stark for Evan, who was witnessing his master's growing influence in real time. In contrast to the old days, when Alain was shunned or feared at banquets, now he was the leader of most of the nobles. And that wasn't all. Given the reputation he built, it was clear that Alain would be openly checked by the queen. Yet so many nobles still stood behind him. In other words, the nobles following Alain believed that he had a chance, even against the current queen of Asteria. Well, based on the rumors, it's no wonder they think that. As Evan evaluated the situation, Alain, leading the nobles, realized something strange. Wait, something feels off. He noticed that things seemed to be going a little differently than he had expected. "This looks like I'm heading straight into a confrontation, doesn't it?" He glanced back subtly. Behind him, a large number of nobles, all his supporters, were following him. No, this isn't the image I had in mind. His plan had been to get a reasonable scolding during the audience with the queen before the banquet and make a plausible excuse for maintaining Kalfa. But now, with this many people storming in, it didn't seem like it would end with just a scolding. But there was nothing he could do now, so he continued on and entered the banquet hall. Oh, the moment he stepped inside, he couldn't help but admire it. The banquet hall, fitting its reputation, was larger and more beautiful than any hall Alain had ever been to. Standing there, dazed, staring at the ceiling, Alain soon felt the eyes of the nobles in the hall on him. From what Alain could tell, the nobles' gazes fell into two categories. One was admiration and respect, the other was blatant ridicule. And naturally, the latter group far outnumbered the former. He had a rough idea why the nobles in the hall were wearing such expressions. They probably think I've been growing my power recklessly, only to get smacked down by the queen. Realizing that the nobles sneering at him mostly belonged to either the aristocratic faction or the royalist faction, Alain let out a small sigh before continuing on his way to meet the queen. At the far end of the grand ballroom, he could see her. Cretinia, the 8th monarch of Asteria. As he walked closer from afar, Alain noticed how stunningly beautiful Queen Cretinia was. Her golden eyes, a symbol of the royal bloodline of Asteria, sparkled brilliantly as they reflected the light from the terrace, even though her expression remained emotionless. Her beauty was so striking that it could cause any noble to risk a momentary glance, committing an act of irreverence. However, Alain's focus was on the hope that what was about to happen would unfold in his favor, so her appearance was not his priority. "And then, loyal servant of Asteria, I stand before your majesty," Alain said, bowing deeply in a formal greeting as he reached Cretinia. The queen, who had been silent up until then, spoke. "Raise your head." Her face remained emotionless. At her command, Alain naturally lifted his head. "Are you the Count of Palatio?" "Yes." At the sound of the queen's voice, the nobles who had been smirking at Alain all broke into smiles. This moment was a crucial spectacle for the nobles of both the royalist and aristocratic factions, who had been eagerly anticipating the downfall of Kalfa, which had been a thorn in their side. As a result, they all wore malicious smiles while watching the Count of Palatio, but their smug expressions vanished in an instant, and they were left with blank, dumbfounded faces. The reason: "Very well, Count of Palatio, I shall bestow upon you the title of Marquis." When Queen Cretinia spoke these words, Alain couldn't help but respond in a daze. "What?" He unconsciously let out a bewildered sound. Chapter 64, the nobles' faces were filled with confusion. The nobles who followed behind Alain also wore bewildered expressions. The nobles who had anticipated the growth of Kalfa to be obstructed by the king were also shocked and astonished. However, they were not the only ones showing such expressions. Alain, who had just heard such words from Cretinia, was also puzzled by the situation unfolding before him. A marquis. For a noble, a title carried immense significance. It was similar to a social ranking, and a marquisate would grant Alain far more power than his current countship. From the land holdings to the number of private soldiers he could raise, it would affect many aspects of his life. There would also be no awkwardness in leading a faction within noble society. Although Alain, as a count, had already become the leader of Kalfa, it was an anomaly. According to the rules of noble society, it was impossible for a mere count to occupy such a high position. It could be considered an unusual structure. But if Cretinia Cian were to raise his title to Marquis, such an unusual structure in Kalfa would immediately be resolved. In other words, Cretinia Cian was not restraining Kalfa, but rather helping them. What is this? Alain couldn't help but look up at her with a blank expression, but Cian casually rested her chin on her hand and spoke. I've heard the stories, that you have eradicated all the pests devouring Asteria. This is your reward. Her calm voice echoed through the air. While her words made sense, the doubt still remained. After all, there was no reason for her to reward him based on such logic. It feels like she's just using this as an excuse to promote me to Marquis. Alain glanced at the queen. Was she confident that she could crush Kalfa whenever she wanted, even if they grew larger? A reasonable assumption flashed in his mind. Even though he stared directly at her face, trying to read her thoughts, there was nothing but a cold, emotionless expression on her face. At that moment, "Why do you dislike it?" Alain snapped back to his senses when he heard Cian's voice. "No, your majesty." He bowed his head as he responded. In response, Cian, who had never once shown a smile until now, stood up from the throne with a faint grin. Step with light steps, she walked up to Alain. Then, as she bent down, locking eyes with Alain who had looked up at her, she pressed the side of his right lip with her index finger and pulled it to the side. Alain's expression was now strange, with one corner of his mouth raised due to her finger. It was a strange sight to anyone, but she simply smiled and said, "Smile. You look much better that way." After saying that, she withdrew the finger that had been pressing Alain's cheek. Looking very satisfied, she gazed at the bewildered Alain with her characteristic golden eyes glinting. The queen, who had been watching with an amused expression, finally spoke. "I shall take my leave now, so enjoy the banquet, all of you." As soon as those words were spoken, as if she no longer had any business at the ball, she turned around. Creak, bang, the massive door opened and closed, and silence filled the ballroom. Alain, who was blankly staring at the spot where she had exited, thought to himself, "What just happened?" He was left even more confused. After the queen had left, the ballroom, which had been engulfed in silence, slowly began to regain its liveliness. However, the atmosphere had shifted completely. The difference now was that the nobles who had been smiling just moments before were now the complete opposite. The nobles of the royalist and aristocratic factions, who had been expecting Kalfa to be effectively checked today, wore expressions as if the world had ended. In contrast, the nobles who had followed Alain into the ballroom were all beaming, congratulating themselves for choosing the right side. And the man who had essentially become the star of the ballroom, Alain, found himself surrounded. "Congratulations, Count." "Oh no, not Count anymore. Soon to be Marquis." "Oh right. My mistake." Whether or not Alain responded, the nobles around him continued to flatter him eagerly. "Indeed, Count Palatino, Marquis Palatio is truly remarkable." "Exactly. When did he manage to win over the queen?" Receiving the admiring, albeit mistaken and burdensome, gazes from Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, Alain thought to himself. "When did that happen? I don't even know." With a bewildered expression, Alain turned his gaze to the door through which Cian had left. What is going on? He began to recall everything he knew about the 8th monarch of Asteria, Cretinia Cian. No matter how many times he thought about it, Cretinia Cian wasn't someone who would act like that. She wasn't particularly interested in governing, but she was someone who would cut down anyone she deemed a threat to her royal authority without hesitation. And what was with that smile? Alain thought back to the smile she had shown earlier. From what he knew, there wasn't a single illustration or story from Psychedelia where Cian was depicted smiling. Her character was typically cold and indifferent. Something's not right. As Alain began to realize that something was amiss, tilting his head in confusion, in one corner of the ballroom, Marquis Filbade, who had been surrounded by other nobles, was staring at him. "Count Palatio." Marquis Filbade gritted his teeth unconsciously. Half a year ago, he had been forced to kneel before Alain, and though he wasn't treated as severely as Duke Limgrave, he had been summoned to the Holy Kingdom and imprisoned in a strange cell for about a month, enduring something close to torture. As a result, he had been eagerly anticipating today's events. He had been sure that Alain would pay the price for foolishly expanding his faction. But contrary to his expectations, the Queen had instead granted him a marquisate, as if acknowledging his faction. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth as he watched Alain, Marquis Filboid let out a deep sigh. At this point, there was nothing he could do now that events had unfolded this way. But that didn't mean he would sit idly by after already suffering a form of retaliation. If it's come to this, he'll have to meet them. With a resolute expression, Marquis Filboid turned around and started walking somewhere. 5 days later, as Alain, after having tasted every snack at the week-long ball, was beginning to think about leaving for the colony, Marquis Filboid had already left on the first day and was heading toward Pakassin, one of the territories of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, close to the Kingdom of Esteria. Normally, he would have been cautious about being seen, but now he didn't care. Ever since he had been dragged to the Holy Kingdom, he had lost most of his political power and was no longer the leader of any faction. In other words, he had become a toothless tiger, and no nobles cared about him anymore. Thus, he was able to reach his destination without worrying about anyone's gaze. And, upon arriving in Pakassin, he headed straight for the entrance to the underground slums near the territory. Hugh letting out a sigh, he looked at the ominous underground entrance in front of him. Then, tightening his lips, he took a step toward the entrance. Marquis Filboid had learned that the agent, a person who would kill anyone, noble or royal, for the right price, was located here. With that in mind, he descended into the underground. Tusk. He frowned at the sight of the gambling den filled with noisy people and thick smoke, but continued walking. The person he was looking for would be deeper inside. As he made his way further into the den, he whispered the passphrase to a man blocking his way, then opened a firmly closed door without hesitation. And then, inside the room, Marquis Filboid saw a young girl. No, to be more precise, a girl with radiant blonde hair and an innocent expression. And next to her, lying face down on the floor, was a headless corpse, its body horribly mangled. Marquis Filboid grimaced slightly at the sight, but he didn't flinch or run away. He had already been informed about the grotesque nature of the agent before coming here. I heard that the agent is a vicious beastman who enjoys toying with corpses, but this is more revolting than I expected. Quickly relaxing his frown, Marquis Filboid reminded himself that he needed to hire this agent. "Who are you?" The voice of the agent broke his thoughts. It was filled with pure curiosity and innocence, which brought the Marquis back to his senses, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of surprise. Even though there was a corpse right there, the agent's appearance was very different from what the Marquis had imagined, but only for a moment, as he soon opened his mouth to speak. "I am here to make a request." "A request?" "Yes, I am here to request the assassination of Count Palacio." Recalling the recommendation that the agent disliked long conversations, Marquis Filboid got straight to the point. And then a chill ran down his spine. Marquis Filboid realized without a doubt that the being before him was indeed the agent. As soon as he mentioned his request, the agent's once innocent smile twisted into something more sinister. So her lips curled as if amused. "You're here to request the assassination of Count Palacio?" Her eyes turned chillingly cold. So cold, in fact, that it made the Marquis hold his breath in terror as he faced her piercing golden eyes. The intensity of her gaze made his legs tremble, and he swallowed dryly without realizing it. "That's right." As soon as he affirmed, the blonde-haired beastman, now lightly swaying her hair, nodded several times. "Ah, I see. So that's what you want. But what should we do?" What do you mean?" "The person who could take your request is already right here." She shrugged lightly. Confused by her words, Marquis Filboid followed her gloved finger downward and saw that it was pointing to the headless corpse on the floor. Oh, only then did he realize that something had gone terribly wrong, and he let out a soft gasp. Chapter 65. Marquis Filboid momentarily felt as though he couldn't breathe, overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from the beastman before him. But only for a moment. He quickly reached into his cloak, pulled out an artifact, and turned his body. However, I thud. In the next instant, Marquis Filboid realized his body had collapsed, and he wore a bewildered expression. As soon as he sensed the strange feeling coming from below, he lowered his gaze. Marquis Filboid could see it clearly. His legs were grotesquely twisted. "Ag!" As soon as he confirmed the sight, an excruciating pain struck him, and he screamed in agony. "What's going on here?" The mercenaries who had been outside the gambling hall rushed in as the door swung open. Zap! As the beastman released a surge of electricity and disappeared in an instant, the mercenaries, who had been charging into the gambling hall just moments ago, had already been reduced to mere lumps of flesh. And then, this is so annoying. I was trying to handle this quietly, but it's become such a hassle. The beastman, who who had slaughtered all the nearby mercenaries in an instant, wiped the red blood splattered on her golden hair with a disgruntled expression as she looked at Marquis Filbade. Even though dozens of lives had been snuffed out in the blink of an eye, the beastman, as if it were a daily occurrence, wore an innocent expression. Marquis Filbade felt an instinctual fear rising within him and began to beg, his voice trembling. Please spare me." The beastman, who had been silently watching him, let out a hum and spoke. "Do you want to live?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Marquis Filbade desperately clung to that lifeline. Please, I am a Marquis of the Kingdom of Asteria. If you spare me here, I promise you a substantial reward." A desperate struggle for survival. However, the beastman simply squatted in front of him with a curious expression and stared at his face before asking, then, "Why did you say that?" What? If you wanted to live, why did you say that?" Marquis Filbade, his face full of confusion, couldn't understand at all. "Why did you tell me to kill my master?" At those words, he realized it. Who this golden-eyed beastman's master was. Could it be Count Palatio? "Yeah, Misterno, actually my husband. We're about to get married soon." The beastman nodded with a smile, leaving Marquis Filbade dumbfounded. From his perspective, none of this made sense. That a beastman who had just brutally killed an agent stronger than a master knight was standing before him. That this beastman had a connection to Count Palatio. He couldn't comprehend the depth of Count Palatio's abyss. He could only deduce one thing from hearing about the relationship between the beastman and Count Palatio. Baba Yaga. The beastman standing before him was none other than one of Colony's Baba Yaga, the Golden Lightning. "Oh, how did you guess?" At the beastman's reaction, Marquis Filbade's mouth dropped open. Why was a Baba Yaga who was supposed to be in Colony here? It was incomprehensible to him. However, without a care, the beastman casually said, "What do you mean, why? It's only natural." She answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I couldn't just let those who try to harm my master go unpunished, could I?" The beastman's golden eyes were shining brilliantly, but they were filled with a deep, intense murderous intent like never before, and he could sense what was coming next. Thud! After the sound of something bursting, there were no further thoughts from the Marquis. And then, "This will never do." "No, it won't." The beastman, who had blown off the Marquis' head, wore an eerily cold expression and said, "No one, absolutely no one, can touch my master." With that, the beastman disappeared. The royal ball, which had been ongoing for a week, had come to an end. Critenia Cian had not shown herself after the third day, and Count Palatio had yet to receive the formal ceremony of succession from the Queen, but was now being called the Marquis of Palatio in all but name. What could Cian's true intentions be? For about a week, Alain had managed to endure the bombardment of what's next. From Count Zenonia and Duke Altia, buying himself time. He had tried to think about the reason behind her granting him a title, but he still couldn't grasp her intentions. In truth, he would have liked to ask her directly, but that wasn't possible from the beginning. So, even though he was pleased to have been elevated to the rank of Marquis, there was still a nagging sense of unease. Regardless, he had to leave the capital and start reviewing his upcoming plans. "There's quite a lot to do first. I need to visit the ruins again to meet that, and I also have to go to Raxes to activate the ring. I've already drafted the strategy, so I'll need to lay the groundwork for the agents, too. Oh, maybe I should visit the Colosseum while I am at Colony." He recalled that achieving a certain number of victories in the Colosseum event in Colony would grant him an audience with the Queen and the chance to acquire one of the relics stored in the royal treasure. With this thought in mind, Alain began to calmly organize his thoughts. A moment later, he set his priorities. Let's start by laying the groundwork for the agents. Although it was slightly more urgent to meet that at the Forgotten Ruins, it so happened that the place where he would spread the groundwork was on the way to Colony, so he decided on the order. A few days passed, and he soon reached the small territory of Atla, situated on the border between the plains and the desert, moving eastward. And then, "Count, or rather, should I call you Marquis now? That's the 10th time you've said that. Call me whatever you prefer. Then I'll stick with Count for now. But Count, are we in the right place?" In response to Evan's question, Alain glanced around. The surrounding landscape was quite curious. On one side, there was a forest, but on the other side was a desert that stretched endlessly into the horizon. As he quietly observed the contrasting scenery, Alain stood up. "Yes. Are we going to a labyrinth like the one we visited last time?" As he got out of the carriage, Alain replied to Evan's question. "No, there's somewhere I need to visit briefly. Wait here. Shouldn't I come with you?" "No." He then began to walk into the forest. How far had he walked? There it is. The entrance to a cave hidden by vines appeared within the forest. It seemed like a natural cave untouched by human hands. However, Alain knew that the cave before him was no mere natural formation, so he felt a little tense. And rightly so, because inside this cave lay the leader of the agents, whom he needed to deal with. The one infamous in early psychedelia for being known as the Spine Cutter. A boss so notorious that it made players curse even after playing for some time alchemy. Moreover, according to the lore, he was strong enough to face off against at least 5 agents at the level of Master Knights. Given his strength, comparable to bosses encountered midway through the game, Alain let out a small sigh and then he resolved himself. Let's just stick to the plan. With that thought in mind, he cleared his throat and spoke up. By the first covenant, fulfill one promise. A moment later, nothing happened. What's going on? With a bewildered expression, Alain spoke once more to summon the leader of the agents hiding inside the cave. By the first covenant, fulfill one promise. But there was still no response. That's strange. After several attempts, Alain, confused by the absence of the expected response, finally began to walk toward the inside of the cave. As he ventured deeper into the dark cave, before long, a massive mansion built inside the cave appeared in view. The mansion was enormous, comparable even to the Count Palacio estate where Alain resided. It was both stately and large enough to fill the vast cavern, a testament to the dignity of the agent leader who resided there. Although Alain had visited several times to kill the leader and steal his relics, seeing it in person, as opposed to through the game's illustrations, was a completely different experience. That feeling didn't last long. Soon he noticed something odd. It's all destroyed. At first, it wasn't obvious from a distance, but the closer he got, the more he realized that the mansion, which should have been intact, was completely wrecked. When he finally entered the mansion, Alain stood bewildered as he looked at the half-destroyed mansion of Alchemy, the leader of the agents. Alchemy had lived for 300 years, and during that time, he had killed countless people. He had beheaded more than 12 swordmasters. He had exterminated an entire kingdom, including its king and royal family. He had also killed the Purple Tower Master, the owner of the Mage Tower. In addition to that, he had single-handedly massacred thousands of knights. 150 years ago, he waged a one-man war against a territory and erased it from the annals of history. His strength was undeniable, recognized by all. He was so powerful that every agent with skills surpassing Master Knights feared and revered him. That's why he felt annoyed. He didn't know by what means, but a presumptuous girl had come to kill him. Annoyed by the appearance of this bothersome gnat, he, who had been hiding for the greater cause, thought to toy with her briefly before killing her. Surely that was how it would be. It should have been that way. Cough. Alchemy coughed and spat blood, staring at the being before him with trembling eyes. Standing in front of him was a young girl. Clad in a black ceremonial robe embroidered with red, she held in one hand a staff that emitted a chillingly eerie red glow. At first, her appearance posed no threat. But even so, Alchemy was filled with unmistakable fear as he gazed at her. It wasn't just fear, it was terror, despair, and futility. All these emotions swirled together and ensnared him. Because of her, because of her, because of her, because of the thing behind her. What is that due to the dozens of tendrils emerging from the black space behind her? He realized that his perception was caught in an endless loop. Even though he became aware of it, his thoughts couldn't process. The same thoughts kept spinning in his mind. Terror, despair, futility, fear. The horrifying mixture of emotions constantly drove Alchemy into a pit of hellish agony. And then, why is this happening to me? Amidst this terrible fear, Alchemy, his eyes bloodshot, barely managed to utter those words. The girl who had been staring at him, no, Yusha, spoke, because you tried to harm him. With chilling red eyes, she pronounced his sentence to the man who had coughed up blood countless times. At that moment, the black tendrils seized Alchemy and began dragging him into the black rift. It all happened in an instant. Desperately, Alchemy tried to resist, forcing himself to stand and swing his sword. But even the sword that had killed swordmasters was utterly powerless in front of the young girl. And knew, crunch. And with a horrifying sound, he disappeared without leaving even a corpse behind. 1 week. That was the time it took for the organization known as Agents, which had operated in the shadows for 50 years, to completely vanish. And then, normally, I would have made you suffer more before killing you, but I have things to do right now, so I couldn't help it. Yusha muttered as she looked toward the spot where Alchemy had disappeared. Thanks Sialring for that. She gazed beyond the forest toward the desert, specifically at the location of the desert city, colony. I am in a hurry, so I had to kill you quickly. She turned away. In her hand was a letter sent by Alain. A letter that mentioned he would likely be visiting the desert city once again. At last, a small smile crept onto her lips. Chapter 66, it had been 3 days since Alain had personally gone to verify the news of an incident in Alchemy. As he began traveling again with the merchants regularly heading to the desert city, like before, Alain let out a deep sigh under the sweltering heat. Count, could you just use it once? If I use it wrong, it could freeze everything solid. Freezing sounds better than becoming a roasted corpse still, no. Listening to Evan's complaints about not wanting to get roasted, Alain gazed at the blazing sun and reflected on the events of a few days ago. What happened to Alchemy? Of course, since he hadn't seen a body, he couldn't be sure what had happened to Alchemy. Yet, the reason he suspected something had gone wrong was because of the artifact he had taken with him. He looked at the badge in his hand. The badge, instead of shining gold, was a dull gray. In game terms, this artifact could be looted after dealing with Alchemy in the mid-game stage of psychedelia. The symbol of the innocent, I didn't expect to get it this early. Though the badge had no function at the moment, it was known for having impressive stats when appraised, especially for an item you normally obtain mid-game. Just like the ring Alain had received from Heinkel but hadn't used yet. On my way to Raxes to unlock the ring, I should stop by the labyrinth city for an appraisal. At any rate, this symbol of the innocent was something Alchemy had cherished deeply and had cast a binding spell on so no one could steal it. Simply put, if Alchemy wasn't dead, no one else could have taken the badge. However, since the badge was now in Alain's hand with no sign of magical interference, he was convinced something had happened to Alchemy. Thus, that night, Alain had thoroughly raided Alchema's mansion. He glanced at the treasure piled up in the back of the carriage and smiled faintly beneath his expressionless face. And that wasn't all. His waist pouch was now filled with the highest-grade magic potions he had used up in the recent battle against Kylas. Everything was looted from Alchema's mansion. The treasure wasn't as abundant as Id hoped, but since this world wasn't one where money simply popped out of the ground, Alain was more than satisfied with the treasure now loaded in the carriage. To him, money was always the right answer. How long had they been traveling this way? Everyone halt. Ding ding. At the shout from up ahead, the caravans crossing the desert came to a sudden stop and a bell rang out. It was the signal from the merchant group to set up camp, and seeing that the sun was setting, Alain stepped out of the carriage. Not long after they started preparing the camp, Count, have you been comfortable today? Unlike the leader of the previous golden-haired merchant group, this time, a rather slim merchant leader approached Alain with a bow. Thanks to you. Oh no, not at all. The merchant leader, who kept bowing even though Alain hadn't done much, smiled with a characteristic capitalistic grin and handed Alain something. What's this? These are products we handle in our group. Over here is wine from the Commer estate, and this side contains food products we get from the Calmian estate. I see. We brought it hoping you'd give it a try. Alain lightly nodded at the exaggerated courtesy, with the merchant leader bowing so deeply that his face nearly touched the ground. I'll enjoy it. Yes, sir. Please rest well. As Alain watched the merchant leader bow several times before disappearing, he shrugged lightly. In the past, he wasn't treated as a proper noble, but nowadays, he received quite lavish treatment wherever he went. This was largely due to his growing reputation and the rumor that he was the head of the most influential faction in the Asteria kingdom. As a result, anyone who had any awareness of the kingdom's political situation tried their best to make a good impression on Alain, turning into sycophants the moment they saw him. Well, that's only true for people moving near the Asteria kingdom, though. As Alain shrugged his shoulders, looking at the gift the merchant leader had offered in hopes of securing a new business route. Oh, really? Of course. He heard Evan's voice coming from somewhere, chatting with a woman after they had finished setting up camp. Wow, that's amazing. Haha, well, it's not that hard. As Alain glanced at the woman enthusiastically responding to whatever Evan was boasting about, he soon realized her identity. The merchant leader's daughter, huh? He made a strange expression as he watched the two. It seems there are more women around Evan these days. Alain had a pretty good guess as to why so many women were suddenly flocking around Evan. It was because of his own fame. Being known as the only knight of the famous Count Palatio, most women showed interest in Evan, approaching him with admiration. Though Alain felt a bit of a strange emotion at what seemed like a situation where the bear does the work and the peddler makes the money, he soon shrugged it off. Well, after all the trouble he went through, I suppose it's fine. Watching Evan putting on an exaggerated, boisterous performance, Alain couldn't help but think once again, I wonder if Evan realizes. The merchant leader's daughter is looking at him with hawk eyes. Since there was no need to spoil the mood, Alain sat in front of the campfire to avoid the increasingly chilly evening. Tasty. The sweet potato that Evan had prepared was perfectly cooked. A week and a day later, at early dawn, Alain finally saw the colony's silhouette again after nearly a year. And though the colony didn't look much different from before, its unique architecture still appeared fresh and new to Alain. After a brief exchange of greetings with the merchant leader, Alain turned around when master. He felt the familiar sensation of Xiaoring throwing herself at him, hugging him tightly. Hello, Xiaoring, clinging to him like glue, greeted him cheerfully. It's been a while, it has. As Alain watched Xiaoring wagging her tail excitedly look at that. Isn't that the golden flash? Yeah, it is. Who's that with her? Looks like Count Palacio. No way. The mad dog is actually being so friendly with someone like that. He noticed faint murmurs coming from the surrounding area. Xiaoring? Yeah, let go of me for now. Got it. At Alain's words, Xiaoring immediately released her grip around his waist and placed her feet on the ground. Did I do well? You did. Watching Xiaoring wag her tail happily after receiving his praise, Alain suddenly realized how quiet it had become around them. As he glanced around, he saw that everyone at the southern gate of the colony was staring at him with astonished expressions. Even the merchant leader and his daughter, who had just greeted him, were standing there with their mouths wide open. Why is everyone so shocked? Feeling slightly puzzled by the overly silent atmosphere, Alain scanned his surroundings with a faint look of confusion. Everyone looked as if they were witnessing something unreal, their faces frozen in disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Alain himself became confused. Hadn't he received this same kind of excitement from Xiaoring a year ago? But now, the difference in their gazes was stark, leaving Alain bewildered for a moment. HMPH, clearing his throat awkwardly to dispel the sudden discomfort, Alain opened his mouth and said, Xiaoring, I'd like to go straight to the ruins. Is that possible? Of course it's possible. With Xiaoring's words, Alain immediately boarded the carriage. Even as he climbed into the carriage and they set off toward the ruins, the looks of astonishment didn't leave the faces of the onlookers. They were on the road to the forgotten ruins, using the carriage Xiaoring had prepared. Just like last time, they were traveling under the protection of the Golden Mane tribe, but Alain could sense something had subtly changed. Something feels different. Alain glanced at Xiaoring. Xiaoring herself hadn't changed much from a year ago. The only noticeable difference was that her brilliantly golden hair had grown longer, now reaching down near her tailbone. But aside from that, she was the same as before. However, unlike Xiaoring, the atmosphere among the Golden Mane tribe members guarding the carriage was distinctly different from a year ago. They seemed more friendly before, of course. Their friendliness had always been directed towards Xiaoring rather than Alain. But now there was none of the light-hearted or welcoming behavior he remembered from before. Instead, they moved in silence, thoroughly watching their surroundings without a word. Recalling what had happened to Xiaoring a year ago, Alain nodded in understanding. I guess the betrayal back then hit them harder than I thought. As Alain was thinking that he should be more considerate to Xiaoring to keep her from being affected by such things, Xiaoring suddenly spoke up. Ah, master. She called out as if she had just remembered something, and Alain responded. What is it? Can I ask you a favor? Alain was a little taken aback by the sudden request, but nodded soon after. As long as it's something I can do, of course. After all, it was largely thanks to Xiaoring that they were traveling to the ruins so comfortably, and he had been thinking he should treat her better, so he nodded his head. Xiaoring beamed brightly, pulled out a piece of paper from her bag, and handed it to Alain. Then, as she reached her hand out the window of the carriage, an artifact pen was placed in her hand, as if on cue. Handing the pen over to Alain, Xiaoring said, Here, sign it. Sign? Yep. Nodding eagerly, she looked at him with a very expectant expression. She nodded so enthusiastically that her long hair, which reached her tailbone, swayed through the air. At this, Alain couldn't help but think, is she asking me to co-sign for something? Feeling a bit tense without realizing it, Alain looked down at the paper. The document already had several complicated sections filled in. With a puzzled expression, Alain glanced at the top of the document. A marriage registration form? Sign it. Alain was left speechless. Chapter 67. Duke Comelin of the Ashtalon Kingdom, located in the west of the Asteria Kingdom, was a noble who held immense power, even within the Ashtalon Kingdom. Though most nobles were unaware, he also wielded a tremendous influence in the underworld. In fact, there was no place in the underworld of the United Kingdom where his reach didn't extend until recently. And late at night, Duke Comelin, whose youthful face betrayed his status as a middle-aged man who had held the title for over 20 years, stared at documents in his tranquil study. Suddenly, he spoke. "So it's difficult to exert influence in the Asteria Kingdom?" Speaking to himself in an empty study, yet despite the lack of visible figures around him, a voice responded. "Yes, that's correct." With that reply, a man emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Duke Comelin. This man, named Shutto, controlled immense power in the underworld of the Ashtalon Kingdom on behalf of the Duke. Without turning his head, the Duke continued asking questions. "Not at all. Yes, they've eliminated all of our operatives there. Did the organizations that received abyssal gems and abyssal bodies collapse that easily?" Well, Shutto hesitated for a moment before answering. "No organizations worthy of receiving abyssal gems or abyssal bodies have taken root in Asteria yet. I see. So there were no suitable recruits. My apologies." Shutto bowed his head. The Duke, tapping his quill absent-mindedly, responded calmly. "There's no need to bow your head. I am sore." Just as Shutto lowered his head further to speak, something felt off, and as he recognized the incongruity, his vision shifted, revealing Duke Comelin's figure in reverse. Shutto's face twisted in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. "And then dying will be your apology." With that, Shutto's body collapsed with a thud, and as soon as the quiet voice gave the order, shadows emerged from the darkness, dragging Shutto's body off the study floor. Shortly after, Angela. At the call of Duke Comelin, who had killed the underworld power broker with ease, another figure stepped out of the shadows, this time a dark elf with black skin and large ears, speaking up. "You called. Yes, from now on you will handle things. Understood." The dark elf nodded. Without a second glance at Shutto's body, being dragged into the shadows, Duke Comelin spoke again. "And did you say we can't exert influence in Asteria?" "Yes. That's troubling. It's necessary for the plan. Shall we act?" the dark elf inquired. However, Duke Comelin seemed to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. "No, we should focus on what's happening in Raxes. There's no need to reveal our strength right now. So the leader of Calfa is Count Palatio, right?" "Yes. Calfa, which dominates the underworld in Asteria, operates under that noble." "Count Palatio, huh?" There was a trace of interest in Duke Comelin's muttering. This was because Count Palatio had recently interfered with his plans a few times. Though it didn't seem intentional, there had been several instances where he had to redo unnecessary tasks due to the Count's involvement. Additionally, recent rumors had piqued his interest, especially as they pertained to his ongoing plans. "Don't move directly. It'll be troublesome if we're caught moving on our end." "Understood. So, what should we do?" "Tell those who've been bribed to express their discontent to Count Palatio. Our goal is just to exercise some influence, after all. If we shake up his prestige a bit, cracks will start to appear quickly." As if fully aware of how futile a sandcastle built on politics could be, Comelin spoke casually. "This is actually good timing. They've been asking for us to pay more attention to Asteria as well. Once we deal with the Count, we can use that as leverage to expand our influence." "Understood." The dark elf Angela responded, and Comelin, about to lower his gaze back to the documents, paused as if something occurred to him. "And how's the experiment going?" If you're referring to young Master Carmine, he's currently in the isolation room. His condition? In previous tests with the abyssal gems, although there were symptoms of anxiety and increased violence, he could still manage daily life. However, after absorbing the abyssal body this year, his violence and rage have become uncontrollable, and he's essentially broken. Angela reported calmly, but Duke Comelin, though hearing such a report, showed no change in expression as he mulled it over. "I see, I understand. I'll handle the Asteria side properly." With that, he shifted his gaze, no longer interested. "Understood." The dark elf bowed his head and disappeared on the spot, leaving the Duke's office to return to its earlier stillness. It was as if no one had ever been there in the first place. Alain stared blankly at the marriage registration form, then turned his gaze to Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng's eyes were glowing brightly. "Let's become a family." Xiaoreng had an expectant look on her face, but Alain, holding the form, thought, This is a bit with a slightly awkward expression behind his neutral face. He asked, "Is there anything else you want?" "Nope. Sorry, but I can't agree to this." Xiaoreng's ears drooped in disappointment, clearly showing her dismay. However, no matter how disappointed she looked, Alain had no intention of marrying her right away. Objectively speaking, there was nothing lacking in Xiaoreng as a potential bride. She was incredibly beautiful, and her honor and status were nothing to scoff at either. But that was from an objective viewpoint. To Alain, there were several issues that made him hesitate. First, although there wasn't a huge age difference between them, Alain had always thought of Xiaoreng as a daughter figure. Second, Alain believed that Xiaoreng didn't truly love him. She just wanted to get married to him to become family. In other words, she liked him, but she wasn't in love with him. These 2 points were significant to Alain, who held fairly traditional views on relationships, and that's why he refused her request. Xiaoreng let out a pitiful sound, her tail drooping sadly, as if she were feeling down. Alain then, first of all, I need to soothe her after the trauma from the previous betrayal, but saying things like we're family probably won't help much. After a brief moment of thought, Alain made up his mind and spoke. Let's think about this again after you get a little older. How much older? 2 years? Alain sighed inwardly. He figured saying something too far off wouldn't be comforting, while saying something too soon would sound strange, so he landed on 2 years as a compromise, mostly for reassurance. Did I say too short a time? But regardless of his concerns, Xiaoreng, seeing a glimmer of hope, brightened up and wagged her tail. Okay, seeing her perk up, Alain let out a sigh of relief. Well, in 2 years, she'll probably change her mind. Alain thought briefly. Some time later, Alain arrived at a forgotten ruin. Leaving Xiaoreng, who had insisted on waiting behind, he immediately began moving. He soon reached the central tower, where he had previously encountered something unknown. Without hesitation, he made his way up the tower. And then, oh, you've come. As soon as he entered a large room, a figure appeared before him as if it had been waiting. Alain's eyes widened in surprise. The last time they met, this figure had been so distorted that it was impossible to recognize. Now, its form was clear. It had the physique of a human, yet it sported antlers on its head and a long tail that extended from its back. A dragon, no, a dragonkin, though still obscured like a shadow, Alain could now roughly discern the figure's identity. Ho, you can see me now. I suppose defeating the outer god has raised your level. Quite impressive. Honestly, I didn't think you'd manage. Alain replied to the dragonkin-like figure, which still resembled a shadow. I nearly died doing it. If a mere human can handle an outer god and only almost die, that in itself is quite remarkable, isn't it? Although judging by the energy, it seems you dealt with it before it fully manifested. The figure sat cross-legged atop the desk in the study and propped its chin in its hand. Still, it's curious. How did you kill it, even if it hadn't fully manifested? It's not something a human should be able to do. The dragonkin, forming a question mark with its long tail, seemed genuinely curious. I used manifestation of essence. Huh. Manifestation of essence? Yes, PFFT. Alain answered calmly, but the figure, which had been speaking arrogantly just moments before, suddenly went blank. Then puahahaha. It burst into uncontrollable laughter, leaning back like a child, slapping the desk as it laughed. Alain, taken aback by the sudden reaction, could only watch in confusion. Ah, I am sorry, I haven't heard such a joke in a long time. What part of that was a joke? The part where you claim to have succeeded in manifestation of essence, of course. The dragonkin wiped tears from its eyes, still chuckling. Well, it's easy to misunderstand. After all, a wizard needs pride, but a bit of arrogance too. The figure, now blatantly mocking him, continued. Let me tell you something. It's impossible for you to have succeeded in manifestation of essence. How can a mere human, who hasn't even mastered mind resonance, succeed in manifestation of essence? Mind resonance? See, you don't even know what mind resonance is, and you're talking about manifestation of essence. The dragonkin snickered, resting its hand on Alain's shoulder as it added. I'll give you credit for defeating the outer god, but lies aren't good. Oh, and if you're embarrassed, I'll let you leave for a moment to regain your composure. Take your time. Still giggling, the dragonkin removed its hand from Alain's shoulder. Alain, looking at the figure, asked, Do you really think I lied? Of course. And what if I didn't? If you didn't, the dragonkin, still maintaining its smug expression, grinned widely. Then if you can prove it right here, I'll start calling you master from now on. How about that? Can you prove it? The dragonkin proposed this as if it were all a joke. Make sure you keep that promise, Alain warned as he formed a seal with his hands. Oh, I'll definitely keep it, if you can really prove it. The dragonkin, still filled with ridicule, sneered, but Alain thought to himself, can I do it? Truthfully, recreating manifestation of essence with his current power was nearly impossible. However, this wasn't a real battle. If it's just to demonstrate a small-scale version, without practical use, I should have enough magic to pull it off. With that thought, he quietly began chanting. As the spell slowly started to take form, the dragonkin, who had been grinning up until then, froze. As the ice sphere in front of Alain slowly morphed into a giant crystal, forming a spear, the grin faded from the dragonkin's face. The spear twisted and turned, creating the key to manifestation of essence. Huh! For the first time, confusion filled the dragonkin's eyes. The dragonkin, with wide eyes, as if something had gone terribly wrong, stared at the scene in disbelief. And then ice spear of conjuration. As Alain uttered the final words of the spell, the frozen ground spread before him. Nonsense! The face of the dragonkin was filled with astonishment. Chapter 68, the absurdly small range of the ice formation spell, disappeared before even reaching 3 seconds. In fact, the actual implementation was so weak that it had no practical use. My magic power, even with just that. Alain felt his mana core completely drained, and he suddenly realized just how reckless he had been when fighting the foreign force half a year ago. I should have been grateful just for surviving back then. With that thought, Alain looked at the dragonkin who had been mocking him moments ago. Even though all he could see was a dark form with nothing more than white holes where its eyes and mouth should have been, Alain could clearly make out its expression. The dragonkin, mouth agape in disbelief, stared at the spot where the magic had manifested just moments before. How is that possible? You clearly don't know anything about mind resonance or anything else, the dragonkin mumbled in disbelief, its face showing utter shock as if its very understanding of the world had been shattered. Keep your promise. Alain reminded him of the most important thing. The dragonkin's expression twisted. For a moment, it seemed like the dragonkin was going to shout that Alain had lied, that the promise was void. But after Alain's remark about how someone of its rank should at least keep its own words, the dragonkin groaned as though it carried the burdens of the world. Master, grinding its teeth with an audible crack, the dragonkin finally managed to speak. Although the words seemed to carry more murderous intent than respect, Alain nodded to himself in satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. Do you really not know anything about mind resonance? The dragonkin asked again. Alain nodded. I don't. It doesn't seem like you're lying. Why is it such a big deal? Alain asked, genuinely confused. The dragonkin hesitated for a moment before explaining. As I said before, magic was originally created to approach laws. Phrases, seals, and inscriptions all serve that purpose. However, there's a key difference. While phrases and seals can be used if their meaning is understood, inscriptions alone aren't enough. Sitting on the edge of the desk, the dragonkin continued. As I mentioned last time, inscriptions are the key to accessing the laws that mages have imprinted upon this world. I remember you saying that, but if what you're saying is true, and one must understand mind resonance to perform self-manifestation, why did you teach me that inscription? If I really needed to know mind resonance, wouldn't I have been unable to use it even if you taught me? In response to Alain's curious question, the dragonkin answered immediately. You're right and wrong at the same time. As I said before, inscriptions are keys, but they are also a means to interfere with the laws. That means they can be used as keys, but also to twist the laws. Alain nodded in understanding. He had used the ice formation spell in different forms before attempting self-manifestation. He also understood which law the inscription glory of the snowy mountains distorted now, so it has 2 uses then. Exactly. While it's mainly a key to help mages approach the laws they've inscribed, it can also be utilized as a law itself. The dragonkin continued. But as I've said many times before, self-manifestation requires mind resonance. Mind resonance is memory. Memory? Alain tilted his head slightly in confusion, and the dragonkin hesitated for a moment before explaining further. Yes, people talk about inheriting history or knowledge, but in the end, it's all memory. The memory of when mages first approached the laws and created the inscriptions. That's what I call mind resonance, and it's absolutely necessary to use inscriptions as keys. That's why I said it didn't make sense. The dragonkin furrowed its brow and added in a slightly lower voice, in this world, neither mind resonance nor the mages who could pass it on to their successors remain. A brief silence followed, but soon the dragonkin's sigh broke the quiet. That's why I can't quite understand. How exactly did you manage to succeed in self-manifestation? It looked at Alain with a puzzled expression, but naturally, Alain had nothing to say in response. After all, even Alain himself didn't know how he had managed to use self-manifestation. No, to be more precise, he did know the method. He formed a seal, spoke the phrase, and uttered the inscription. With that, Alain successfully executed self-manifestation. However, it conflicted with what the dragonkin had just explained. The explanation that self-manifestation required inheriting mind resonance was at odds with Alain's experience, as he had no memory of inheriting any mind resonance. That wasn't the only contradiction. There was also a significant gap between the common knowledge of the dragonkin and what Alain knew. First, up until now, Alain had used phrases, inscriptions, and seals to cast magic, but most of it was knowledge he acquired by speaking the phrases himself and learning through experience. In other words, he had figured out the meaning of the phrases through trial and error, without any prior understanding. But the dragonkin had clearly stated that phrases and inscriptions could only be used if one understood their meaning. In essence, what it said seemed to suggest that the way Alain had learned magic on his own should have been impossible. Before I say anything else, there's something I'd like to ask. What is it? Alain then expressed his doubts to the dragonkin, who, after listening for a while, muttered, "Does that even make sense?" It stared blankly, genuinely unable to understand. But that's how I've been doing it, and it's the same now. Alain's response was met with a disbelieving chuckle from the dragonkin, who was about to say something further when rumble. Alain looked puzzled as the tower suddenly began to shake, as though an earthquake had struck. It seems my time is up. Time? The time I can manifest in this world is short, and it seems like it's coming to an end. Alain instinctively furrowed his brow at this explanation, but the dragonkin smiled as if to reassure him. Don't worry too much. You can come back in 5 days and we'll talk again. I'll explain what you're curious about then. And, if possible, find Sparrow's staff and receive the phrases and inscriptions from the one inside. Y'all be able to communicate by channeling magic into it. Sparrow's staff? An ego weapon? More like a weapon imbued with a personality, a bit of a nutcase. Get the phrases and inscriptions from it. So you're saying these inscriptions are like secret techniques, yet you're telling me it'll easily share them. Don't worry about that. The one inside regrets not being able to pass on its knowledge, so it'll be more than willing to teach you. I'm looking forward to it. If what you say is true, y'all be able to. The dragonkin let out a sly smile once again. Use the magic of all mages with just phrases, inscriptions, and seals. And before finishing its sentence, the dragonkin vanished in an instant, leaving Alain staring into the empty space in silence. A little time passed. Alain, having left the ruins, was now in a carriage, deep in thought. He hadn't learned the secrets that had originally brought him there, the mysteries he had been curious about for so long. But his focus had shifted away from those secrets. The secrets weren't much of a risk, considering he had to stay in the colony for at least 2 more weeks thanks to the Colosseum. Instead, Alain was reflecting on what the dragonkin had said. You can't use magic without understanding phrases, inscriptions, and self-manifestation, huh? He had thought about it over and over again. That dragonkin didn't seem like it was lying, so how was I able to use them? Despite contemplating the issue multiple times, he knew there was no way to find an answer to something he didn't understand. I feel like there's something to this. With a slight sense of curiosity, he soon shifted his thoughts to another topic. Sparrow's staff, fortunately, Alain knew where the Sparrow's staff, mentioned by the dragonkin, was located. It should be in the royal treasury of the colony. He had already entered the royal family's vault several times during quests to retrieve various items, so he was familiar with the location. However, despite knowing where it was, Alain had never taken the Sparrow's staff out. The item was among the least useful in terms of performance within the vault. Its abilities aren't impressive enough to choose over something else I originally planned to take. Even so, he didn't intend to ignore the dragonkin's advice, so after a moment of deliberation, he decided. Guess I don't have a choice. I should register as a fighter in the Colosseum first. He made up his mind to join the Colosseum this time and retrieve the Sparrow's staff. Thus, Master, yes. Can you pat my head? Your head? Yeah. As he stroked Xiaoring's hair, who had leaned in next to him for a head pat, she was clearly enjoying it, even though his hand was barely moving as she rubbed her head against it on her own. Together, they arrived at the colony. And the moment they entered, Alain noticed that the atmosphere was unusually chaotic. Rather, after realizing that there was hardly any foot traffic within the colony, Alain looked puzzled, but only for a moment. As they continued toward the guild by carriage, Alain saw an immense crowd gathered along the central street of the colony and immediately halted the carriage. It was impossible to drive through the crowd. Moreover, Lady Xiaoreng, it seems we'll have to wait until the crowd passes. The beastman who had scouted ahead reported the situation, and Xiaoreng looked at Alain. After a brief moment of thought, Alain said, "Let's wait and take a look while we're at it." He stepped out of the carriage, his curiosity piqued by the bustling scene. It seemed as though the entire population of the colony had gathered, lining both sides of the central road. As Alain stepped out of the carriage and made his way through the crowd, he eventually spotted a carriage approaching from a distance. Stop! A mercenary blocked Alain's path. The mercenary, clearly rough-looking, gave Alain a light shove with the hand holding his sword and spoke. "No one is allowed to approach Lord Millenin," a blatant warning. Only then did Alain notice that, despite the crowd, this area was empty, guarded by mercenaries. Alain turned his gaze toward the man standing within the cordon of mercenaries. He looked like a noble from the colony, adorned with various decorations, with an unmistakably arrogant demeanor. Having apparently heard the mercenaries' words, the noble glanced at Alain, smirked, and then turned his gaze away. At that moment, Alain couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of this noble, who, like many of his kind, seemed to derive a sense of entitlement from the most trivial things. Crack, in an instant, the mercenary who had blocked Alain's path vanished, smashing into a nearby grocery store. It had all happened in a flash. The crowd's attention immediately turned to the scene, and the mercenaries who had formed the barricade began to move before they could even assess the situation. At that moment, zap, boom, crash, the mercenaries who had been advancing toward Alain were sent flying through the air and slammed into buildings. See, Xiaoreng? The noble Millenin, who had been smirking just moments ago, recoiled in shock at the sudden appearance of Xiaoreng. He began to scream as Xiaoreng grabbed his head. "Then he mocked you, master. What should I do with him?" Xiaoreng turned to Alain with a bright smile, a stark contrast to the way she had been handling Millenin. Alain was at a loss for words. Without giving him a chance to intervene, Xiaoreng gripped the noble's head tightly, as if she might crush at any moment, simply because he had mocked Alain. Should I kill him? While it was undeniably satisfying, Alain couldn't help but feel it was a bit too extreme. At least not in such a crowded street. Alain, who had been wondering how to handle the situation, turned his attention to the murmuring around him. He soon realized that the white carriage that had been crossing the crowded street had stopped right in front of him. At the same time, he recognized where the carriage had come from. The Holy Kingdom, As Alain noticed the paladins, he had that thought, and just then the door of the stopped carriage opened, and someone began to step out. It was a girl dressed in black, but with red embroidery sewn in various places on her sacred attire. Alain only tilted his head in confusion for a brief moment, feeling that her face seemed strangely familiar. Cardinal, Alain heard the voice of the noble Millenin, whose head was still being held by Xiaoreng, as he called out to the girl. In that instant, Alain instinctively sensed that the situation was about to become more complicated. If someone didn't know what had just transpired, this scene would look like Alain and Xiaoreng were bullying an innocent noble. Millenin, who seemed eager to take advantage of the situation, put on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. Alain wondered if he should try to clear up the misunderstanding. But contrary to his expectations, the girl who had stepped out of the carriage didn't head toward the noble with his head caught in Xiaoreng's grasp. No, she didn't even glance at him, as if she had no interest in him at all. Instead, she walked straight toward Alain. Eek! As Xiaoreng, wagging her tail wildly, moved aside, the girl approached Alain and took his left hand with both of hers. Then it's been so long. At that moment, as the girl's red eyesnow revealed as she opened them at his gaze, Alain realized who she was. The girl standing before him was none other than Lord Ishabludia. In a street now filled with astonishment and silence, where the murmuring had died down, she smiled at him without a word. Chapter 69. Millenin, a noble of the colony and a member of the Count of Fulmeria's family, couldn't grasp the current situation at all from start to finish. First of all, he didn't understand why Xiaoreng, the first Baba Yaga of the colony, had slaughtered all his private soldiers and grabbed his head as if it was about to explode, just for mocking a nobleman walking around with a bewildered expression. He also couldn't understand why Yusha Bludia, one of the cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and known to have the strongest influence lately, suddenly stepped out of the carriage and held hands with the very noble he had mocked. Everything was a mystery. However, isn't that Count Palacio? Seems like it, huh? He's with a Baba Yaga, so it must be him. Milenin, hearing the whispers of the citizens, finally realized why Sialrang had grabbed his head. The rumor that Sialrang, the Baba Yaga of the colony, followed Count Palacio, a noble of the Kingdom of Asteria, as her master, had spread quite widely since about a year ago. Still, there were things he couldn't comprehend. Lord. She calls him Lord? Milenin had heard rumors about Count Palacio. He knew Sialrang referred to him as master, and that Deus Macallion, the master knight of the nation of Caliban, called him benefactor. He was also aware of his close relationship with a high-ranking member of the Labyrinth City's council. But he's close with a cardinal from the Holy Kingdom as well? Milenin stared at Alain and Yusha with a dumbfounded expression. Unlike Alain, who remained expressionless, Yusha, standing across from him, seemed to be filled with warm feelings. Feelings so full of warmth that even if Milenin had truly been mistreated in this situation, there was no way she would take his side. What on earth is his true identity? As that astonished curiosity filled Milenin, he heard Alain's voice. Sialrang, stop. With that, Milenin was finally released. Grr Milenin clutched his head in pain, feeling as if it would split open. Alain approached him. Are you all right? My apologies. The apology was simple and straightforward. Milenin instinctively tried to open his mouth. He knew that mocking a fellow noble like Count Palacio was something he should not have done. But still, the response had been excessively harsh, and there were several witnesses to it. Of course, since Milenin had used his soldiers to block access and keep the area to himself, no one viewed him favorably. In fact, many seemed to find satisfaction in Sialrang's actions. Still, though Milenin, who had gained some justification with Alain's apology, was about to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth. He couldn't help it because both Sialrang and Yusha, standing behind Count Palacio, were staring straight at him. Their red and golden eyes glinting as if they wouldn't miss a single move, staring intently. And so, no, it's nothing. Are you sure? Yes. I'm fine, really, fine. With that, Milenin frantically waved his hands and quickly fled the scene. Shortly after, the noble, whose identity Alain hadn't even bothered to confirm, fled in a panic after the initial surprise of the sudden meeting. They moved to Sialrang's guild to avoid attention. Finally, Alain could speak comfortably with Yusha. You said you came to the colony for some business? Yes. So, I won't be staying long. Alain nodded at Yusha's bright smile, yet his expression turned somewhat pensive. Her smile was so kind, so saintly, that it was almost fitting to call her a saint. But there was a strange disconnect with how he remembered her. Maybe it's because I only saw her as one of the 5 great sins in psychedelia, but she feels very different now. Alain suddenly realized that although they had exchanged letters frequently, this was his first time seeing her in person. A sense of pride filled him. Yusha had grown up well, particularly with the destructive image of her as one of the 5 great sins still vividly imprinted in his mind. The pride he felt towards her was even greater than for others. Looking around the room, Alain spoke up again. But are you two not on good terms? The reason for his question was that Sialrang, who was always cheerful, had been looking unusually tense ever since Yusha arrived. But Yusha, without losing her smile, replied, Oh, not at all. Sialrang and I are on very good terms, right? Right, Sialrang nodded. However, despite their words, the atmosphere between them felt somewhat awkward. Alain tilted his head in mild confusion, but then shrugged, deciding not to pry further since they both insisted they were close. Then, out of nowhere, Sialrang asked, Master, in 2 years, y'all think about it, right? The sudden question left Alain momentarily confused until he realized she was referring to the marriage registration. He fumbled his response, Well, I'll think about it when the time comes. What are you going to think about? Yusha asked curiously. Alain hesitated, wondering how to explain the situation, but before he could say anything, Sialrang boldly announced, he said he'll seriously consider marrying me in 2 years. Alain, taken aback, let out a surprised sound, aha. Yusha, equally shocked, voiced her confusion. Sialrang, on the other hand, looked more triumphant than ever, as if she had never been upset in the first place. Yusha, who had been staring blankly at Sialrang for a moment, suddenly burst into a soft laugh. Then, with a serene expression, she looked at Alain. You don't need to explain, Lord. I am sure Sialrang made an unreasonable request, and you had no choice but to answer that way, right? Even though Alain hadn't provided any explanation, Yusha seemed to understand everything perfectly, as if she were already wise beyond her years. Alain couldn't help but smile inwardly. Anyone could see that she embodied the role of a nurturing older sister. Just as Alain was about to nod in satisfaction, Yusha continued, "Yes, that must be it. Since Xiaoreng is a bit immature, you probably had to comfort her by promising something in 2 years, knowing that rejecting her outright would have made her incredibly sad. I know you only said that because you had no choice. Although lying isn't good, sometimes there are lies that have to be told, right?" Alain was left bewildered, his mind filling with question marks as Yusha, still smiling, rattled off her words without even pausing to breathe. She then turned her gaze to Xiaoreng and said, "So, Xiaoreng, you understand now, right? You shouldn't put Lord in a difficult position. And like I said before, it's too early for you to think about marriage. I didn't put him in a difficult position. And the Vice Guild leader told me that a 5-year age gap is perfect for marriage. Xiaoreng, I said no. You shouldn't make things hard for Lord." Yusha continued to speak with a smile, but Xiaoreng's expression twisted in frustration as she shouted, "You're the one who can't. You're too old." "What do you mean by that, Xiaoreng? I'm only 2 years older than you." Yusha's smile didn't waver, but I heard it from Rhine. "Your age is estimated to be thou." Before Xiaoreng could finish her sentence, boom. Crash! Xiaoreng suddenly disappeared through the floor. Alain stared blankly at the scene, stunned by how quickly everything had unfolded. Yusha, who had been glaring down at where Xiaoreng had stood moments ago, suddenly noticed Alain's presence again. She quickly softened her expression and smiled kindly. "It seems the building is a bit weak." It was an obvious lie, but Yusha said it with a straight face. "The building is weak?" Alain asked. "Yes, really, really. It just collapsed all of a sudden, didn't it?" Despite her repeated insistence, as if she would never admit to having slammed Xiaoreng into the lower floor, Alain could only respond, "I see." Alain reluctantly nodded in agreement, while suddenly recalling that Yusha had once been one of the 5 great sins. He thought to himself, so, a woman's age really is a taboo topic, but a thousand years. I didn't expect that. Alain filed away this new piece of information that he had never wanted to know. "I'll go fetch Xiaoreng," Yusha said, ending the conversation. A few minutes later, Alain saw Xiaoreng, creaking and moving like a puppet, seated back in her chair. He was reminded again of the absolute taboo she had broken. For the next half hour, they conversed, sharing stories. Eventually, Yusha spoke up. "Lord, I believe it's time for me to take my leave." Alain nodded in response. "Yes, you did mention you had other business." "Yes, I'll probably be here for about 3 weeks, so I'll make sure to stop by often while you're still around." "All right." Just as Yusha was about to turn and leave with a small smile, she suddenly clapped her hands as if she had remembered something. "Oh, and earlier, you mentioned that you would be participating in the Colosseum?" They had indeed talked about that earlier during their conversation. "Yeah, that's right. As I said, I am aiming to get something from the royal treasury. The Sparrow's staff, right? Correct." Yusha nodded lightly, understanding his intent. "Well then, I'll see you again soon," she said with a smile before leaving. Alain watched as a white carriage headed toward the royal palace of the colony, and he turned his gaze to Xiaoreng, who let out a huge sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. "All right, I suppose I should start preparing as well." The next day, after spending the night at Xiaoreng's guild, Alain headed straight to the Colosseum and submitted his application to participate. Thanks to Xiaoreng's help, the process, which usually took a week, was completed in just an hour. F-rank fighter pass. This is just the beginning. Holding the pass that all new applicants receive, Alain steeled himself for what was to come. 2 days later, Alain stood in the arena of the Colosseum, about to participate in his first battle. He exhaled a shallow breath and looked around. The audience seats were packed with spectators, not a single seat was empty, and around 100 other fighters stood in the arena with him. His first match was not a one-on-one duel but a battle royale, and the victory condition was simple: be the last fighter standing. There were no other conditions. Survival was the only rule. Though Alain generally preferred one-on-one matches, he chose the battle royale for one simple reason. Winning a battle royale would allow him to jump from F rank to D rank in a single leap. Once a fighter reached D rank, they gained the right to challenge higher-ranked fighters and exchange ranks, which would allow Alain to skip ahead faster. As he glanced around, Alain thought to himself, "The only way to enter the royal treasury and retrieve the treasure I am after is by becoming an A-rank fighter." Of course, becoming a Baba Yaga would allow access to the national treasure, the Rabot, but Alain didn't need to go that far. The items he sought, including the Sparrow's staff, were housed in the treasury that an A-rank fighter could enter. It won't be easy. Alain scanned the area. The other fighters gripped their weapons and stared back at him as if they had all made some unspoken agreement. Some were tense, others serious, and a few sneered or tried to gauge the situation carefully. Their emotions varied, but they all shared one thing in common: they were ready to point their weapons at him. Of course, Alain had anticipated this. Even though the fighters here were all F-rank, none of them were mere cannon fodder. They had joined the battle royale with the goal of advancing by crushing the competition. And to them, Alain was the clear target. Rumors had spread that he had fended off foreign enemies and played a major role in dealing with the Baba Yagas. For those aiming to win, taking Alain out first was only natural. All right then, the fighters' match will begin shortly. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Most of the fighters tensed up, waiting for the signal, and as soon as it came, let the match begin. They all rushed toward Alain. The situation grew tense in an instant. The arena echoed with the wild cheers of the spectators, while the fighters' battle cries filled Alain's ears. As the first fighter's axe swung down toward his head with the faintest movement of Alain's fingers, encased in his black battle armor crack, a sudden wave of freezing cold swept through the arena. The axe, just inches from Alain's head, froze in midair. "Ice crystal," Alain muttered, forming a hand seal. A wall of ice began to rise around him. Chapter 70, Litenka, an F-rank fighter participating in this battle royale, honestly thought he might be able to take down Count Palacio. Of course, this wasn't because he underestimated Alain's strength. No matter how much Alain might be ignorant of the ways of the world, it made no sense to dismiss the already infamous Count Palacio. The reason he thought this was simply because the Count was a magician. Essentially, magicians needed time to cast spells. The higher the rank of the spell, the shorter the casting time, but there was always a slight delay. And in this confined arena, Litenka knew that this delay would give fighters enough time to strike. That's why, despite his tension, he believed he had a chance. After confirming that Count Palacio was part of this battle royale, Litenka gathered all the other fighters, confident they could take him down together. However, Litenka's arrogance was quickly shattered the moment Alain's magic unfolded. "What the this is insane," he couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he stared blankly upward. Dozens of ice pillars were entangled, forming a small mountain. At the peak of that mountain, the man stood, gazing down at the fighters with no emotion, just cold indifference. While all the fighters held their weapons, paralyzed and unsure of what to do, overwhelmed by the sight, Alain exhaled a frosty breath amidst the chilling cold, watching them. So far, everything is going according to plan, Alain thought as he formed a hand seal. In truth, before entering today's battle royale, Alain had agonized over which magic to use. He was used to fighting stronger opponents, so most of his spells targeted individuals rather than groups. Knowing he could only cast magic 6 times, he foresaw this situation and, after much deliberation, settled on his strategy. "What I need here is magic that can cover the widest range with enough power to take down F-rank fighters." With that conclusion, he arranged his spells. Wung, enhance. Soon, a shield formed in the center of the massive iceberg Alain had created. Compress. Following his command, the center of the enormous iceberg compressed into the shape of a large dome. The center of the mountain instantly transformed into a spherical shape, making the structure look unstable. The spectators silently gasped in awe at the sight. The enormous sphere floating at the heart of the iceberg, on the verge of collapse, looked like a magical work of art. But then, vacuum. As soon as Alain spoke again, the shield, which had just been compressed into what looked like a sphere of magical energy, shrank even further. "Return to the primordial." With Alain's final words, boom. The iceberg exploded, sweeping away the fighters gathered around it. The fragile snow-capped mountain crumbled with a deafening roar. White dust rose into the air. And when the white cloud settled, what remained on the battlefield was Alain. Alone. The silence that followed lasted only a moment. "Ah, ahem, the winner of the battle royale is Alain Palacio." The commentator, who had been flustered, quickly regained his composure and announced the result. In his ears, the sound of thunderous cheers began to echo. Alain thought to himself, if it hadn't ended in one shot, it could have been dangerous. He felt the mana hole within him empty, having used more magical power than expected due to the large range of the spell, and broke into a small cold sweat. Looks like he'll need to practice adjusting the spell arrangement more. One more task had been added to his to-do list. Right after the battle royale ended, Alain, who had instantly been promoted from an F-rank fighter to a D-rank fighter eligible to issue challenges, was thinking about which C-rank fighter he would challenge next. "Count, what is it, Evan? Yusha sent a gift." "A gift?" "Yes." Upon hearing this from Evan, who had been waiting at the guild, Alain quickly made his way to his room and saw a staff placed on the desk. It was the sparrow staff he had been trying to acquire. "She sent this as a gift?" "Yes. She said you'd like it." Evan's words left Alain perplexed as he examined the staff. Even after inspecting it, he confirmed it was indeed the sparrow staff. "What is this?" His expression turned blank. It was no wonder. From what he knew, access to the colony's treasure vault required one to prove their qualifications as a fighter. The colony's royal family had upheld this tradition since they established the kingdom, so Alain never even considered buying items from the treasure vault with money, knowing it was impossible. Which led him to wonder, how did she manage this? Though curious about how Yusha had acquired the sparrow staff for him, Alain set the question aside for now, deciding to feel grateful toward her. Thanks to her, he had obtained the item he had originally intended to acquire. "Since I've exhausted my mana today, I won't be able to use it. I'll give it a try tomorrow." Feeling as if he had received a gift from a well-raised daughter, Alain gripped the sparrow staff in his hand. The next day, as Alain infused mana into the staff, just as it had described, "Who are you? Why are you waking me up?" A gruff middle-aged man's voice, full of irritation at the world, echoed in his mind. "I am Alain Palacio. So what? I was introduced by the Dragonkin." "So what?" Alain felt a sudden headache, instinctively sensing that the conversation would be difficult, but pressed on. "You don't seem to like long conversations, so I'll get straight to the point. I heard you're a mage. Looks like there's still at least one idiot left in this world of morons. I was told by the Dragonkin that you'd reveal your glyphs and phrases to me. Can you do that? What good would knowing that do you? I plan to use them." At Alain's answer, the voice inside the staff let out a deep sigh after a brief silence. "I thought you were at least a fool with some knowledge, but it turns out you're just a complete idiot." The middle-aged voice continued, filled with blatant disdain. "Hey, idiot, do you really think knowing my glyphs and phrases means y'all be able to use them? If I couldn't use them, I wouldn't have asked. The Dragonkin said you'd explain everything clearly. Stop talking about things y'all never be able to do. You haven't even inherited my mental image, so how could you possibly use my glyphs?" The voice in the staff spat out words laced with denial, as if dismissing the entire conversation. Just as Alain fell silent, pondering the situation. "Count," suddenly Evan burst through the door. "What is it?" "You've received a challenge request." "From whom?" "From an A-rank fighter. The name is Filshin. The Colosseum came to deliver the message." "How should I respond?" At Evan's question, Alain briefly considered it with some confusion. "An A-rank fighter, challenging me? It's not impossible, but D-rank fighters were allowed to challenge fighters ranked one tier above them, but A-rank fighters could issue challenges to lower-ranked fighters as they wished. However, it was uncommon for A-rank fighters to challenge lower-ranked fighters. If they didn't fight against others of their own rank, they risked their standing, and if they lost, they would be demoted. The risk was too great. But for Alain, this was an opportunity to rise to the A rank in one swift move without having to fight several battles. After a brief pause, Alain made his decision. "If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet?" Alain smiled at the staff. One day later, Filshin, the rank fighter who had issued the challenge to Count Palacio, walked out from the opposite side of the Colosseum's arena, eyeing the man entering the battlefield. As expected, Count Palacio, stepping into the arena amidst thunderous cheers, caught Filshin's gaze. Filshin smirked to himself. In truth, this wasn't a good match for him. As an A-rank fighter, beating Count Palacio, a D-rank fighter, wouldn't bring Filshin any glory, and if he lost, he would be demoted from A-rank to D-rank. But despite that, there was one reason Filshin had issued the challenge to Count Palacio: to generate buzz. It was true that Count Palacio, standing before him, was a D-rank fighter, but his strength had already been proven multiple times through rumors. Moreover, his power was definitively confirmed during the recent battle royale, making him even more famous within the colony. In other words, what Filshin wanted was to defeat Alain and steal the spotlight from him. He had heard rumors that the vacant position of Baba Yaga would soon be filled by one of the A-rank fighters, chosen by the royal family. In short, for Filshan, whose goal was to become the next Baba Yaga, this event was a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss. That's why he took the gamble, though he was confident he could defeat the Count. Of course, Filshan wasn't underestimating Count Palacio. As mentioned, there were many rumors about his strength, and he had already proven his power in the Colosseum. Ignoring Count Palacio would be a foolish act, something no fighter should ever do, especially not fighters. However, there was one reason Filshan was confident. Count Palacio only uses ice magic. Of course, he knew that magicians could use other spells aside from their primary magic. But he also knew that if it wasn't their specialty, the power of those spells would be significantly weaker. Moreover, before sending the challenge, Filshan had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Alain only used ice magic, which further boosted his confidence. And with good reason. Smirk, his race, the Flameclan, was inherently capable of wielding fire, an element with a strong advantage over ice magic. No matter how powerful Alain's ice magic was, it would naturally weaken in the face of the high-temperature flames Filshan controlled, which brought a smile to his face. And now let the match begin. As soon as the commentator's voice fell, Filshan unleashed his flames. Whoosh! The fire surged, making the already hot ground boil even more, drawing gasps from the audience. At the same time, the cold began to rise from around Alain, threatening to engulf the arena. But, unfortunately, Alain's frost could not reach where Filshan stood. As I thought, Filshan twisted his lips into a grin and drew his twin swords. How should I finish this? In one strike? Or should I wait for the Count to cast a spell and then finish him? No, I can't drag this out for too long. Better to make it as impactful as possible. Filshan, already thinking as though he had won, but unfortunately for him, his blissful thoughts were cut short. A ray of thunder. The moment Alain uttered a new incantation, it was over. Crackle. Brilliant blue sparks began to surround Alain's body, clearly visible to everyone. Chapter 71, inside the arena, an intense chill spreads, and blue sparks crackle as they ride the air. To anyone watching, the magic being wielded is clearly abnormal. Disintegrate. At Alain's command, the bursts of sparks transform into glittering blue particles that scatter in all directions. Despite it being broad daylight, the particles glow brightly like fireflies. And then dissolve. Just moments before, his body had been perfectly intact. Now, even as he stands still, it wavers dizzyingly, like a mirage. Filshan was already within striking distance of Alain. Leaping forward using searing flames as propulsion, Filshan gripped the sword that had slipped down, aiming at Alain's swaying form. Even if it's unexpected, it's still fine. Though he was startled by Alain using a completely different magic than the anticipated ice magic, Filshan chose to see this as an opportunity. At this moment of spell preparation, the opponent was defenseless. It would have been better to defeat him in a more spectacular fight, but since Alain had begun using a different kind of magic, the odds of victory had dropped exponentially. I'll end it right now. Just as Filshan raised his sword without hesitation to strike, cycle of all things, Alain's words resounded. At that fleeting moment, Alain's emotionless face was staring directly at him. His body, fingers forming a seal, had suddenly crackle. Thunder god form, he became pure blue lightning, and Filshan's thoughts ceased to continue. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Filshan's body crashed into the arena, leaving behind lightning trails that streaked across the field. Crackle in that brief second, or perhaps even less, everything had happened so fast that no one could grasp what had transpired. The spectators could only witness two things. One was Filshan's body smashing through the arena wall. The other was Crackle. Alain, now completely enveloped in transformed entirely into lightning itself, cloaked in a blue aura. Crack! With each movement of his black-colored cloak, lightning crackled and scattered in all directions. Tusk, as the ends of the cloak gradually regained their dark hue, the lightning's form shifted back into the figure of Count Alain Palacio. The spectators, who watched the entire scene as if witnessing a gradient fade, were left speechless. The winner is Alain Palacio. When the previously stunned announcer finally spoke, the crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, leaping to their feet and applauding so loudly that the arena seemed to shake. Amid the jubilant noise and wild applause, Alain stood. Damn it! Unable to fully register the crowd's reaction, he muttered a curse under his breath, grimacing as blood began to trickle down his arm beneath his sleeve. I almost died. This was not a figurative statement. He had truly almost died from using the magic just now. It was true that his mana was completely depleted, but that wasn't why he nearly died. The real reason was the magic he had used. Damn. No, it was in the spell itself. Unlike before, Alain could understand the laws of the spell immediately upon using it. No, he had to understand them. If he hadn't, he wouldn't be standing here. As soon as the magic ended, he could have been broken down into molecules, ceasing to exist in this world. Twisting the laws to convert the body into mana, why does such a crazy spell exist? The spell he used, a ray of thunder, literally converted his body into mana with the properties of electricity. The subsequent phrases were all pre-prepared electrical magic. The process was to fuse, or rather, enchant it. Finally, the thunder god form was the magic that manifested the fused spell array. In other words, the magnetic manifestation Sparrow taught him was, quite literally, an incredible spell that transformed the caster into lightning itself. But the reason Alain felt the spell was insane was none other than its difficulty. The thunder god form temporarily transformed the body into lightning, allowing the caster to use its properties directly. However, the issue was that the irregular mana array of lightning, when combined with Alain's body, could easily break down with even the slightest movement. In short, if Alain had no talent for controlling the mana array, he could have been nothing more than colorful fireworks in the arena just now. It hurts like hell. Even after hastily reconstructing his body's array in over a second, there seemed to be areas he couldn't attend to, as the blood flowing beneath his sleeve was steadily increasing. Sparrow, did you teach me this just to mess with me? He suddenly recalled Sparrow's staff, which Evan held while watching the match together. Let's head back first. With the thunderous cheers behind him, Alain returned to the waiting room. Count. What is it? No, I don't think I'll ever be surprised by anything you do again. Evan looked at him with a strange expression, while what the how did you do that? Sparrow's staff, usually full of sneering remarks, trembled with disbelief, its voice shaking. Alain felt a surge of satisfaction behind his impassive expression. It seems the bet is mine. One day later, Alain's reputation as an A-rank fighter, achieved in less than a week, rapidly spread across the entire colony. As a result, there were far more talks about Alain in the colony than any other fighter. Yet, the man at the center of these rumors, Alain, was to the royal castle now, master, calmly heading to the colony's royal castle with Sialrang. The reason was that becoming an A-rank fighter granted him access to the royal treasury. Normally, it would have taken at least a week to gain entry to the treasury. Alain was able to move so swiftly thanks to Sialrang. Even if Baba Yaga's power is strong, I didn't expect it to extend its influence to the royal family. As Alain's carriage passed a massive castle wall, he marveled at Sialrang's abilities. Hey, Sparrow spoke directly in his mind, to which Alain responded not verbally but by channeling mana into the staff as instructed. Did you forget the bet? And no. Sparrow's tone became exasperated, but soon shifted. Count, I would like to ask you something. Sparrow's voice, now small and trembling, was surprisingly polite and refined compared to just a few days ago. What is it? Well, as I mentioned yesterday, would you consider forming a contract with me and succeeding my legacy? As I said yesterday, I am still considering it. No, this is truly a great opportunity. Isn't it? Flustered, Sparrow hastily added a respectful suffix. You, Count, no, your lordship must know from using my laws that they're incredibly powerful. If you just refine it over a few generations, you'll be slapping other wizards 30 times over, seriously. From the moment Alain used Sparrow's laws without having inherited his spirit, Sparrow, following the suggestion of the Yongsan race, had been urging him to become his successor. Successor, huh? In truth, from Alain's perspective of needing to learn magic, accepting this staff as his teacher wasn't such a bad option. Just knowing its phrases and incantations seemed to provide a significant amount of magical knowledge. Even so, Alain avoided giving a clear answer, and the reason was due to the contract Sparrow proposed. Sparrow called it a master-disciple contract, but there was no need to inscribe a magic circle for a contract he didn't fully understand. Anyway, I am meeting him tomorrow, so I can ask and decide then. With that in mind, Alain dismissed Sparrow's suggestion for the moment. Please, reconsider seriously just once more. According to you, isn't it impossible for someone who hasn't inherited your spirit to become your successor? No, that was really just something I didn't know at the time. I apologize. No need to apologize. Either way, it would have been difficult for you to find a successor since you're an idiot. You really hold grudges, don't you? What did you say? Ah, no, I mean because of the bet he lost earlier, Sparrow had to speak respectfully. He continued to desperately urge Alain to become his successor until Alain left the staff behind in the carriage to enter the royal castle. But all Sparrow learned by then was that Alain's grudges ran deep. Ha! I shouldn't have let my temper get the better of me. Left alone in the carriage, Sparrow muttered darkly. It was his own karma. The colony's royal castle had a slightly different atmosphere compared to those of other nations Alain knew. Unlike the typical concept of a royal castle, the interior felt rather rough. There were no sculptures or marble to be found inside, which made it appear somewhat lacking in refinement. Yet, despite this, Alain didn't think it was inferior because it was due to the abundance of gold and jewels adorning the rough walls. Walking along the seemingly endless path lined with treasures, Alain finally arrived at the royal throne room with Xiaoreng. He knelt and greeted the colony's king, who was looking down at him. The warrior greets the king of the colony. Normally, introducing himself as a noble would have been appropriate, but he came here to enter the treasury, so he introduced himself as a warrior. Raise your head. Upon hearing the solemn voice, Alain raised his head to see the king's face. He was a robust, middle-aged man with prominent features, exuding a sense of authority and confidence. Count Palacio, I found your match to be quite entertaining. Very impressive. The colony's king, Carmax's III, laughed heartily as he continued. I heard you wish to enter the treasury. Is there something you desire? Yes, your majesty. Carmax's nodded a few times before saying, then you should take it. The royal family of the colony opens the treasury to anyone who has proven themselves. Thank you for your generosity. However, I have one more gift to offer you. What do you think? A proposal, your majesty? Yes, he spoke casually. I have a daughter. Yes, your majesty. What do you think? Excuse me? Alain's mind froze. Silence, but only for a moment. Of course, it's up to you whether or not you accept this gift, so take your time to consider. Carmaxes maintained his smile. Maxim, take him to the treasury. He then instructed the knight beside him. As Carmaxes watched Alain's receding figure, he let out a sigh. Baba Yaga, are you not following him? He noticed that Xiaoreng, who had been beside Alain until a moment ago, remained standing in place and asked. Then hey, the smile Xiaoreng had worn just moments earlier had faded into a perfectly blank expression. At last enough. Her chilling golden eyes matched the icy words that followed. Chapter 72, This is the Place. Maxim, one of the king's royal guards, spoke with a notable intensity, and Alain gazed at the opening door. Once you go inside, you can bring out only one item that you desire. However, if you attempt to sneak out more than one item and are caught, Maxim's gaze turned to Alain. Something unfortunate may occur, so please be cautious about that. It was a slightly unpleasant warning to hear, but Alain nodded lightly. He understood Maxim's perspective. There are always a few who try to cheat during this kind of mission. Of course, there weren't many daring enough to try trickery in the royal treasury, but such individuals did exist. You may enter. With little emotion, Alain stepped inside the treasury. Wow, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As expected, the inside of the treasury was filled with various items. From swords, axes, and spears to ornaments and accessories, the room was littered with objects on tables and the floor. It was truly a place befitting the term treasury. However, Alain paid no attention to the weapons or ornaments. Instead, he moved unhesitatingly toward a corner and began searching for an item. He already knew what he intended to take from here. After about 30 minutes, Alain, having rummaged around, finally found the item he sought. What he retrieved from a pile of ornaments and accessories was a small dagger. No, to be more accurate, it was awkward to even call it a dagger. It looked like a long sword made to be wielded by a dwarf. While it could technically function as a dagger, the handle was absurdly thin, making it unsuitable for actual combat and seemingly only usable as a decorative item. But Alain didn't mind and took it. The seal of the blind one's contract. He recalled the name of the item he held. It wasn't something he needed right away. It would only be useful after passing through Raxes with the ring he received from Heinkel. Now that he had acquired everything he needed, he only had to meet the dragonkin, hear their explanation, and head to Raxes. With that, he exited the treasury and returned to the king's chamber with Maxim, who had been waiting outside. Although he wished to leave the uncomfortable palace as soon as possible, he had to express his gratitude to the king out of courtesy. Hence, how should I politely decline the matter regarding his daughter? He was contemplating this when he arrived where the king was. The atmosphere felt quite unusual. Although Carmax's, still smiling, didn't exude the same hearty laughter as before Alain went to retrieve the treasure, there was a subtle awkwardness about him. Ah, master. In contrast, Xiaoreng, who had been conversing with the king until a moment ago, was grinning as usual. Have you chosen all the items? To Carmax's strangely awkward question, Alain bowed. Yes, thank you for your grace. All right then, let's be offo, and about what I mentioned earlier, forget it. It was just a joke. Ah, yes. With a forced hearty laugh, Carmax's continued then, I look forward to seeing you again next time. With those words, he dismissed Alain and the audience ended without even a simple ritual of showing the king the item brought from the treasury and offering gratitude. Alain was simply bewildered. Xiaoreng. Huh, what's up, master? Suddenly, curious about another matter, Alain asked the grinning Xiaoreng. It didn't seem like you paid any formal respect to the king when we met him. Is that all right? Huh, it's fine, so the king must have allowed it. That's right, it's fine. Seeing Xiaoreng nod as if it was nothing, Alain felt another peculiar feeling. No matter how informal it is, shouldn't she have shown respect to the king? Of course, Alain couldn't be certain since such details weren't described in detail in Psychedelia, so he decided to let the topic pass lightly. By the way, did you discuss anything with the king? Just ordinary things? Ordinary, just, the usual. Stuff about meals, things to keep in mind, that kind of stuff. I see. Yep. With Xiaoreng's lively response, Alain shrugged as he got into the carriage. Well, if it's the same as before, then it probably wasn't because of Xiaoreng. I guess the strange atmosphere was just my imagination. Instead of heading to Xiaoreng's guild, Alain's carriage made its way directly to the ruins outside the colony. Having acquired everything he needed, it was now time to meet the Dragonkin and hear the story he missed last time. Thus, bypassing the guild, Alain traveled with Xiaoreng to their destination, arriving there by the afternoon. All right then, I'll be back. Okay, I'll be waiting, master. Xiaoreng waved both hands enthusiastically as she saw him off. With her send-off and the still pleading voice of Sparrow, who kept begging Alain to become his successor, he reached the central tower. You have arrived? I have been waiting for you. Once again, as soon as he ascended to the upper floor, he encountered it, surrounded by rows of bookshelves. Is there a time limit on your manifestation this time as well? There's no need to worry about that. We have sufficient time to talk. I see, but why haven't you kept your promise? Promise? You're not going to pretend you don't know, are you? When Alain questioned its feigned ignorance, it let out a sound like a cornered animal caught in a lie and then muttered softly. Master, is this enough now? I'll let it slide this time. Why did I ever make such a foolish promise in the first place? With a sigh at Alain's words, it glanced at Sparrow's staff and replied, But you're more capable than I expected. I didn't think you would already possess the staff. Have you tried using magic with it? Yes, how about self-summoning? I succeeded, but it was more dangerous than necessary. Alain spoke calmly. Hearing this, the Dragonkin seemed momentarily stunned. To think you actually succeeded, I am at a loss for words. It let out a faint laugh. Then, mage, you tell me, did the wizard truly succeed in self-summoning? As if wanting confirmation, the question was directed not at Alain, but at the staff. Why, yes, that's correct. Alain wore a puzzled expression. Just before entering the tower, Sparrow had been chattering noisily, but now he answered in a tense tone. Alain briefly wondered at the completely different attitude, reminiscent of a mouse in front of a cat, compared to what he had seen over the past few days. Good, very good. It smiled as if highly pleased, nodding repeatedly. There's something I wish to tell you right away, and some things you need to know, but everything must be done in order. Since there are already delayed matters, let's start by addressing those. Looking at Alain, it continued, What do you wish to know? I'll tell you everything that can be discussed at this point. Alain pondered its question. There were many things he wanted to ask, but now that the opportunity had come, he was unsure where to begin. After a moment of indecision, Alain finally spoke. Last time, you said I would need mind resonance to hear this story. That's right, it responded. What exactly is this mind resonance? Alain's first question was about mind resonance. That, of course. The being, wearing a curious smile as if there was no need for further explanation, responded, is divine status. While Alain was listening to the conversation, Carmax's I was sighing deeply in the office of the royal palace in Colony, reflecting on the events from earlier. I've never seen such a diverse range of reactions before. Carmax's thought about Xiaoreng. Until now, he had never seen that Xiaoring wearing a bright smile. The expression on her face had always been neutral whenever he encountered her, whether in the Colosseum or the royal palace. So Xiaoring's change in expression was a peculiar sight to Carmax's, though he did not show it. That wasn't all. Enough. Carmax's recalled Xiaoring's voice. As soon as Count Palacio left, she had dropped her casual expression and delivered a cold declaration in a stern tone. He remembered feeling breathless at that moment and let out a faint, bitter laugh. Xiaoreng's behavior was clearly rebellious by any standard. Even though she was accepted as the first Baba Yaga and permitted to use informal speech, displaying hostility toward the Kinja especially to the extent of emitting a chilling killing, intent was undeniably a rebellious act. Yet despite Xiaoreng's actions, Carmax's dared not say anything to her. There were two reasons for this. First, Carmax's was well aware of Xiaoreng's strength, not just her well-known power as the first Baba Yaga, the Golden Flash, but her true strength. In Colony, which still had 2 vacant Baba Yaga positions, Xiaoreng's overwhelming power was indispensable. The second reason was that Carmax's had tried to use his royal authority to exploit Count Palacio, even though he knew full well that Palacio was Xiaoreng's master. Marriage in the upper class is typically a political tool. Thus, Carmax's initial suggestion to gift his daughter to Count Palacio was intended as a beneficial proposition in some way. If Palacio declined, Carmax's could create an unofficial debt, and if Palacio accepted, he could leverage the Count's rising fame and promising future. Count Palacio's renown had been spreading considerably in Colony lately. However, the real reason Carmax's wanted to recruit Palacio was that he was Xiaoreng's master. If he could bring Palacio to his side, he would gain better control over the unpredictable first Baba Yaga. Additionally, he had learned that Palacio was connected to Yusha Bloodia, a significant figure currently wielding great influence in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, which is why Carmax's made such a proposal, even if it was a bit reckless. I didn't expect her to be that defiant. Carmax's thought about Xiaoreng once again. He was aware that her attitude toward him was not ordinary. However, despite using informal speech, Xiaoreng had never once crossed any unnecessary boundaries in the past. That's why just who is he? As Carmax's found himself puzzled by Alain once more and tilted his head in curiosity, "Your Majesty," the cardinal requests an audience. "Let her in." The voice from outside interrupted Carmax's thoughts. Normally, he would have continued to ponder, but given the kingdom's need for support from the Holy Kingdom, he was in no position to refuse the cardinal's request. That was why, even previously, he had been forced to break the kingdom's tradition and grant one of the treasury's treasures to her instead of a warrior. "Your Majesty." Yusha, the cardinal of the Holy Kingdom, entered and bowed lightly in greeting. As Carmax's prepared to return her greeting, he felt something was off. Yusha, who had never lost her smile during their many conversations about support, now wore a blank expression, her mouth set in a flat line as if all emotion had drained from her face. Did something happen? Carmax's was momentarily confused. Yusha, expressionless, walked into the office and approached him directly. "Your Majesty, I have heard something I wish to ask you about, if that's all right. What is your question?" "Well, I heard that you tried to give Count Palacio, my lord, a troublesome gift. Is that true?" She began, and then Carmax's saw it. Her red eyes. Carmax's could not read any emotion in those eyes. They were utterly devoid of expression. In one sense, they appeared calm. In another, they seemed indifferent. "Will you answer me?" Despite her lack of apparent emotion, Carmax's suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down the hand that gripped his pen. His body instinctively reacted. Even though no discernible feeling emanated from her, like he was facing a being he should never encounter. Carmax's, feeling a mixture of confusion and uncertainty, instinctively recalled one crucial fact. Her change was related to Count Palacio. That's why just who is that man, what is his true identity? The king of Colony, Carmax's, felt even more burdened by his growing confusion, once again reaffirming that Count Palacio's identity could not possibly be ordinary. Chapter 73, Divine Status, you say? Yes, it's divine status. What else could it be? Hearing the words of the dragonkin, Alain wore a perplexed expression. He had considered the concept of divine status before, recalling words spoken by supernatural beings in the past, but he had always dismissed the thought. The reason was simple. There was no logical basis for him to attain divine status. As Alain pondered this, he soon opened his mouth to ask a question. Then, why did you tell me to deal with the outer god? Your question is unclear. Didn't you say that I had to deal with the outer god before you would tell me anything? But from what I know, divine status cannot be obtained by killing a god. In the setting he knew, killing a god in psychedelia did not grant one divine status or allow for its absorption. In other words, killing the outer god in Lartania would not elevate one's status. Well, you're not wrong. A normal human cannot absorb divine status even if they kill a god. It nodded affirmatively in response. Then why did you, however, just as Alain was about to express his confusion, it interrupted him. That only applies when the one who kills the god is an ordinary human. What? Perplexed by its next words, Alain asked again, and it seemed to be deep in thought before finally speaking. Let me ask you in return. Why do you think humans cannot obtain divine status even when they kill gods? That's because humans lack status. To put it in simpler terms, they don't have the right vessel. It continued. In contrast, if there is a vessel, a human can also contain divine status. A vessel, you say? When I say vessel, it's not that profound. It's simply faith. Faith, it seemed to find the right word and then spoke. For mortals, faith is a more relatable term. So, if one has faith, even an ordinary human can gain divine status. Exactly. And you do have faith. That's why I asked you to deal with that being. You have a small capacity to contain divine status. Is that a sufficient answer? It asked, resting its chin on its hand. Alain was still bewildered. I understand the words, but why do I have faith? Isn't it strange to ask me that question? True, but could you be mistaken? Impossible. You certainly possess divine status. If you didn't have the vessel or the status, you wouldn't even be able to look me in the eyes. I suppose that makes sense. Alain nodded at its words but remained somewhat doubtful. Is it because of my fame? Even by his own assessment, Alain had become quite well known in the United Kingdoms. He wasn't so famous that his mere face would be recognized, but his name would be. Still, fame was one thing, faith was another. That makes no sense. Why do I have faith? Alain frowned, deep in thought, but he soon set it aside, realizing it wasn't something he could resolve right away. Looks like there's something else I need to figure out. He then refocused on the fact that he had somehow gained divine status and asked another question. So, will I also gain powers? As he understood it, the gods of this world were granted powers, once acknowledged as gods. The abilities obtained through divine status were overwhelmingly powerful. So, with hopeful expectations, Alain looked at it and asked, regrettably, your divine status isn't that significant. Are there ranks even among divine statuses? Isn't that obvious? To put it simply, your divine status is comparable to that of a local deity from a remote region with a population of fewer than 500. But I've vanquished 2 outer gods. Even if you eliminated 2 of them, you can't absorb all of their status. And to be precise, you didn't destroy them completely, you only temporarily removed them. I see. With a brief sigh, Alain listened to the explanation. The dragonkin spoke with a hint of curiosity. Still, it is a bit peculiar. The reason you were able to subdue Ulthultis back then was likely because you had status. How could you have not known that you possessed it? Ah. Alain finally understood why he was able to capture Ulthultis just before it fully manifested and responded with a low exclamation. Even so, how strange. In fact, there are many things that can't occur without status, yet you remained unaware of it. The being seemed genuinely intrigued, murmuring something too soft for Alain to hear. I can't hear you well. Oh, it's nothing. Realizing something, the dragonkin deferred the matter to another time. Anyway, that's not what's important here. The important thing is that you've gained at least minimal status, allowing you to see the truth. It shrugged. Let's continue the QA. What else do you want to know? With this prompt, Alain moved on to his next question. Starting with the concept of status, Alain asked the being about faith and other questions he had compiled. He had many questions at the moment. Unfortunately, among all these questions, there was only one for which Alain received a clear answer. The term for the lost great god's beast-kin and the mage referred to as Madosa. That was it. He obtained no other information. If you're not able to answer this much, was there any point in me gaining status? Alain spoke in a slightly exasperated tone, but the being merely shrugged. Don't be too discouraged. It's not that I don't want to answer. Then why aren't you explaining anything? Why not talk about the true name, the successor of Will, or even the reason why Ulthultis sent me here? Alain listed the questions he had prepared, and the being responded. There are 2 reasons. Let's hear them. First, all your questions are essentially about the same topic. In other words, the questions will be answered once you see the truth. Once I see, now that you possess status, you will be able to see, but y'all need to go to the abyss. So, instead of answering here, I need to go to the abyss. Yes, once you look into the truth there, you will understand everything you've asked. Your efforts have not been in vain. Without status, one doesn't even have the right to see the truth, it continued. Alain looked at the being and responded. Is that why you're not giving me answers? Because I'll understand everything once I see it? No, it's not because I am lazy or unwilling to share information. Then, at Alain's question, the being fell silent for a moment before letting out a small sigh. Because they are watching. They are? Yes, those entities that lurked in the pitch-black darkness, gnawing at the roots of history and pushing the past into the abyss, those that once brought about the fall of the gods era. The dragonkin clicked his tongue briefly and added, will rise again. This is why I cannot speak directly about the past. Alain stared intently at the being. Even though its face was simply marked by black and white distinctions of eyes, nose, and mouth, Alain could tell that it was telling the truth. How do I get to this abyss you mentioned? In response, the being handed Alain a necklace with a black tree symbol, as if it had been waiting for the question. Take it to the last remaining mermaid on the eastern shore. She will naturally guide you there. Hearing this, Alain quietly examined the necklace and then nodded. The eastern shore was, in any case, the location of Raxes, where he intended to go after this meeting. I'll go then. You've made a wise decision. Just as Alain was about to turn away, he remembered something and turned back. What is it? There's one more question I haven't asked yet. Ask away. If it's something I can answer, I will. Ulthultis said I was recognized by the black one and the blue one. Can you explain what that means? Alain's question made the being pause for a moment before replying with a curious look. After a brief silence, it seemed to realize something and grinned. Oh, I see, just think of it as recognition from a mighty god. And with that explanation, the conversation seemed to conclude. By the way, if you're interested, I can enhance Sparrow's staff for you, but you'd only be able to receive it in about 2 years. 2 years? Why? It'll take that long to make it useful and for me to regain enough strength to have a proper conversation again. Is that so? Indeed. Right afterward, the Sparrow's staff, which had been silent until now, spoke in a pitiful voice. I actually enjoy being by Alain's side. Wouldn't it be better if I could assist a bit more? Though its eyes weren't visible, its plea was filled with sincerity. Alain glanced at the staff. I'll allow it. Wait, Alain, no count, hello? As Alain finally set the staff down and turned to leave, the being called out again. Wait, I have one more thing to tell you. Something else. Yes, it's about your magic. Listen to this before you go, it won't take long. And with that, the being continued its explanation. After hearing the full story from the dragonkin, Alain rejoined Sialring, who had been waiting for a long time, and returned to the colony. The next day, he began preparations to head to Raxes. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare. Since he planned to move with a caravan departing today, all he needed was food and a few emergency supplies. Soon enough, he was ready. But unexpectedly, Yusha came to visit upon hearing that Alain was leaving the colony. What surprised him even more was the presence of King Carmax's III of the colony himself, accompanied by soldiers, to see Alain off at the north gate. Your Majesty, what brings you here? I wanted to see you off. The king of the colony, Carmax's III, had come personally to greet Alain. And what is this? I was told it's a gift from His Majesty. A gift for me? Yes. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? 2 carts loaded with gold and jewels were waiting there. Yes, that's correct. It's a gift from me. Alain looked at Carmax's, who responded to Yusha with a broader smile than ever. Alain, finding it a bit excessive, expressed his surprise. This is a bit too much, though. Alain wasn't one to refuse money. In fact, he believed the more money, the better. The sight of carts piled high with treasures made his jaw drop. However, it was clearly too extravagant a gift for him to accept. It seemed excessive for a mere token of favor, especially given that the giver was royalty, suggesting some political motive he couldn't grasp. He subtly declined the king's offer. Haha, don't overthink it. Just accept it comfortably. But still, don't worry. It's purely given out of affection for you with no strings attached. I'd really like you to accept it. Really, truly accept it. Seeing Carmax's speak with such a strangely desperate expression, Alain couldn't help but nod awkwardly. And so, on that day, Alain took part in the journey, accompanied by 2 carts filled with gold and jewels. As Alain departed, a a small smile appeared on Yusha's lips. And then I'm glad to see that the negotiations seem to be moving in a positive direction. Indeed, as Carmaxes met Yusha's red eyes, he was reminded once again of what he had realized the day before. No matter what happens, the Count of Palatio must not be provoked. How exhausting in front of Carmaxes' eyes, the phantom of the magic herb he had quit 13 years ago seemed to shimmer. Chapter 74. About a week and 5 days had passed since leaving the colony. Then, I look forward to seeing you again next time, Count. Indeed. Leaving behind the head merchant, who bowed deeply with a folder-like gesture, Alain decided to return to the Palatio Count's estate first. This was because he couldn't take the treasure wagon he received from the colony along on the upcoming journey. So, he headed back to the Count's estate, stored both wagons, and immediately set off toward Lartania. If the path to Lartania had been entirely opposite to the route to Raxes, he would have proceeded to his destination without hesitation. Fortunately, Lartania lay along the way to Raxes. Even though it wasn't the shortest detour, he was willing to endure it and set off on another journey. 5 days later, Count. As Alain blankly gazed at the leisurely forest, Evan, who was driving the wagon, suddenly asked a question. "What is it? It's nothing special, but you seem to have something on your mind lately. Does it look that way?" "Yes, you've been lost in thought quite often recently, haven't you?" Alain remained silent for a moment before responding to Evan's remark. "Seems like it. Is it because of what you mentioned before, that you had something to think about?" At Evan's words, Alain thought, that's part of it, yes. However, what had been preoccupying Alain's thoughts lately was not related to faith. Of course, he was curious about why he suddenly possessed the capacity to harness power. But there simply wasn't enough information to ponder or deduce anything alone. Currently, Alain's focus was not on faith, but rather on the last words spoken by the Dragonkin. 2 possibilities. He recalled the Dragonkin's discussion about magic at that time. As you know, a mage's magic fundamentally requires imagination to be used. This is an unchanging law and truth, as certain and natural as the sun rising and setting. Yet you seem to ignore it effortlessly. Alain remembered the Dragonkin extending its sharp, unusual index and middle fingers, different from those of humans. The law is immutable. It cannot be changed and must not be changed. Thus, I think you fall into one of 2 possibilities. One is that you, standing here before me, are an existence beyond my imagination. And the other is that you simply don't remember. Recalling the Dragonkin's farewell words, Alain clicked his tongue. No matter how I think about it, neither seems right. Obviously, Alain wasn't some inhuman being. If he were, as the Dragonkin suggested, he wouldn't be struggling like this in the first place. Yet the second suggestion regarding memory didn't resonate with Alain either. He had never lived during the Age of Forgotten Gods, when mages were known to exist. Even in the game, the Age of Forgotten Gods was merely part of the lore, while Babylonian phrases and beastfolk were merely means to enhance magic attack power, never fully explored. In other words, Alain had learned even a bit about imagination only through his conversation with the Dragonkin. As a result, when Alain initially asked the Dragonkin if there were any other possibilities, the Dragonkin firmly stated that there were no other options beyond the 2 mentioned. Why is it that as time passes, I learn more about things I didn't know rather than uncovering hidden truths? Alain sighed briefly, but then shrugged. According to the Dragonkin, when he eventually reached Raxes, he would finally see the truth of this world. Of course, to him, seeing the world's truth was less important than predicting whether this truth would bring danger to the world. After all, his ultimate goal, both then and now, was to lead a peaceful life. A peaceful life. Evan, hearing Alain's quiet mutter amidst the sound of rolling wheels, spoke up. "Do you wish to live a peaceful life?" "Indeed. For someone who says that, your life doesn't seem very peaceful." "I am just a bit busy at the moment. I don't think things will be any different in a few years." Alain didn't respond. Deep down, he knew Evan's words weren't entirely off the mark. "Evan, yes. For dinner tonight, just eat some sweet potatoes." "What?" But thinking and saying are 2 different things, so Alain, revealing a small hint of annoyance, looked outside the wagon. Contrary to Alain's state of mind, the scenery outside was as peaceful as ever. It was a late sunset kind of day. A few more days later, upon arriving in Lartania, Alain decided to stop by a nearby shop to buy a suitable gift before heading to Murd. He didn't expect to get the artifact appraisal for free, but he believed it was only polite to bring a gift or 2 when visiting someone's home. Additionally, He regretted not having brought a gift the last time he rushed out to handle an outer god. Recalling the worn-out fountain pen in Rhine's office, Alain stopped by a shop to buy one. While searching for something that wasn't too extravagant but also didn't look cheap, he overheard some rumors. "Have you heard?" "Heard what?" "One of the triumvirate has died again." "I heard about that too." "You mean Vima, right?" "Yeah, that's the one." Considering the bribes he pocketed, he kind of deserved it, but with Reet, another member of the triumvirate, dead as well, only Rhine is left. That's why there's such an uproar. Why is that? I heard this from somewhere, but the rumor is that she killed all the members of the triumvirate. Why? How did such a rumor start? It's not entirely clear, but they say they had a confrontation recently. Apparently, someone insulted her godfather. It was a rather unsettling rumor. Deus Macallion, known as the second sword among Caliban's 5 swords, was incredibly famous within the country. Although unofficial and unrecorded, the fact that he had already defeated Reinhardt was widely known throughout Caliban. Despite his glowing reputation and overwhelming charisma, there were whispers in the background about his suspicious fondness for magic, even though he was a master knight. Some even claimed that, during his knightly sword training, he would sometimes assume peculiar stances and mimic casting spells when no one was watching nevertheless. Deus Macallion's fame was so overwhelming that such strange rumors could hardly diminish it. However, not everyone viewed this situation favorably. One of these skeptics was the Prince of Caliban. Prince Tyrion, the second Prince of Caliban and the son of King Pomerian IV, was not pleased with the current situation. This was mainly because of his bad blood with Deus Macallion. Of course, this strained relationship was entirely his own doing. Unlike the first prince, who was deemed suitable for the throne, Tyrion was known as the palace's troublemaker. In the past, he had tried to approach Deus Macallion's only sister with crude, indecent remarks. As a result, he was humiliated in a duel, sanctioned by the king, where he was severely beaten. This incident left Tyrion with deep resentment toward Deus. Tusk. Despite his reluctance to think about Deus, Tyrion's thoughts turned to him today because of a secretive request he had received. The request was to apply political pressure on Count Palacio. Fulfilling the request was not particularly challenging. In fact, it was something Tyrion had to do. Despite his notorious behavior, Tyrion was able to maintain his faction, largely thanks to the item provided by the person who made the request. Moreover, the request itself wasn't particularly difficult. Applying political pressure on Count Palacio without cause was risky for Tyrion. After all, Count Palacio was a noble of the Asturian kingdom, not of Caliban. Even though Caliban and Asteria were united under a confederation, it was still a delicate matter to interfere with another nation's nobility in this manner. However, there was one reason why Tyrion considered it easy to pressure Count Palacio. The person who sent the letter provided reasonable information that would make it seem natural for the second Prince of Caliban to exert such pressure. In other words, Tyrion could apply pressure on Count Palacio without significant risk. Furthermore, by doing so, he could put the sender of the letter in a position of slight indebtedness to him. The real problem was the close relationship between Count Palacio and Deus Macallion. To be more precise, it was troubling that Deus Macallion seemed to be unusually fond of Count Palacio. HMPH Tyrion knew that during the 5 Swords meetings, whenever the topic of mages came up, Deus would soon begin talking about Count Palacio's greatness for nearly an hour. Tyrion was aware of this because he regularly received reports from one of the swords allied with his faction. Recently, Deus had even been abruptly praising Count Palacio, saying things like, "Why does Count Palacio always come to mind?" This left Tyrion in a dilemma. Opposing Count Palacio was insignificant compared to the potential benefits. For Tyrion, who despised Deus, it was the perfect opportunity to undermine someone Deus adored. Yet, Tyrion hesitated. He was unsure what Deus Macallion might do once he learned of this move. Despite his fame, Deus was like a mad dog. After pondering for a while, Tyrion finally made a decision. No matter how crazy he is, he can't possibly act. A sly grin spread across Tyrion's face. The only reason Deus Macallion had been able to beat and humiliate him before was that he had just cause. Without just cause, even a mad dog like Deus Macallion wouldn't be able to touch him. Despite his reduced influence and diminished trust from the current king, Tyrion was still Caliban's second prince. To harm him without any justification would be nothing short of madness, and Deus knew that as well. So Tyrion was convinced that Deus wouldn't dare make a move, at least until the day before. Boom! With a blank expression, Tyrion stared ahead. The door to the office of the palace annex where he was staying had been shattered, and a man stood there. Holding a wooden sword in one hand, the man was none other than Deus Macallion. "The sword of Caliban greets the successor of the five swords," he said, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. "I've come to ask you something." He had come for Tyrion. Chapter 75, Tyrion looked at Deus in disbelief. He had shattered the office door of the detached palace and strode in without hesitation, looking like a madman to anyone who saw him. Tyrion tried to speak immediately, but he soon realized that it was pointless. The knights, who should have always been on standby for him, were lying collapsed in front of the broken door. Aghast, Tyrion looked at Deus Macallion with an expression that conveyed his confusion. "What in the world are you doing? I merely came to ask something." "Ask what? I heard you are framing Count Palatio. Is that true?" Deus asked with a cold, piercing gaze, and Tyrion momentarily fell silent. What a murderous aura. No matter how unruly he may be, he's still a knight. But this aura from Deus wasn't something he was deliberately exuding, it was simply a natural part of him, Tyrion realized, his face reflecting both surprise and a slight frown. "So, what is it? I would like you to retract your decision." At Deus' words, Tyrion stared into his eyes. He let out a hollow laugh. "Why should I do that?" Deus continued to gaze at Tyrion intently. The subtle pressure of his killing intent weighed on Tyrion, who soon grasped the situation and twisted his lips in disdain, as if thinking, "What nonsense is this? Are you threatening me right now?" "I mean it literally. I have no intention of inciting a rebellion or making threats. I merely what? Wanted to inform you that the successor might die due to the architectural issues of this detached palace." The words, "That's a threat, you bastard," rose to Tyrion's throat, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Dia's eyes clearly belonged to someone speaking the truth. This guy is serious. As cold sweat trickled down his back, Deus spoke again. "So, can you reconsider your decision? And if I don't?" Thinking Deus wouldn't dare do anything so absurd, Tyrion spoke, but upon hearing his response, Deus simply murmured, "Is that so?" as if regretting something. He then casually swung his hand. Crack! A purple line extended across the entire detached palace. Soon, as the intertwined lines spread like a spider's web throughout the palace Kriyak, an ominous sound that should never be heard in such a grand palace began to echo. The crack on the 8th pillar, which has been there for 18 years, suddenly gave way under the impact and collapsed. A voice, as if reading from a textbook, rang out. Deus, looking at Tyrion with a deeply regretful expression, prepared to clench his fist as if signaling that negotiations were over. Wait a moment. What's wrong?" "I retract it, I will retract it." At Tyrion's urgent shout, the once trembling royal palace suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had happened. It seems there's not much of an issue after all. Hearing these words, Tyrion, who had an expression that seemed to say, "What kind of madman is this?" let out a heavy sigh. "If I can just survive this situation somehow," he thought secretly to himself. However, Deus, reverting to his usual indifferent expression, spoke up. "Then, we'll need to align our stories." "What?" "The reason I had to enter the palace so violently is because the heir harassed my younger sister." Tyrion's jaw dropped at those words, as if he couldn't believe it. "Fine, let's go with that," he eventually agreed with a nod. After all, he had no intention of giving in to Dia's demands from the start. "Once I get through this, I'll find a way to deal with him," he thought to himself, already plotting to use the situation to his advantage and bring Deus down once he left. A sly smile crept onto his face, but Deus continued. "Oh, and just to clarify, if you're thinking of any other ideas, you might want to reconsider." Unfortunately, Tyrion's vicious plan was cut short by Dia's next words. "Unless, of course, you want the rumor about the heir's deep involvement with foreign underworld organizations to spread." How do you know? It was a devastating blow. For Tyrion, who still coveted the throne, it was a story that could never reach the royal palace, let alone the king's ears. And with that, Deus concluded, "I trust y'all make the right choice." Having said everything he intended to say, Deus turned and left the palace. Tyrion, left alone, stared blankly at the exit. Erg. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his office chair and smashed it against the wall. About a day later, a rumor spread throughout the royal palace the scoundrel prince had harassed Deus Macallion's younger sister. Meanwhile, in Caliban, Alain managed to meet Rhine and Murd without the difficulties of his previous visit and was finally able to get the insignia appraised, which had been his original goal. Here it is, Godfather. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, Godfather. Seeing you happy makes me happy as well. Receiving the insignia from Rhine, Alain noticed her lightly fiddling with a fountain pen, her lips curling into a slight smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. I should have brought it sooner if I knew she'd be this pleased. Seeing Rhine's subtle smile, Alain thought to himself, is it just me, or is her expression a bit more lively than before? Perhaps it was due to her unusually good mood, but the emotions on her face were more apparent than they had been during his last visit. The thought was fleeting, though, as Alain recalled something he had heard earlier. However, he soon shrugged it off. There's no way Rhine would do such a thing. At least, from his perspective, Rhine didn't seem like someone who would kill over mere insults. That's not possible, right? Suddenly, Alain thought of the son of the Lord of Lartania. Some time passed, and Alain stood up. Then, let's wrap things up a bit earlier today. You're leaving already, Godfather? Yes, I have some business that requires me to move quickly. Confirming that the sun was still high in the sky, Alain decided to part ways with Rhine earlier than usual. With the insignia appraisal complete, he had no more reason to stay in Lartania. As he prepared to leave, Alain suddenly uttered, "Ah, what's wrong, Godfather? Is it possible to get an artifact like this?" After he explained what he needed, Rhine pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, I should be able to get that type of artifact right away. Shall I get it for you? Please do." She moved quickly and returned shortly with a box containing the artifact he had requested. "Here it is, Godfather. Thank you. How much do I owe you? No need to pay. It wasn't that expensive to begin with. Please consider it a gift." Hearing her words, Alain paused briefly before nodding in understanding, then gratefully accepted. "Yes, Godfather. If you ever need anything else, please let me know anytime. Thank you for your consideration." With that final exchange, Alain wrapped up his brief stay in Lartania and set off once again. And, watching Alain's carriage gradually disappear into the distance, Rhine turned to look at the Lord's castle of Lartania beyond. Not much time left. She muttered quietly. It was the 5th day since leaving Lartania, with only about a day's travel left to reach the port city of Raxes the sea. It's the sea came into view outside the window. As the ocean gradually appeared beyond the forest, Alain gazed blankly at the scenery. Stop. A man suddenly stepped in front of the carriage. Wearing a pointed hat, the symbol of a wizard, a blue-haired boy with an exceedingly arrogant expression spoke to Evan. "You there, hand over some food." Evan was baffled by the boy who had abruptly appeared in the middle of the forest and started speaking informally. Perhaps the boy found Evan's confused expression displeasing. "Can't you hear me?" The boy furrowed his brows and raised his voice even more. Hearing the commotion outside, Alain stuck his head out of the window to see the boy blocking the carriage. "Oh, are you the master here? I was having trouble communicating with the servant, but this is perfect. Can you spare some food?" The boy made his request for food as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his face brightening. Alain was briefly taken aback by the audacity, but soon asked, "Who are you?" With an exaggerated hum, the boy made a smug expression and declared, "I am Felin, a third-rank wizard affiliated with the Tower of the Blue Wizard." He introduced himself in a highly dramatic tone. Alain's jaw dropped at Felin's self-satisfied attitude, which only made Felin act even bolder. You probably know that receiving a favor from a wizard is a rare opportunity. And now that precious opportunity has come to you. Is that so? Indeed. Though it may be immodest to say, I am undeniably a genius, even if not on the same level as my elder sister. So you should buy my favor with food, Felin declared boldly. As Alain pondered what to do with this kid, "Hey, Felin, I told you not to rush off on your own." A familiar voice called out from the nearby bushes. Though Alain hadn't heard it in quite some time, he instantly recognized its owner. Turning toward the bushes, Alain saw Pinia emerge. "Are you seriously going to keep acting on your own? I swear, I'll beat some sense into you," she shouted at Felin in frustration. But when she spotted Alain's face sticking out of the carriage window, her body instantly froze. "Elder sister, don't worry. Well, get some food now." Felin, oblivious to the situation, started to speak again. Crack, gah, Pinia's eyes widened as she swung her staff at Felin's head with lightning speed. Felin collapsed face first into the ground. Then, "I'm so sorry, ye." Pinia fell to the ground, bowing deeply in apology. Alain and Evan could only stare in stunned silence. Chapter 76. Felin Chryson is a genius. Even at a young age, he had already reached the 3rd tier, a level of talent recognized without dispute by any magician. However, unfortunately, Felin Chryson's name isn't well known. This is because Felin Chryson's talent could not match that of his sister, Penia Chryson. In other words, his brilliance was overshadowed by the even greater talent of his sister. Nevertheless, Felin did not resent Penia. Instead, he admired her. She effortlessly performed magic that he could not easily achieve. Seeing Penia already recognized as the Vice-Tower master of the Blue Tower at such a young age, Felin even felt a sense of pride. He was proud to be of the same lineage as Penia Chryson. Proud that Penia Chryson, who had become the Vice-Tower master at a young age, was his sister. And so, to someone like him, it's been a while. Yes, it's been a while. How have you been? Yes, of course. The situation that was unfolding before him was beyond surreal. It was utterly shocking. So, what brings you here? Oh, well, it's because the Tower Master mentioned there was something to do in Raxes. Felin stood agape as he watched Penia awkwardly smile, something completely out of character for her, who typically behaved arrogantly with everyone except the Tower Master. He had never seen Penia act that way toward anyone. Wow, what doesn't make sense? Evan, who was sitting in the carriage, asked as Felin muttered to himself. However, Felin remained in shock as if he couldn't hear a thing. My sister, can she even speak formally like that? It was as if he had witnessed his proud sister compromising with the world, leaving him with a blank expression. But then just yesterday, she slapped a noble heir 3 times and froze him with ice magic for being insolent, didn't she? And a few days ago, when a merchant group tried to scam her, she destroyed all their carriages, froze the guards who came later, and even stormed the Lord's castle to make a scene, didn't she? As Felin continued to recount Penia's outrageous behavior, Evan thought to himself, as expected, there are many crazy wizards. Admiring his troublemaking sister, or being that troublemaking sister, Felin and Penia were both equally bewildering. As Evan was once again updating his prejudices against wizards after hearing this wild story, so, that guy is your brother? Yes, I am truly sorry. He has been holed up in the tower all his life, so he knows nothing about the world. At this response, Alain calmly replied to the bowing Penia, there's no need to bow like that. It seems like he simply didn't know, so I understand. Thank you. Penia bowed again and sighed in relief. Sister, why on earth are you speaking so formally? Just as Felin, who had been looking disheartened, finally managed to speak up, his words were cut short. Shut up, smack. Before he could even finish his sentence, Penia began to mercilessly strike him with her staff. For a moment, there was silence. I am sorry, the kid is still very young. As Penia approached and apologized again, leaving behind the flinching Felin, Alain was reminded that she was sometimes portrayed as a bit of a morally corrupt character in the game settings. No, it's fine. Besides, if you're heading to Raxes, our destination is the same, so let's go together. No, there's no need for that. Do you not want to? And no. It's not that, it's just Penia, who had been violently thrashing Felin with her staff like a demon just a moment ago, began darting her eyes around, gauging the situation. It was as if a mouse trapped in front of a cat was trying desperately to find a way to escape. If you really don't want to, we don't have to go together. And no, it's just Alain was simply trying to be courteous, but Penia suddenly shuddered and murmured as if the thought gave her chills. I'll go, is that so? You really don't have to if you'd rather not. Alain confirmed again, seeing Penia's less than thrilled expression. And no, please let me join you. Unlike before, when she hesitated about accompanying them, Penia now seemed determined to make it clear that she wanted to go. Her slightly desperate face gave off the feeling of having been coerced, leaving Alain with a strange sense of guilt. All right then, let's go. With Felin still trembling in tow, Alain set off toward Raxes, during which Penia shared 2 stories. First, about why the 2 of them had been foraging for food in the middle of the road. It seemed they had a major fallout with the merchant they were traveling with. According to Penia, after a minor argument, she made a small mistake, causing them to flee. He wondered why a minor mistake led them to flee without even securing food, but he chose not to pry further. More importantly, Evan and Felin were looking at Penia with different, subtle expressions, giving Alain a rough idea of the situation, so he naturally changed the topic. During that time, he learned something else interesting from her. Ships are disappearing. Technically, it only happens near the ruinous coast, but they say ships are being pulled underwater. Is it a disaster? No, according to the treasure hunters, it seems to be merfolk. Merfolk? Yes. Of course, it's not certain. Merfolk haven't been seen for a long time. Alain paused at Penia's words. Why are merfolk appearing now? He knew that merfolk were part of psychedelia. However, the timing was odd. At this point, the existence of merfolk hadn't yet been revealed, while the presence of two outer gods had already appeared, making the timing of their emergence somewhat meaningless. The appearance of merfolk still seemed rather premature based on the game's basic settings. Alain tilted his head slightly in confusion. No, merfolk shouldn't be appearing at this point. Unlike the other outer gods, whose appearance was more abstract, the merfolk had a unique set of conditions that dictated their emergence, which made Alain uneasy. If merfolk had indeed appeared now, it also meant that other outer gods could potentially appear sooner than expected. Given this concern, Alain pondered until we've arrived. Evan's voice snapped him back to reality. Even if merfolk were appearing, Alain still needed to proceed to Raxes. With that in mind, he stepped into the Kimin territory, which was part of Raxes' domain, and immediately left the carriage to head toward the harbor. This was because taking a ship was the only way to enter the capital of Raxes. The four of them soon arrived at the harbor and, fortunately, found a ship preparing to depart. However, there was a problem. It's 100 gold coins per person. The man who seemed to be the captain sneered blatantly, clearly intending to scam Alain and Penia. 100 gold coins per person? Yes. Do you really think that's reasonable? If you don't think so, you can wait for the regular ship in 2 weeks. The captain grinned. Even though he had a vague sense that Alain was a noble and knew Penia and Felon were magicians, he was brazen enough to attempt to swindle them. Do you know who I am? Penia spoke menacingly, even releasing some of her magic power, but the man merely flinched slightly and continued. Whoever you are is none of my business. Whether you're a nobles or magicians, this is my ship. I decide the usage fee. The man spoke confidently. Seeing this, Alain surmised the likely reason for the captain's audacity. He must have connections higher up. The only way he could speak so boldly before nobles was if he had protection from someone powerful enough to cover up such a scam. After a moment's thought, Alain asked, "So, will you board or not?" The captain spoke arrogantly. Gazing at the arrogant captain, Alain finally spoke. "So 400 gold coins? Yes, I'll pay it." The captain's face momentarily twisted in confusion. Perhaps he hadn't expected Alain to accept the offer so readily, and he was stunned for a moment. "Take it." When Alain handed over the money pouch, the captain accepted it. Though still appearing somewhat skeptical, the captain wore a beaming smile and gestured toward the ship. "Get on. I'll take you there." The captain, with a sleazy grin under his thick beard, led the way onto the ship. "Wait, Count, are you really going to pay that? Even considering the high cost, that's nearly 10 times the usual price." Evan asked, shocked at the unexpected situation. There's no other choice. As long as the captain had connections to higher-ups, there was no way around it. Even if they managed to haggle the price down, they'd still have to pay a significant amount, or else they'd have to wait 2 weeks to reach Raxes, so paying the full amount was the only option. Honestly, it was an extravagant expense that he wouldn't have considered before. But thanks to the treasures he received from the king of the colony, his pockets were rather full. Maybe I should have let Penia and Felon pay for it since they're loaded, of course. Even with full pockets, that thought did cross his mind. In any case, Alain and his party paid the fee and boarded the merchant ship bound for Raxes. On the first day of the voyage to Raxes, Alain rested in a room assigned by the captain, knowing that they were expected to arrive in the city in 3 days. "Erg." He glanced over at Evan, who was lying on the bed with a sickly green face, groaning. "Are you all right?" Alain asked. "I feel like I'm dying. Count, I'd rather just die." "Erg." Watching Evan, who had already dashed to the side of the ship over 5 times since waking up, Alain realized that Evan was prone to seasickness. And then there was Penia. Much like Evan, Penia's face had turned pale, and she too looked dizzy. Not long after, she clutched her mouth and rushed off in urgency, just like Evan had earlier. So even a 6th-tier magician can't handle seasickness, huh? Seeing Penia in a practically lifeless state, unable to move a finger like Evan, Alain let out a sigh of relief. "I am lucky I don't get seasick." It was one of the few moments Alain felt a positive sentiment toward his body, which had a pitifully small mana pool. How long had it been since he thought positively about his own physique? Ding, 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 ding. The ocean that had only produced the sound of waves and the creaking of rusty metal suddenly echoed with the sound of bells. Enemy attack, pirates. In an instant, the merchant ship became chaotic. Feeling the commotion, Alain moved quickly and stepped outside to assess the situation. Pirates were swarming the deck, leaving no time to react. Alain immediately prepared to activate his freezing magic, flexing his fingers clad in magic armor, but then hesitated. If he cast the wrong spell and destroyed the ship, the situation could turn perilous. Realizing that a broken ship meant certain drowning with no alternatives, Alain decided to let himself be captured by the pirates for now. In the end, Alain was captured by the pirates. Penia, who couldn't overcome her seasickness, was slumped against the ship's railing and fell unconscious, unable to resist. She was caught without a fight, and her staff was confiscated. Evan and Felons suffered the same fate. And in this situation, let's make a deal. You can take all the goods, and I even have something you might like, some magicians and nobles. Over there, over there. That one's quite a wealthy noble. You could definitely get a high ransom for him. The captain, who was captured along with the other mercenaries and crew, shamelessly sold them out to the pirates. Alain wore an incredulous expression. That bastard Evan, though seething with anger, could only grit his teeth and glare. Despite the situation, Alain didn't feel overly threatened. After all, Alain's magic required time for chance and seals, so he had allowed himself to be captured on purpose. Furthermore, as expected, Penia, still weakened by seasickness, had already broken free from the mana shackles set by the pirates and was watching Alain. It was clear that she was waiting for Alain to make the first move. Should I go for it? Just as Alain was about to speak the chant he had been considering, "You're damn noisy," a man emerged from the pirate's ship, which was anchored with hooks. He wore an elaborate suit of silver armor and carried a blue trident, exuding an air of elegance that was quite unlike a pirate. As he approached the captain with a relaxed expression, the Sea King, the captain's face turned pale as he uttered the man's title in shock. Penia, who had just woken up from her faint, quickly assessed the situation, and her expression twisted in anxiety. Having done her preliminary research before arriving, Penia knew exactly who the Sea King was. The Pirate King, a ruler who had unified 6 of the 7 archipelagos and was called the Great Patron of the most wanted men in Raxes. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, she gritted her teeth. What on earth is going on? While Penia anxiously observed Alain's passive behavior, wondering what he was planning, the Sea King spoke. "There's no way there's a noble here." The man seemed utterly disinterested in such matters as he looked at the captain. "Why, yes, over there, over there." The captain stuttered as he pointed toward Alain. The Sea King's eyes naturally followed his gesture and landed on Alain. Huh. A moment of silence passed, followed by a look of surprise on the Sea King's face. And then brother. The man known as both the Sea King and the Pirate King, Raiden, called out to Alain in shock. All eyes, including Penia's, turned toward Alain. Chapter 77, among the pirates of the 7 archipelagos, all but one were unified under the title of the Pirate King. This person was famous for sinking over 50 pirate ships single-handedly and destroying one of the strongest pirate crews of the 7 archipelagos, known as the Black Tooth, earning the title of Sea King. Everyone here knew of the legend of Raiden. It meant that there was no one unaware of his reputation. Raiden was known for tearing apart the captains of the 7 archipelagos with his bare hands, massacring pirates with a grin filled with madness, which earned him the nickname the Demon. He was a wicked man who, as the phrase supreme and self-reliant suggested, easily killed according to his whims. Hence Big Brother. The words that came from Raiden's mouth were enough to draw everyone's attention. Even the pirates who had always stood by Raiden's side, the workers of the merchant ship who knew Raiden's reputation, and even Penia, who had been wearing an anxious expression, just moments agile eyes were on Alain. As Alain looked back at the white-haired, white-eyed man for a moment, he spoke. "Raiden?" Upon hearing this, Raiden's lips curved into a smile. "No, Big Brother, what are you doing here?" The pirates, who had been dumbfounded at the sound of Raiden naturally calling someone Big Brother, were stunned. Among them, Drake, who had been with Raiden since he dealt with the first pirate of the 7 archipelagos, was so shocked that his mouth fell open and his eyes seemed ready to pop out. It was because he had never seen his boss, Raiden, act so familiarly with anyone before. What is this? Before he could recover from his confusion, he saw Raiden swinging his spear to cut Alain's ropes. Penia, too, couldn't comprehend what was happening. She knew the stories about the man well. Who in the world is this person? Penia realized again that Alain, who seemed to be on familiar terms with the walking catastrophe of Raxes, Raiden, was not an ordinary individual. As for Alain himself, this guy is Raiden? He was greatly surprised. Based on the information Evan had shared earlier, he had suspected that the white hair and eyes might belong to Raiden, but he hadn't truly believed it. Unlike the other 5 sins, Raiden never had any illustrations of his normal appearance. After becoming one of the 5 sins, he was only remembered through monstrous illustrations, except for the peculiar detail that his hair and eyes were white. I was just passing through on my way to handle some matters in Raxes. You could have at least sent word if you were coming. I did consider meeting you if possible, but I didn't expect this encounter. Let's go together. Ah, Evan, it's been a while. It's been a while. Alain, who was exchanging light greetings with a warm smile, glanced at Raiden, who raised a hand to the pale-faced Evan. Are these people all with you, big brother? Yes. As soon as Alain confirmed, Raiden swiftly cut Penia and Felon's ropes with his trident. Let's go. With a smile, he began to guide Alain, but then suddenly turned his gaze toward the captain, who still seemed unable to believe the situation. Oh, right, what did you say again? Raiden muttered in a low voice. You said you were going to betray my brother, didn't you? His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. Raiden's voice rang out clearly, and it was only then that the captain realized the gravity of what he had done. Ah, he let out a faint gasp. His face quickly became consumed with fear as he tried to say something, but unfortunately, he never got the chance. Just as he opened his mouth to speak thud, Raiden's trident was already lodged in his throat. Ah! The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the trident impaling his neck, blood gushing from his mouth. Gah! The trident was drenched in blood. Trembling hands reached out to grasp Raiden, but Raiden maintained the same smile he had worn while looking at Alain. Then swoosh! Raiden's eyes gleamed with sinister intent as he mercilessly severed the captain's neck. With a dull thud, the captain's body collapsed onto the deck. Shall we go, big brother? With blood splattered across his armor and face, Raiden spoke with a smile. Meanwhile, Alain, who had seen plenty of deaths before, felt a chill upon witnessing the ominous bloodlust in Raiden's eyes. Could it be that he's already awakened as one of the 5 sins? Recalling that Raiden was one of the 5 sins, Alain showed a hint of caution beneath his otherwise stoic expression. Alain left the merchant ship bound for Raxes and instead set his course toward the 7 archipelagos. In just half a day, he arrived in the region ruled by Raiden. I am alive, Evan, who had been crawling across the deck as if he were about to die, grinned with relief as soon as he set foot on solid ground. This is the 7 archipelagos, Penia muttered unconsciously upon reaching the massive island under Raiden's rule, while Felon next to her let out a quiet sigh of amazement. Even Alain couldn't help but gasp upon setting foot on the island. The city before him didn't resemble a pirate's haven. It looked more like a well-organized territory. In fact, it seemed like a meticulously planned estate. The entire island was aligned with perfect symmetry, and while the houses varied in size and appearance, their angles were precise. This island couldn't have always been like this. Did he arrange it this way due to his obsessive nature? Just as Alain was recalling Raiden's severe obsessive tendencies come inside, Big Brother. They reached Raiden's mansion, which was built on the island. It was as perfectly symmetrical as the surroundings, with each side mirroring the other exactly. While the others rested, Alain had a conversation with Raiden and learned a key piece of information. So that merchant ship wasn't headed for Raxes? That's right, it was heading towards the sea wolves. The sea wolves? The ones in the 7 archipelagos? Yes, so we were deceived? Correct. I originally went there to cut off that bastard's supply line. Raiden shrugged. That was their supply line? Yes. Specifically, it was for human flesh. What, human flesh? Alain frowned at those words. Despite the dark fantasy nature of psychedelia's world, human flesh was a taboo even here, something Alain loathed. Hearing that word brought a certain keyword to mind. Are the sea wolves linked to the mermen by any chance? Raiden nodded, looking a bit surprised, and proceeded to explain. After listening for a while, Alain pieced together the situation. When you were in the process of conquering the 7 archipelagos, the sea wolves appeared, leading the mermen and beginning the fight. Is that correct? Yes, Big Brother. I still don't understand how they control those monsters, though. As Raiden nodded, Alain couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. While the exact connection between the sea wolves, the mermen, and human flesh was unclear, one word naturally popped into his mind. Outer God. Knowing that the mermen's pursuit of human flesh implied an attempt to summon an outer god, Alain asked bluntly, Are you planning to deal with the sea wolves? Of course, Big Brother. This is a chance for revenge that you yourself granted me. I've cut off their supply line and I plan to end it in 3 days. Me? When? Alain thought to himself, confused. However, he knew it wasn't the time to press the matter, so he continued. Can I come along? You, big brother. I have questions for the leader of that pirate crew. Is that possible? Despite the merman's appearance, if they could still stop the delivery of human flesh, the outer god might not be summoned. For Alain, who not only needed to awaken an artifact in Raxes, but also descend to the deep sea to find the mermaid, this was a crucial opportunity to prevent the outer god's arrival. If the merman did manage to summon the outer god, it would spell certain doom for Raxes, and the 7 archipelagos wouldn't be safe either. To move quickly and ensure Raiden's safety, Alain deemed it best to deal with the merman. Though Raiden had become a pirate by veering off course, Alain still held some paternal affection for him. Thus, as long as I am the one to take the head, I don't mind, big brother. With Raiden's agreement, they continued to talk about various things, and Alain learned a surprisingly positive fact about Raiden. Come on, big brother, no matter how reckless I am, I don't kill people just because they upset me. Really, of course, it's all about the situation at the time. I wouldn't have touched the guy I killed today if he hadn't mentioned you. I've heard Yurei called the demon, though. That's true, but that's only when I am dealing with other pirates. Now, I finally get to take revenge. Raiden turned out to be quite different from the infamous first impression Alain had of him. Seeing him smile cheerfully, Alain let out a sigh of relief internally. He had been worried that Raiden might have become completely depraved, rendering all the support he'd given so far meaningless. When Alain first boarded Raiden's ship, he heard additional rumors from Penia and seriously worried that Raiden might have become one of the 5 sins. But the rumors seemed somewhat exaggerated. Piracy was not exactly honorable, and Raiden's behavior today was indeed a bit psychotic, but Alain found it within reason. After all, even the other 5 sins, though seemingly normal, had at least one unusual trait. Recalling this, Raiden suddenly remarked, "But Yurei surprisingly ordinary, big brother." What do you mean? Well, people change rapidly after meeting you. I was curious, if you were using hypnosis magic. I don't mean that literally, just that people change drastically, you know. Do they? Yes, that's what I've heard. After chatting for a while, Alain shifted the topic. Raiden, is it possible to go to Raxes? Are you planning to stop by Raxes? Yes, I have something to take care of. What sort of business, big brother? I have someone to meet. As Alain said this, he thought of a man, appraiser election. Unlike the artifacts found in dungeons, the ring obtained from Heinkel or the relics from the colony's treasury were special. Alain needed a skilled appraiser for these items, and the thought of this appraiser made him grimace. While it was true he had come this far specifically to meet Election, Alain didn't particularly want to see him. The reason was simple. Election was known to be extremely irritable and troublesome. In the game, he could be found in the slums of Raxes, setting his prices arbitrarily based on his mood, earning him a notorious reputation among players. His obnoxious dialogue whenever clicked often made players want to strangle him. Still, apart from Election, most artifact appraisers were rare special merchants found by luck in dungeons or labyrinths. That was why Alain had come all the way to Raxes. Thinking about the game makes me angry, but I have no choice. I'll just have to go along with it, even if I get some insults thrown my way. With that thought in mind, who are you going to meet, big brother? Appraiser Election. Is he the only person you need to see? Yes. That's why I need to get to Raxes. When Alain mentioned this, Raiden paused for a moment, thinking quietly before replying. Understood. Please rest for now, big brother. The response was a bit puzzling, but since Raiden was urging him to rest, Alain complied and went asleep. The next day, big brother, I've brought him. On Raiden's left side, Alain saw Appraiser Election trembling like a leaf, while Raiden flashed a cheerful smile. Please, spare me. I beg you. The man, who was known for his vicious temper, was now groveling on the verge of tears despite being a middle-aged adult. Hey, did I kidnap you? I brought you here politely, didn't I? Why, yes, you brought me here very politely. Really? Then why are you trembling? HNG. Election held his breath as Raiden spoke, leaving Alain momentarily speechless. 5 sins he's not becoming one, right? The suspicion that had settled in his mind yesterday resurfaced again. Chapter 78, the last island of the 7 archipelagos, still unconquered by Raiden, is the territory of the pirate crew Sea Wolves on the 6th island. At the center of this island stands a massive wooden fortress. So, Yurei saying we were attacked? A man frowned deeply. A long vertical scar marked his face, and he wore a prosthetic leg embedded with jewels on his right leg. He was none other than Turdogan, the leader of the Sea Wolves and the man notorious for devastating one of Raxes' territories, earning the nickname Destroyer. Yes, judging from the lack of communication, that seems to be the case. A male sailor, visibly anxious, glanced around nervously. Turdogan scowled and spoke up. Then, who was it that attacked us? PSHHH, it seems to be that bastard Raiden. It was unclear how long Turdogan remained silent after the sailor's report. Hey, yes, come here what? I said, come closer. Turdogan beckoned with his prosthetic hand, and the sailor, though hesitant, slowly approached, clearly uneasy. The next moment, splat, the sailor's head burst open, having shown a nervous expression just moments before. Blood splattered, turning the office into chaos. The sailor's body, now headless, collapsed to the floor with a thud. Damn it! Bang, crack. Smash, but it wasn't enough for Turdogan. He grabbed the headless corpse by the collar and punched it repeatedly. The head, except for the lower jaw, was crushed. The spot where the heart once was now bore a gaping hole, and the right arm fell off like a broken toy. Bam! Still not satisfied, he slammed the lifeless body into the ground, stomped on it several times, and then, after panting heavily, sat back down, leaving the grotesquely twisted corpse behind. Just then, the tightly closed office door opened, and a man entered. Boss, take this body away. The man nodded briefly, and upon gesturing with his head, other sailors started to drag the horribly mangled body out of the room. How many more do we need? According to that man, we still need at least 500 more. Tusk, after all the sacrifices we've already made, there's still that much left. Yep. No, that's too late. That bastard Raiden will be pushing through any time now, as Turdogan muttered in frustration. The man who had entered, the deputy leader Zelenka, hesitated before speaking. Boss, won't it be fine anyway? We have those things, so we should be able to win if we fight at sea, right? At Zelenka's words, Turdogan got up and moved toward the window outside the office. The wooden fortress came into view, and the corpse that had just been killed in Turdogan's outburst was being devoured chomp crunch by grotesque creatures. From a distance, their overall form didn't seem much different from that of a human. However, their skin was different from that of humans, covered in green scales, and their faces resembled those of sea creatures. Above all, their pupils were purely black, as if painted over, empty and void of any emotion. This suggested that they were fundamentally different from humans, not just in appearance but in essence. Hundreds of mermen clung to a single corpse like ravenous piranhas, their mouths smeared with dark red blood. Watching this, Turdogan thought, indeed, they are strong. He was well aware of the mermen's strength. While their effectiveness on land was uncertain, he was confident that, when battles were confined to the sea, the mermen alone could easily fend off Raiden's massive army. The real issue, however, was Raiden himself, a great pirate who unified the 6 archipelagos and the master of the White Moon. That bastard is a monster. Turdogan involuntarily frowned as he recalled a moment from the past. It was a time when he, along with the pirates of the 6 archipelagos, had launched a war to defeat Raiden and split one of the archipelagos among themselves. Back when Raiden had only captured one island. It was a memory of Raiden moving freely underwater, tearing apart blessed captains with his bare hands and sinking over a dozen ships single-handedly. It's still not enough. Because of this, Turdogan instinctively knew that even with the mermen, this upcoming battle would be insufficient. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind-own that had come to him unexpectedly when he was awaiting his death at Raiden's hands, offering a way to kill Raiden. Do you not wish to gain power? The voice belonged to a man who promised the power to not only defeat Raiden, but to become the ruler of the world. Offer human flesh to the mermen. Continue to sacrifice, gather souls, earn their favor, and you will become a god. Turdogan picked up the object that the man had given Hema, faintly teal artifact with protruding fangs on all sides. He stared at it intently, and as soon as the mermen finished devouring the corpse, a green light flowed directly into the artifact. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Zelenka. How many more did you say were needed? At least 500, Zelenka replied. Hearing this, Turdogan once again recalled the words of the man cloaked in black. Do you not wish to gain power? As he considered the man's words again, Turdogan muttered quietly. Perhaps there's a way. He stared silently at the fortress for a while longer. A way, indeed. Turdogan's eyes, now looking outward, held a faint trace of madness, a green glimmer of insanity. The appraiser election is someone Alain would rather avoid meeting unless it involved an artifact. First, because election's twisted personality would inevitably stir up Alain's killing intent. Second, because election funded underground factions in Raxes slums, making him a difficult man to meet. Thus, Alain had come prepared for the encounter, expecting both difficulty in meeting election and inevitable frustration once they did. However, clink, roll SS sorry. Election, who had been handed Heinkel's ring and a small sword for appraisal, dropped the insignia of the blind one's contract in his trembling hands, scrambling to pick it up. Alain wore a peculiar expression. Election's appearance matched the illustration from the game, but his behavior was completely different. Of course, Alain understood the reason for this change. He discreetly glanced at Raiden, who stood watching calmly with an innocent smile. As Election, still trembling, struggled to start appraising the artifacts, Alain thought, I only brought him here respectfully without doing anything judging by Election's reaction. That hardly seemed to be the case. Alain continued to wear a strange expression until Election finally spoke up. It's done. Already? Election, who had appraised the artifacts in less than 10 minutes, surprised Alain, as he knew it normally took at least 2 hours. Yes. Election bowed his head repeatedly as he returned the 2 artifacts to Alain. It's real. Alain, upon receiving the artifacts, confirmed that the appraisals were indeed complete, as indicated by the now vivid colors of the once dull gray artifacts. Heinkel's ring had turned from gray to red, and the treasure acquired from the colony's vault had a deep, clear sheen. You're fast, Alain remarked. You didn't just rush through it, did you? And no, absolutely not. Election's nervous response to Raiden's question, along with his trembling hands, made Alain feel a bit of pity. The appraisal is complete. Is that so, brother? Yes, let him go, Alain said. At that, Raiden nodded and gave a simple order. Hey, take him away. The pirates, who had been waiting for this command, quickly entered and started escorting Election out. Thank you so much. Thank you for sparing me. Election exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes as if he was escaping from hell itself. Brother, are we really done here? Alain asked. Yes, thanks to this, there's no need to go to Raxes. That's a relief, brother, Raiden replied with a laugh. Alain, seated opposite him, asked a question. By the way, are you sure you really brought him here politely? Of course. I really did bring him politely. It's probably just my reputation that scared him. Maybe he was just overwhelmed by his infamy. After pondering Raiden's response for a moment, Alain decided to accept it and asked another question that piqued his curiosity. How did you find Election in just one day? Considering how well hidden he must have been, it should have been nearly impossible without dismantling the entire underworld network. Ah, those guys? Yeah, so you did meet them, right? Well, I did meet them, but we didn't exactly have a conversation. If you didn't talk, how did you find him? You did bring Election here politely, right? Election was brought here politely, brother, Raiden replied with a sly grin after a brief pause. Alain, instinctively understanding how Raiden had brought Election, felt a chill run down his spine. The 5 great sins that's still not complete, right? He resolved to keep a closer eye on Raiden. While Alain was reflecting on these thoughts at the archipelago, in the southern estate of the Mound territory, located in the Duchy of Drua near the southern border with Caliban, events were unfolding. This estate was the headquarters of Pigule, an organization that expanded its influence by trafficking human flesh and drugs, operating from Drua. Just a short while earlier, please spare me. Dart, the leader of Pigule, who had processed thousands of people into drugs without shedding a tear, was now trembling with fear, his eyes filled with terror and tears. I was only following orders. Please have mercy. He struggled desperately to survive. But crack! In an instant, his entire body twisted unnaturally, ensnared by purple threads, and blood gushed out as he met his end. The man who silently watched the corpse collapse to the floor then shifted his gaze to the window, from where the entire estate was visible. Corpses littered the grounds, bodies split in half, some embedded in the estate walls, and others who died with eyes wide open in terror. There were bodies everywhere. Yet the man, who observed the gruesome scene without a hint of emotion, was no ordinary person, was Deus. Have you found anything? Deus asked in an empty room. Soon, a man appeared from the shadows behind him. Hidden, at Dios' call, Hidden bowed slightly. As reported earlier, this doesn't seem to be the headquarters of the directive. The higher-ups? Yuna is gathering information, but the command chain is complex, likely to avoid detection, so it's taking some time. I see. However, we have identified the nobles who orchestrated this. Who are they? They are nobles from Asteria. Deus fell silent for a moment. Hidden, you've made information gathering very convenient. It's nothing. Yuna also believes it's for the Great Moon, as does the entire Blue Moon. I see. Deus continued. What are the names of these nobles? It seems to include Count Barthez and Count Brielle, along with 2 others. What do you plan to do? In my opinion, eliminating just the 2 main perpetrators should serve as a warning and prevent further incidents. Kill them all, without a hint of hesitation. I am not merciful enough to spare those who tried to harm the Great Moon. His eyes gleamed ominously. So kill them all, leave no one alive. He muttered the chilling words in a low tone, eyes filled with madness, all for the Great Moon. With that, the 2 figures signaled the end of Piguel's downfall and vanished. Another organization had been erased from history. Chapter 79, after Alain had the treasure appraised by election, he boarded the ship heading toward the last archipelago, the base of the sea wolves, following Raiden. We're departing. Evan, watching the moving ship, spoke after a while. You seem quite relaxed. Unlike a few days ago, it appeared that he wasn't experiencing seasickness, as his expression didn't change much from when he was on land. It's all thanks to her. Evan turned his gaze subtly to Penia. A little distance away from them, Penia, looking notably better than before, was seen talking with Felon about something. Impressive. She managed to create a potion that neutralizes seasickness in just 3 days. I heard it stimulates a certain area of the magic flow, temporarily making one unable to feel seasick, but I honestly have no idea how it works. Listening to Evan, Alain once again admired Penia's genius. He knew all too well that this kind of magic wasn't something one could easily create just because it was inconvenient. Could she be talented not only in magic, but also in alchemy? Alain looked at Penia with a hint of envy. If only my body possessed even half of Penia's talent, no, it'd settle for just half the capacity of her mana core. Alain clicked his tongue and was about to say something to Penia, but when he met her eyes, he awkwardly smiled and waved at her for a moment. Oh, by the way, why is the Deputy Tower Master here? When you think about it, there's really no need for her to come along, is there? Evan asked, shifting his gaze. I asked her to come. The Count, you did? Yes, she might be helpful in the battles to come. Well, I have already unlocked all the relics just in case, but still Alain replied with that thought, and Evan nodded with a hum sound. But it's strange. What is? The Deputy Tower Master. Doesn't she seem to follow your orders too well? She's incredibly kind compared to what I've heard about her personality. That's true, and even now it's the same. In fact, there's no real benefit for her, so there's no need for her to join this battle, is there? Alain nodded at Evan's remark. You're not wrong. Indeed, she originally had no reason to participate here. Although investigating the mermen was somewhat related, there was no need for her to conduct research amidst such a dangerous war. In fact, I thought the chances of her coming were slim, but she accepted it so readily. Alain recalled yesterday's conversation as he watched Penia waving her hand. Deputy Tower Master, would you accompany us to tomorrow's battle? To the battle together? Yes, of course, considering the difference in strength, it shouldn't be dangerous. Still, it's better to have additional reserves. Didn't you say you were investigating the mermen? Yes, that's right. I heard that the sea wolves are related to the mermen, so there might be a lot to investigate if you go. What do you think? You don't have to come if you don't want to. I'll go. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. Alain recalled Penia vigorously nodding her head. But what exactly happened that made the Deputy Tower Master follow you so obediently? Alain made a peculiar expression in response to Evan's continued questioning. I don't really know either. Thinking about it, despite having known her for several years, Alain still couldn't figure out why Penia was so compliant with him. From Alain's perspective, however, this relationship was not a disadvantage. More than anything, after several years, this bond had naturally solidified, making it a bit awkward to question it now. That's why he hadn't paid much attention to it. Still, should I subtly ask her once? Alain thought this, as he still didn't understand why she was so devoted to him. By the time he was having such thoughts, the pirate lords, who controlled the other 6 archipelagos under Raiden's command and were steering the ship alongside Raiden's ship White Moon, were clicking their tongues in displeasure at the sight of Alain. Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the 2nd archipelago. Sabina Ghostcrown, the ruler of the 3rd archipelago. Tariq Thundercrush, the ruler of the 4th archipelago. Garrett Deathsea, the ruler of the 5th archipelago. Jackal Darksteel, the ruler of the 6th archipelago. All of them were loyal to Raiden, leading the armies of their respective islands, and they were all looking at Alain with discomfort. What on earth does the boss see in that noble brat to be so protective of him? Red-haired Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the second archipelago, muttered, prompting Tarek Thundercrush, the green-haired ruler of the fourth archipelago, to speak up. Reckless talk is not good, but I agree with you. Honestly, I am not fond of him either. I agree as well, same here. Sabina Ghostcrown, who remained silent, nodded in agreement, as did Garrett Deathsea and Jackal Darksteel. While they hadn't shown any signs during their gathering to attack the last archipelago, their discontent had greatly intensified in Raiden's absence. It made sense, as the pirates were dissatisfied with Count Palatio, who had suddenly joined their ranks and earned Raiden's favor. Of course, even though rumors spread among the islands, making it clear that Count Palatio might not be just any noble brat, the pirates still saw them as mere rumors. Isn't that all made up? Like others Alain had encountered, the pirates present were not convinced by the tales about him. After all, they themselves possessed considerable skill. Isn't that guy said to be only around the third or fourth magical rank? One of the pirate lords, the only mage among them, Sabina, was asked. She, who had been silent, nodded. Yes, at most, that's about right. Even being generous, his mana level is between the second and third ranks. Why does the boss favor someone like that? Luna Bloodsail grumbled, still unable to comprehend. At that moment, Tarek Thundercrush, who had been silently observing Count Palatio, spoke up. Don't judge by appearances alone. If rumors have spread that much, he might be hiding some trump cards. But even then, he's only at the third or fourth rank, right? There could be more to it. Given how many rumors follow him around, it's unlikely to be just a few. Tarek's words made Bloodsail look at him skeptically before responding. It doesn't seem like you believe in the Count that much yourself. Tarek remained silent. In truth, while he was talking as if he was defending Count Palatio, he himself wasn't free from doubt. Contrary to the rumors, Count Palatio didn't appear impressive. But judging someone solely by their outward appearance was foolish. So, Tarek, without responding to Bloodsail's remark, simply continued to observe Count Palatio. Even in his eyes, there was a faint sense of distrust, just like the other pirates. Another person who distrusted, or more accurately, was puzzled by Count Palatio was Felin Chryson. Having grown up researching magic in the Blue Tower, he wasn't familiar with rumors, but he knew enough about the tales of Count Palatio. Moreover, he had even witnessed her sister, Penia Chryson, who was unmatched and unrivaled, fawning over him. Yet the confusion persisted. People usually believed what they saw, and Count Palatio appeared weak. Felin could perceive that clearly. However, the reactions of those around him were different from what he saw. Her esteemed sister, Penia Chryson, was still fawning over him. The mages returning from the Magic Society were praising Count Palatio as remarkable. It was a highly contradictory situation, where what he saw and the reactions of others didn't align. What's really going on? Felin was at the point of feeling confused as he watched Count Palatio. Sea wolves. At the sudden shout, Felin snapped back to attention and looked forward. And then, he saw it. Silhouetted against the twilight, dozens of pirate ships blocking the path of the White Moon, which was heading toward the last archipelago. Prepare for battle. Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the second archipelago, who had been wearing a leisurely expression just moments before, shouted out. Prepare for battle? The command, passed from mouth to mouth like an echo, quickly spread among the pirates. At this moment, everyone, including Raiden, saw something. It was Turdogan, standing at the center of the deck on all the ships. And as if he had prepared for this moment, he suddenly snapped his fingers. A trap? Merfolk. The other pirate lords frowned as soon as they saw this, suspecting that they might have fallen into a trap, and their faces grew tense. Strangely, however, nothing seemed to happen after Turdogan snapped his fingers. Just as the pirates began to express confusion, screech, the sound came from the sea wolves' side. A scream. And not just one scream, multiple screams that left Raiden and the pirate lords baffled. Then, in the next moment they saw it. On the numerous pirate ships of the sea wolves, a massacre, or rather, devouring. Raiden, the pirate lords. The pirates, Count Palatio and Evan, even Penia and Felin, all of them stood dumbfounded as they watched. On the sea wolves ship, countless pirates were being eaten by the merfolk. Their heads were bitten off as they screamed. Their limbs were torn apart as they struggled. Those who jumped overboard left behind bloody foam. It was truly a brutal scene of slaughter. And to the people in White Moon, it looked like sudden infighting had broken out. The sea turned into a blood-red ocean amid the horrific feast. Just moments ago, Turdogan had been smiling, but as soon as the pirates he led were dead, he eagerly declared, "Finally!" With a twisted grin, he raised an object. At that moment, crunch, his body began to transform. Crash, the ships, the merfolk who had devoured the Sea Wolves pirates swarmed toward the White Moon's ship in an instant. And then, crash, the ships began to sink. Ah, here the ship is sinking here. Do something, do something. Felon's eyes took in a scene of utter chaos. Ships that were struck were beginning to sink, pirates were scrambling desperately. Crunch! Above and below the sea, fierce battles were raging. As merfolk's teeth tore off pirates' arms, swords stabbed into merfolk in return, claiming their lives. In the midst of this chaotic situation, Felon frowned. Although it was his first experience in battle, his training as a mage helped him maintain a thread of rationality, but the current battle situation didn't look promising. Felon's gaze shifted underwater. Amidst the red blood, dozens of merfolk corpses were rising from the sea and falling back. It was due to Raiden's combat skills, which were close to divine. With a single sweep of his trident, he sent water columns soaring, and with a single throw, he shattered the merfolk. His power was truly extraordinary. Likewise, the pirate lords, who were mercilessly slaughtering the merfolk climbing onto the deck, were strong, though not to Raiden's level. But even so, the battle remained unfavorable. There are just too many. Felon gritted his teeth. Despite the man known as the Sea King demonstrating an unbelievable display of divine power, the ship continued to sink. This meant that an overwhelming number of merfolk had swarmed in, a number even Raiden's astonishing abilities couldn't manage. Of course, given enough time, Raiden and the pirate lords were strong enough to annihilate all the merfolk, but unfortunately, there wasn't much time allowed at sea. And then, not long after, it's sinking. As feared, the merfolk must have done something beneath the ship. Even Raiden's vessel tilted sharply, and as Felon felt the ship begin to capsize, he squeezed his eyes shut. Frigid abyss. He heard a low voice, and suddenly everything stopped. And then cold, feeling a chilling sensation fill his lungs, Felon cautiously opened his tightly shut eyes, and he saw it. Beneath the collapsing ship, a vast expanse of ice. Felon stared blankly at the sight, but it wasn't just him. The pirates who had been screaming moments before, the pirate lords who had been slaughtering the merfolk, they were all witnessing the scene. The ice that started around the ship spread across the sea. The merfolk leaping toward the ship froze in midair. The sinking ship became encased in ice. The blood-red sea solidified into a frozen ocean. And then, amidst it all stood a man silhouetted against the twilight. He wore a dark coat, his left hand wreathed in gray and dark magic. With an expression devoid of any emotion, as if unaffected by the situation, he fixed his gaze upon the grotesquely transforming Turdogan. It was Count Palatio, standing tall and dignified upon the frozen sea of blood. Chapter 80. Alain stood elegantly atop the frozen sea of blood, letting out a light sigh. It's finally over. Looking around, Alain saw the endless tundra expanding from where he stood. Of course, the continuous creation of this frozen land wasn't Alain's doing alone. It was thanks to Penia, who had fulfilled his request. So this is how far we've come. On the ship, Alain's harsh winter had rapidly frozen the surrounding sea, but Penia only showed a slightly strained expression as she maintained her efforts. Alain's brief admiration for her was short-lived. His gaze shifted toward Turdogan, standing on a deck soaked in the pirate's blood. Crunch, crunch. Moments ago, Turdogan had still been in human form, but now he no longer existed in that shape. What was left was a green egg, secreting a strange fluid, with Turdogan's hand atop it. And above that hand was a bizarre object. Despite this seemingly simple situation, Alain couldn't help but harden his expression. He knew the nature of the egg. Crack! The unpleasant sound broke out as Alain raised his arm, sensing the presence. As he turned his gaze, he saw the merfolk, who had been lurking below the surface trying to sink the ship, now climbing up onto the ice one by one. In an instant, their numbers grew from dozens to hundreds. At that moment, Alain clicked his tongue lightly. Crunch, crunch, the merfolk climbing onto the ice were quickly shattered. Brother, Raiden appeared, erupting from the sea. Without hesitation, he not only crushed the merfolk rushing toward Alain but also he stomped on the ice. Crash, Raiden's foot pierced through the ice, reaching the seawater beneath. And then Rosario. The frozen sea transformed into an icy ocean, a massive wave bursting forth with a deafening roar that swept away all the merfolk charging toward Alain. It didn't end there. Raiden immediately plunged his spear into the center of the sea. Rumble. A massive whirlpool formed in an instant, sucking in the swept-away merfolk and the sunken ships. Despite their deep familiarity with the sea, the merfolk were helpless in the overwhelming current mixed with the wreckage of the sunken ships. The whirlpool quickly turned red. Ah, truly, the boss is on another level, hope spread among the pirates. This is unbelievable. Indeed, I wonder if we can actually win. Even the pirate lords were filled with unspeakable awe. Raiden's divine might was so remarkable that it was hard to believe it was the feat of a single man, but it was only momentary. Growl. At the sound, all eyes turned to the central deck of the sea wolves. The hand that had been reaching up from the green egg had vanished without a trace. And then crunch, 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 from the small egg emerged an impossibly large hand. Everyone stared blankly at the hand. Covered in green scales and fluid, the hand blocked the sunset's rays that had been shining on the pirates, as if extinguishing hope. It pulsated as if alive, bringing not hope but fear to the pirates. It then struck the whirlpool. Boom. The whirlpool that had been sucking in everything suddenly disappeared with a thunderous roar. Then, from the small egg, it emerged. Crack! The hand that had dispelled the whirlpool rested on one of the sea wolves' ships, while another hand emerged, grabbing onto a different ship. A giant appeared from the small egg. It was a grotesque and terrifying sight that devoured the hope of everyone present. The massive merman's head, emerging from the egg after its arms, took away all remaining hope. Its body, so large that it could treat ships like toys, inspired only dread. It crushed the ship the egg had been on and blocked the sun, plunging the area into darkness. It descended. Its size was overwhelming. Moreover, the tremendous power emanating from its massive form was beyond comprehension. Boom. The creature, showing only its upper body above the sea, moved its hand slowly, pressing down on a ship. Sprays of water burst forth, yet not a single scream was heard. Without even time to gasp at the sight of the ship shattering into pieces crash, a single sweep of its gigantic hand from left to right shattered more than 10 ships. The chilling strength derived from its overwhelming size was staggering. But that was not all. Damn it! The mermen, who had been standing still as if worshipping the giant's birth, resumed their movements, throwing the pirates into a sudden panic. What in the world is this? Raiden, too, furrowed his brow as he stared at the colossal giant against the backdrop of the setting sun. Raiden. Amidst the chaos, he heard a voice emotionless and indifferent belonging to Alain. Take care of the merman. And in that moment, Raiden, with a blank expression, replied, yes, brother. With that, he retrieved the trident that had been pulled into the sea. Alain, having confirmed the merman climbing from all directions, looked at the giant, which was slowly lifting its massive hand. Alain let out a low sigh as he surveyed the situation. To say things were favorable would have been a lie. Even though Raiden and the pirate lords were killing mermen relentlessly, their numbers showed no signs of decreasing. The mermen kept coming, killing the pirates, while the giant's hand rose once again, ready to unleash despair upon them. But even in this dire situation, Alain did not entertain thoughts of defeat. In fact, he felt relieved, believing this wasn't the worst-case scenario. After all, the creature before him was not an outer god. Technically, it's just a byproduct. With the eyes of truth, Alain could see through all things, perceiving even the potential of drowning anyone, regardless of water presencia fraudulent power of the outer god, Kalak-Kul. When Kalak-Kul descends, disaster begins. However, the being before him, Galgic, was not an outer god. It was merely a byproduct containing the reincarnation of the outer god, a guardian that protected Kalak-Kul until its full descent. At this point, eliminating it would prevent the outer god's descent. Thus, Alain spoke without hesitation. A ray of thunder. The conditions had been met. Crackle, blue sparks spread rapidly across the frozen sea of blood. Decomposition. At his command, the sparks fragmented into tiny particles, scattering everywhere. In the darkness that veiled the sunset, the glowing blue particles' dissolution were absorbed into Alain's unsteady body. Simultaneously, Alain's form began to glow a radiant blue. By the time Galgic had raised its hand to crush dozens of ships, with an incomprehensible, eerie roar, it swung its hand down toward Alain's head, as if instinctively trying to eliminate a threat. Rumble, the massive crashing sound, felt like it was pressing down on the entire sea. Cycle of all things. Even in that moment, Alain, forming a seal with his index and middle fingers, uttered form of the thunder god. As soon as he spoke the final word crackle, he became lightning. TSSSS. He surged forward with blinding speed. BOOM. The frozen sea where Alain had stood shattered as if struck by an explosion, and Alain shot straight at Galgic. He aimed at Galgic's exposed heart. He instinctively realized that simply charging forward wouldn't be enough to pierce Galgic's outer shell. Yet he pressed forward without hesitation, thanks to one of the relics recently appraised by the Arbiter insignia of the Blind One. The artifact's effect allowed him to bypass a single limitation he had previously set upon himself. This allowed Alain to break free from the restrictions that had weakened his magic. In this case, the restriction that could alter the world's laws to allow magical combat against the great dual god, Ulthultis. There was another reason for his confidence. Alain had mastered the usage of the form of the thunder god. As the blue lightning launched towards Galgic, it shifted from human form. At the focal point of the magic's array, Alain twisted his body, reshaping it into a clear spiral visible to anyone watching. Crackle. The spiral lit up the darkness that Galgic had cast over the world, dividing reality itself as it shot forth. TSSS. With a faint sound, blue sparks engulfed the world. Once the blue sparks faded, a massive hole appeared in Galgic's heart, and through that enormous hole, Count Palacio came into view, filling everyone's sight. Ha! They were all left speechless, unable to take their eyes off a single person. Alain, standing atop the shattered ship and the focus of everyone's gaze, thought, "Don't just watch, help me." The situation was filled with urgency. The deck beneath Alain's feet was slowly sinking. Though it wasn't obvious, the deck he stood on was gradually descending below the water. The reason Alain remained silent on the collapsing deck was due to the strain of using the form of the thunder god. I thought I'd gotten better at this. Unlike before, he hadn't made a significant mistake this time. Thanks to extensive research and training, he had refined his mastery of the form of the thunder god. Aside from a few small cuts on his arms and legs, he was fine. The problem was mana. I didn't expect the form of the thunder god to consume such an absurd amount of mana just by moving the array. Though he had anticipated this during his research, the mana consumption was truly beyond belief. During his first use of the form of the thunder god at Colony, his mana had been depleted, but he had still been able to walk. Now, Alain experienced physical rigidity, a symptom of mana exhaustion just from altering the magic's array. As a result, he couldn't move or speak as he sank along with the ship. "I can't swim." As he let out a silent scream, unable to utter a word boom, the previously calm sea suddenly erupted with green scales. Crack. Before he could react, the scales grabbed Raiden, dragging him into the depths. Alain lost the chance to think. Seeing Raiden being pulled away before his eyes, Alain threw himself off the deck and into the sea. At least that's how it appeared to the pirates. In reality, the green scales had simply swiped the deck Alain had been standing on. As he plunged into the sea, Alain frowned. Fortunately, the rigidity caused by mana exhaustion was slowly subsiding, making it likely that he would reach the surface before suffocating. The real issue, however, was the massive eye staring at him. Kalak Kull? Alain was horrified. Despite it still being twilight above the sea, the depths felt as dark as the abyss. Amidst that darkness was the enormous eye. It was the same eye he had seen many times in the Gameth eye that drowned all who met its gaze. The manifestation shouldn't have happened yet. He was confused. From what he knew, the outer god's manifestation shouldn't have occurred once Galgic was killed. And yet, the outer god had descended. It was looking directly at him. From the deep, pitch-black depths below, silent and unwavering. Chapter 81. A booming sound, woong, spreads throughout the unseen depths, and Alain feels a primal fear start to churn in his brain. His whole body trembles, as if standing before a predator. His mind grows hazy, and a thought begins to dominate his mind. He must escape from this place right now. And then no, if I run, I mustn't run away, I must run. Raiden was the same. His mind twists, as if entranced by something. His thoughts are subconsciously driven to a single conclusion, repeating over and over in his head. Run away, run, 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 away. Instinctively, Raiden flails his arms around, as if grasping for something nearby. It turns out to be a piece of wooden debris from a sunken pirate ship brought down by the mermen. Seeing the sharp edge of the wood, Raiden feels a strange sense of relief. I can escape. With that thought, he raises the debris with his right hand and aims it at his neck without hesitation. Guck. But as sanity returns to him, Raiden bites his tongue and twists the wood in his hand, driving it into his forearm instead. Stinging pain erupts, accompanied by trickling blood. I almost made a terrible mistake. Seeing this, Raiden clenches his teeth, realizing he had nearly fallen victim to the entity lurking in the abyss below. Yet soon, a sense of confusion arises. The reason being that the giant eye, which had just been pulling him into the depths and flooding him with terror, now seemed to reveal an alien emotion. As he turns his dazed gaze away, Raiden notices that he is not the only one in the sea, drawn here by the green scales. Standing beside him is the Great Moon, holding a blue-tinged potion between his lips, readying a technique. Despite experiencing the same terrifying sensation, the Great Moon's face remains unchanged. He is utterly impassive, as if that overwhelming fear had never affected him at all. Thus, Raiden, staring at Alain with a gaze tinged with awe, suddenly realizes that everything has stopped. The green scales dragging him into the depths cease their movements, and the turbulent currents come to a halt. Simultaneously, the previously emotionless eyes of the merman now brim with vivid confusion and fear as they fix on Raiden. And then of JGA saked a chilling, eerie voice echoes, and the massive eye that had been dragging Raiden into the depths begins to slowly close. As the eye closes, fleeting emotions pass by. Shock, fear, reverence. If only there had been more time, and finally, as the eye in the deep darkness closes completely, the force that had been pulling him down vanishes entirely. Staring blankly at the sight, Raiden then turns his gaze towards Alain, towards the Great Moon, gazing blankly. However, Alain, who was receiving Raiden's gaze of awe, was also thinking, what just happened? In fact, he had not fully grasped what had transpired. After all, he was also in the midst of a fear that gnawed at his mind, trying desperately to cast a spell to prevent Raiden from being dragged away, when Kalek suddenly vanished. I think I heard something about the Star Eater mixed with some noise, Alain recalled, looking puzzled as the eerie voice echoed in his mind. For a moment, confusion lingered, but then I am alive satisfied for now with the simple fact of being alive. Alain moved toward the surface to take a breath. About a week later in the end, Raiden unified the 7 archipelagos, while Alain had to endure a week of recovery from the aftereffects of his depleted mana. Though the mana exhaustion penalty was relatively mild, taking only a week to recover compared to the mana poisoning that could take up to half a year, Alain found it manageable, especially since dealing with the external press had nearly turned him into a shell of himself. Of course, the main reason Alain could handle Kalak relatively easily was because Kalak had only recently manifested and had not fully inherited its powers. Moreover, the human sacrifice required to summon it had not been properly carried out. What mattered most to Alain at this point was that he had managed to deal with a demigod-level entity without sustaining any serious injuries. After resting for 4 days, Alain experienced 2 significant changes. The first was the attitude of the pirates. From the beginning, Alain was aware that the pirates' gazes were not particularly friendly toward him. However, since that day, hello, Big Brother, have you eaten well, Big Brother? Yes. The pirates had started calling Alain Big Brother, and it wasn't just the regular pirates. Isn't it Big Brother? Is your body feeling better now, Tarek? Even the pirate lords, who were directly under Raiden's command, had begun addressing him this way. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll have the men handle it immediately. Thank you. Hahathes is nothing. Of course, we'd do this for Big Brother. Watching the pirate lord of the 4th archipelago leave with a hearty laugh, Alain wore a peculiar expression. Just a few days ago, the pirates had looked at him with discontent, but now they were showing him obvious trust and respect. He wasn't sure when or where it started, but every pirate was calling Alain Big Brother. Not that it's a bad thing, but it feels like I've become a mob boss. The other change was Felon Chryson's attitude. Though he hadn't been openly hostile after their initial meeting, he also hadn't been particularly friendly. At best, their relationship could be described as distant. But ever since the last incident, Felon had been looking at Alain with a gaze full of reverence. Honestly, from Alain's perspective, it felt a bit overwhelming. Well, there's nothing wrong with building a positive relationship with a talented mage. Still, the drastic shift in Felon's behavior left Alain feeling slightly bewildered. Anyway, after sensing these changes over the past 4 days, Alain decided to head to the eastern shore that had been mentioned. As soon as he felt somewhat recovered, he went to find Raiden. Big Brother, are you feeling better now? Do you know anything about the Eastern Shore? The Eastern Shore? Yes. Well, I think it's the eastern shore of the Cyphra archipelago. Cyphra? Yes, it's about 6 hours away from here. Have you heard of it? I am somewhat familiar. Alain nodded, as the Cyphra archipelago was a location he had frequently visited while playing psychedelia. The Cyphra archipelago, also known as the Island of Criminals. Similar to the underworlds of Asteria and Ashtalon in the United Kingdom, the Island of Criminals was a gathering place for outlaws and pirates. Whenever Alain played psychedelia, he often visited Cyphra to use its black market, which sold many unidentified relics. Recalling this, Alain asked, "Can we head there now? If Big Brother wants to move, we can leave right away." "Please do." As he received an immediate agreement and nodded, Alain let out a small exclamation and spoke again. "Come to think of it, I haven't given you this yet." Saying so, he placed a small box on the table. "It's a gift." "A gift?" "Yes, I meant to give it to you earlier, but it took some time." Raiden, slightly surprised by Alain's words, looked at the box and then replied, "If it's a gift from Big Brother, I'll gladly accept it." With a smile, he took the box. Soon, Alain, Raiden, and the others set off for the Cyphra archipelago. The journey to Cyphra was quite calm, and this time, both Penia and Felon accompanied Alain voluntarily, not by his request. It seemed they had something to investigate in Cyphra. After about 6 hours of sailing, they arrived at Cyphra around noon. For now, Alain decided to move alone on the island, as his business on the eastern shore was something he needed to do by himself. Of course, the island's criminal nature makes it a bit tricky. Although the island had a rough reputation, it was essentially a village, so Alain felt it should be relatively safe. With that in mind, he was the first to step off the ship. Before long, Alain regretted venturing out alone. What a filthy maze this is. The Cyphra archipelago's pathways were more convoluted than he had anticipated. Despite not being directionally challenged, he found himself looping back to the same place multiple times. How can it be that going left brings me back here, going straight returns me here, and even going right leads me here? It was absurd. He stopped in front of a sign he had already seen several times Rum's Bounty and, on a whim, approached a group of 4 people drinking in the nearby street pub. "Excuse me, do any of you know how to get to the eastern shore?" His tone was reasonably polite. "Ha, how the hell should I know, you idiot? Piwahahaha, you really do look like an idiot. What a softie, huh? A total softie, ha." As expected, Alain realized he wouldn't get any helpful answers from them, so he moved on. About 20 minutes later, a low sigh escaped Alain. Despite having moved to another location, he found himself in front of Rum's Bounty for the 5th time. Just as he was considering whether he should turn back, he turned toward the voice and saw a man. He recognized the man as one of those who had been mocking him from the corner of a pub earlier. Alain wore a puzzled expression, as the man now wore an anxious smile instead. The man quickly spoke. "You're looking for the eastern shore, right? You can reach it by following this road straight ahead, then taking the left turn at the fork on the right." This man, who had not offered any help earlier, was now providing directions. His overly polite smile, combined with a rough appearance suggesting he'd done some dirty work, sparked a small suspicion in Alain. "Really, I swear. Once you take the fork on the right, you'll see a path over the hill leading to the shore. You can check it yourself." Noticing Alain's hesitation, the man hurriedly added, trying to sound convincing. "He was mocking me earlier, so why is he helping now?" Well, thinking it over, I felt a bit bad about it, so I thought I should tell you," the man explained awkwardly. Alain gave a thoughtful hum, his expression still uncertain. "Well, the road he mentioned isn't an alley but a main street, so there's probably no trap. I might as well try it." Feeling tired of wandering aimlessly for nearly an hour, Alain decided to give the man's directions a chance. "For now, I'll say thanks." With that, Alain began walking along the main street as instructed. Meanwhile, the man watched Alain leave, and once he was out of sight, his forced smile faded, replaced by a look of terror and anxiety. He turned toward the alley next to the pub, where he saw his companions, who had been laughing with him earlier, now lying on the ground. They were covered in blood, their bodies in such a gruesome state that it was unclear if they were alive or dead. Standing nearby, watching him with an eerie, chilling gaze that could make him wet himself just from eye contact, was the Pirate King. And then the Pirate King gave a nod and vanished. Thud, the man collapsed to the ground on the spot. Though he fell in an embarrassing position, he didn't care. Instead, "I am alive, I am alive, I am alive, I am alive, I am alive." All he could do was offer infinite thanks to the gods for still being alive. Chapter 82. Alain, walking along the main road, soon found himself at the eastern coast of Cyphra. He glanced around, noticing how the eastern beach was far quieter than the village he first arrived at. All he could see was sand, the sea, and distant cliffs, nothing else. I really made it, he thought. Remembering the man who suddenly changed his attitude and kindly showed him the way, Alain wore a peculiar expression as he began walking along the shore. Soon, he pulled out a necklace marked with the black wood pattern given by that being he encountered at the colony. He never expected to encounter a different race openly on this coast, especially one he hadn't seen even in psychedelia. Thus, with the necklace in hand, Alain kept walking on the empty sand toward the approaching cliffs until he noticed a woman watching him from a rocky path leading beyond the cliffs. No, it wasn't a woman, a mermaid. While the upper body was undoubtedly human, the lower half had the streamlined form of a fish. Alain approached her, verifying her form. "Who are you, and why do you have that necklace?" the beautiful mermaid asked with a voice full of evident wariness. Alain, noting the beauty of her voice as much as her appearance, replied, "I came here with an introduction from Dragonkin." The Dragonkin. I heard that with this item, I'd be able to see the truth. When he showed the necklace to the mermaid, she mumbled the words Dragonkin several times, as if pondering something, then asked, "Are you referring to the ones with long tails?" "Tails, they are quite long, I suppose. How long exactly? Long enough to make a question mark with them?" Alain responded, though puzzled by the question. However, his answer seemed to be what she wanted, as the mermaid, initially cautious, relaxed and spoke, "It seems you really are a guest. You've come to see, right?" "Yes. Then, please follow me." With a nod from Alain, the mermaid climbed down the rocks and dove into the sea. Wooing, she soon created a massive sphere, like a drop of water, in front of her. It shimmered in a reddish hue under the setting sun. "Get in here," the mermaid instructed. Alain hesitated for a moment before stepping into the sphere. As soon as he entered, layers of magic began to cover the sphere. "All right, we're moving now," she announced, pulling the sphere down toward the sea. Passing through the crimson waters dyed by twilight, they soon descended into the dark depths. Alain, steadily sinking into the deep sea, felt no particular fear, as if the mermaid, who hadn't even introduced herself, was indifferent to the situation. However, Alain couldn't help but feel a chill as the surroundings grew pitch black, with nothing visible. It felt as though he were floating in an endless void. Amid this strange unease and discomfort, he briefly felt something peculiar. At some point, a single beam of light appeared in the pitch-black darkness. As Alain noticed it, an aurora-like green light gently spread through the deep sea, easing his anxiety. Captivated by the beautiful sight, Alain let out a quiet exclamation. As the mermaid continued to pull the sphere deeper, the green aurora became clearer to Alain's eyes. After a little more time had passed, we've arrived. Alain found himself at a cave. This place is, as the sphere dissolved, Alain stepped into the cave, looking around with an intrigued expression. It seemed like any other cave, but the fact that he could breathe normally here was fascinating. "Follow me." Distracted by his surroundings, Alain was startled by the mermaid's voice. He turned to see her lower body transform. Her streamlined shape had grown into two human-like legs. Apart from the gills on her neck, she looked nearly indistinguishable from a human. Realizing why Alain was surprised, the mermaid gave a faint smile. "This only happens in this sanctuary." As if understanding Alain's reaction, she led him further inside the cave. After about 10 minutes, Alain arrived at a massive chamber. Wow, he couldn't help but marvel. Aside from the central altar, the chamber was empty, but the ceiling of the cave revealed the sky. Yes, it was the sky. Despite being in the deep sea, a starry night sky spread across the cavern ceiling. Alain, who hadn't even uttered a word when he saw the aurora earlier, stared blankly at the ceiling, this time exclaiming openly, "Is it beautiful to you?" Suddenly, the mermaid's voice rang out. "Yes, it is." Seeing Alain nod, her expression turned oddly bittersweet. No, it was something more than thought a profound melancholy. Just as Alain sensed the nature of this emotion, "I see. For now, yes." She mumbled softly, her voice barely audible to Alain, before continuing the conversation. "This is the sky you've always seen. But wasn't it still daytime when we came in? It took us some time to descend. It's not too early for the stars to appear." Anyway, the mermaid changed the subject. "Welcome to the sanctuary of observation. I am the observer. You came here to see the truth, didn't you?" "That's right. I was told I'd be able to see the truth here. You made a wise choice. Did I? Yes. Once you see the truth, you will understand everything. With that, she moved toward the altar, retrieving a mirror, which she handed to Alain. This is. Look into it. You will see what you've been searching for. Taking the mirror, Alain peered into it. He saw his own expressionless face reflected back, feeling puzzled. Then, he experienced a strange sensation. It felt as if the entire world was being sucked into the mirror. Alain realized that his perspective had shifted. The true gods have been dethroned. A voice echoed in his mind. Hidden, an operative of the organization working for the Blue Moon, had arrived at Moulman, one of Asteria's territories. Moulman was a place where the influence of the underworld was strong, neglected by the nobility. Hidden had come here for one reason. He had learned that the ringleaders, who were plotting against the Great Moon, would be gathering in this area. Following the orders of Jowial Deus Macaleon was here to identify those conspiring to defame the Great Moon. Arriving a little ahead of the appointed time, Hidden was preparing to conceal himself in advance. As soon as he arrived at the basement entrance, there were only red bloodstains in sight. Seeing the blood trailing outside the building, Hidden realized that there had been an attack. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a dreadful scene. Drip, drip. A horrifying environment unfolded before Hidden. The room was filled with corpses' faces mangled by something, bodies split in half, and limbs missing. There were even bodies with eyes still wide open in terror. Numerous other gruesome remains littered the room, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Despite the gruesome sight, Hidden's mind remained calm. Who could have done this? Traitors? Blacklight cultists? The Roots? Not one of them would go to such lengths. Could it be the Shadows? No, the Shadows wouldn't leave behind such evidence. Even in this dire situation, he was attempting to deduce who was responsible. Crash! Hearing a sudden noise from above, Hidden quickly moved to the upper floor. When he reached the second floor, he saw a bizarre scene. 5 people, unmistakably nobles of Asteria, were seated around a large round table, their necks twisted 2 full turns, killed in a strange manner. Huh! Standing in the middle of the round table was a man, staring directly at him. The black-haired, blue-eyed man stood in the silent, moonlit room, gazing calmly at Hidden, who had appeared abruptly. The man held no visible weapon. There was nothing resembling a weapon at his waist, nor anywhere else. Still, Hidden instinctively understood. This man was the one who had caused the horrific scene. He unconsciously tried to suppress his wildly beating heart, assuming a tense expression. The man did nothing. Yet Hidden sensed that he was a formidable presence. There was no evidence or clear reason, only an instinctive awareness that the black-haired, blue-eyed man was making this fact known to him. But Hidden couldn't just stand there, so he quietly reached for the sword at his waist. At that moment, the man, previously expressionless, broke into a smile. It was an innocent smile, one that seemed impossible for someone who had created such a scene. As that smile appeared, the suffocating pressure also vanished, leaving Hidden bewildered. Then tap, tap, tap. The man stepped down from the round table and started walking toward Hidden. Seeing this, Hidden tried to draw his sword, but thud. The man, having closed the distance in an instant, pressed the hilt of the sword back into its sheath. Click! The sword slid back in smoothly, as if Hidden hadn't exerted any force at all. Before he could process what had just happened, the job here is already done, so you can leave. If I were to say one thing. The man glanced at Hidden, then pat. He patted Hidden on the shoulder. Next time, make sure to do your support work properly. With that innocent smile, he added, this is a rather sensitive matter. And with those words, he disappeared from the building. Left alone in the vacant spot, Hidden stood there, staring blankly at the door through which the man had exited. Chapter 83, The True Gods Have Been Dethroned. A voice whispers in Alain's ear. It's unclear whether it belongs to a man, a woman, a child, or an elder. The sound is distorted, like bizarre static. Alain, who had experienced a similar phenomenon once before, soon realized that his body was now floating alone in a place resembling the deep sea he had seen earlier. The original gods who lost their thrones were deprived of many things. The static-filled voice continued in a low tone. Someone lost their name, someone lost their body, someone lost their mind, someone lost their honor. Many lost things and were robbed. The dark beings plundered much. As Alain tried to focus on this mysterious voice, which seemed capable of driving him mad if he let his guard down for even a moment, he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. According to what he knew, when one looked into a mirror, one had to face the truth. However, in his vision, there was only a void darker than the deep sea, with nothing but the static-laden voice resounding. What on earth is this? Alain tried to speak, but unfortunately, his voice did not come out as he intended. The moment he sensed this strangeness, it is bevel nat bien tum look nyo queen du niang mutnum vildek malkbim, the voice, now filled with even harsher static, rang in his ears so violently that he instinctively raised his hands to block them. Hu veldik nat get dung grong mub queen griot gachumdabe. The eerie sound, as if it would rob him of his hearing, continued as though it were directly piercing into his mind. And then so, it is still not time. With a faint noise, eliminate the one in hiding, the one who was deprived. By the time Alain heard this again, feast, he finally saw it. For now, what he faced was neither the deep sea nor the abyss. It was countless nebulae at the edge of his vision. For the sake of greatness, I will withhold words. Alain stared blankly ahead, entranced by what he had mistaken for the abyss until now. As he recognized what appeared to be the abyss, static began to invade his vision as well. A single point of his vision, half of his entire vision filled with static, and Alain witnessed it, the eye that was staring at him, an eye as if filled with nebulae, residing within the abyss. And then, close your eyes. At its command gasp, he instinctively gasped and repeatedly blinked his startled eyes, only to find himself back at the deep-sea observatory. The observer standing before Alain asked with a deeply concerned expression, "Are you okay?" As Alain momentarily furrowed his brow at the observer's startled face, he realized his eyes were damp. He glanced into a mirror. There he saw himself bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. A little later. Yes, as expected, it's not an ordinary situation, is it? Alain, having wiped away the blood, heard this from the observer. She seemed uncertain about how to explain things, and after some hesitation, spoke with a peculiar expression. "So, you're saying that someone spoke to you when you looked into the mirror?" "Yes. I heard the story there. Yes, it was definitely about the gods' weight, don't say any more than that. Was I not supposed to mention it? Yes. Whether here or elsewhere, it's better not to talk about that. Unless you want to see those things clinging to the roots crawling out." The observer let out a sigh. "Anyway, you saw a large, noise-covered entity inside the mirror, right?" "Yes." At Alain's nod, she paused for a moment before speaking. "Let me clarify something first. The mirror you looked into earlier is called a bronze mirror that records history. As the name suggests, its function is to show the recorded history it stores. Then, normally, you should have seen the history displayed by the bronze mirror. Its ability is strictly limited to that. But you, the observer, hesitated briefly before continuing. It seems you saw something else." "What do you mean by something else?" "I can't explain it. Even as an observer, I can't identify an entity that can break into the bronze mirror's abilities and control it at will." Alain looked again at the bronze mirror in his hand, hoping its power might activate this time. But unfortunately, after witnessing the strange phenomenon earlier, nothing else occurred when he looked into the mirror. It felt as if the mirror itself was refusing to show anything more. Realizing this, Alain sighed and set the mirror down, prompting the observer to continue her explanation. "One thing is certain. You encountered an entity beyond your capacity. Given that you bled profusely and all words were distorted by noise, it's clear. So, seeing an entity beyond one's capacity leads to such results. If the difference in rank is significant, yes, I can't even tell what's happening right now." The observer shifted her gaze from the bronze mirror back to Alain. "At this point, there's not much more I can do to help." "That's unfortunate. I didn't even get half the information I wanted. There is one thing I can deduce from your words." "What is it?" "It's likely that the deprived one you encountered refers to an outer god. And it seems that what you saw might have been trying to protect you." "Protect me?" It was a word that felt unnatural given the recent events. As Alain appeared confused, the observer collected her thoughts and continued speaking. "I told you, didn't I? The bronze mirror shows history. Yes, but not everyone sees the same history. The starting point differs." "The starting point differs?" The observer pointed to the bronze mirror. "Most of those who look into this mirror typically see the era of the forgotten gods as the base history. But a select few can even see beyond that, into a more distant past." As Alain listened, he asked a question. "Are you saying there's a history that predates the era of the forgotten gods?" "I haven't seen it myself, but I believe there is." "Why is that?" "My predecessor, my mentor, saw that past and left a will before passing away." Her voice became tinged with bitterness as she murmured, "Never look into the past before the era of the gods." It was an absurd death. Suddenly being shown a past that had remained hidden despite using the mirror dozens of times, and then dying. just looking into a further past can kill someone? Yes. If one's rank is not suitable, it's inevitable. She added, if you had seen the past, bleeding from your eyes, nose, and mouth wouldn't have been the end of it. You would have either died, bleeding from every pore, or become incapacitated, even if you were lucky. I am not sure of the exact criteria for seeing the past, but if you were able to glimpse the primordial past like my mentor did, it's practically the same as being saved. Could it be unrelated to that? No, I think it is. The observer, looking at the bronze mirror in Alain's hand, spoke. When my mentor saw the primordial past and died, the bronze mirror lost its power for about a year. Just like now. There was a hint of unknown anger and longing in her eyes. After a brief pause, she continued, for now, I'll send you back outside. With the mirror having lost its power, there's nothing more you can do here. Perhaps in a year, things might be different. All right, I'll leave it to you. Alain boarded the sphere that the observer had created and was sent back outside the chamber. May I ask you one more question? What is it? This isn't related to what I heard earlier, but I heard it while dealing with the outer god. Do you know anything about the Star Eater? He asked her this question. After Alain disembarked, Felin and Penia also landed on the Cypher archipelago. In addition to investigating the mermen, they were there to look into the illegal distribution of goods from the Blue Tower. Officially, the tower's goods were only handled by authorized contractors. Felin and Penia were there to investigate the distribution of illegal goods as well. This is so annoying. Why do I, of all people, have to do this just because I am a deputy tower lord? Seeing Penia revert to her usual self and dragging her staff along while looking utterly exhausted, Felin thought, as expected. His suspicions about Count Palacio had largely dissipated after witnessing the Count's impressive magic during the battle with the mermen a week ago. The reason Felin was reminded of the Count when looking at Penia was not due to curiosity about why she was so deferential toward him, but rather due to a deeper question, a certainty. After observing Penia for a while, Felin finally spoke, "Sister, why are you talking to me when it's scorching hot?" Penia responds irritably. "Can I ask you something? What is it?" As he looks at her, "Do you, by any chance, like Count Palacio?" Felin casually throws out the question. And then smack. Without breaking her stride, Penia smacks the back of Felin's head. Felin looks at her, surprised and a bit bewildered. "Wait, why did you suddenly hit me?" But before he could finish, Penia slaps the back of his head again. It's already unbearably hot, and you're getting on my nerves. Are you trying to die, you idiot?" Like a volcano erupting, she grabs Felin by the hair and starts pounding his side with her other hand. Ow, sister. Why suddenly? Do I like him? Is that even a question? Why would I like Count Palacio? No, I just thought you always seem so reserved when you're around him. You idiot, I've always been reserved. No, you weren't always stop spewing nonsense. Why on earth would I like him? How did you even come to that conclusion? So, you don't like him? I have no reason to like him in the first place. Why would I like Count Palacio? Penia, seemingly even angrier at Felin's confused expression, picks up the pace of her punches. Realizing he might have really crossed the line, Felin instinctively tries to apologize, "But I do like him." Suddenly, Penia stops her punches and mutters those words. Felin, clutching his throbbing side, stares at her in confusion. I do like him. Yes, I like him." He notices her gaze trembling and directed toward something. When he turns his head, there stands Count Palacio, silently watching Penia and Felin with an expressionless face. And then I love you? Penia's sorrowful, melancholic voice echoes in Felin's ears. Chapter 84 in a dark room. Did you really say that? Yes. In one of the secret locations scattered throughout the kingdom created by the Blue Moon, Hidden was reporting the recent events. It was a man with black hair and blue eyes. Is that so? Yes, although I remember his husky voice didn't quite match his appearance. Hamyusha furrowed his brow as if contemplating the detailed description, but only briefly. Don't worry about that. With a simple command, Hidden responded. Is that really okay? Yes. Though reassured by Yusha's affirmation, Hidden hesitated for a moment before lowering his head. I will obey the command of the Red Moon. The command was absolute. However, that didn't mean his curiosity faded, so after confirming the communication device was off, Hidden wondered, who is that guy? The next day. Thank you for bringing me this far. It's nothing, brother. It's my duty. Upon reaching the forest located on the right side of Kimon's territory, Alain patted Raiden's shoulder. Well, I'll see you next time. Yes, brother. Oh, and please take care of things over there. They said they have business in Raxes. He then turned his gaze toward Penia and Felon. Penia wore an awkward smile, while Felon stared at her with a strange expression. This was where they were to part ways. Unlike Alain, who no longer needed to stay in Raxes, the two had remaining matters to attend to there. Yes, since you've requested it, I will certainly do so. Good. Oh, but brother, may I ask you something? What is it? I was just wondering if you needed anything. Need anything? Yes. At Raiden's question, Alain tilted his head before responding. No, I don't. You don't. Why, is there a problem? No, not exactly. It's just that you've come all this way. At Raiden's words, Alain paused thoughtfully. No, there's nothing I need. Seeing your face is enough. As I said, I wasn't sure if we'd meet again. Is that so? Yes, now I'll be on my way. Take care. With that, he disembarked from the ship. The ship soon departed again. He's gone. Yes, he has. Watching the ship grow smaller and smaller in the distance, Alain and Evan headed toward Kimmon's territory to find a carriage. It was time to return to the Count of Palacio's estate. Star Eater. As he watched the slowly changing scenery outside the carriage, Alain recalled the conversation he had with the observer yesterday. Star Eater. Yes, do you know of it by any chance? Honestly, I don't, but it's quite an unsettling term. Is it? Why so? The observer didn't respond to Alain's question. Alain, too, didn't press further. He had already had enough discussions with her to understand that if she didn't respond, it meant there was something unspeakable involved. There's so much obscure information, it's ridiculous. Alain sighed, yet he wasn't irritated by this fact. After all, just recalling yesterday's incident, when blood had flowed profusely from his nose, mouth, and eyes, reminded him it's better than dying. Alain was someone who would rather live with lifelong curiosity than stick his neck out to uncover one truth of the world. Of course, that doesn't mean I intend to do nothing. Maybe it's more accurate to say that I can't do nothing. He then remembered the words spoken by the entity he encountered when looking at the mirror yesterday. Execute the deprived one, was it? It was definitely called an outer god. He heard it clearly. Hiding an outer god, hiding to him, these words could never be ignored. The fact that an outer god was hiding implied a great deal. First, it meant that the outer god was preparing something while remaining concealed. Second, if the outer god had managed to hide so successfully, it was almost as if it had fully manifested. In other words, to Alain, it was like having a fully constructed bomb hidden somewhere, one that could explode at any moment. I have to handle this, no matter what. The problem was that there was no way to locate the hidden outer god. After pondering this for a while, Alain let out a long sigh and leaned back against the carriage seat. Realizing that no immediate solution was forthcoming, he decided to rest for the moment and pause his thoughts. How long had he been staring blankly out of the window? Suddenly, Alain, who had been gazing into empty space, turned to Evan and asked Evan, "Yes, Count, I am rather good-looking, aren't I?" "Pardon." Evan, who was startled by this topicone that had never been broached before, quickly collected himself, and after some consideration, answered, "Well, of course, you are." "I thought so. Did something happen?" At Evan's question, Alain recalled Penia's behavior from the previous day. Specifically, it was a voice he heard while on his way to greet Penia's group, whom he had run into by chance on the roadside. Well, something like that. Something like that? Yes. Alain mumbled as he recalled the conversation he overheard when Penia had been hitting Felon. Ow, ow, sister. Why suddenly? Like, do I like him? Is that even a question? Why would I like Count Palacio? No, I just thought you always seem so reserved when you're around him. You idiot, I've always been reserved. No, you weren't always stop spewing nonsense. Why on earth would I like him? How did you even come to that conclusion? So, you don't like him? I have no reason to like him in the first place. Why would I like Count Palacio? The conversation was still vividly clear in his memory. Of course, Alain had never once thought that Penia had feelings for him. After all, there had never been any indication of that. Therefore, even if Penia were to reject him, it would only be slightly awkward, and he wouldn't harbor any negative feelings toward her. But there was one reason that made him feel more uncomfortable about the situation. No matter how you look at it, she didn't need to beat up her brother with such disgust. Alain wasn't sure how Penia felt, but from his perspective, it looked like she was utterly repulsed. And that, while hitting her brother for making such a remark. Well, I don't know what's going on, but don't worry about it, Count. For men, it's more about capability than appearance, right? That's true. Look at me. See how popular I am? Alain, having seen enough evidence to suggest otherwise, wanted to point out, "You're not popular," but he restrained himself and simply nodded. Yeah, I suppose so. so don't let it bother you too much." At Evan's words, Alain nodded again. However, despite his nodding, he still felt a sense of melancholy. It was autumn, the season of turning leaves. Raiden, who had unified all the 7 archipelagos and essentially gained control of the eastern seas, sat in the office aboard his pirate ship, letting out a deep sigh. He had become the ruler of all the archipelagos and avenged his family's death, but it wasn't over yet. He still had a mission left to complete. He had to capture the black fish. Lost in thought, Raiden pulled out a small box from his coat pocket. It was a gift Alain had recently given him before departing. Raiden, staring blankly at the box, soon opened it to check its contents. A monocle. The item inside was indeed a monocle, a single-lens eyeglass. It wasn't anything distinctive, just a common monocle one could find anywhere. Still puzzled, Raiden noticed a piece of paper inside the box and took it out. "This will help reduce your perfectionism a bit." The note contained only a simple message. However, Raiden couldn't help but be surprised by its content. It was because, while people knew that Raiden was somewhat meticulous, no one in the Blue Moon's organization knew about his extreme perfectionism. Raiden himself had never shown it. While one could guess it from the way he kept the territories under his control tidy, Alain couldn't have prepared the gift with that in mind. From the moment Alain arrived on the islands, he had been by Raiden's side. Surprised, Raiden put on the monocle, and for the first time, he felt his compulsive need to balance his field of vision decrease significantly, leaving him astonished once again. How does brother know me so well? Raiden couldn't stop his growing curiosity as he thought of Alain, the one who had given him the gift. After all, Alain the Great Moon had always been this way. He knew that the captains of the 7 archipelagos were the ones who had killed Raiden's parents. He also knew a fact that Raiden had never shared with anyone: his extreme perfectionism. It was as if, just like Yusha always said, he knows everything. That was what Raiden found incredibly mysterious, and that wasn't all. I was sure brother needed power. Raiden was aware that this world was not so beautiful. The world operates on give and take. Where there is a departure, there is a return, and Raiden understood this principle very well. As a result, Raiden felt trust and gratitude towards the Great Moon, but he also believed that Alain must want something in return. Because in this world, there is no such thing as a favor without compensation. However, no matter how he looked at Alain, Raiden could not see any need for power. That was true even when dealing with the outer god. Even when Alain leapt in without hesitation to rescue him from the outer god's grasp. Unconsciously, Raiden recalled that moment. As the Great Moon tried to seal the pact, the greedy and indifferent eyes gazing at him from the depths of the sea suddenly became imprinted with fear. The awe and chills he felt back then. "Hugh," Raiden let out a sigh. From that moment, and from their last conversation today, Raiden realized 2 things. One was that Alain's favor came without any demand for compensation. The other was that he currently lacked the ability to repay that favor. Because of that, I need more power. In my current state, I can't even stay by brother's side to support him. Raiden made up his mind. He decided to become strong enough to protect the Great Moon from nearby. Suddenly, as he reached that point in his thoughts, he muttered, "Hypnosis magic huh." He laughed at the foolish thoughts he had entertained not long ago. He might not have known back then, but since meeting the Great Moon, he now realized just how foolish and naive his thinking had been. Because of this, everything is for the Great Moon. Raiden quietly murmured to himself, "It seems it's time to bring it out." He remembered an item buried in the depths of the sea and put on a resolute expression. After spending about 3 weeks in the carriage, Alain finally returned to the Palacio estate and took a very relaxed rest that night. Though he had spent years traveling here and there by carriage and should have been used to it by now, sleeping in a carriage was still extremely exhausting for him. So, after arriving at the estate and indulging in a deep rest, the next day, Alain received a call from Duke Altia for the first time in a while. Impressive, as expected. "We were preparing too, but we couldn't find the right moment to make a move. But to deal with over 8 nobles at once? I thought you weren't paying much attention to this matter, so I was really surprised." For some reason, Alain was mistakenly being regarded as the mastermind who had killed 8 nobles without batting an eye. "What is this about now, Alain?" muttered a low sigh. Chapter 85. Alain, having supposedly buried over 7 nobles in accusation he hadn't even heard before, wore a bewildered expression for only a moment. Unsure how to clear up the misunderstanding, he eventually decided not to respond at all. While misunderstandings about who killed whom should be promptly resolved in ordinary human relationships, he was currently conversing with one of the key players in Asteria's dark schemes. "Is that the only reason you contacted me?" As Alain neither affirmed nor denied, the Duke of Altia nodded. "Yes, I've reported everything to you." Having received a report about Kalfa before this conversation, Alain nodded in agreement. "Then I'll see you at the upcoming coronation." Watching the Duke of Altia bow, Alain let out a small sigh and thought, come to think of it, there's a coronation coming up. Recalling this, Alain began sorting through the pile of letters stacked in one corner of his office desk. Soon, he found one bearing the royal family's seal and a paper beneath it. It was from the royal secretary, containing various trivial formalities, but essentially stated that Count Palacio was away for an extended period, so he had only left the letter behind. "The coronation is in 4 months, right?" 4 months? Alain considered this period, which could be seen as either long or short, and then remembered something else. In about 4 months, it will be just under a year before the original story begins. The approaching timeline, which he had experienced countless times in the game, was a strange mix of emotions for Alain, but only for a moment. By then, there will be a whole truckload of enemies to deal with. He recalled the enemies that would emerge as the original storyline began. While the proxy was dealt with, the ghost castle hasn't been handled yet. Remembering the situation he had checked before going to the colony, Alain let out a small sigh and leaned back in his chair. There was more to deal with than he initially thought. "I have to take care of the current troublemakers, as well as the hidden outer gods." In fact, handling the current troublemakers was not that difficult. In Psychedelia, apart from the outer gods or the 5 great sins, the entities that could truly plunge the entire United Kingdom into chaos and conflict only became active when the original story started. Of course, Alain's goal was to lead a leisurely life by the time such chaos descended upon the United Kingdom. To that end, he had supported Alibin, the main protagonist of the original story. When the original story begins, he'll need to support him once again. Thinking about Alibin, who would secure his peaceful future, Alain then shifted his focus back to the outer gods, letting out another sigh. Unlike the future entities, the outer gods were Alain's responsibility to handle. "The problem is that I don't know where this one is located. Even finding it will be a challenge." Alain's victories against the outer gods so far were only possible because they had not yet fully materialized in the world. It wasn't just Thatai's wins were also thanks to knowing certain characteristics, or rather, weaknesses of the outer gods. If he were to face a hidden outer god, it would likely be a completely different kind of battle. Well, as long as I can find out who the outer god is, I can prepare accordingly. But the real problem is its complete manifestation. If the outer god was indeed hiding on the continent, there was a high likelihood that it was already fully manifested. After descending to the ground, an outer god becomes fully established as a sage-like entity in a few months. A fully manifested outer god would undoubtedly be much stronger than those Alain had faced before. In other words, even if Alain managed to locate an outer god now, his chances of winning would be slim. No, not just slim zero. While Alain's magic was powerful enough to affect an outer god, it still fell short of confronting a fully manifested one. There were clear limitations on how many times he could use magic, and the time it took to cast spells was also significantly long. The only advantage was that once cast, his magic worked effectively against enemies. "I need to prepare. I should start gathering information on the hidden outer god." Realizing the need to prepare for the battle with the outer god, Alain looked at the letter from the royal family. Despite having 4 months, the time felt surprisingly short. As Alain sorted out his tasks along with the letter from the royal family, he let out a quiet sigh. It's been over 3 weeks since Count Palacio left, yet Penia Chryson and Felon Chryson were still traveling alongside Raiden. Of course, Penia's reason for continuing to accompany Raiden was simply for convenience. Most of what she needed to investigate in Raxes involved the illegal distribution of materials or finished products from the magic tower. And since Alain had made a request before he left, Raiden treated Penia and Felon quite well. Thanks to this, Penia was able to accomplish her tasks faster than planned, with the help of the pirates. Today, she found herself within the royal castle of Raxes, accompanied by Raiden. However, their purposes and times of arrival at the castle were different, and Penia, who didn't particularly care about public opinion, had no intention of making it known that she was traveling with the Pirate King. Therefore, Raiden was present as an envoy, aiming to adjust the future relationship between Raxes and the Pirate King, who had unified the 7 archipelagos. Penia, on the other hand, was there to confront the kingdom about the secret leak of certain illegally distributed magical items. Having completed her tasks, Penia was approached by someone familiar. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Penia? Last time I saw you was during the envoy visit about 4 years ago. Wow, has it really been that long?" "Yeah, I guess so." Penia was meeting Serena Raxasia, the princess of Raxes. Serena's relationship with Penia was quite close, largely because of the current Blue Tower master, Selim. As a former disciple of Selim, Penia had trained in magic alongside Serena, who also came to the Blue Tower due to her talent in magic. Though Serena eventually returned to Raxes after realizing her limitations, the two had formed a strong bond during their younger years. "So, how's your progress in magic lately?" "I think I'm about to reach the next level." "Wow, really? That's amazing, isn't it?" Despite being a princess and a vice master of the tower, Serena and Penia maintained a relaxed, friendly conversation, as if they were old friends. After chatting for some time, Serena suddenly remembered something unusual. "Oh, by the way, I heard some strange news." "Strange news?" "Yeah, I heard you're being kept by a man." "What, me?" Serena nodded at Penia's baffled expression. "Yeah, who was it again?" Count Palacio. I think it was a noble like that." "Is it true?" "What? Kept by someone?" "Absolutely not." Serena teased Penia, grinning mischievously. "Come on, the rumors everywhere. They say the always fiery you suddenly turns demure in front of Count Palacio." Penia frowned, trying to come up with a rebuttal but fell silent. As she thought about it, Serena's statement wasn't entirely incorrect. Still, she didn't want to concede so easily. "No, really, it's not like that." Seeing Penia's weak denial, Serena's eyes lit up as if she had found something amusing. "You actually like him, don't you?" "What, who?" "Count Palacio, of course." Penia gave Serena an exasperated look as Serena continued with her playful tone. "No, I don't." "Really?" Penia, trying to maintain her composure, struggled to respond clearly. "Absolutely not. Even if the sky falls, that won't happen." As Penia recalled Felon's previous nonsense, Serena watched her with a curious expression. "Really? Really? I have no idea why everyone keeps misunderstanding this. I honestly don't like him." It's true. Who could even like such a stoic person? All he does is put on a stern face and, Palacio is quite an impressive person. He's also very impressive and impressive. Isn't that 3 times already?" Penia, trying hard to keep the conversation going, said, "You know, when you see his magic, there's just something captivating about it." "Count Palacio's magic is very unique." "Then you like him, right?" "That's absolutely possible, maybe." Serena grinned as Penia bowed her head and spoke with a hint of resignation. "So you like him, huh?" "Yeah, I guess so." With her head lowered, Penia glanced sideways, catching sight of Raiden. Nodding with a satisfied expression, Raiden disappeared from view outside the window. Sigh. Penia let out a sigh of relief, but Serena, observing her friend's reaction, thought to herself, it seems like her personality makes it hard for her to make a move. Feeling a sudden burst of goodwill towards her dear friend, Serena decided to lend a helping hand. Penia was met with an unexpected gesture of goodwill. "Hee." Having made her decision, Serena let out a faint, Smillian insidious smile, completely unaware of her own misconception. 4 months later. After a busy schedule of gathering information to uncover the identity of the outer god, increasing his mana core capacity, and researching magic, Alain finally boarded a carriage headed for the capital, Turia, just in time for the coronation. "Count, what is it? Did you hear about this? What is it this time? There's a rumor going around about you." "A rumor about me?" "Yes." From Evan, Alain heard about a rather strange rumor. "It seems there's a rumor that Penia Chryson is in love with Count Palacio." "What?" "Penia Chryson, the vice master of the Blue Tower. What a ridiculous, strange rumor." Chapter 86. Is that really a rumor going around? Yes. There was a meeting of the United Kingdoms not long ago, right? Was there? Honestly, it seems like the Count really has no interest in what's going on around him. That's true. Evan quickly responded to Alain's nod. Anyway, it seems that kind of story came up there. There's talk that Penia Chryson and Count Palacio might end up together. Was there? Was Penia Chryson present there? Of course not. The event was just for the royals to build rapport and maintain the alliance of the United Kingdoms. Then why did such a rumor start? I don't know. I only heard it secondhand. When Evan shrugged his shoulders, Alain looked genuinely puzzled. It was understandable, as there wasn't any plausible basis for such rumors to arise between Penia and Alain. In fact, thinking back to Penia's behavior not long ago, it was baffling that such a rumor had even started. What is this? Alain, still looking perplexed, soon decided to ignore the rumors. Gossip tended to get distorted as it spread, especially among the nobility, and he figured it would naturally disappear over time. Most baseless rumors that Alain had encountered so far had faded away quickly. It's just a rumor that doesn't require much attention. And so, Alain dismissed it lightly at least until a few days later, right before arriving in Tyria. At the simple banquet held for the nobles attending the title bestowal ceremony. Congratulations, Count. For what exactly? I heard a rumor that you and Penia Chryson are in a certain kind of relationship. Alain found himself internally repeating question marks. He had heard this same rumor 5 times now, despite having only just arrived at the venue. Thank you for the congratulations, but unfortunately, that's just a false rumor. After dismissing the noble's comment, Alain retreated to one corner of the banquet hall to enjoy an egg tart. Soon, Duke Altia appeared before him. It's been a while, Count. Alain nodded at her smiling, bowing gesture, but it was only brief. It has been a while. Is there any truth to that rumor, by any chance? What rumor are you referring to? The one I recently heard about you having a certain relationship with Penia Chryson, the master of the Blue Tower. It was the 6th time now. Baseless rumors might fade away quickly, but before they did, they certainly blazed brightly. Sighing, Alain responded, I've already said it multiple times, but that rumor is nonsense. Is that so? Yes, it's not even remotely true. I thought it was real. Why? Well, marrying the master of the Blue Tower would have a very positive impact on your household and our faction, you see. For example, as Altia began to enumerate the advantages of marrying Penia Chryson, Alain felt an increasing sense of weariness. Her thorough analysis of all the potential benefits and drawbacks, from major to minor, reminded him that she was indeed one of Asteria's 3 major strategists. Not that anything has really changed now. Just as Alain was having these thoughts, given all these positives, I figured you would seriously consider marriage, Count. Am I wrong? Besides, I assumed you were the one who spread the rumor. Me. Rumors can be quite powerful, you know. When spread this way, even if the other party dislikes it, they might be compelled to consider it due to the collective interests of the factions involved. Altia's casual comment, which turned him into a scheming manipulator, prompted Alain to respond. Even I wouldn't go that far. Really? Seeing Altia's genuinely surprised expression, Alain couldn't help but wonder how he was perceived by these people. As he contemplated this, Altia, who was deep in thought, suddenly said, Maybe you're a bit romantic when it comes to matters like this, Count. With that comment and a soft smile, she departed after exchanging a few more words. By the end of that day, Alain had received congratulations 9 times. It wasn't as easy as I thought. The next day, the title bestowal ceremony began. In front of the gathered nobles, the 8th monarch Cretinia, Cian, declared that Count Palatio had been promoted to the rank of Marquis. The title bestowal ceremony, in reality, ended very quickly. However, despite the ceremony being over, Alain was still technically a count. The reason was simple. In order to officially use the title of Marquis, he had to receive a blessing from the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. With this in mind, Alain began preparing to head to Rosario immediately after the ceremony. Well then, have a safe trip. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Cian, who was watching Alain bow his head in response to her well wishes, suddenly approached him with a thoughtful expression. Then, just as she had done before, she gently lifted the corners of his mouth with her index finger. Didn't I say you look better when you smile? I apologize, Your Majesty, Alain replied, bowing his head again. Well, that's enough. Once you complete the blessing, come back. Let's have a proper talk face to face. With a faint smile, Cian waved her hand and turned away. Alain, who had been left staring blankly at Cian's unexpected behavior, began preparing for his journey to the Holy Kingdom. The journey from Asteria to Rosario took about 2 to 3 weeks, a relatively long trip. However, it was more comfortable than his previous trip to Raxes, as there were more villages and territories along the way where he could rest. Because of this, Alain enjoyed a relatively smoother journey compared to before. About a week into the trip to Rosario, Alain was taking a break at an inn in the village of Nenda. Should I call you Marquis now, instead of Count? It's hard to get used to, Evan remarked. I'm still not a Marquis yet, so just call me Count. All right then, Count. I found one of the pieces of information you asked me to look into. Here, Alain asked, surprised. Yes, there's an information broker in this village as well. So, I stopped by. So, what's the information? Alain inquired. It's nothing major, but it seems that abyss stones and abyssal entities have been appearing more frequently in the black market recently. Does that mean they are being widely distributed? No, it doesn't seem to be in large quantities, but they've been showing up often, Evan replied. Alain thought deeply, realizing this was not good news. The spread of abyss stones and abyssal entities was never a positive sign. Abyssal entities granted divine powers to the strong, making them even stronger, and their emergence in the underworld significantly increased the likelihood of the world descending into chaos. Moreover, the original text only mentioned that abyssal entities were being distributed somewhere, without specifying the exact distribution channels. This meant Alain couldn't use his knowledge to stop their spread. Have you found the source of the distribution? Alain asked, just in case. Unfortunately, Evan shook his head. No, I couldn't find the source, but I did learn where most of it has been going. Where is it? The Holy Kingdom, Evan answered. The Holy Kingdom? Alain's expression became puzzled. The Holy Kingdom seemed like the least likely place to be involved with abyssal entities. Of course, the Holy Kingdom isn't exactly free from corruption, but I didn't think they would go as far as dealing with abyssal entities, Alain thought, tilting his head. I should probably ask Yusha about this too now. I'll have 2 requests for her. Should I get a gift for her as well? Alain considered. He was already planning to ask Yusha for a favor once he reached the Holy Kingdom. I should try to stop somewhere along the way and get at least 1 gift, he decided. A little while later. It's about time for dinner. Let's go down and eat. All right, Evan agreed. As they descended to the first floor of the inn to have dinner, Alain noticed that the previously empty room was now filled with boisterous noise, almost to the point of hurting his ears. Are those mercenaries? Alain asked. It seems so, Evan replied. This inn has surprisingly good soundproofing. I was surprised too, Evan added. Alain then moved toward an empty table in the corner of the inn. Despite the noise, he still needed to eat. However, just as Alain was about to sit down, hold up. A mercenary suddenly occupied the seat, leaving Alain bewildered. What are you looking at? This is my seat. The mercenary, who had been mingling with his comrades moments earlier, snapped at Alain. Both Alain and Evan wore incredulous expressions. Even for a mercenary unfamiliar with the ways of the world, it seemed absurd for someone to provoke a clearly noble-looking individual. Are you telling me to sit somewhere else? He caught a whiff of the mercenary's overpowering stench of alcohol and quickly realized that his intoxicated state had rendered him almost mindless. He pondered how to handle the situation. Alain suddenly noticed that the surroundings had grown quiet and looked around. The other mercenaries were still there, but the raucous chatter had stopped. They were now staring at Alain and the drunken mercenary, their faces frozen in shock and their mouths clamped shut. Just as Alain was wondering what had caused the shift, didn't you hear me? Just leave before the troublesome mercenary could finish, someone appeared behind him. Crash, a bottle shattered on his head. With a thud, the mercenary collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Alain, startled by how quickly things had escalated, saw a female beastkin standing there. She was holding the broken bottle and bowing her head deeply. My apologies, Count Palacio. Upon seeing her, Alain quickly recognized who she was. Mayan, I am truly sorry. It was Mayan, the guildmaster of the Ancient Trackers Guild, one of the 5 major guilds in Lartania. She kept her head bowed. At the Blue Moon's regular meeting. Typically, only the 5 executive members of the Blue Moon participated in these meetings, but this time, Hidden was granted an exception due to his recent discovery of information about the faction that opposed the Great Moon. While the meeting was primarily for him to report this information, Hidden couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Deep down, he had a sense of respect for the Great Moon and the other moons, beings with fundamentally different strengths from his own. With anticipation, Hidden entered the meeting room. I'm getting married. No way I'm getting married. No way I am getting married. No way. I've said this before, but this is too unfair. It's about time you let us send letters. 2, I think that's fair enough. Looking up at the moon like this reminds me of those days. It's been years, but the memory is still vivid. The way the Great Moon dealt with the outer god was truly impressive. Oh, by the way, Hidden, have you heard about it? If not, let me explain in detail. Hidden could only feel dizzy amidst the chaos. Chapter 87, Hidden was well aware that the moons, including Yusha Bloodia, revered and worshipped the great moon. After all, the motto of the blue moon had always been for the great moon. But still so, I am telling you not to speak of marriage if you don't fully understand it. I do understand. I can make the great moon happy. That's not for you to decide. Yes, it is. No, it's not. To this extent, I've been objecting consistently from the beginning, but regarding the part about sending letters individually, as I've said, since it might confuse the great moon, I suggested gathering them myself. Isn't it equally reasonable for me to be the one gathering them? There's no need to change it now, is there? But I would like to change it. So to send the letters. He hadn't expected them to be this fanatical, honestly. Now, listen. Back then, the great moon held his ground firmly even in front of the outer god. The sun averted its gaze under their piercing eyes, sinking into twilight, and the ash-gray world returned to a pristine white snowfield. That wasn't, the Enther strike was truly awe-inspiring. It had already been 20 minutes, and even members other than Yusha appeared unsettled by Deus prolonged now. Let's commence the praise of the great moon. Of course, Hidden, too, revered and worshipped the great moon, so he didn't find this strange. It was just a bit different from the image he had of the moons, which was mildly unsettling. Honestly, his enthusiasm was starting to wane a little. Would you all mind stopping now? We still have matters to report, don't we? As Hidden quietly sighed, a voice interrupted. Unlike the others who were still chattering, Raiden stood there with a serene, faint smile. That expression reminded Hidden of the reverence he used to feel when he looked at the other moons. Feeling a peculiar sense of relief, he cleared his throat and spoke, looking at the now silent moons. Then, let's begin the report. Today, his report essentially centered on one-topic factions seeking to undermine the great moon. To get straight to the point, we haven't yet identified any organization trying to harm the great moon. Why not? Yusha, with a serious expression, asked as the crimson moon. It appears they're highly reluctant to reveal their identities. Even when tracking connections to a point of contact, most are just intermediaries. So, even if someone identifies as a contact, they're not aware of the organization? That's correct. After clearing his throat, he continued. There was one instance where we managed to trace a contact higher up, but even that connection was only a front. Thayer taking extreme measures to hide their identities. At Rhine's mutter, Hidden nodded. Yes. However, we have managed to gather some information that might help us identify them. Information? Though minor, we have identified around 8 organizations that the higher group aiming to harm the Great Moon uses as intermediaries. Based on these organizations, we can begin. How did you find them? It seems orders were given to other organizations to slander the Great Moon. While investigating this matter, we managed to compile a list. The names of the organizations include Dark Melodies. At this, Deus began listing each organization one by one. Then we should just kill them. Excuse me? Hidden was momentarily stunned by Raiden's blunt statement, especially since Raiden had been one of the few appearing reasonable until now. Well, killing them might be correct, but shouldn't we focus on uncovering the higher ranks first? Didn't you just say they're plotting against the Great Moon? Yes, but then we should kill them. Raiden's expression was as if to say, isn't it obvious that 1 + 1 = 2? Hidden, dumbfounded for a moment, replied. As the White Moon says, we do need to eliminate them. But isn't gathering information about the upper organization just as important? Regardless, they're targeting the Great Moon, right? That's also true. Then killing them is the right course of action. Yes, killing them is the right course. As Hidden watched Raiden nodding with determination, he realized something anew. Though Raiden had stayed quiet earlier, it was clear now that he wasn't exactly the kind of person Hidden had initially thought he was. And, furthermore, this won't do. I'll be back shortly. Dark Melodies is connected to Raxes, isn't it? Wait, White Moon. What? Dark Melodies has ties with the Raxes royal family, so if you act impulsively, it might bring you some trouble, but before Hidden could finish I heard that they're plotting against our leader. Does that really matter? Raiden's previous smile faded into a chillingly blank expression. As he turned, he grabbed a spear in the corner and leaped out the window, leaving Hidden stunned, mouth agape. Soon after, a decision was reached to leave a few organizations to deal with the entities opposing the Great Moon, as Raiden had already taken matters into his own hands. With Raiden gone, the meeting continued. My final report is about a peculiar rumor currently surrounding the Great Moon. What kind of rumor? There's talk that the Great Moon is romantically involved with the Vice Lord of the Blue Tower. It's not a major rumor, but since it involves the Great Moon, I thought I should report it. At Hidden's words, Yusha, who had previously been leading the meeting with calm, nodded before speaking. Seems like complete nonsense. I agree, there's no way my master would break a promise. Xiaoreng nodded, agreeing with her statement. I think so too. Yes, since it's obviously baseless, let's not worry about it. Not at all. Though Hidden nodded in agreement, Yusha's smile never wavered. Understood. Even if, hypothetically, the rumor turned out to be true, I would still make it disappear. Excuse me? Of course, there's no chance of such a thing happening. But if by any stretch of the imagination it did, it'd make sure the rumor ceased to exist, so there's no need to worry. She spoke at a rapid pace, and the pen in her hand had crumpled and shattered in her grip. Yes, understood. Hidden thought to himself, it'd better save the report on that man until tomorrow. And the following day, he heard news that dark melodies had been obliterated overnight, prompting him to rethink the fanaticism of the moons. Meanwhile, after learning that the mercenary group that caused trouble yesterday was the Ancient Trackers Guild, operating out of Lartania with its leader Mayan, Alain was now moving together with the Ancient Trackers Guild at the inn in Nenda. The reason was that the Ancient Trackers Guild's destination was the same as Alain's, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, an extermination request. Though Alain hadn't discussed with Mayan what kind of request they had received from the kingdom or if there were any restrictive conditions, remembering what she mentioned yesterday, Alain wondered, is something happening in Rosario? The thought came to him unconsciously. Sometime later, Alain stopped the carriage for a lunch break. Count, or should I call you your lordship? Just call me whatever's comfortable. All right, then I'll call you Count and he. Get over here, quick. Soon, Alain noticed a mercenary approaching with Mayan. The man, a head taller than Mayan, immediately fell to the ground in front of Alain. I am deeply sorry. I've committed a grave offense. Thud. He slammed his head to the ground, blood starting to pool around his head. Forget about it. Just consider it a minor incident, Alain replied, a bit taken aback but shaking his head lightly. At his response, the man, who'd looked as if he was on the brink of death, broke into a bright smile as if given a new lease on life. Thank you, truly thank you. Really, thank you so much. He bowed repeatedly, as if he owed Alain his life before returning to the other mercenaries. That guy's lucky, huh? Wow, he survived that? Incredible. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their words reached Alain's ears, amplified by his magic-enhanced hearing, leaving him with mixed feelings. What do they think of me? He thought, a bit incredulously. Seeing Alain's bemused expression, Mayan sighed in relief. I am glad. I honestly thought the Count wouldn't forgive him. He's a recent recruit, so I felt a bit sorry for him. I didn't think I had that kind of image. But last time, didn't someone say the wrong thing and end up an ice statue? Alain paused, recalling that he had only done so to assert himself. Still, he opened his mouth to clarify. That was just circumstantial. I am not that ruthless. Based on the rumors, I thought you'd be different. Rumors? Mayan nodded. There's talk that you eliminate those you dislike without hesitation, leaving no trace behind. Hearing this, Alain couldn't help but feel a bit indignant as he remembered how he kept cordial with even troublesome nobles, and others he didn't particularly like. But knowing his appeal would likely go unheard, he only sighed softly. Are you sure you should talk about this in front of me? Well, nobles involved in the underworld usually enjoy these kinds of stories, right? It's a place where rumors matter, after all. With Mayan's relaxed response, Alain felt oddly bitter, wondering why such strange rumors seemed to grow over time. 2 weeks passed quickly. Aside from a minor disturbance at the village inn, Alain found his journey to Rosario with the Ancient Trackers Guild quite comfortable, thanks to Mayan's occasional company, which kept him from boredom. Or rather, Mayan had often sought him out herself, even without him asking. In any case, Alain found the journey to Rosario rather pleasant. Mayan felt similarly, as traveling with Alain had helped them grow closer over the past 2 weeks. Indeed, Mayan was making considerable efforts to build a favorable connection with Count Palacio. Initially, she hadn't planned it, but meeting Alain on her journey to the Holy Kingdom after unexpectedly taking up this mission had given her a new idea. She had plenty of motivation to form a plan, as, by nature, she was drawn to strong men, and Alain's qualities were exceptional even by the standards of her feline clan. Thus, Mayan, having taken a strong liking to Count Palacio, frequently engaged him in various conversations, contemplating how to make something happen between them. In her view, she was even making progress. Of course, for Alain, it just felt like he found a friendly companion to chat with. Finally, we've arrived. Should I try to make a bit more of a move? Last time, it seemed he didn't like it when I came on too strong, so maybe I should act more like the humans. As the two, each with different thoughts, reached the capital of Rosario after their pleasant journey, they were greeted by an unexpected figure. "You've arrived, sir." "Yusha?" "Yes. I sent a letter, but I didn't expect you to come out and meet me." "Oh, this is nothing difficult." "Is that so?" Before even reaching the city gates, Alain spotted Yusha waiting with the paladins. Maiyan, watching from the side, couldn't help but stare in awe. "Wow, she's really beautiful." Maiyan found herself gazing at Yusha. Even dressed in black ceremonial attire, her striking beauty shone, and the piercing gaze of her crimson eyes seemed to draw Maiyan's heart in. "Count Palacio really is something." It heard, but I didn't think he had connections all the way up to a cardinal. Maiyan marveled at Alain, surprised by his deep ties. Though she knew of his extensive connections, she had half-doubted the full extent. But now, seeing Yusha here, Maiyan's admiration grew. Perhaps I should be bolder in my approach. As she watched Alain, her desire to win him over intensified, and she began contemplating how to adjust her plan. "Sir, let's move inside for now. From here, we'll provide the escort." Yusha instructed the knights to guard Alain's carriage, and as it began moving under the knight's protection, she turned to Maiyan with a flawless smile. "These people appear to be here on our behalf, is that correct?" she asked as she approached Maiyan. "Yes, that's right." With Yusha's saint-like smile, Maiyan instinctively nodded. Then Yusha leaned close to Maiyan's ear, whispering with her face almost touching Maiyan's. Sensing that Yusha had something secretive to convey, Maiyan leaned in as well, curious. And then "Want to die?" A chilling voice sent a shiver through Maiyan's entire body. Chapter 88. Maiyan's mind struggled to keep up with the situation. In the midst of the cheerful atmosphere, the whisper she heard was distinctly out of place. That's why Maiyan, unable to respond, erased her smile and frowned a few seconds later. Of course, she knew she had to maintain her composure in this setting. Even if the words spoken were rude, the person was still one of the cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Despite hearing such unreasonable words, she knew that calming herself and responding with restraint had to come first. However, even as she knew this, her face involuntarily wrinkled in anger, a distinct fury of her people swelling within her. "What did you just say?" Her voice burst forth with irritation, but she stopped. No, it wasn't that she stopped speaking. The words just stopped. Her parted lips, her tongue that had moved to form words, her frown, everything simply stopped. The moment she realized this, Maiyan suddenly sensed that something about this world had changed. The sunlight, which had been warm just a moment ago, was now tinged red. Her subordinates who had come with her for the mission were also bathed in red, and the paladins who had stood beside Yusha just a moment ago were frozen in place. As if time itself had come to a halt. What instinctively, Maiyan tried to look around, but regrettably she couldn't move her body at all. All she could see was the eerie sight of lines, like trails of blood, tracing over the still bodies of her subordinates and the paladins. As she watched these lines form, as if marking boundaries, a sense of imminent danger washed over her. She tried with all her might to move her body. Listen closely. The voice from in front of her made her freeze, holding her breath as she looked straight ahead. And then, she saw it. In this crimson world, the only person retaining color, staring directly at her, the Cardinal of Rosario, Yusha Bludia. A chill of fear crept into Maiyan's core, stemming not from losing control of her body. Nor was it the fear that Yusha Bludia would harm her. It was simply incomprehensible, unfathomable. Yet, as if it were the natural course of things, fear began to seep into her mind, swiftly taking over and tormenting her. Without sparing any attention to Maiyan's state, Yusha, the only one moving freely in this frozen world, approached her and locked eyes with her. In those red eyes, even more crimson than the world around them, and on that intensely impassive face, she could clearly sense rage. Looking straight at Maiyan, Yusha placed a finger on Maiyan's right hand. "He is not someone you can toy with as you please." Her voice, a stark warning, echoed clearly. "I hope you understand my words." The moment a faint smile appeared on her lips. Maiyan realized the world had returned to normal. She stared blankly at the sky. The sky was blue. The forest had regained its original colors. Even Yusha, who had approached her before, was now smiling without the cold expression, looking serene, like a saint. The only thing unchanged from before was Yusha Bludia's intense red eyes peeking through her smiling gaze. "For now, you seem to be a different guest, but ill guide you inside the Holy Kingdom." With that, she turned and started walking toward the Holy Kingdom without any hesitation, and Mayan watched her retreating figure in a daze. She still hadn't fully grasped what had just happened, or rather, she couldn't distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. As Mayan's face contorted in confusion, "Captain, is something wrong?" "Huh, why?" She turned at the voice of her subordinate behind her, who asked with a slightly concerned expression. "Well, it's just you don't look well. You're sweating a lot." Oh, only then did Mayan realize that her entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Clearly, she wasn't in a stable condition. And feeling a faint pain in her right hand, Mayan looked down at it and saw a small wound there, the shallow wound on the hand Yusha had touched in that red world. Upon noticing it, Mayan turned her gaze back to Yusha. As Yusha climbed into a carriage bound for the Holy Kingdom, she looked back with that same smile and piercing red eyes. Yusha's small, beckoning gesture before stepping into the carriage confirmed that the bizarre world shed scene was indeed real. Thump, 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 Mayan's entire body was filled with terror. Meanwhile, Alain, who had easily passed through the castle gates with the escort of the paladins, gazed upon the Holy Kingdom he had only seen in illustrations, thinking, it truly suits the name Holy Kingdom. The outer areas of the capital weren't much different from other territories. However, the inner city was impeccably maintained, with orderly streets and pristine white buildings. Eventually, Alain reached the massive cathedral beside the main building of Rosario, the great temple, where he soon encountered Yusha again. "It's been a while, my lord." "Indeed. How have you been?" "Of course, I've been well. Sometimes I get a little sad when your replies to my letters take a while, though." Seeing Yusha's lighthearted joke, Alain couldn't help but smile. Unlike his encounters with the other 5 sins, his frequent correspondence with Yusha made things feel much less awkward. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. "So the conferment ceremony will be in a few days?" "Yes. For the ceremony, the chief cardinal, who's currently in prayer, needs to attend. Tomorrow, you'll meet with the person in charge to review the ceremony's layout and instructions, and until then, you can rest." Alain nodded at Yusha's words as she smiled. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "Yusha, if possible, I have a request. Would that be all right?" "Of course. What is your request?" "I was wondering if it might be possible to enter the spirit chamber." "Could that be arranged?" The spirit chamber. As the name suggests, it's a special room in Rosario accessible only to high-ranking individuals, where, supposedly, one could converse with the goddess Saturnia, whom Rosario venerates. However, naturally, simply entering the room doesn't mean one can speak to the goddess. Only those specifically chosen by Saturnia or those with deep faith, usually of a bishop rank or higher, might faintly hear her voice. In fact, only the saint of Rosario is known to have truly heard the voice of the goddess. In other words, Alain would not be able to converse with the goddess even if he entered, but his reason for entering the spirit chamber wasn't to talk with Harriet, was to obtain a useful artifact. However, unless one was of cardinal rank, and especially without the permission of the current saint of Rosario, it was challenging even to set foot in that room. He asked with a mindset of it'd be nice if it works, but it's fine if it doesn't, yet it's possible. "If that's what you want, my lord, it won't be difficult. Is that so?" "Yes." Alain, surprised at the ease of her acceptance, spoke with a hint of confusion behind his expressionless face. "Really? I mean, it sounds strange for me to question my own request, but I heard that only the saint's permission grants access to the spirit chamber." "Isn't it difficult?" "It's fine. If you truly wish to go, I'll find a way." Yusha's unwavering assurance made Alain feel immensely grateful, though he didn't want to put her through too much trouble. "If it proves difficult, let me know right away. No need to push yourself," he said, watching her with care. "Don't worry. I wouldn't do anything excessive either," Yusha responded with a smile, seemingly aware of his concern. Seeing her smile, Alain felt content. He had been a bit worried after witnessing her clash with Sialrang in the colony, but after talking with her, he was certain of one thing. Of all the 5 sins, she had been reformed the most. Her mindset is as upright as expected from someone devoted to faith. With that, Alain continued his conversation with Yusha, enjoying their discussion. It was the afternoon of the first day of his arrival in the Holy Kingdom. In the Kingdom of Ashtalon, inside Duke Comelin's office. Yes, the Dark Melodies Guild was annihilated overnight. Duke Comelin let out a deep sigh as he looked at the dark elf standing before him. Unlike the one who had reported last time, this person stood silently, head bowed. The Duke remained quiet for a moment before asking who was responsible. We're mobilizing resources to investigate immediately, but we haven't yet identified the culprit. However, we do have a likely suspect. Who? It seems it's someone connected to Count Palacio. Why is that? We had already delivered the instructions you mentioned to the Dark Melodies Guild as well. At the Dark Elf's response, Duke Comelin pondered for a moment before speaking. So, it's a similar situation to Pigul's case a few months ago? Yes, it seems they retaliated. Retaliation? He muttered softly with a bitter laugh before falling silent again. After a prolonged pause, the Dark Elf cautiously asked, "What actions should we take?" Duke Comelin resumed. "Last time, you said that the one responsible for handling Pigul was likely Deus Macalian, right? Yes, he's one of the most likely candidates, though it's not confirmed. And Deus Macalian and Count Palacio share a benefactor relationship, correct? That's the rumor circulating, yes. It's certainly not an ordinary connection." With that murmur, he decided enough. "Let's stop paying attention to this matter." "Are you sure about that?" "Yes, for now, the results we're expecting are more important than Count Palacio. We can deal with the Count after we've secured the results." The Dark Elf fell silent, then spoke again. "In fact, there's something else I need to inform you about." "What is it?" "Currently, Count Palacio is reportedly in the Holy Kingdom." "Count Palacio?" "Yes. I've heard that he went there for the conferment ceremony." The Dark Elf nodded, and Duke Comelin, wearing a strange expression, appeared almost pleased. "Then there's even less reason for concern." Soon enough he murmured, smiling. "The results of the Abyssal project will emerge there, and then we can handle Count Palacio as well." A foreboding smile crossed his face. The next day, Alain was able to meet the cardinal in charge of the conferment ceremony in a few days, hoping to familiarize himself with the event schedule. However, greetings, Count Palacio. I am Sergius. Pleased to meet you." Shivering, Alain watched as Sergiusone of the 8 cardinals of the Holy Kingdom trembled as if he were standing in the dead of winter. But more than that, Alain noticed that Sergius kept casting furtive glances at Yusha, who stood beside him, wearing a serene smile. Is her faith really as strong as it seems? Somehow, he felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 89. Alain knew about Cardinal Sergius. In fact, not knowing Sergius was almost impossible. He was one of the main villains that appeared when you entered the Holy Kingdom while playing Psychedelia, and was also the first character to make the player aware of the kingdom's corruption. Alain was already aware of how strong his influence was within the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and how twisted his personality could be. In Psychedelia, he had once executed dozens of innocent believers on the grounds that they did not believe in God, simply because they defied his word. In short, Alain knew Sergius was a despicable person. "Yes, so if you move here like this, yes, that's right. You can proceed this way." Once the chief cardinal arrived, seeing Sergius explain the situation carefully, glancing nervously at Alain, felt quite awkward for many reasons. "I thought he'd be troublesome to meet, so I tried to avoid it as much as possible." Surprised by this unexpected demeanor, Alain pondered the question that had been on his mind since earlier. What on earth happened to make him act like this? Alain, who was not foolish, realized that the reason Sergius was being so deferential was due to Yusha standing behind him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Sergius was being so overly cautious. The Sergius Alain knew from Psychedelia was a corrupted villain who, even in his last moments, never abandoned his pride. So he subtly glanced at Yusha, who was smiling brightly in the distance, though only for a moment. Did you understand everything?" In response to Cardinal Sergius' hesitant question, Alain nodded. "Yes, I understood everything, thanks to you." "Oh, that's a relief. By the way, you don't need to use formal language with me," Alain suggested. Although he was a noble of Asteria, Sergius held one of the highest positions under the Pope and the Goddess, so there was no need for such formality. Despite this, Alain gently proposed, "But no, how could I? I am merely a servant of God, how could I dare to do that?" Sergius' excessive refusals, to the point where he said no countless times, gave Alain an intense sense of incongruity. Is this really the same villain who showed disdain for humanity whenever I met him in the game? Alain awkwardly responded, as he recalled Sergius' line from the game. "I can never understand why I should show respect to lowly creatures who don't even believe in God." "Is that so?" "Of course, absolutely." Watching Sergius' forced, awkward laugh, Alain cleared his throat and spoke. "Anyway, thank you for going to such lengths to help. You really didn't have to come out and explain this personally, Cardinal." "No, it's fine. As the manager, this is something I am expected to handle. Alain knew that these minor explanations were usually not the manager's responsibility, but he nodded without asking further. I see. Yes, yes, Sergius lowered his head. Watching him bow, Alain couldn't help but wonder where the corrupt cardinal of the Holy Kingdom had gone. A question arose in his mind as he watched Sergius act so deferentially. By the way, are you close with Cardinal Yusha? Alain asked, although he assumed they weren't close just in case. However, of course, sir. Cardinal Sergius and I often discuss Sirenia, answered Yusha, not Sergius. Isn't that right, Cardinal Sergius? Yusha asked with a bright smile, as if seeking confirmation, and Sergius nodded frantically, frozen in place. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. Why are you nodding so vigorously? If you do that, it might seem like I am making things up, and it could give the wrong impression. Ha ha ha, am I being awkward? I just wanted to express how close I am with Cardinal Yusha. Perhaps I got a bit too enthusiastic. Sergius desperately tried to explain himself. Yes, yes, just do it the way you normally would. You know, right? Yes, I understand, just be comfortable. Relax. Yes. Yusha, satisfied with Sergius' sharp, almost military response, turned to Alain with a smile. See? I told you were close. It was almost like witnessing a student claiming to be friends with someone they bullied right in front of the teacher. I see Alain could only nod silently. He was once again reminded that Yusha was one of the 5 deadly sins. Right after meeting Sergius and getting a brief explanation about the ceremony, Alain, talking with Yusha, asked the question he hadn't managed to ask the day before. Abyssal entities? Yes, do you know anything about them? He was seeking information about the abyssal entities brought by Evan. Having heard that most of the abyssal entities on the market ended up in the Holy Kingdom, Alain thought Yusha might know something. I've heard about abyssal entities, but I don't know much beyond that. Yusha seemed to ponder something deeply before finally answering. Do you know anything about abyssal entities? Yes, it's due to the effects of the objects. Ah. Alain let out a quiet exclamation. Indeed, the abyssal items would certainly be of interest to the Holy Kingdom. This was because both abyssal entities and abyssal gems, though very weak, could bestow a divine status upon people. To the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, abyssal items were practically heretical artifacts, so it wasn't surprising that Yusha was aware of them. Well, as you mentioned, if someone in the Holy Kingdom is using abyssal entities, it could be a major issue, so I'll investigate it. I'd appreciate that. No, this is something that the Holy Kingdom absolutely needs to handle. Yusha, nodding, continued. Oh, and you should be able to enter the chamber of the Holy Spirit tomorrow, sir. Tomorrow? Yes. Alain was greatly surprised inwardly at Yusha's words. To be honest, I thought it'd have to wait over 2 weeks to get in. As far as he knew, it took a long time for priests below the rank of bishop to gain access to the chamber of the Holy Spirit. And for good reason. The chamber of the Holy Spirit was designated as a relic within the Holy Kingdom itself. So, Alain had been prepared to wait quietly for about 2 weeks, making this unexpected news all the more surprising. Though he didn't show it on his face. It's not too much trouble, is it? Not at all. Seeing Yusha smiling as she spoke, Alain felt a vague sense of unease. Remembering Sergius' behavior from earlier, he asked again. Yusha, yes, sir. Just out of curiosity, you didn't use any questionable methods on my behalf, did you? Alain subtly phrased his question to avoid sounding too direct about violence, and Yusha smiled faintly. Of course not. Why would I go out of my way to do something like that? Is that so? Yes, I just used a bit of persuasion. There's nothing for you to worry about. Alain responded with a silent nod. The next evening. Following Yusha, Alain made his way to the chamber of the Holy Spirit located deep within the Rosario temple. Inside the temple, Cardinal Yusha. Hello, human, they met a young man. Though he wore the holy vestments, he still had a youthful appearance, not yet fully grown. However, despite his youth, none of the paladins or priests guarding the temple dared to look down on him. Standing before Yusha and Alain with a displeased expression was none other than the man known as the Saint in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, chosen directly by the goddess Sirenia. Human's gaze shifted to Count Palacio. Allowing a non-believer to enter the chamber of the Holy Spirit is excessive. His tone was openly hostile. Yet, Yusha maintained her smile. As I understand, the decision was already made. Wasn't it you who pushed for this outcome, Cardinal Yusha? I believe the saint knows well that it was conducted transparently, through a vote. But the vote itself, human, about to protest further, closed his mouth. On the surface, Yusha was correct. The proposal to allow Count Palacio access had been determined by a vote. With a small sigh and a frown, Yuman spoke. Behaving in such a manner is improper, Cardinal Yusha. Thank you for your concern. With that warning, Yuman glanced coldly at Count Palacio before walking past him. It seems he might dislike me now. Alain felt slightly uneasy about Yuman's obvious hostility, but shrugged it off. In truth, he wasn't particularly intimidated by Yuman's animosity. Or rather, he didn't feel concerned, precisely because Yuman's character wasn't violent. Despite being a strict, principled man rooted in faith, Yuman's nature was not malicious. Had he been the protagonist, he'd be the type to be mocked by players for his overly righteous attitude fitting of a saint. Thus, without much concern, Alain was able to reach the chamber of the saint alongside Yusha. Good luck, sir. As he stepped further into the chamber of the Holy Spirit, he muttered, "Oh," gazing around in awe. The room was as he remembered, entirely covered in pristine white marble. But what truly captured his admiration was the statue of the goddess Sirenia at the far end of the room. The enormous statue, taking up more than half the space, was overwhelming in its grandeur. Normally, that statue would emit a radiant light, allowing communication with the goddess. But that was something only the original protagonist, Alibin, the saints, or bishops with deep faith could do. Ah, come to think of it, I believe even the bishops and cardinals couldn't make the statue shine. Alain recalled the setting that the stronger the statue's light, the clearer the connection with the goddess, but that wasn't something that particularly concerned him. Alain gathered a small amount of magical energy, making a simple seal to obtain the item he sought. Perception. As he cast the spell, the moment the magic began to activate Wu-Wung, a bright, white light started bursting forth from the statue of the goddess. Yuman, one of the only two saints in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, and a man widely beloved by the people within the Holy Kingdom, did not like Count Palacio. Or rather, to be precise, he had recently started to dislike him. It was because, despite not being a follower of Sirenia, he had used his connections to gain access to the chamber of the Holy Spirit. And he did so through Cardinal Yusha, who had been manipulating the kingdom by sweet-talking the other cardinals to her will. However, despite knowing this, Yuman couldn't do anything, as the goddess Sirenia herself had remained silent about Yusha. Why does the goddess continue to let her be? Yuman sighed briefly in frustration, but it was only for a moment. Yuman then moved to a nearby room. This was a small chamber next to the chamber of the Holy Spirit. A tiny confessional, large enough to fit only one person, permitted only for saints, where one could glimpse into the chamber of the Holy Spirit. He looked inside to keep an eye on Count Palacio, concerned he might steal something from the room filled with relics. What? He could only utter that in stunned silence as he looked at Count Palacio standing in the center of the chamber. And with good reason, the statue of the goddess Sirenia was radiating a brilliant light, an even more magnificent light than when he, a saint, listened to the goddess words. Chapter 90. In the underground of Rosario, name of both the Holy Kingdom and its capital, stood a man in the heart of a vast subterranean cavern, a labyrinthine network of aqueducts converging here. His gentle smile clashed with the dim setting. The man, wearing a pendant engraved with the lunar symbol of Sirenia and dressed in somber ceremonial robes, was none other than Rosario's chief cardinal, Andred. "You have arrived." A soft murmur echoed as another man, draped head to toe in a black robe, began to step forward from the cavern's shadows. As expected, I couldn't deceive the cardinal's eyes. The masked figure, eyes creased in a mischievous expression, drew closer to Andred with a casual wave. Thud, a box landed before Andred. Though neither small nor large, the box drew his attention. "Please inspect it," the masked man prompted. Kneeling to examine the box, Andred lifted the lid and involuntarily gasped. Inside lay countless abyssal cores, their number easily exceeding 50. Momentarily stunned, Andred quickly closed the box and rose, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, brother. Thanks to this, we can proceed as planned. That's good to hear. You mentioned the birthright, correct?" "Yes, provided the schedule remains unchanged." The masked man shrugged at Andred's words, turning as though to leave, before pausing to ask, "Would it be all right if I ask you something?" "Please, speak freely." With his serene smile, Andred encouraged him, and after a brief hesitation, the masked man spoke. "I am curious as to why the cardinal would involve himself in something like this. If it's too personal, feel free to decline." Andred hesitated before answering, "To seek salvation." Salvation, you say? The masked man repeated his words, prompting Anderd to elaborate. Brother, what do you think of the divine? To be honest, I haven't really given it much thought. I believe the divine is unfair. The statement was jarring, especially coming from the chief cardinal. Allow me to ask you a question. The masked man remained silent, listening intently as Anderd continued. There are those who offer prayers to the divine daily. Some go to temples to pray, some fight to uphold the divine's name, and others tread thorny paths to fulfill their divine mission. Others abandon an ailing elder to journey to the Holy Land or take lives unwillingly to uphold the divine's will. Some, who haven't eaten for days, pray for even moldy bread to stave off hunger, while others pray to heal the sick. Anderd's voice went on, recounting story after story of different people, their struggles pouring forth endlessly until, finally, he posed his last question to the masked man. All these people believe in Sirenia and pray. Who do you think would receive divine aid? As the masked man pondered the question, Anderd, still smiling serenely, added, Don't trouble yourself. There is no correct answer among the options I've provided. What? The masked man looked confused by Anderd's sudden statement, but Anderd continued speaking. As I said, there is no correct answer. The divine, or rather, Sirenia, does not extend a hand of salvation to anyone. She simply acts according to her own will. A bitter expression crossed Anderd's face. The gods are like that. Faith, no matter how long it endures, has no bearing. Even if someone believes in Sirenia for decades, if they do not please her, they receive neither power nor blessing. But conversely, if she favors someone, they may receive power even without belief. It's as though faith is meaningless to them, with divine power bestowed entirely on a whim. Gods are such beings indifferent to genuine prayers, faith, sacrifice, and martyrdom, wielding power only for themselves. After a moment's silence, Anderd smiled again, an expression both gentle and devout. That's why I made this decision. In a profoundly compassionate and sacred tone, he said, That's why I intend to proceed. The masked man glanced toward the vast cavern behind Anderd. A place where no one is discriminated against, he said. Though dark, the torches lining the space revealed the sheer size of the cavern, as well as the presence of countless people behind the cardinal, where anyone who believes can share in power equally. Men and women, elders and children, commoners, priests, inquisitors, and nuns were all gathered in reverent prayer, facing the same place. A sanctuary solely for believers. At the end of the space stood a massive, statuesquely crafted by human hands, towering likeness of a human form. A god made by humanity. The masked man looked at Anderd, who still wore his endlessly warm smile. In the torchlight, that smile seemed all the more eerie, almost like that of a madman. Suddenly, the masked man felt a strange fear. Anderd's benevolent smile, cast in shadow by the torchlight, deepened ominously, resembling that of a lunatic. As soon as Alain used magic, he was surprised by an unexpected burst of light. Why is that glowing? The Sirenia goddess statue shouldn't react to magic in the first place. He quickly ceased his spellcasting. However, even after stopping, the light from the statue of Sirenia continued to shine. Soon, a soft but startled voice rang in Alain's ear. What is this? The voice was feminine and nervous, but no physical form appeared. The statue glowed. Realizing the voice belonged to the goddess Sirenia, Alain felt compelled to show respect and began to kneel, only to be interrupted. Wait! At her urgent tone, Alain froze mid-kneel, his face showing a mixture of confusion as he gazed at the statue. How ho are you? Hearing the goddess' voice tremble, Alain realized she was wary of him. Though he couldn't understand why, he knew he shouldn't keep the goddess waiting for a reply. I am Count Palatio of the Kingdom of Asteria, great goddess Sirenia. Recalling a self-introduction from the game, he responded accordingly. No, that's not what I ha. The goddess, seeming frustrated, suddenly sighed before lapsing into silence. After a moment, she spoke again, more composed but with a hint of urgency. Count Palatio, what is your purpose in coming here? Alain sensed the concealed urgency in her voice, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to be direct. I came hoping to obtain the Eye-Eater's pendant. This relic, hidden in the saint's chamber and lacking any traceable magic, was what Alain had sought. At his words clink, the marble floor to the right of the statue lightly shifted open. Reach out your hand. Sirenia's voice echoed, and when Alain extended his hand, thud, a white pendant dropped into his palm. Is this the purpose for which you came here? Yes, it is, but why give it to me so suddenly? Although he sensed her intention, Alain still asked out of curiosity. Cyernia responded simply, "Take it." "Are you sure about this?" "Yes. Now, if that's all, you may go." With those words, she vanished, and the white light dissipated instantly, as if a power outage had occurred. Though her tone had become calm toward the end, her voice had sounded hurried, almost as if she was escaping. Feeling bewildered, Alain thought, what exactly is going on here? The situation reminded him of his encounter with Heinkel at the Mage Association, and he recalled Heinkel's cryptic mention of behind. Alain glanced over his shoulder, but nothing was there. What is this? He wondered, feeling an odd sense of unease as he left the saint's chamber with the Aeater's pendant he originally sought. Meanwhile, in Rosario, Saint Euman stood wide-eyed and stunned by what he had just witnessed. There were several reasons for his astonishment. First, he was shocked that Count Palatio could communicate with the goddess Cyernia. Second, he was surprised that Cyernia's statue glowed even brighter in the Count's presence than it ever had with him. But what astonished him most, leaving his mouth agape, was that the goddess herself bestowed a relic upon him. Cyernia had personally given a sacred artifact to Count Palatio. Such an act was typically reserved for a divine ceremony through which the goddess would formally choose a saint. Though Count Palatio's request had initiated the interaction, Euman, who was unaware of what had transpired in the saint's chamber, wondered, could Count Palatio have manipulated something, knowing I was watching? After all, the goddess Cyernia usually followed strict procedures for such holy ceremonies, not acting so abruptly. Once Count Palatio departed, Euman entered the sanctuary of the Holy Spirit, knelt, and began praying. After a short while, the Cyernia statue began to glow, and her voice echoed, "What troubles you, my child?" Her voice sounded slightly weary, though Euman, having seen the goddess bestow the relic, didn't notice the subtle change. Preparing to speak, he said, "Great goddess Cyernia, I wish to report that Count Palatio has taken an item from the chamber enough." Cyernia interrupted, "That was given by me. Pay it no mind, my child." "Truly? Is that so?" "Yes. If you witnessed today's events, pretend you saw nothing." With that, Cyernia vanished. Kneeling in the sanctuary of the Holy Spirit, Euman was left to ponder in shock. The goddess herself granted a relic to Count Palatio. After a long silence, he could only conclude, "Then does that mean Count Palatio is like me, a saint?" Chapter 91. 2 days later. There were only 2 days left before the chief cardinal was expected to appear at the 2-week prayer gathering within the temple. While eating at a restaurant near the temple, Alain spoke. "Evan, yes, my lord. You usually wander off whenever you get the chance, but not this time, I see." At this question, Evan shrugged and replied, "I went out, actually." "Oh. Yes, but there wasn't much to see or enjoy. Just stepping outside, it looks like other territories. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly unique about it." Alain nodded thoughtfully. "The Holy Kingdom does feel a bit like that. The capital viewed from outside the walls is truly beautiful. Even if one hasn't seen the outskirts, the rows of white buildings inside the castle make it clear to anyone that this is the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. However, aside from that, there's not much entertainment here unless you're a devout follower of Cyernia." "Evan, yes, this might sound odd, but is there something behind me?" "Behind you, my lord?" "Yes." Evan looked puzzled and then spoke. "I'm not sure what you mean. Is that so?" "Yes, but you've been asking the same question since yesterday. Is something bothering you?" Evan looked at him with a confused expression. Ever since he had exited the sanctuary, the reactions from the goddess and Heinkel were strangely similar. Realizing he had asked Evan the same question yesterday, Alain shook his head lightly. "It's nothing serious." "Well, though, there is something behind you." "What do you mean?" "The saint." "The saint?" As Alain turned his gaze at those words, there stood Saint Euman, staring intently at him with a serious look in his eyes. As their eyes met, Euman quickly averted his gaze. His movement was unusually awkward. What's up with him? Of course, he had an inkling as to why Euman might act that way. Alain, not being a priest of Rosario, had entered the saint's chamber through Yusha, a place he technically shouldn't have access to. Still, the reason for his current curiosity was Euman's peculiar behavior. "My lord, did something really happen between you and the saint? We only met once, that's all. But doesn't he seem to be following you a bit too closely? For nearly 2 days, in fact." Alain made a peculiar expression at Evan's remark. Indeed, Euman's unusual behavior was precisely what had caught his attention. After Alain had entered and left the saint's room 2 evenings prior, Euman, who shouldn't have had any reason to follow him, had been trailing him for 2 days quite visibly, too. However, he only followed, never actually speaking to him. Did he somehow catch me taking the Eye-Eater's pendant from the room? No, that shouldn't be possible. Wasn't tracked by any magic, and it was well hidden as Alain pondered other possible reasons. Suddenly thud. Human, who had been seated just moments before, seemed to make up his mind, stood up, and walked over to stand before Alain. May I have a word with you in private? Yes, in private. As Alain nodded, puzzled, Human glanced around discreetly and then whispered quietly. It would be wise to be cautious of Cardinal Yusha, Count Palatio. Pardon? She is not a believer like us. Human said this with utmost seriousness, leaving Alain even more bewildered. With an expression of profound resolve and a determined look in his eyes, Human then said, Well then, I'll be off. He bowed slightly and turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Evan, just as bewildered, asked, What was that about, my lord? I have no idea, Alain replied, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, as Alain was grappling with Human's sudden shift in behavior, over at the Blue Tower, no. I said no, you idiots. Out of nowhere, loud shouting erupted. Get out, all of you? Yes, Mom. Startled by her fierce outburst, the wizard scurried out at once. Watching them flee, she sighed heavily, massaging her temples as if staving off a headache. Why am I even in this ridiculous situation? Peenia let out another long sigh, clutching her head. It was no wonder recently, she had been under constant stress due to an absurd rumor. The rumor circulating was that Peenia Chryson was in love with Count Palatio, a piece of gossip as baseless as it was bothersome, and it was causing her great frustration. Even earlier that day, one of her assistants, a mage who had been holed up in the tower for over 10 months, absorbed in research, had appeared with a cake that read, Congratulations on your engagement, Vice Tower Master. Sigh from Peenia's perspective, she could begrudgingly tolerate these sorts of antics, even laugh them off, no matter how often they occurred. However, the reason for her extreme reaction lay in the nature of these mages themselves. Wizards typically spend months or even years holed up in their labs, absorbed in their research, so they often miss rumors. This means every other day, someone new comes by to congratulate her on the so-called marriage. And it doesn't stop there. They don't just congratulate her, they assume, since there's a happy occasion, it's okay to be a little cheeky today, right? Leading to remarks like, maybe you should tone down your temper, or if you get mad, the count will probably run away too. It was driving Peenia mad. Why on earth do I have to be linked to that? She wanted to shout, but halfway through, she instinctively glanced at the tower's window. Though the height was absolutely unreachable by any person, after witnessing the performance Raiden put on at the Raxes castle, she had started looking cautiously out of any window she passed. Click after opening the window and checking thoroughly in all directions, confirming no one was there, she slumped down, exhausted, wearing a weary expression. But the recent annoyance wasn't the only thing bothering Peenia. Although it wasn't usually this extreme, lately, she had been inexplicably unlucky. For instance, out of all the magical items ordered from the merchants, hers alone would be missing. Or among the magical materials coming from outside, only her materials would get lost. She had experienced 5 incidents like this in a row. Why on earth has my luck been so bad lately? Peenia muttered weakly, almost tearfully. She was about to curse, this is all that, but clamped her mouth shut, glancing back at the window. Despite her gloomy mood, the sky was bright and clear. In the office used by the saint within Rosario's inner temple, Human, who had just been talking with Alain, recalled the Count of Palatio's detached expression, utterly devoid of emotion. Count Palatio is indeed a saint. Of course, Count Palatio hadn't officially become a saint. He hadn't received his holy relic through a public ceremony, but rather in a private, unofficial manner. However, even if unofficial, it was clear he was a saint. A saint is someone recognized by the goddess Sirenia herself by receiving a holy relic. In fact, even when Human had prayed for guidance, the goddess Sirenia had directly bestowed a relic upon the count, affirming his sainthood beyond a doubt. The only thing Human couldn't understand was why the goddess chose to anoint him as a saint so secretly without a ceremony. However, even that mystery had somewhat resolved itself by now. Human cautiously lowered his gaze to the book in his hand. This ancient tome, passed down only to saints through the generations, contained the following words. Even with the great nation established by the goddess, it is impossible to save everyone, as evil hides deep within the shadows, fearing the goddess dawn. To deal with those whom even the goddess nation cannot save and to root out evil lurking before the dawn of the goddess has appointed the Silver Saint. The Silver Saint, wielding the Blade of Dawn. will save those untouched by light from the shadows and eliminate evil embedded in darkness. In the undisclosed dawn, they are those who extend the goddess grace. Silver Saint Eumen murmured the words Silver Saint from the ancient text, thinking of Count Palatio. If he truly was appointed as the Silver Saint, it would make sense why he received only the relic from the goddess without a formal ceremony. Thus, if Count Palatio is the Silver Saint, he must be kept away from Cardinal Yusha. A small sense of duty took root within Eumen's heart. He didn't fully understand why the goddess Sirenia had chosen Count Palatio as the Silver Saint, but he knew that his role was not to question, but to accept. It would be foolish to question the goddess choice, and he understood that Count Palatio should not be aligned with Cardinal Yusha. To Eumen, she was someone who, rather than revering the goddess, sought to use her power for selfish means different from the corrupt. Thus I must help the Silver Saint walk the right path. I must. With eyes full of determination, he closed the ancient tome. A strange and intricate series of events had begun to unfold. 2 days later, it was finally the day of Alain's investiture ceremony. Alain hurried to the temple for the early morning ceremony, but soon found himself wearing a puzzled expression. There was an unusually large number of paladins accompanying him on his way to the temple. Of course, this wasn't unusual in itself, as those with black shoulder pads on their armor were the paladins directly under the cardinal currently, the ones escorting Yusha, who was walking beside Alain. However, Alain's curiosity was piqued by the paladins walking to his left. Clad in white armor with blue epaulets, they were not under the cardinal's command, but were instead the personal paladins of Saint Eumen, following him just as naturally as Yusha's paladins. Alain glanced questioningly at Eumen, then shifted his gaze back to Yusha. But Yusha, too, seemed bewildered, as if silently asking, what is going on with him? What is happening? Alain found himself even more confused, with no clear answers in sight. Chapter 92, the Rosario is governed by a total of 8 cardinals. In place of the Pope, who rarely leaves the confessional atop the temple unless for significant reasons, the cardinals lead the Rosario. They are divided into 3 main factions. One faction, led by Cardinal Morania, is the pureblood faction. Another, led by Cardinal Gumanian, is the political faction. And the final faction is led by Cardinal Yusha. However, the pureblood faction under Cardinal Morania and the political faction under Cardinal Gumanian were not particularly fond of Yusha. Yusha Bludia, backed by the support of countless devout followers, had swiftly absorbed surrounding powers and formed a formidable faction despite having only 2 cardinals. But that wasn't all. Although Yusha's faction was undeniably the smallest among the 3 in terms of scale, the other cardinals couldn't dare to underestimate her. Why? Because, inexplicably, she seemed to hold significant leverage over the other cardinals' weaknesses that, while not severe enough to strip them of their cardinal titles, were capable of significantly undermining their influence. For this reason, the factions within Rosario's sphere of influence bore little affection for Yusha. Recently, the 2 other factions had begun secretly collaborating on a plan to remove her. At least that was their intention as of yesterday. Unfortunately for them, their plans crumbled today at the title investiture ceremony. Why, you ask, the saint? Why is the saint suddenly? The sight of the saint entering the inner hall of the Templuher, the ceremony was being held alongside, Yusha left the remaining 4 cardinals in attendance dumbfounded. The other 4 were absent due to external duties. The mere act of appearing together in such a public setting, regardless of whether the event was an official Rosario ceremony or something as minor as a title investiture, was enough to signify an alliance between the 2. The impact of this revelation was unshaken. The cardinals present understood something critical. The saint had no prior connection to Count Palatio. In principle, priests with prior acquaintance with the nobles being honored at the investiture are the ones who accompany them. And yet, here was the saint, involved in the event, alongside Count Palatio, a figure with no apparent relation to her. This led the cardinals to a single, undeniable conclusion. The saint had allied herself with Yusha. If the saint has sided with her, our plans can't move forward anymore. How in the world did she manage to bring the saint into this? This just became a massive headache. As quiet sighs of frustration spread among the Milan, who was also entering the hall for the investiture ceremony, found himself perplexed. No, seriously, what is this? Should I even ask about it? He hesitated, glancing at Eumen walking beside him, then turned his gaze to Yusha. Her expression was just as puzzled as his, which only deepened Alain's curiosity. This concludes the investiture ceremony. The long, tedious investiture ceremony had finally come to an end. Congratulations, Count Paladiu. I suppose I should call you Marquis now. Thank you. Andard offered his hand with a practiced smile, which Alain accepted with a slight nod, thinking to himself, that was painfully long. While Alain had heard from Sergius that these ceremonies tended to drag on, he hadn't anticipated it would last a full 4 hours. He clicked his tongue in exasperation. Well then, let's meet again when we have the chance. Andard slightly bowed his head, signaling the end of the event. People in the hall began to disperse one by one. Watching them leave, Alain heard voices from beside him. Congratulations, my lord. You're a Marquis now. Indeed. I suppose I'll have to be mindful not to call you Count anymore, added Evan. Nodding at their words, Alain replied, yes, thank you for the congratulations. Now that everything's done, what are your plans next? Alain pondered briefly before answering. Since the business here is finished, I'll head back to his cozy, peaceful home perfect for roasting sweet potatoes. Is that so? You want stay to enjoy the birthday festival? Birthday festival? Yes, today is Sirenia's birthday festival, Yusha explained. Alain froze for a moment, blinking. Today's the festival? Yes. Funny, I didn't notice any preparations around the temple. Recalling the scenery he'd observed the past couple of days, Alain shared his thoughts. Yusha replied, that's because the festival truly begins on the night of the full moon. The Pope announces the start of the festival, and from then on, the preparations get into full swing. Although, since the Pope is usually occupied with prayers in the Holy Land, the chief cardinal, Lord Andard, will likely take charge of announcing it, she added with a playful tone. Alain nodded, pondering her words. The birthday festival, huh? The birthday festival of Sirenia. In Psychedelia, it was an event players would encounter during their early visits to Rosario. However, Alain rarely attended the festival in the game. Instead of participating in the event, it was far more beneficial both in terms of leveling up and gaining experience points to explore the scattered dungeons or grind levels in Lartania. That said, while he had often skipped the event, Alain was well aware of the unique items that could only be obtained during the festival. Since I am already here, I might as well grab a few of those while I can. Alain, with those thoughts in mind, spoke. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I can stay and enjoy the festival for a day or two. Oh, really? Is that true, Count No Marquis? Yes. Evan and Yusha nodded in approval, clearly pleased with Alain's decision. Well, if I can secure those items, spending a day or two isn't a bad investment. While Alain was making this calculation, a familiar voice called from behind him. Marquis Palacio. When Alain turned, he saw Yuman approaching. Saint, congratulations. The sudden congratulation left Alain momentarily taken aback, but he quickly responded. Ah, yes, thank you. Unlike the last time, when Yuman had warned him to be wary of Yusha, his tone now carried an almost unfamiliar kindness. It was impossible to read him. Whether or not Yuman noticed Alain's confusion, he gave a satisfied smile before turning his gaze toward Yusha. His expression instantly shifted cold and openly hostile. For a moment, Yuman locked eyes with her. Then, as if delivering some profound piece of advice, he said, well then, I'll take my leave. Also, I hope you've given my words some serious thought. With a fiery, intense glare that seemed to brim with passion, Yuman departed. As Alain stared blankly at his retreating figure, Evan called out to him. Marquis, what is it? I know this might sound terribly disrespectful, but doesn't the saint seem a bit off? What do you mean by that? You know, bipolar disorder. Evan's reasonable suspicion left Alain momentarily silent as he recalled Yuman's behavior alternating between anger, seriousness, and smiles every time they interacted. Finally, Alain gave a slow nod. That might be possible. It was an objective assessment. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yuman was entirely oblivious to such evaluations. I must rescue the Silver Saint from the clutches of Cardinal Yusha's wicked grasp. Yuman, full of passion and determination, continued to burn with resolve. That night, wow, this is truly breathtaking. It is. At Evan's voice, filled with awe, Alain looked out at the view from the room. Though his expression remained stoic, he couldn't help but feel impressed. This is even more beautiful than in the game. A blue moon hung in the sky, while the vast temple below was surrounded not by red torches, but by glowing blue ones that lit up the entire scene. At the center of the massive temple, an immense number of priests had gathered, offering prayers in unison as they awaited the beginning of the birthday festival. The sight was truly magnificent, leaving Alain momentarily mesmerized as he gazed at the temple. "It's starting," Yusha said, drawing his attention to the platform. Soon, Andard stepped up, signaling the start of the festival. Not long after, Alain noticed Yuman joining Andard on the platform and thought to himself, "Well, I did feel uneasy about falling out with him, but since things turned out well, I suppose it doesn't matter." While Alain was aware that, despite any friction between them, Yuman being no heretic was unlikely to harm him physically or politically, he still disliked being at odds with anyone. More importantly, Yuman, according to the original story of psychedelia, eventually becomes one of the allies protecting this world alongside the protagonist, Alibin. In other words, having a bad relationship with Yuman would only lead to trouble in the future. With that burden lifted from his mind, Alain watched the festival proceedings with a lighter heart. At that moment, Yuman stood on the platform, preparing to deliver the traditional sermon alongside the chief cardinal before the gathered faithful. Suddenly, Yuman felt something was off. The figure before him was undoubtedly Andard, yet something about him seemed subtly different. If asked to explain what it was, Yuman wouldn't have been able to put it into words. But the sense of unease was undeniable. At that moment, the chief cardinal, still wearing his benevolent smile, spoke. "As expected, the saint can sense it, can't you?" "Excuse me?" Yuman asked, startled. Andard, however, ignored the question, looking at Yuman as he continued. "I envy you, saint." His voice carried an unfamiliar tone, deviating from the planned ceremony. A sense of confusion began to rise in Yuman's eyes. "Simply by existing, you are blessed." The words that followed caused visible confusion among the cardinals and bishops seated on the platform. Priests who have prayed for decades, children who starve for days, devotees who endure suffering to fulfill the will of the divinity of them, yet not you. I find it unfair. By now, even the faithful who had been deep in prayer just moments ago realized that something was amiss. They looked up at the platform, their expressions filled with doubt. And then, Yuman saw it. The chief cardinal, still maintaining his benevolent smile, spoke again. "And so, here, in the presence of a new god, I ask you, the very symbol of this unfairness, to die." Crack. In an instant, Andard's arm, which had seemed perfectly normal just moments ago, began to swell grotesquely, transforming into something monstrous. A massive arm, resembling hundreds of tree trunks twisted together, swung down with overwhelming force, aiming to sweep away the cardinals and Yuman on the platform. It all happened in an instant. At the same time, Yuman's perception seemed to slow, and everything around him appeared to move sluggishly. He saw the cardinals and bishops on the platform, their faces frozen in shock as they tried to rise from their seats. He saw the paladins belatedly drawing their swords. He saw the expressions of countless priests, etched with horror, filling his vision in slow motion. Under normal circumstances, no one on the platform would have survived Andard's surprise attack. Holy power requires time to wield. No matter how devout or powerful a person's faith, invoking holy power necessitates prayer to the divine. That was an immutable rule. However, there was one person present who was free from this limitation. The saint Yuman, chosen directly by the divine, Yuman could wield holy power without the need for prayer. Crack, crack, crack. In that split second, Yuman summoned holy power to block the attack. Despite pouring an immense amount of holy power into his shield, the sheer impact of the blow made Yuman grimace involuntarily. Still, the barrier he conjured with his extraordinary holy power successfully stopped Andard's surprise attack, just as he had anticipated. But Andard's grotesque arm slid along the outer edge of Yuman's shield and continued its swing, hurtling downward toward the priests below the platform. No, without realizing it, Yuman cried out and expanded his shield to cover a larger area. However, despite his efforts, Andard's monstrous arm was already descending on a group of young priests, too small to have yet reached adulthood. At that moment, Yuman saw them. The children, trembling in fear, their wide eyes filled with terror, looked toward him with a glimmer of hope. But those hopeful eyes only deepened Yuman's sense of despair. He instinctively shut his eyes tightly as if to block out the sight. And then thunder God's wrath. A low voice resonated across the temple. When Yuman opened his eyes, he saw it. Amidst the terrified children, a figure clad in a dark coat moved swiftly. The instant Yuman realized what was happening, an icy chill spread through his core. The next thing he saw was the hem of the coat whipping violently in the air, crackling with blue lightning. Finally, Human beheld the sight of Andard's grotesque arm, which had been swinging to crush everyone on the platform, suddenly vanishing as if it had exploded. And then, all eyes, including Human's, turned toward the Mano, the figure of the Silver Saint, standing against the backdrop of the blue moon. What is the meaning of this? The man's voice rang out, calm but laced with authority. Chapter 93, Alain knew that the Chief Cardinal Andard was a character that did not exist in the original work. Even if the character had existed, they had never made an appearance in Psychedelia. Because of this, while his outward expression remained neutral, Alain's mind was spinning rapidly. Is this how the story was supposed to unfold? Or has something changed? Of course, even with such thoughts, there was no way for him to know. The only events Alain knew were those from a point 1 year into the future. Anything that occurred before that was beyond his grasp. He shifted his gaze to Human. In the future, Human was destined to save the world alongside Alain, ensuring Alain's comfortable life. Human now used his holy power to block Andard's attack, as expected of a saint. He can use holy power without a prayer or invocation. Alain, recalling how Human's skills in the game always triggered immediately without consuming a turn, let out a sigh of relief. At least that's a relief. Naturally, the primary reason Alain had used his Thunder God form to rush here was to rescue Human, the one who would ensure his future comfort. If this event was meant to happen, then Human would surely survive. However, if it wasn't part of the original events, Human could have died. Well, in the end, he managed to block the attack when he used his magic, so instead of merely protecting Human, he incapacitated Andard entirely. But deep down, Alain instinctively knew it wasn't over yet. Marquis Palacio, was it? Despite having his arm blown off by Alain's Thunder God form and half his face blackened, the Chief Cardinal Andard spoke with difficulty. His lips still bore a benevolent smile. Even though the injuries he had sustained were severe enough to be fatal, the smile never left his face. As if he didn't feel pain, or rather as if it had been drawn there. Indeed. As Alain's reply fell, the priests, who had been frozen in shock, began to pray. At the same time, the paladins drew their swords from their belts, traced the sign of the cross, and raised their holy power. The surviving cardinals, barely clinging to life, declared Andard a clear heretic. But even in such a situation, Andard, still wearing that drawn smile, gazed down at Alain from beneath the platform. That's nice. Really nice. Suddenly, such words slipped from his lips. What? By the time Alain asked back, the clergy had already finished their prayers and were launching attacks at Andard. Some fired arrows of light, some swung their maces, some wielded swords, some unleashed lightning, and some hurled pure divine power itself at Andard. A tremendous roar erupted. Bolts of lightning forged from holy power rained down from the sky. White holy magic, shimmering with the glow of the blue moon, cascaded down one after another. Like a torrential downpour, or perhaps like a meteor shower. The overwhelming deluge of holy magic crashed onto the platform where Andard stood. Even Alain, despite himself, felt a sense of reverence for the sheer magnitude of divine violence unfolding before him. And when the explosive projection of holy power finally subsided, leaving the platform in ruins, what emerged was Andard, still standing, though his body was utterly shattered. His arms were gone. Several gaping holes pierced through his torso. The upper part of his head was missing. It was a state that all but guaranteed death. And yet, Andard's benevolent smile remained untouched. The priests, cardinals, and even Human were filled with shock and disbelief at the sight. It would have been a shame, you see. Your caliber is quite remarkable. Andard muttered in a calm, composed voice, his expression unchanging. I didn't want to let go. With those words, a strange sound began to emanate from Andard's body. A grotesque, unsettling noise, as if something was forcibly pushing its way out. And then, it happened. The benevolent smile that had adorned Andard's face just moments ago was replaced by something far more horrifying. From his shattered body, red branches began to sprout and grow. Rumble, rumble, the ground of the great square, where the clergy had gathered, split apart in a straight line. Run, move now, screams echoed as the priests scrambled to escape the splitting ground. Through the chaos of the now shattered square, a massive tree trunk began to rise, breaking through the ground. Dozens, no, hundreds of crimson branches erupted from the earth, spreading outward. The rupture extended beyond the square, reaching the white city within the inner sanctum. Crack! And finally, it began to reveal itself. The first thing to appear was a pair of grotesque, twisted hands, entangled in writhing red vines. Next came the sight of a massive statue's head, emerging as if being born at the cost of devouring the White City. Following it, the enormous body of the statue began to push itself outward. And at that moment, everyone present realized the truth. The benevolent Andard who had stood before them just moments ago was nothing more than a puppet. Crash. In an instant, Andard's body, which had been sprouting countless branches, was sucked into the colossal statue. Crack. At the same time, the face of the giant statue, resembling that of a human, split into 4 sections like petals opening into a flower. From within, countless crimson branches erupted outward. And finally, it appeared consuming the entire eastern part of the White City as it emerged. By your will, I have descended. Turning its gaze to the clergy, it spoke, "Worship me." With those words, it announced its birth to all. I am Machina, the god of humanity. An outer god had descended. The priests, the paladins, the cardinals, and even humans stood in stunned silence beneath the blue moon, gazing at the outer god that had descended before them. The being, which had crawled out while devouring the White City, spread its branches as though it intended to consume everything. Even Alain was no exception to the overwhelming shock. Machina? Alain felt a wave of confusion. He had never heard of an outer god named Machina before. Of course, this timeline was not one he was familiar with, but even so, the existence before his eyes was undeniably alien. What on earth is? Amid his bewilderment, Alain's gaze remained fixed on Machina. Then, he noticed something that struck him with a chilling familiarity. Black smoke, emanating from every part of Machina's massive body, weaving through the tree-like vines and filling the air. The abyss. Without realizing it, Alain thought of the keyword and recalled a piece of information he had once heard. An abyssal entity capable of granting divinity to individuals of significant power had infiltrated the Holy Kingdom. With that realization, Alain understood the truth. The being before him had been forged from the abyss. An artificial outer god? Alain muttered those words, trying to comprehend the nature of the creature before him. Look over there. As someone's, his thoughts were interrupted by the panicked cries of the priests, directing his attention to the area beneath the massive outer god. There, he saw something horrifying. There, amidst the chaos, were people. The citizens of the Holy Kingdom, limp and lifeless, ensnared by crimson vines. Do not resist. What I do is to care for you equally. A voice rang out holy, yet disturbingly unnatural, echoing through the air. The crimson vines began crawling toward the priests. Stop them. The paladins charged toward the encroaching vines, slashing at the writhing branches. Soon, the priests unleashed their holy magic, piercing through the blue night and striking at the outer god. The scene that had earlier left even Alain awestruck played out once again. Thud crash. In an instant, one of Machina's massive arms was severed and fell to the ground. Hope flickered in the priests' eyes as they looked at the sight, igniting their resolve. But their determination was short-lived. It's regenerating? What they witnessed was beyond belief. The very arm that had been obliterated by the divine bombardment was regenerating as though nothing had happened, at an incredible speed. Branches intertwined like blood vessels forming, and in no time the right arm was fully restored. The priests were horrified by the grotesque spectacle. Meanwhile, the paladins who had been cutting down the advancing crimson vines began falling, one by one. Those ensnared by the vines had crimson branches sprouting from their bodies, turning them into lifeless wooden husks in an instant. Fear spread among the paladins. It infected them like a plague, rippling through everyone present. Soon, the vines that had devoured the paladins reached the priests, ready to snatch them up as well. At that moment flare, a massive barrier blocked the advancing vines. It was human who had stopped the vines. Surrounded by an overwhelming aura of divine power, he had created a massive holy wall that shielded the priests. The priests looked at him in awe, but his expression was far from bright. The immense wall of divine power, which only a saint could conjure, was rapidly draining his strength. And then to proclaim equality and deliver it, I have descended. Yet you are so ignorant. As the enormous hand of Machina rose high into the blue-lit sky, the priests saw it. A hand that, moments ago, had been too small to obscure the blue moon was now growing. Hundreds of crimson branches intertwined, expanding until the hand became vast enough to engulf the moon itself. Lady Cyernia, at the overwhelming sight, the priests instinctively called out to the goddess Cyernia. The cardinals, their faces etched with despair, let out heavy sighs. Even Human, who was desperately holding up the massive divine barrier, could only stare at the enormous hand in disbelief. What on earth is that? His eyes were filled with a mix of helplessness and despair as he gazed at the colossal hand. Accept me, all of you, for I am the god of humanity you have created, and I shall deal with you all equally. As Machina's voice echoed, the massive hand descended toward the holy barrier human had erected. Clang suddenly, the sound of something shattering pierced the air. A faint sigh followed the sound, drawing Human's attention. Struggling, he turned to look behind him. There, standing calmly amidst the despair, was someone crushing the remnants of a shattered potion bottle underfoot while drinking another. It was the Marquis Palladio, or rather, the Silver Saint. Expressionless, unfazed by the dire situation, he spoke, "Hold on just a little longer." Then, as if preparing for what was to come, he asked, "Can you do it?" Human, as though entranced, answered without hesitation, "I'll try." The Silver Saint, or rather, Alain nodded at Human's response. "Good. Make sure to leave the ceiling of the barrier open." He then briefly checked the glowing white necklace hanging around his neck before uttering a command, a ray of thunder. Crackle! Lightning, infused with the light of the blue moon, began to surge and dance across Alain's body, crackling with raw power. Chapter 94, A ray of thunder lightning, began to crackle across Alain's body as he took a step forward. Disassemble. The crackling lightning transformed into countless blue particles. At the same time, Alain picked up a fallen paladin's sword that had been knocked aside during the battle. Dissolve. The blue particles were absorbed into Alain's body. All things circulate. His body flickered, shifting like a faint afterimage, form of the thunder god. With the completion of a seal, he became lightning itself. Branches incoming. As soon as the barrier's ceiling was opened following Alain's command, branches began to force their way inside. Everyone's eyes filled with despair at the sight. But at that very moment, Alain tore through the invading branches and shot toward the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, shards of torn branches scattered, revealing the silhouette of Marquis Palladio against the backdrop of a blue moon. Hovering midair, Alain observed the branches now shooting toward him. As I expected, slow. Although the branches were approaching, their sluggish speed reassured him. Feeling the hilt of the sword in his left hand, he thought, "It's close, but everything's ready." There were two reasons why Alain had been unable to move swiftly until now. The first was the time it had taken to identify Machina's weakness. Until this point, Alain had never tried to discern the vulnerabilities of outer gods. Outer gods who hadn't yet ascended to godhood usually followed the structure of their pre-incarnate divine forms. Moreover, most of the outer gods he had faced possessed bodies limited to the size of his magic's effective range. In other words, targeting their weaknesses had never been necessary. This time, however, was different. The Machina before him was so massive that it dwarfed the scope of Alain's magic and possessed overwhelming regenerative abilities. In short, indiscriminately using magic was not enough to eliminate this adversary. But now, at this moment, Alain had a clear understanding of Machina's weakness. It was thanks to an artifact he had acquired in the Holy Kingdoma game item called Eye-Eater's Pendant. In the game, this necklace allowed the wearer to gradually identify an enemy's weak points after more than 10 turns of combat, increasing critical hit rates. And now, the weakness was unmistakable: the solar plexus. Within Machina's red branches and statue-like body, Alain spotted a glowing blue figure in the shape of a person, positioned at the solar plexus. He let out a deep sigh. "Only one chance. My mana is almost depleted." Mana. That was the second reason Alain had been unable to move quickly. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Most of his mana had already been used during the initial attack by Andard, when he had spent it saving Human. As a result, Alain needed time to replenish his mana. Even now, the results were less than ideal. His mana pool, unfortunately meager, had almost completely drained in the fraction of a second it took to manifest magic and launch himself skyward. What remained was so negligible that it was only sufficient for a single spell. Though he had guzzled 2 potions in succession, despite the risk of mana addiction, the recovery was painstakingly slow. Even at best, Alain's mana reserves were little more than scraps. In short, as ridiculous as it sounded, at this moment, Alain could no longer cast any powerful magic. Normally, that is. Exhaling deeply, Alain extended the sword in his left hand toward Machina, formation of thunder. He recited the incantation. Crackle! As soon as the words left his lips, the sound of crackling electricity echoed in his ears. The remnants of his mana drained away entirely, leaving him completely depleted in an instant. At the same time, an intense pain surged through him. His body spasmed in protest, unable to extract any more mana. Yet Alain did not stop chanting. After all, the spell he intended to cast was not form of the thunder god. Disassemble. Ever since his return from Raxes, Alain had devoted himself to the study of magic, specifically the efficiency of material manifestation. For someone like him, whose meager mana reserves would run dry from a single materialized spell, this research was essential. Dissolve. However, after half a year of countless experiments, Alain had failed to improve the efficiency of material manifestation. Even so, he had discovered something valuable, and that was all things circulate. Instead of manifesting form of the thunder god within his own body, he could manifest it within objects. Crackle. The sword in Alain's left hand began to absorb the blue particles, its form shimmering and flickering like an afterimage. This was a discovery born entirely by chance. While desperately researching ways to reduce the mana consumption of material manifestation, Alain had stumbled upon this unintended breakthrough. But now, in this moment form of the thunder god, this accidental discovery manifested itself as the strongest magic Alain could wield at present. Crackle, the wavering sword in Alain's hand suddenly erupted with blue lightning, sending bright white currents surging outward. Gripping the sword as though preparing to throw a spear, Alain pulled his arm back and elongated the weapon's form with a deft arrangement of its energy. What he created was thin, long, and crackle, 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 a lance imbued with the sharp, unmistakable power of lightning. The moment everyone, including Human, caught sight of Alain holding the lance of lightning under the blue moon, the weapon left his hand with tremendous force. And then boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the lightning pierced through Machina's solar plexus. The moment the lance of lightning struck Machina's chest, everything came to a halt. The massive roots that had threatened to consume the entire Holy Kingdom disintegrated into ash, scattering into the wind. The enormous hands that had been moments away from crushing Human and the priests dissolved into white powder, floating away like snowflakes. Thud, rumble, 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 crack. Machina's once imposing form, composed of countless branches, began to collapse as its structure crumbled into ash. And yet, instead of focusing on the destruction of Machina, everyone present, including Human, had their gazes fixed on a single figure. Under the blue moon, amidst the swirling white ashes that fell like flower petals, stood a man. Even though he had single-handedly defeated an outer god, his expression remained blank, as though the victory was only natural. That man, Marquis Palacio. Everyone could only stare at him in stunned silence, all glimmering faintly in their eyes. But at the same time, this is bad. Behind his expressionless face, the Marquis was wearing a truly serious and troubled look. Everything had gone according to plan, positioning himself in the air to prepare magic without interference from the vine check, identifying Machina's weak point with the Eye Eater's pendant check, draining mana recklessly and downing 2 potions despite the risk of mana exhaustion check. Everything had unfolded as planned, except for one critical detail. He had not considered what to do after defeating Machina. To be precise, he had thought about it. After finishing his attack, he planned to conjure an ice wall with magic, carve it into a curve, and descend as safely as possible from the air. Of course, he was well aware that even with this method, the likelihood of getting hurt was higher than not. However, since this was the Holy Kingdom, he was confident recovery would be relatively easy. After all, the priests of the Holy Kingdom, especially those of bishop rank or higher, were capable of healing almost anything as long as the patient was still alive. But that was the key: the patient had to be alive. No matter how skilled the priests were, they couldn't bring someone back from the dead. I didn't expect the mana consumption to be this high. As Alain lamented the unexpected amount of mana required to adjust the arrangement for form of the thunder god, he momentarily pondered how to handle his current predicament. Thunk, he suddenly realized that his rapid fall had slowed. And then, another realization dawned on him. Yusha, a soft, white, cloud-like substance created by divine power, had caught his descent. You did well, my lord. Soon, the sight of Yusha's radiant smile, framed against the blue moon, came into view. Alain mustered his remaining strength to nod in acknowledgement. In conclusion, the Holy Kingdom's celebration of the goddess Cyrenia's birth was completely halted due to Machina's sudden appearance. This was inevitable. Although Machina was ultimately defeated, the damage to the Holy Kingdom was catastrophic. Even a nation as resilient as the Holy Kingdom couldn't hold a festival under such circumstances. As for Alain, the one who dealt with Machina, are you all right, Count? Or should I say, Marquis now? I think he'll be able to move again soon. He was being treated in a hospital annexed to the temple for about 2 days. Outwardly, he didn't seem to have sustained any major injuries. The few wounds he bore were a result of his incomplete control over form of the thunder god, rather than anything inflicted by Machina. However, the real issue was his mana core. A week of recovery for mana depletion, despite risking mana addiction by downing 2 potions in quick succession, Alain had still succumbed to severe mana exhaustion. As a result, he was stuck in the hospital for at least a week. But to be honest, Alain was desperate to escape the hospital. No, more than that, he wanted to leave the Holy Kingdom altogether. After all, he had accomplished his task and had no reason to stay. The reason for his urgency was simple. Marquis, what is it? You're quite the popular man, Alain sighed. While staying in the hospital, he had been enduring the overwhelmingly burdensome gazes of the priests. He glanced toward the door, where priests passed by, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Speaking as though to himself, he said, "Honestly, I don't like it much." "Really?" "Yeah." Alain understood that being respected by others wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, immediately after being injured, feeling the admiration of the priests had been somewhat gratifying. After all, everyone has a basic need for recognition. But still, isn't this a bit too much? It was overwhelming for every single priest he encountered to stare at him with such wide-eyed admiration. And truthfully, there was another reason he wanted to leave the Holy Kingdom as soon as possible. "Marquis, may I have a moment?" "Saint." "Yes, Marquis." The reason was none other than human. "Oh, Marquis, come to think of it, I just remembered some information I need to retrieve." "I'll step out for a bit," said Evan, rising from his seat as soon as Human entered. He quickly exited the hospital room. Left alone with Human, Alain scratched his head. "Well, have a seat first." "Yes." Human sat down remarkably quickly and immediately began to speak. "How is your condition, Marquis? As I said yesterday, it's not too bad. That's a relief." Human nodded, seemingly reassured, then looked up at Alain with a gaze filled with both respect and reverence. And Alain found it unbearably awkward. Maintaining a good relationship with Human wasn't a bad thing. After all, Human was destined to become Alibin's right-hand man in the future. But having him come by every day, gazing at him with such admiration and reverence, was honestly too much for Alain to handle. Grateful for his concern but hoping to dissuade him gently, Alain said, "I appreciate your worry, but you don't need to visit so often. Please focus on your duties, however that won't do." "Why not?" "Because you and I share the same burden, Marquis. No, yours is even heavier than mine. Knowing this, how could I turn away from you?" Human's eyes shone with even more respect as he nodded resolutely, reaffirming his determination. Alain could only look at him, utterly baffled, as Human continued, "I will never abandon you." With no way to make sense of Human's incomprehensible declarations, Alain was left staring at him, lost for words. Chapter 95. Alain fell silent at Human's words. More accurately, he was deep in thought. What is he talking about? Behind his stoic expression, he concealed his bewilderment as he replayed Human's words in his mind. "Carrying the same burden as me? Perhaps an even heavier one. What is this supposed to mean?" Alain looked at Human. The clear respect and awe in Human's eyes were undeniable, proving that his words were not a joke but genuine. Alain grew even more perplexed. Does he really think I am that impressive? Is it something like that? He recalled the recent admiration and favor the priests had shown him, but quickly shook his head. No matter how he thought about it, Human's words weren't the usual expressions of respect or reverence. "Thus, pardon me, but what exactly do you mean?" You said I carry the same burden as you. What do you mean by that?" Alain decided to ask directly. Since he didn't seem to grasp subtle hints, this time Alain posed the question plainly. Without hesitation, Human explained. "I meant exactly what I said. We share a similar burden, though yours is heavier than mine." "Me? Yes." Even though Human had clarified, Alain was even less certain of his intent. However, one thing became clear. He's definitely mistaken about something. There was clearly some misunderstanding. At a glance, Alain could see no similarity between himself and Human. Even by rank alone, Alain was born into the noble Palacio family, while Human was an orphan raised in an orphanage. Their upbringings were worlds apart. Alain had grown up leisurely, slicing into the meat served at his family's table, living as he pleased, while Yumin had been selected as a saint at a young age after a difficult life in the orphanage. Beyond that, their personalities, tendencies, and even values were completely different. From what Alain knew of Yumin, there was absolutely nothing they had in common. Should I point this out? He deliberated inwardly. Not only had he realized that Yumin was misunderstanding something, but also that Yumin's kindness stemmed from this misunderstanding. In other words, clearing up the misunderstanding here and now could potentially lead to that kindness disappearing. Caught in this dilemma, Alain thought, I should say something. Ultimately, he made up his mind. He decided to set the record straight. Of course, he didn't want to damage their relationship. After all, Yumin was the right-hand man of Alibin, the protagonist of Psychedelia, and the saint of the Holy Kingdom. However, based on his past experiences, Alain knew that the longer such misunderstandings were left unresolved, the bigger the problems they could cause once revealed. Thus, after careful consideration, he finally opened his mouth. Saint, yes, Marquis, I believe there's some misunderstanding. Let me clarify, I am not in the same position as you. Alain spoke decisively, determined to resolve Yumin's misunderstanding. However, yes, I understand. The Marquis bears a burden far greater than mine, perhaps even walking a path unacknowledged by anyone. At Yumin's response, as though he fully comprehended, Alain opened his mouth again. No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I mean it exactly as I said. This isn't me being modest, saying that I am truly not in the same position as you. Alain made every effort to explicitly convey that Yumin's assumption was a mistake. As he finished, he felt a slight headache coming on. He didn't know what kind of misunderstanding had occurred, but such situations usually ended up leaving both parties awkward when cleared up. Dreading the inevitable awkward atmosphere, Alain was bracing himself. But oh, I see. Yumin, contrary to expectations, responded lightly, with an even more pronounced look of respect in his eyes. My apologies, I seem to have been rather insensitive. Pardon? It seems I've made a misstep. I still have much to learn. Wait, are you sure you understand me correctly? As I said, I am not in the same position as you at all. Yes, I understand completely. Yumin replied with a smile. The lukewarm reaction was far from the awkwardness Alain had anticipated. This led Alain to an instinctive realization. Does he not believe me? As Alain mulled over this thought, Yumin spoke again. I am sorry if I've caused offense. I had no intention of distorting your resolve. No, that's not the point. You're a misunderstanding, yes, I understand perfectly, Marquis. Before Alain could finish, Yumin spoke in a way that implied sure, I get it. Don't worry about it. His attitude, as if he fully grasped the situation and was merely feigning ignorance, left Alain speechless. What the person involved is telling you it's a misunderstanding. What is this? Alain felt dumbfounded internally. Well then, Marquis, I shall pray for the blessings of Cyrenia's goddess upon you. With that, Yumin exited the room. Alain, left staring blankly at the door Yumin had passed through, found himself unable to say anything. 3 days had passed since then. By now, Alain's mana depletion symptoms had mostly subsided, and Yusha came to visit. Are you feeling better, sir? Yes. Seeing Alain nod, Yusha, who had accompanied Yumin daily, smiled with relief. She then reached into her robes and handed Alain a black fragment. Is this an abyssal core? Yes. It seems, just as you suspected, Andert had been using abyssal cores. We've identified at least 40 of them. 40. Yes, and that's just what we've found so far. There may be even more. At Yusha's words, Alain stared at the hollow, gray cube devoid of its power and pondered. Using abyssal cores to create outer gods, of course, Alain had no prior knowledge of this. In Psychedelia, abyssal cores weren't introduced until years later. Even then, they were simply treated as a mechanic to scale monsters' levels to match the player's progress. In short, Psychedelia never delved into information about abyssal cores, so Alain had no knowledge of the matter whatsoever. Even if these outer gods are artificially created, the distinction is clear. Still, the fact that abyssal cores can produce outer gods is not something to be ignored. Since abyssal cores could circulate, it meant such incidents could happen anywhere. Having reached that conclusion, he spoke. Yusha, yes, sir. If you uncover anything about where these abyssal cores are being distributed, can you let me know? Understood. He decided to leave Yusha a hint to investigate the distribution of abyssal cores. He knew that the Holy Kingdom operated its own informants directly rather than relying on information guilds. Those people are quick to handle heretical matters. If I leave it to Yusha, I'll probably get information faster than through the guild. As Alain continued discussing abyssal cores with Yusha, a certain thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be the Forgotten One? The idea struck him briefly, but he quickly shook his head, regaining composure. A fully realized outer god born from such a phenomenon wouldn't be this careless. Ending his thoughts there, Alain spent the next 2 days conversing further with Yusha. Around that time, "Are you leaving now, sir?" "Well, I've wrapped up what I came here to do. That makes sense." Alain began preparing to leave the Holy Kingdom, but not alone. "Oh, hello, Marquis, Maijan, what a coincidence. We'll be leaving together this time too, I see." He was joined by the mercenary group he hadn't seen the entire time he was in the Holy Kingdom for the title investiture ceremony. "Why yes, what a coincidence. It's been a while, but why are you suddenly using formal speech?" "Ah well, it's because now that you're a Marquis, the rank difference suddenly feels overwhelming." Maidan seemed unsure whether their excuse made sense, and Alain was left perplexed. "Please take care of the Lord." "Understood. Do you hear me?" "Why yes." Watching Maidan snap to attention at Yusha's words, Alain instinctively glanced at her. "Well then, I'll be waiting for your letter." "Of course. I'll write as soon as I return." Her calm farewell left Alain with little to say. It should be fine. With a light goodbye, Alain departed the Holy Kingdom. Shortly after Alain's departure from the Holy Kingdom, deep inside Yusha's office, a report was being delivered. 3 more have been discovered. Sergius stood before Yusha, giving his report. "What's the count?" "If we include the ones just found, there are 43 in total, but there are likely far more buried in the underground waterways." Despite both being cardinals, Sergius spoke to Yusha with formal language, his demeanor stiff. Yusha, on the other hand, accepted his formality as though it were the most natural thing. Neither found this dynamic uncomfortable. If anything, Sergius felt a peculiar sense of ease in this arrangement, as though it was how things should be. Perhaps that was why Cardinal Yusha. "What is it? May I ask you a question?" For the first time, Sergius found himself asking something he had never dared to before. "What is it? Why did you let the chief cardinal go as far as he did without intervening?" Sergius knew the truth. He was aware that Yusha had long known what the chief cardinal was plotting. After all, a year ago, she had instructed him to investigate Andard's activities in the underground waterways. Not only that, she had even orchestrated the theft of several abyssal cores they had been gathering in statues through him. In fact, the reason the machina that appeared a week ago had failed to stabilize into the form of an outer god and remained as unstable vines was due to the lack of abyssal cores. This meant that Yusha could have stopped the chief cardinal's plans long before they reached fruition. And so, unable to suppress his curiosity, Sergius had asked the question, realizing he had overstepped, his face filled with panic. "Why didn't I stop it, you ask?" Yusha chuckled lightly as though amused before responding. "Let me explain." She slowly opened a drawer in her desk. Wooing from it, 9 abyssal cores, brought by Sergius, floated into the air. After inspecting the floating cores briefly, Yusha destroyed them without hesitation. Crack, crackle. With a single motion, she shattered the abyssal chorus, each worth a fortune on the black market, enough to require the sale of an entire fiefdom to purchase even one. After obliterating them, she spoke, "It wasn't to steal these." With a flick of her fingers, the shattered fragments fell to the office floor. "This trash has no value to me." Sergius, swallowing hard as he stared at the fragments, was startled when Yusha addressed him. "Hey, Sergius." "Yes, do you know what gods eat to grow?" "Gods eat?" "Yes, all gods, including the great goddess Cyreneia." At Yusha's question, Sergius hesitantly answered, "A god is a complete and perfect being, is it not?" A cautious response. Yusha, smiling, shook her head. "No, that's not the case. Gods require 2 things, faith and reverence." "Faith and reverence?" "Yes. And this time, it was simply reverence from the people that was needed." As a deep smile spread across Yusha's lips, a vivid memory replayed in her mind. The scene from a week ago. Under the blue moon, Alain firing a lightning spear at the outer god. A moment more brilliant and beautiful than anything else. The magnificent image of the great moon. A sight that would never fade from anyone's memory. Her smile curved wider, her expression serene yet eerie. Reverence meant for him alone. Her eyes glinted with a dark amusement. Within the crimson depths of her gaze, the scene replayed over and over, the radiance, the grandeur, the awe of that moment. And that is the reason. With her answer, Sergius could do nothing but swallow dryly and nod. For in her eyes, a sharp and unmistakable madness shone, a dangerous glint that warned him never to overstep. Chapter 96, The Office of Duke Comelin, part of the Ashtalon Kingdom. Was the result successful? Yes, according to the reports. However, it seems there were some shortcomings. He was receiving a report from a dark elf. Shortcomings. What do you mean? To put it plainly, the manifestation was slightly imperfect compared to the flawless incarnation you originally desired. I suspect the lack of abyssal entities might be the reason. The lack of abyssal entities? Yes. At the Dark Elf's report, Duke Comelin let out a thoughtful hum and sank into contemplation. And there is one more thing to report. What is it this time? It is said that the one who dealt with the synthetic deity of the Holy Kingdom was none other than Marquis Palatio. Palatio again? Yes. At the Dark Elf's words, Duke Comelin chuckled dryly. Then, as if deep in thought, he eventually said, "Understood for now." Yes, and make sure to inject a bit more of the abyssal essence into the experimental subjects currently under trial. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled the Dark Elf to leave. The Dark Elf bowed slightly, then turned and disappeared. Paying no mind to the departing figure, Duke Comelin immersed himself in his thoughts. It's been a while. He suddenly spoke aloud. Despite no one being present, Duke Comelin greeted as if addressing someone. Yes, it has. With a faint sound of approval, someone stepped out of the darkness. From a place that had seemingly been empty moments before, a figure wearing a black sacred robe emerged as if they had been there all along. It's been a long time. The figure naturally seated themselves before the Duke. What brings you here? To Comelin's ensuing question, the figure leaned back in their chair. The reason for my visit? You already know, don't you? I was curious when you planned to act, so I came to find out. All the preparations are complete. Once we obtain what's in the jungle, we'll move. Comelin's response was dry. At that, the figure let out a contemplative hum, fixing their gaze on the Duke. A long silence followed. As the tension began to build naturally, nearing its peak I see. The figure in the black sacred robe shrugged, dissipating the rising tension in the air. It's quite fascinating. To think you can still manage so well as a human. The figure stood up and turned away. Well then, I'll take your word for it. I'll trust that, before long, y'all bring about the great cause you envision. The figure in the black sacred robe cast a glance at the darkness in one corner of the office, then turned back to look at Duke Comelin. And the figure began walking into the shadows. Just in case, I should warn Yaub cautious of that man. That man? You know who I'm talking about. Their voice carried a hint of amusement. Count Palatio, should I say, Marquis Palatio now. Leaving those words behind, the figure disappeared entirely into the darkness. Now alone in the office, Duke Comelin muttered quietly to himself, Marquis Palatio. He spoke the name softly. Having officially completed the conferment ceremony in the Holy Kingdom, Alain, who had now been elevated from Count Palatio to Marquis Palatio, was leisurely making his way to his newly established marquisate. Ordinarily, he would have headed straight to Turia after the ceremony. However, he decided it would be wiser to first drop off the gifts he had received from the Holy Kingdom. Alain turned to look behind him. Following him were several carriages, heavily loaded much like the ones he had received when leaving Colony. I never expected to receive something like this from the Holy Kingdom. Alain gazed at the carriages, laden with goods, and marveled. As far as he knew, completing quests for the Holy Kingdom in the game would reward you with skill books or sacred relics instead of material riches. Well, material rewards are much better. As Alain thought about the wealth that would soon fill the Marquisate's treasury, a smile crept onto his face. At that moment, he heard Evan's voice calling out to him. Marquis. Evan seemed to have grown accustomed to the new title, addressing him without hesitation. Alain turned to respond. What is it? I was just wondering, does the Holy Kingdom hold a conferment ceremony in the first place? Well, you don't know either, Marquis? Alain thought for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. It feels like more of a tradition that's been passed down over the years. I don't think there's much deeper meaning to it. Is that so? At least, that's how I understand it. Of course, Alain didn't know much about the tradition himself. His response was based on a casual comment Yusha had made. It's just a meaningless custom, but I am glad I got to see you, my lord. Honestly, it does feel a bit pointless. I agree. Alain's gaze shifted toward the mercenary group up ahead. More specifically, his eyes landed on Mayan, who was leading at the front. The thought crossed his mind. Not long ago, she had cheerfully climbed into his carriage to chat, making the journey much less dull. But this time, she hadn't approached the carriage at all. And then flinch. Whenever Alain's eyes happened to meet hers, she would startle, nod awkwardly with a strained smile, then quickly turn her gaze forward again, repeating the pattern over and over. What in the world did Yusha say to her? Alain could guess why she was acting this way. A few days ago, he had seen Maiyan freeze up like a mouse cornered by a cat in front of Yusha. Even when he tried to ask what Yusha had said, curious as he was, Maiyan would grit her teeth and insist in an unnaturally calm voice she didn't say anything at all. By now, Alain had given up on figuring out what had transpired. Well, if asking only makes her more uncomfortable, it'd better just let it go. Letting out a light sigh, Alain leaned back in the carriage, almost reclining. It was a leisurely afternoon under a clear blue sky. About 2 weeks later, Alain arrived at the Palacio Marquisate. After parting ways with Maiyan and resting for a day, he promptly set off for Turia. Having passed the now familiar scenery, he found himself within the royal capital and was granted an audience with Crytenia Cian. This time, however, the meeting took place not in the audience chamber, but in Crytenia Cian's personal office. "I greet your majesty," Alain said with a bow. "Raise your head." A voice answered immediately. As Alain slowly raised his head, the interior of Cian's office came into view. Simple, the room was remarkably modest. Though the furniture was clearly of high quality, it was far more understated compared to the opulent office of the King of Colony that Alain had seen before. He couldn't help but glance around for a moment. "I heard you saved the Holy Kingdom," Cian said. "That's an exaggeration." "Is that so? Then why is there no controversy about it?" "Ah, but first, have a seat. It must be a bit uncomfortable kneeling, after all." At her words, Alain cautiously rose and sat in the chair placed before the desk in her office, meeting Cian's gaze. With her golden eyes, a characteristic of the Asterian royal family, Cian spoke. "Well, to continue, there's no need to feign humility. While humility is indeed a necessary virtue, when taken to extremes, it can become a hindrance. Then ill refrain from unnecessary modesty. Do so." Cian smiled in satisfaction, resting her chin on her hand as she studied the Marquis intently. After a moment, she seemed to remember something. Ah, she retrieved something from one side of her desk and handed it to Alain. "This is. Don't you like sweet potatoes? Pardon, do you dislike them?" "No, not at all. I do like them. Take it." With a bewildered expression, Alain accepted the sweet potato. For a moment, he wondered if he had ever mentioned liking sweet potatoes to anyone. Shaking off the thought, he focused on Cian's next words. "To be honest, the usual routine would be to conduct a formal ceremony in the audience chamber and then send you on your way. But do you know why I specifically called you here? As someone in service to your majesty, my insight into such matters may be insufficient. There's no need for such formalities. In other words, you don't know." "That's correct." At Alain's response, Cian nodded and said, "It's nothing particularly significant. I called you here just to have a chat. The favor I am about to ask is simpler than you might expect. May I ask what it is that your majesty wishes of me? A month from now, there will be a conference of the Allied Kingdoms." "A conference?" "Yes, essentially a continuation of the discussions held last time. I'd like you to accompany me as an aide. Is that possible?" Alain fell silent for a moment before nodding. It is possible. To be honest, participating in the conference wasn't a bad opportunity for him. The center of the Allied nations, Turn, was a place restricted to administrators except during central conferences. It was also home to places like the Magic Society, where he could potentially obtain valuable items. Even so, he was curious why Cian had chosen him specifically as her aide. Although puzzled, he decided not to ask. After all, in this world, if the king orders, you follow without question. That was the law and the undeniable truth. "Your prompt answer is appreciated," Cian said with a satisfied nod. "Now, eat it." "Eat what?" "The sweet potato." "Yes, eat the sweet potato. Do you not intend to?" "No, I will eat it, but here?" "Yes, where else would you eat it?" "I'll eat it here, then." Though Alain had no idea why she was insisting on this, he nodded and began eating the sweet potato right in front of her. Of course, he barely tasted it. A few days later, as word began to spread that Marquis Palacio would be attending the Allied Kingdoms Conference as Crytenia Cian's aide, two individuals reacted to the news more strongly than anyone else. One of them was guild leader. What is it? I have good news." "What is it?" "It's about the Allied Kingdoms Conference that you've been requested to attend." "Ah, did they cancel it?" The speaker was Sialrang, who was sprawled out in the guild leader's office. "No, it hasn't been cancelled." "Then it's not good news. I told you I didn't want to go." But we've received significant aid from the kingdom, haven't we? Doesn't matter. I still don't want to go. Letting out a long sigh, Xiaoreng slouched even more, her entire body radiating the message, I really hate this. Still, I do have genuinely good news. What is it? Marquis Palacio will also be attending the conference. Seriously? At the secretary's words, Xiaoreng's previously drooping tail began wagging cheerfully. The other person to react was Commander. What is it, Vice Commander? I thought you should know, just in case. Did you hear that Marquis Palacio will be attending the conference you declined to join? What did you say? The speaker was Deus, who had been focused on training after declining the kingdom's request to attend the conference. Is that true? Yes, Marquis Palacio is confirmed to attend. I'm heading to the kingdom immediately. Then wait, Commander. At least change into proper attire. Without waiting, Deus bolted toward the royal capital in his training clothes. His violet eyes gleamed with determination. Chapter 97, the king of the colony, Carmax's III, wore a deeply troubled expression. The reason for his headache stood proudly before him. The colony's first Babiaga, Xiaoreng. So, Carmax's unknowingly dragged out his words as he pondered what to say next. After a brief hesitation, he continued, You're saying you want to attend the conference as an aide? Yup. Xiaoreng nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Carmax's let out a heavy sigh. This was the same Xiaoreng who had always insisted that, come what may, she would never set foot in a conference like this. And now she wanted to go as an aide? What on earth had brought about this change? Of course, there was no issue with Xiaoreng accompanying him as an aide. In fact, it was an opportunity too good to pass up for Carmax's. The Allied Kingdoms Conference was not just a meeting, it was also, as always, a subtle power struggle among the Allied nations. That was precisely why Carmax's had considered bringing her along in the first place. However, there was one problem. Didn't you say before that you'd never go? Carmax's had already heard from Xiaoreng herself that she'd rather die than attend such a conference. Because of this, he had promised to take someone else as his aide. The colony's second Babiaga, Macria. My mind's changed, Xiaoreng replied. Do you absolutely have to go? Carmax's asked cautiously. Yes, I have to. Are you sure? Absolutely. Her firm and unyielding tone left no room for negotiation. Carmax's felt at a loss. Frankly, it wasn't an easy decision. Sure, taking Xiaoreng would be much more advantageous for Carmax's. However, breaking his promise to the second Babiaga, who had already agreed to serve as his aide, would undoubtedly cause problems. Of course, if he were to disregard the position of aide, bringing both Babiagas wouldn't be an issue. But that would create complications of its own. In essence, attending a conference as an aide carried a certain level of prestige. Macria, the second Babiaga, had likely agreed to the role for that very reason. If Xiaoreng were to accompany them now, even if Macria was formally appointed as the aide, the attention would inevitably shift to the first Babiaga. After all, Xiaoreng was an unparalleled force, her strength unmatched by anyone. In short, Macria would undoubtedly feel slighted, her dissatisfaction boiling over. How about attending the next conference instead? Carmax's suggested, regretting that he hadn't addressed this sooner. Oh. The moment the question left his mouth, I said I want to go. The playful wagging of her tail from just moments ago vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor that sent chills through anyone who saw her. As you wish, Carmax's replied reluctantly. He had no choice but to agree. HMPH wearing a satisfied expression as if she had gained everything she wanted, Xiaoreng hummed a tune as she exited the royal palace. Watching her retreating figure, Carmax's rubbed his tired eyes. Today feels like a day for some magical herbs, he thought briefly to himself. Meanwhile, you're saying you want to attend the conference? Yes, Your Majesty. But the third sword was already assigned to go to the conference. I would like to go, Your Majesty. It's already a settled matter, though. I still want to go. A similar scene was unfolding in Caliban. King Pomerian IV of Caliban looked visibly perplexed as he turned to Deus Macalian and asked, Didn't you decline before, saying you didn't have time? Echoing the same words as a certain king from the desert, Pomerian IV seemed taken aback. I have managed to make time, Deus Macalian replied casually, as though he had simply changed his mind. Faced with Deus' light-hearted change of stance, Pomerian IV closed his mouth, unsure of what to say. It wasn't as though he didn't want to bring Deus along. The king was well aware that the Allied Kingdoms Conference, in name a diplomatic meeting, was in truth a stage for subtle yet intense power struggles. However, Deus had already declined the role of aide, leading Pomerian IV to appoint the third sword to the position instead. For Pomerian IV, Deus' request now felt burdensome. Even as king, he couldn't simply overturn decisions as he pleased. In fact, he knew better than anyone that the higher one's position, the more strictly they had to uphold commitments. A king must inspire trust in their subjects, after all. After a long moment of deliberation, Pomerian IV finally spoke. "Regrettably, I cannot grant your request. Why not? Because I've already made my promise. With the third sword, I presume." "Yes." As he nodded, continuing his conversation with Deus, Pomerian IV began to faintly grasp the reason behind Deus' sudden interest in the conference. "It's because of Countno, now Marquis Palatio, isn't it? The news that the Marquis Palatio from the Kingdom of Asteria would be attending the conference as an aide must have spurred Deus to come running." It was somewhat amusing. To admire someone so much, Pomerian IV knew all too well how deeply Deus Macallion revered Marquis Palatio. How could he not? At the regular Five Swords meetings held every few months, the moment the word mage was mentioned, Deus would inevitably sing praises of Marquis Palatio. At one point, the newly appointed fourth sword had grown so fed up with Deus' repetitive stories about the Marquis that they made a dismissive comment about him. That ended in a duel where the fourth sword was beaten within an inch of their life. As such, anyone who knew Deus Macallion was well aware of his reverence for Marquis Palatio. It was also widely rumored that one should never even utter the word mage in Deus' presence. King Pomerian, while somewhat worried about how Deus might react if he pushed too hard, was caught off guard when Deus simply nodded and stepped back. "I understand." Pomerian couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He had expected Deus to resort to something or perhaps anything to secure the aide position. However, Deus instead bowed politely and said, "Since the decision has already been made, it would be improper for me to insist further. Thank you for understanding." "It's nothing, Your Majesty." Deus courteously excused himself and left the room, leaving Pomerian IV momentarily bewildered. But exactly one day later, Pomerian received an audience request from the third sword, who was scheduled to attend the conference as his aide. "I greet the ruler of Caliban and the master of its 5 great swords. Yes, what brings you here? Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty, but may I resign from the position of aide?" Suddenly, "Yes. Why?" "Well, I feel as though my sword is not yet sharp enough to properly serve Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Pomerian IV was struck by a flash of realization, recalling the events of the previous day. "I cannot grant your request." "Why not?" "Because I've already made my promise." "With the third sword, I presume?" "Yes." It didn't take long for him to piece together what had happened. "Understood," Pomerian finally said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." And so, that day, Caliban's aide for the conference was replaced. 3 weeks later, after barely 2 weeks of rest, Alain found himself back in Tyria, heading to turn with Cretinia Cian for the conference. During the brief period of respite, Alain had come to understand why Cretinia Cian had chosen him as her aide. A power struggle, huh? Recalling what Evan had told him, Alain continued to mull over the situation. Sure, whenever people with power gather, petty contests of strength are practically inevitable. Still, why was I chosen for this? Or maybe I am the right choice? Objectively speaking, Alain's track record was rather impressive, so he could understand why he had been chosen. Of course, it was all superficial. In reality, he was a half-baked mage whose tiny mana core made him incapacitated after just a few spells. Well, it's a win-win in the end. Cretinia Cian would leverage Alain's reputation, and Alain would obtain the item he could only get by entering turn. About a week later, they reached their destination. Oh, in the distance stood a massive castle, built solely for the royal families of the allied kingdoms to use as a meeting venue. Alain marveled silently at the sight. Nestled in the middle of an expansive plain, the outer castle had a certain charm, and its exterior was undeniably impressive. Although it resembled a fortress of iron and blood more than a meeting hall, it was still striking. Before long, Alain arrived at the castle. "The meeting is in the evening, so take some time to relax in the banquet hall," Cian instructed. "Understood," Alain replied with a nod and made his way to the hall. Surprisingly, there aren't many people here. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Alain glanced around at the quiet interior, briefly pondering the lack of activity. Shrugging, he began to snack on the array of desserts laid out before him. Ideally, he would have preferred to get moving and secure the item he was after. Unfortunately, due to its nature, the item could only be obtained at night. Delicious. As he indulged in the sweetness of an egg tart, savoring the flavor, a voice called out to him. "Excuse me, are you Marquis Palacio?" Turning toward the voice, Alain saw a man standing nearby. He had striking red hair, a cross-shaped earring on one ear, and a sword at his waist, a textbook example of a dashing figure. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "Oh, it really is you. What an honor to meet you." The man beamed and introduced himself. "I am Filion, eldest of the ducal house of Merkilion in the kingdom of Ashtalon." "Filion, the swordmaster of Ashtalon? Oh, you know of me. It's an honor to be recognized by someone as famous as you. It seems I've gained a bit of renown myself," Filion said with a cheerful laugh. Watching the lively man, Alain thought to himself, "Well, it's not so much because you're famous. I already knew about you." Alain was familiar with him, Filion Merkilion, the youngest swordmaster in the kingdom of Ashtalon and a character who eventually joined the player as an ally in Psychedelia. "You're well known, the youngest swordmaster of your kingdom after all. Thank you for the praise." But as seen, Filion's personality was as cheerful and straightforward as it appeared. True to his role as an ally in the game, he had no hidden agenda and was refreshingly pleasant to interact with. However, there was one drawback. "You seem weaker than I expected, Marquis." The character's design clearly emphasized that all their talent and focus were concentrated on swordsmanship. As a result, their interpersonal and social skills were almost hopelessly lacking. "That's strange. You should be much stronger than this," Filion said, his words blunt and direct, reflecting the thought clearly written on his face. To top it off, he also had a rather strong competitive streak. HMPH. Alain, however, fully understood that Filion had no ill intent. Filion Merkilion wasn't the kind of person to mock or ridicule someone. Whether it's because he's incapable of malice or just not clever enough to think of it, who knows? Regardless, the sincerity in his tone made it clear there was no hostility. Alain briefly pondered how to respond to such innocent bluntness when "What did you just say?" "Huh." A voice from behind caught both of them off guard, making Alain instinctively turn around. The sight before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Cialrang and Deus? There they stood, Cialrang and Deus, both visibly furious. Their expressions left no doubt about their mood, and they were glaring directly at Filion. Chapter 98. Micardo had returned to the Magic Tower for the first time in nearly 2 years. Initially, he had planned to leave the tower immediately after taking care of a few matters. The reason was simple. 3 years ago, he had discovered a fascinating magical structure. It was something that appeared to date back to the forgotten era of good, something so extraordinary that it might potentially help him break through the barrier of the 8th tier and ascend to the next level. Thus, Micardo, who had been tirelessly traveling across the Empire's territories, excluding the currently inaccessible Imperial zones, intended to only gather the necessary items and leave once again. "Tower Master, I have some interesting news," one of the professors from the Blue Tower said, approaching him. "What kind of news?" "It seems someone has fallen for the Deputy Tower Master." Oh. If it weren't for the fact that the news came from a Professor Micardo was close to, he might not have paid it much mind. "Tell me more," Micardo said, intrigued. The professor began recounting the events in detail, explaining everything that had transpired. "That's how it is." "Oh." As soon as the professor finished, Alain Micardo nodded repeatedly, a look of growing interest on his face. Then, in a voice tinged with curiosity, he asked, "But in the end, doesn't this mean Pinia denied it completely?" "Well, that is true. However, don't they say that a strong denial often implies a strong affirmation?" "A strong denial is a strong affirmation." Selim stroked his beard in thought. Could that be true for Pinia? Unconsciously, he began picturing Pinia in his mind. She was undoubtedly a brilliant pupil, someone even Selim himself, a recognized genius, could not help but acknowledge. However, she had a fiery, headstrong personality and an underlying sense of superiority that made her difficult to deal with. Thinking about it further, he realized that if anyone could act in such a way, it might indeed be Pinia. It was entirely possible that she would dismiss even natural emotions like affection as a loss if she admitted to them first. Indeed, if it's Pinia, that could very well be the case. Right? Yes. Selim nodded in agreement, recalling Pinia's unwavering determination to win no matter the cost. Even if she denied it vehemently, her pride made it likely that she would never willingly admit to such feelings. Of course, if Pinia had overheard this conversation, she might have erupted in fury, unleashing magic across the entire tower. But oblivious to that possibility, Selim mulled something over before speaking again. In that case, should I do something to help? Well, I suppose that wouldn't be a bad idea. At the professor's suggestion, Selim let out a thoughtful hum and began to consider. For someone like him, who spent his entire life immersed in magic and had little interest in anything else, the idea of his headstrong, prideful student developing a romantic attachment was undeniably amusing. Penia having someone she admires him, come to think of it, haven't they been entangled for a long time? Selim dredged up an old memory he had almost forgotten due to his relentless pursuit of magical studies. If I remember correctly, wasn't it that noble who eliminated the poem? Yes, I distinctly recall Penia looking unusually dejected back then. As he revisited these long-buried memories, Selim, a detached middle-aged observer, found the situation increasingly entertaining. With a smile that suggested he had made up his mind, he said, "In that case, I might as well lend a hand in my own way. I'll meet them first and see how things go." He smiled, as if he had decided on a course of action. Meanwhile, Penia, unaware of the Tower Master's quiet arrival, was in the middle of yet another outburst. "What? Again? Why yes. Lost? Again? Another one? Well, I checked everything thoroughly, and everything was fine until departure. I told you to check every single day. I did, of course, every single day. But when we arrived at the tower today, it suddenly vanished. How does that even make sense?" 3 months into a streak of repeated item losses, Penia's mental fortitude was on the verge of complete collapse. Ugh, her frustration erupted, and as her anger flared to its peak, an image of an expressionless man briefly crossed her mind. "Aog!" she screamed in exasperation. The weather outside the window remained bright and sunny. Not long after, Alain, who was bewildered by the sudden appearance of Sialrang and Deus, barely had time to process the situation before another voice interrupted. "Huh, oh." Filion Merquillin, who appeared behind Alain, momentarily wore a confused expression before his face lit up with recognition. "Wow, no way are you the first Sword of Caliban and the first Baba Yaga of Colony." Despite the grim expressions on Deus and Sialrang's faces, Filion beamed with excitement and opened his mouth as if to confirm. "I've always wanted to meet you both. Thighs is fantastic." A cheerful smile spread across his face. However, when he noticed that their expressions hadn't softened in the slightest, Filion looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" It was then that Deus, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Didn't you say that Marquis Palacio, I mean our benefactor, was weak?" Yes. Marquis Palacio is not weak. Is that so?" Filion glanced slyly at Alain before turning back and replying, "From what I see, he seems weak." "Do you want to die?" At that moment, Deus exuded a chillingly murderous aura. "Isn't this a bit much?" Surprisingly, it wasn't Filion who was taken aback by the reaction, but Alain. Sure, hearing someone call you weak wasn't exactly pleasant, but it didn't seem severe enough to warrant such a deadly response. "Isn't this going a little too far?" Just as Alain was about to step in and calm the situation, Filion interrupted. "Well, perhaps I'm wrong, but I'd like to spar with the first Sword of Caliban to confirm. Would that be possible? If Deus wins, I'll admit that Marquis Palacio is strong without question." "Fine." Before Alain could finish his sentence, both men moved simultaneously, heading out of the banquet hall without hesitation. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Although the duel was ostensibly to protect Alain's honor, he had no say in the matter. Now, as he walked towards the dueling grounds, a swishing tail followed close by. "Aid, huh?" "Yup, I wasn't planning on coming, but when I heard my mentor would be here, I decided to show up." Sialrang grinned cheerfully, as if to say, "Aren't I amazing?" Hearing the reason for Sialrang and Dia's presence, Alain couldn't help but nod in agreement. It made sense for both of them to attend the meeting. After all, Deus was the first Sword of Caliban, and Sialrang was the first Baba Yaga of the Desert City Colony. Still, one part nagged at him. Is it really okay to stir up this kind of commotion? He glanced ahead at Deus and Filion, who were preparing for their duel. Although the banquet hall was relatively empty, meaning there wasn't much of an audience, the fact that aides were openly engaging in a duel could spark some controversy regardless of the circumstances. Initially, he had considered stepping in to prevent it. However, the timing was poor. Engrossed in conversation with Sialrang, he had already reached the dueling grounds, where the two combatants had drawn their swords, ready to begin. The chance to intervene had unfortunately passed. So, Alain reasoned to himself, well, it's just a duel. It probably won't cause too much of an uproar. With that, he decided to sit back and watch the duel unfold while quietly mulling over his thoughts. Who will win? No, Alain quickly revised his question. How long can he hold out? While he was aware that both were swordmasters, the outcome seemed obvious. Even among swordmasters, there were tiers of skill. Deus, who had defeated even Reinhardt, wasn't going to lose to Filion, a newly ascended swordmaster. He's probably not thinking about winning, or is he? Filion's eyes, brimming with competitiveness and an unyielding fighting spirit, were fixed on Deus. Seeing this, Alain found himself nodding unconsciously. Filion was displaying exactly the kind of determination Alain had witnessed back in Psychedelia refusal to surrender, no matter how overwhelming the disparity in skill. He would fight to the bitter end, clinging to the slimmest chance of victory until his last breath. It was one thing to see this in games, but in reality, his personality is unique. As Alain observed Filion's blazing resolve, the rules of the duel were declared. The rules are simple. The duel continues until one side admits defeat. When this dagger hits the ground, the match will begin. With a calm smile, Filion tossed a dagger from his belt high into the air. The blade gleamed against the soft hues of the setting sun as it spun and fell. Then thud. As the dagger's hilt struck the ground crack, the duel was over. What? Filion, stunned, took a moment to realize his situation. He found himself sprawled awkwardly on the ground, utterly defeated without even understanding what had happened. As his vision cleared, he looked ahead and saw Deus Macalian. The swordmaster stood there, sword in hand, gazing down at him. Filion's confusion gave way to pain as he became aware of the ache in his cheek. Then it dawned on him, he had lost. Not only Thaith hadn't even managed to swing his sword once, he couldn't do anything at all. Filion let out a hollow laugh, the weight of his defeat sinking in. Had it been anyone else, they might have reacted in one of two ways. Most would have collapsed in despair, overwhelmed by how effortlessly their hard-earned swordsmanship had been rendered meaningless. Others would have denied reality, deifying Deus Macalian as an unattainable existence and rationalizing their loss as inevitable. They would cling to self-justifications to shield themselves from the crushing weight of failure. Because without such defenses, they would break. But Filion didn't crumble, nor did he deny reality. Instead, he chose a third path. Wow, honestly, I am at a loss for words. Determination. Even after being defeated in a single strike, realizing he wasn't even close to being a match for Deus, Filion reignited his fighting spirit and raised his sword again. As Filion's blood boiled with determination, what is this? Alain, observing from the sidelines, turned to Deus with a look of disbelief. He had known. He knew Deus was strong enough to defeat Reinhardt. But even so, the idea of Deus dispatching Filion, who was stronger than most swordmasters, in a single instant was beyond his imagination. Is this talent? For a moment, Alain was speechless, marveling at Deus' absurd strength, a power that seemed to have surpassed the limits of humanity in just a few years. Then, his expression softened with pride. While part of him, as someone who could barely muster a single magic spell, envied Deus' overwhelming talent, another part of him felt like a proud father watching his child achieve greatness. However, his attention soon shifted. Now it was Filion who earned his admiration. Despite being defeated 5 times in a row, each loss coming from a single strike, Filion kept getting back up, refusing to yield. By the 5th bout, still more, Alain could see the fiery determination shining in Filion's eyes. By the 10th bout, not yet. By the 15th bout, wow, you're really strong. By the 20th bout, wait a second. For the first time, Filion raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. But Deus, without a word, sent him flying once again. No, hold on, crack. Wait, thwack, let me crack. By the time they had fought 30 more rounds, with Filion unable to utter a full sentence between blows, Alain finally stepped in. Deus, I think it's time to stop now. Understood. Or rather, Alain had to interrupt when Filion's determination finally gave out, and the duel devolved into a one-sided beating. By then, Alain saw something shocking. The ever-determined Filion who, even in the face of overwhelming disparity, would fight until his last breath as if programmed to never give up. I am so sorry, I was completely wrong. I'll never do this again, I swear, had utterly broken. That night at the Allied Kingdom's Assembly of the 6 Kings. So, where is your brilliant swordmaster? The one you were boasting about so much? Alain, standing behind Crytenia Cian, caught sight of King Talion V of Ashtalon wearing a deeply displeased expression, his brow furrowed. As their eyes met, Alain quickly averted his gaze, unable to hold the king's reproachful stare. Chapter 99. The United Kingdom is comprised of 8 nations, 3 duchies, and 4 cities. However, only 5 nations serve as the core participants in the coalition and are allowed to attend this council. The Kingdom of Asteria, the Kingdom of Ashtalon, the Kingdom of Caliban, the Kingdom of Colony, the Kingdom of Raxes, while the Holy Kingdom of Rosario could technically participate in the council, it has refrained from doing so for a long time. Even when they attended in the past, it was only under pressing circumstances, and even then, it was representatives below the Pope who appeared. As such, the 5 core nations were effectively the heart of the United Kingdom. That issue isn't something we can handle on our side. You're saying that, even though 30 of the monsters crossing the borders come from your region, are you seriously suggesting we just let that slide? Shouldn't we strive for coexistence? After all, some of those trade goods the kings seated at the table exchanged greetings briefly before diving into discussions about national policies so intricate that even Alain couldn't fully grasp them. What he did understand was that everyone was striving to secure political gains from this council. Allies and enemies shift with every topic change, Alain mused. When discussing the first agenda, the Kingdom of Asteria and the Kingdom of Caliban were allies, but with the second topic, they became adversaries as if by magic. On the third agenda, they were back to being allies. Observing this political theater, Alain couldn't help but think, if that's the case, can there truly be such a thing as an incompetent king? He glanced at Carmax's III, who had appeared at a previous gathering. Gone was the jovial, slightly absent-minded demeanor he had shown back then. Instead, he was now deeply engrossed in the political exchange, unwavering and precise. There may be emotional kings, but there are no foolish ones. Alain marveled at how quickly topics reached resolutions and transitioned into new ones, though he could barely keep up. All right, let's call it a day. After all, we'll be seeing each other for the next 3 days anyway. Thus, the first day of the council concluded. Afterward, good work, said Cian. Not at all, Alain replied, shaking his head. Truthfully, he hadn't exerted himself much. His role as an attendant was simply to sit in on the discussions and listen to the kings. He hadn't actively contributed to anything. What did you think? She asked. About what specifically? The council. At her question, Alain paused briefly, pretending to contemplate. In truth, he hadn't understood much of anything. It wasn't that the language was incomprehensible, but rather he couldn't unravel the layered political undertones embedded in their words. Instead, Alain found himself observing Cian. Her demeanor at this council was markedly different from how she had been portrayed in the Psychedelia game. In Psychedelia, she was described as a ruler too lazy to govern, leaving everything to the nobles. And that description seemed accurate, yet here she was, participating in the political tug-of-war, if not as adeptly as the other kings. I am sorry, but it's not my place to judge, Alain finally answered, glossing over his ignorance. At his vague response, Cian chuckled softly, You're being modest. Her amused tone implied she saw right through him. Hiding his discomfort behind a neutral expression, Alain remained silent. Well, no matter. It's fine since I have an additional favor to ask of you. A favor? Alain echoed. Yes, what is it? At his question, Cian revealed her request. If you don't mind, could you visit Rono Valley? Rono Valley? Yes. Are you familiar with it? I am. Rono Valley. While Alain had never visited the place in this world, he knew it well. It was a location he frequented often in Psychedelia, and one he had planned to visit as soon as the council concluded. There, you'll find the ruins of Malacca. The ruins of Malacca? Yes, you just need to visit there. At her words, Alain paused in silence before asking, Is there someone there I need to deliver a message to? Or perhaps an item I am supposed to retrieve? No, you just need to go and come back. Just go and come back. That's right. Alain was puzzled by the cryptic instruction from the queen. Well, once you're there, you'll understand why I've asked this. Starting from the 3rd day of the council, you don't need to follow me around. Move as you see fit. Leaving Alain with a simple take some rest, Cian departed with her attendants, returning to her quarters. For a while, Alain stood in place, his expression subtly perplexed. Back in his room, Alain sat by the window, staring blankly into the distance. He was suddenly reminded of a comment he had once heard from an observer. Do you find it beautiful? Unintentionally, Alain glanced up at the sky. The dark night was painted with countless stars, forming a shimmering Milky Way. Some stars blazed brightly beside the moon, while others, small yet distinct, twinkled steadily. Thinking back, the observer had such a strangely bittersweet expression. What could have caused it? Lost in thought, Alain was abruptly startled. Master! A familiar face suddenly appeared outside the window, startling him. He struggled to calm his racing heart. Xiaoreng? Yes, master, you scared me. No way, master, you didn't look scared at all. But Alain was genuinely startled. Still, he chose to move the conversation along. So, what brings you here? No real reason, I just came to see you. Just because? Yup, I missed you. Xiaoreng grinned brightly, wagging her tail like an eager puppy greeting its master, sitting casually on the window ledge. Is that a problem? Not exactly. Alain shifted his gaze toward the crescent moon peeking between the stars, briefly pondering. After a moment he spoke, I am heading somewhere now. Want to come along? Sure. Without asking where they were headed, Xiaoreng leapt down from the ledge, performing an elegant spin before landing lightly on the ground. Watching her, Alain rose from his seat. He hesitated briefly, as the place he was heading contained an item unique to turn, but well, it shouldn't matter. Shall keep the secret if I explain it. Traveling with Xiaoreng wouldn't cause any problems, Alain decided. However, where we're going is a secret. A secret? Yes, just the two of us. That's right. Wow, why the reaction? It's great. Xiaoreng repeated the word two several times, beaming as she spun her tail like a windmill and perked up her ears. Watching her cheerful reaction, Alain inwardly smiled fondly before stepping out. Alain's destination was Turn's underground prison. The place was pitch black, without even magical lamps to illuminate the path. As he prepared to cast a spell to light the way, Xiaoreng chimed in. Want me to light it up, master? You can do that? Of course. With a crackling sound, Xiaoreng summoned lightning, and a brilliant light illuminated their surroundings. How's that? I didn't know you could do that. Together, they ventured deeper into the underground prison, eventually reaching its end. It should be around here somewhere. Examining the wall, Alain began touching the bricks. Soon, he noticed one that moved unusually loosely. Pressing it precisely, he activated the hidden mechanism. And then rumble, rumble, rumble. With a mechanical sound, the bricks that had formed a solid wall just moments ago began to shift, one by one, clearing a path. Whoa, Xiaoreng gasped in amazement as the bricks snapped into place like a machine, forming a doorway. Even Alain, who had seen this scene countless times in the game, couldn't help but feel an adventurer's thrill as he witnessed it unfold in real life. Boom, with a final loud noise, the door was complete. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a cavern illuminated by a radiant green glow, its beauty breathtaking. We have to go a bit further, Alain said. Okay, Xiaoreng replied eagerly. They began walking deeper into the cave. After what felt like about 10 minutes to Alain, they reached the end of the cavernous spacious chamber bathed in the green light. Huh, a human? Ah. In the chamber stood a tiny fairy, about the size of a child, clad in shimmering blue garments. She looked at Alain with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. Alain let out a soft sigh. It's Tovet, just my luck. The artifact hidden within Turn's underground prison, the Wandering One's hand was guarded by 5 fairies who took turns standing watch every 2 days. To acquire the artifact, Alain would have to pass a test administered by whichever fairy was on duty when he arrived. And today it was Tovet, whose test was infamous for its difficulty. Strictly speaking, the test itself wasn't particularly complex, it was a game of tag. The problem was that Tovet's speed was beyond absurd. She could outrun not only swordmasters, but even mages who could chain blink spells. In game terms, while a player could typically move about 8 spaces per turn unless they used special skills, Tovet could move a staggering 106 spaces per turn. It's not just about catching her, you also have to evade her for over a minute. Realistically, it's almost impossible. Even in the game, her trial wasn't meant to be overcome straightforwardly. Instead, players were encouraged to use fairy honey from Rono Valley as bait to distract her. Why couldn't it have been Geppetto or Camita? No, anyone but Tovet would have been fine. Alain quickly decided to abandon any hopes of obtaining the artifact today. With 3 days left until the council ended, he could return tomorrow or the day after, when a different fairy would be on duty. Turning to Xiaoreng, he said, "Let's go." Okay. Without questioning his decision, Xiaoreng nodded readily. Huh, you came all the way here for treasure, didn't you? And now you're just leaving. What a coward. The blue fairy sneered, her tone laced with mockery, as if taken aback by their sudden departure. Alain chose not to respond. He knew engaging with Tovet would only amuse her and waste time. Tusk, tusk. Humans always gobbling up whatever they want without an ounce of determination. You're no better than goblins. Frustrated by Alain's calm retreat, Tovette continued her provocations, clearly disappointed that her game of tag wouldn't take place. Though Alain ignored her, Cialring couldn't. Hey, what did you just say? Why, was I wrong? What did you say about my master? Master? Oh, you mean the coward who's running away without even trying the trial. Tovette smirked. I called him a coward. As if delighted by her own taunt, Tovette's mocking grin widened, fully expecting her words to rile Cialring. And indeed, Cialring's expression made it clear she was ready to take the bait. If you want to prove me wrong, why don't you face me in a game of tag? Tovette vanished in a blur, her movements so fast they seemed to defy sight, her voice echoing with smug amusement. But I wonder, can you even touch the tip of my wing? Before Alain could attempt to stop her from escalating, he suddenly saw something that made him freeze. Crackle! A golden flash streaked across the chamber, bright and violent. Ack! In an instant, Tovette found herself caught. Cialring's hand gripped the fairy's neck tightly, holding her in place. Tovette's wide eyes reflected her shock. Talk! Cialring's golden eyes burned with fury as she glared inches from Tovette's face. What did you just say? Chapter 100. I'm so sorry. Alain couldn't say anything as he looked at Tovette, who had her head hung low with a tearful expression. To be fair, even Alain hadn't anticipated this situation at all. Is this even possible? Alain stared blankly at Cialring, who was beaming with a radiant smile, as if seeking praise, completely different from the menacing golden eyes shed shown earlier. No, but seriously, how did she catch him? Alain couldn't stop marveling at the scene in front of him. It was an utterly unbelievable feat. Capturing Tovette was, in essence, an impossible task. After all, Tovette was akin to a game character capable of moving over 100 spaces in a single turn. How did you catch him? The question slipped out before he even realized it. Cialring, tilting her head innocently, replied without hesitation. I just caught him. Her answer was far too casual. Oh, well, it's technically true, Alain thought, but a lot of details are missing. No, seriously, what on earth? Sure, Alain had already learned from prior experience that Cialring was fast, but this was beyond his imagination. At this rate, she could probably cross the desert in less than 2 days. No, more than that, she's already way past ordinary levels, just like Deus. He found himself marveling once again at the talents of the 5 great sins. Now that I think about it, she wasn't strong because a god descended upon her. She was just born like this, wasn't she? As he pondered this, Alain couldn't help but feel a bit pathetic about his own small, powerless body. But he quickly shook off his gloom and turned his attention back to Tovette. After all, the current situation was still unfolding. Tovette, whose neck had been grabbed in an instant and who had been threatened by Cialring, seemed utterly shaken with fear. Seeing her terrified expression, Alain asked, Does this count as capturing you? It counts. It counts. With a furtive glance at the smiling Cialring, Tovette hung her head in resignation. So now we're the ones who need to run, right? Huh. Oh yes. Tovette nodded hesitantly, her movements awkward and uncertain. Cialring, can you handle it? Of course, master, I am super fast. Cialring puffed up with confidence, placing her hands on her hips. Alain glanced at Tovette, who looked nervous. Then let's begin. Yes, when the hourglass above my head flips, well start, you have 1 minute to run. Despite Tovette's timid demeanor, Alain felt a rising tension. On the surface, Tovette looked like a young girl who hadn't fully grown, but in truth, she was a fairy who had lived for hundreds of years. And as fairies could resurrect even after death, threats to her life didn't intimidate her. Alain, knowing this, suspected Tovette's fear was merely an act to catch them off guard. He carefully observed the fairy, whose hourglass, placed at the center of the arena, began to flip and count down. As expected, Alain noticed the subtle upward curve at the corner of Tovette's lips, belying her frightened eyes. It was a wicked, sly smile. Cialring, who had been watching Tovette intently, suddenly called out, Master. What is it? If I get caught, can we try again? Try again? Alain glanced at the hourglass, now turned 90 degrees, and replied, probably. Ha, so we can try again? Yes. Alain nodded, recalling the rule that fairies must always accept challenges from humans. And the moment the hourglass completed its rotation and the trial officially began, Tovette didn't move. Neither did Cialring. Are they moving too fast for my eyes to follow? Without realizing it, Alain had briefly entertained a peculiar thought, but of course, it wasn't true. The two of them, Tovette and Cialring, truly hadn't moved at all. Confused, Alain could only furrow his brow in disbelief. Yet even as they stood still, the sand in the hourglass continued to fall steadily. 1 minute later, wow, I won. Alain turned to see Xiaoreng raising both arms in triumph, shouting gleefully. Beside her, Tovette hung her head low, her face slightly pale as though still reeling from whatever had just transpired. That day, Alain obtained the artifact known as the Hand of the Wandering One. Thanks to you, he said to Xiaoreng. For Master, it'd do anything. Radiating confidence and pride, Xiaoreng's demeanor made Alain feel a warm sense of gratitude. If there's anything you want, I'll grant it. Really? Of course. Well, within reason. If it's too difficult, I'll have to think about it. And then can I take some time to think it over? Go ahead. They exchanged light-hearted banter as they left the arena. As they approached the entrance to the underground prison, a question popped into Alain's mind. By the way, why were both of you standing still earlier? Earlier? Yes. I don't know. She wasn't moving, so I just stood still too. I thought I'd move when she did. Her nonchalant response left Alain staring at her in disbelief. What? Why? Xiaoreng's innocent expression made Alain shrug and continue walking out of the cave. The incident passed in the stillness of the early morning, with not a single soul around to witness it. The 3 days spent in turn flew by in a blur. By the 4th day, the conference had officially ended, transitioning into a period of camaraderie without any formal meetings. For Alain, this meant, if I'm going to act, I need to act quickly. Having already gained everything he needed, Alain decided to leave without hesitation. Master, you're leaving already? I've got things to do. Oh, hearing this, Xiaoreng's tail drooped dramatically. While not as if her world was crumbling, her disappointment was plain for anyone to see. It reminded Alain of a child's endearing pout, prompting him to add, I'll come visit again sometime. Really? Sure. Though he didn't entirely mean it, he knew he'd soon have to travel near her again to meet the dragonkin. Pacifying her with this promise, Alain bid Xiaoreng a brief farewell and quickly set off. Shortly afterward, Alain visited Deus to say goodbye. Are you talking about Ranavelli? Deus asked. Yes, then allow me to accompany you. Alain blinked. Together? Yes, I was already planning to go to Ranavelli. Why? At Alain's question, Deus explained. 1 year ago, Reinhardt entered Ranavelli and hasn't returned. So you're going to find him? Yes. We do have a lead, but none of the knights have been able to bring him back. A lead, but the knights couldn't bring him back? They suspect he's in the Selvanis sector. Oh, suddenly, everything clicked for Alain. The knights' inability to retrieve Reinhardt now made perfect sense. Of course, the Selvanis sector. The Selvanis sector was a vast, unexplored jungle within Ranavelliani of 3 charted Regentsand, home to grotesquely mutated monsters. The likelihood of an ordinary knight surviving in the Selvanis sector was slimance inside. They would likely be reduced to nothing but bones. After all, even in the game Psychedelia, the Selvanis sector wasn't accessible until the mid to late stages of the storyline. Using the blessing of the ruins would work, but there's no way the knights would know about that. Recalling the game's mechanics, Alain nodded lightly. All right, I'll go with you. Yes, I'll accompany you. And so, that day, Alain departed for Ranavelli with Deus. Traveling to Ranavelli over several days with Deus turned out to be more enjoyable than Alain had anticipated. When they first boarded the carriage together, Alain had worried it would be an awkward, silent journey, much like their past interactions. However, to his surprise, Deus was unusually talkative this time. Because of that, seems like we're almost there. It appears so. As the air grew damp enough to soak through their clothes, Alain realized they were nearing the edge of the jungle. He began mentally organizing the tasks he needed to accomplish during their time in Ranavelli. First task, the ruins of Malacca. Alain nodded lightly to himself. Visiting the ruins of Malacca wouldn't be too challenging since he already knew their location from a side quest in the game. Although the game depicted the ruins as being inaccessible due to a collapsed entrance, the real world might be different. Second task, finding the matching bracelet. Reaching into his coat, Alain retrieved a braceletone he had recently obtained in turn. By itself, the bracelet had no function or power. The other half should be in the Hermit's Sanctuary. If he could retrieve the other bracelet from the Hermit's Sanctuary and combine the two, the resulting artifact would become invaluable to him in his current state. Third task, preparing for the Forgotten One. The last, and perhaps most critical task, was to locate an item capable of countering the Forgotten One. Unlike the other otherworldly beings Alain had faced so far, the Forgotten One was already fully manifested in this world. This made it a much greater threat. Phew, How much time had passed as Alain exhaled a small sigh and finished his thoughts? We've arrived. Alain soon realized that they had reached a small duchy bordering the jungle, the territory of Luxable, specifically the domain of Caslot. Climbing out of the carriage, he braced himself for the trek into the jungle. From this point on, they would need to walk to the exploration camp established by mages and adventurers deeper inside the jungle. The trio Alain, Deus, and their guide headed straight for the southern gate leading toward the jungle. As soon as they passed through the gate, sir, it looks like this is your first time here. Do you need a guide? Just tell me your destination, and I'll take you there right away. Hawkers swarmed them, eager to sell their services. It was as if they had been waiting for fresh faces to appear. I expected there to be a lot, but this is far more than I imagined. The area near the exploration camp was a hotbed of relics and ruins, making it a prime location for artifact discoveries. Naturally, this drew a steady stream of adventurers and starry-eyed mercenaries hoping to strike it big. Alain took a step back from the aggressive hawkers. I am fine. I already know my destination. Oh, come on, sir. This jungle is a maze, and it's all too easy to get lost. Even so, I'll manage. Alain firmly declined, and only then did the hawker reluctantly give up, turning and disappearing into the crowd. There sure are a lot of hawkers here, Evan commented. Indeed, Alain replied, just as they were exchanging observations marquee. Yes, should I kill that man just now? What? Alain was baffled by Dia's sudden suggestion. Why? He insulted you? He did? Yes, I heard it clearly. Well, while being insulted wasn't exactly pleasant, Alain didn't think it warranted a death sentence. Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea. There's no need for that. As you wish. Deus nodded obediently, though his calm demeanor did little to ease Alain's bewilderment. Still, Alain added, thank you for considering my feelings. Assuming Deus had made the suggestion out of concern for him, Alain nodded appreciatively, albeit with a faint smile. But exactly 5 minutes later, Marquis. What is it now? Should I kill the hawker from earlier? Why this time? He insulted you again after you refused him and walked away. Don't. Understood. By the time they reached the southern gate that led into the jungle, Deus had made no less than 8 offers to kill the hawkers. Each time, he seemed genuinely regretful as he gazed after the offending individuals, his hand absently resting on his sword hilt. At this point, Alain couldn't help but wonder. Wait, did he awaken some kind of bloodlust or something? A strange unease began to settle in Alain's chest.